grew up and got out of the house, and
Yes.
it was much easier to be the girlfriend than the stepmother.
Fair.
The rising of the moon in the spring of the year.
Because when they got to the, you're not my mom.
I'm pretty straight.
It's like, you're right, I'm not.
In
I
fact, I
don't
should
know.
probably make a pretty straight screen.
Pretty much.
What are you looking for, John? I don't understand sign language.
Right here.
From their far journeys, they brought tidings of a great mustering of orcs and evil creatures under the eaves.
I've never made it here quite this early before. I come from Coeur d'Alene, and so it's a bit of a drive.
Well, good for you for getting here so early.
I know.
Giving warning that great peril drew nigh to Nargothrond. Hear the words of the Lord of Waters, said they to the king. Thus he spoke to Círdan the shipwright. The evil of the north has defiled the springs of Sirion, and my power withdraws from the fingers of the flowing waters. But a worse thing is yet to
All right, we are live.
Mostly.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Tolkien 15. 15 years of this. Huzzah! So thank you for coming here. It's early in the morning, just a little after 8 a.m. We know other people are trickling in at different times. And we know a couple are coming at 10 a.m. A few others, I think, are coming around noon. So it always makes this challenging to try to make it work between the different tables and such. So we didn't print packets this year, so I need everybody to both verbally and visually verify. First of all, everybody here filled out the RSVP, right? Anybody who did not fill out the RSVP to come here? Okay, good. So you remember all the terms on there. Oh, no, he did. He was good. He was great on it. So remember, you agreed to all the terms on there. These include things like, or I hope this is behaving. Good. There's going to be video, audio recording, photos taken, all that. Your likeness will be used, yada, yada, yada.
And abused.
What's that?
And abused.
Not abused. We were respectful about it. But, so I need you each individually agree that you understand that there'll be recording, both audio and video, all throughout the house here. And you understand and agree. So, Katie?
I'm Katie Coonan, I agree.
Brian
Houston, I agree.
Danielle Whitworth, I agree. Ashley Whitman, I agree.
Randy Punch, I agree.
John Walker, I agree.
Ryan Allison, I agree. Shane Dean, I agree.
Let's see. Well, let's see.
Couldn't see us.
Shane, you can. There, go ahead, Shane.
I still agree.
Okay.
Bill Foreman, I agree.
Okay.
Anthony Cassette, I agree.
Al Stover, I agree.
All right, and that's to all the terms, etc. All right. Well, welcome aboard. Sorry, I just needed to do that since we didn't get all those packets. But hey, we saved a lot in paper this time around. So, as often happens with these moots, especially because we time shifted this one. By the way, the reason why we didn't, so normally we've been pretty good about third Saturday of July. This year it got time shifted because Katie and I got married. Honeymoon and everything else, and then we, Gen Con, all these other things happened, so we had to kind of keep time shifting it. So I know attendance has been impacted by that significantly. A lot of people are at school, things like that. So thank you for your dedication and still showing up. So we should be back on our normal schedule next summer. Yes?
Well, isn't that very appropriate because it's in the fall and it's about Gondolin?
Yes, yes, indeed. So that is the theme, Fall of Gondolin and A Sword of Worth, because those who attended last year and stuck it out all the way to the end got to vote on the theme for the following year. So we're doing the same thing this year, that there will be a number of themes proposed, and you get to vote on that for us to then plan for next year. We have a certain bias on the theme for next year, actually for the next 3 years. We'll explain that for those who stick around to the end of the moot. The schedule is, doors open at 7:30, opening ceremonies 8 a.m. 8:30 a.m. you guys should be playing. The GMs will be right on top of that, getting started right at 8:30 a.m., which is unfortunate for any of the players who trickle in late and such. To try to keep the game going, try to not let that derail the game. We have a lot of content to pack in just those 3 sessions that we have that are actually gaming sessions. So we want to stay on schedule as best as possible. So 8:30 to noon is our first session. Then we've got a fairly lengthy lunch. Then from 1 to 2:30 is our Tolkien Society meeting. We do every month. We also do it on the Moot. We have a special guest. Brian, what's his name again?
Sam Gesh
Yeah, and
from Minnesota.
right, tell everybody briefly about our special guest today. He'll be remoting in.
Yep. So he's he's my brother-in-law, but he wrote his master's thesis on Tolkien's use of nature in some of the first age stories that we're learning about. Although his focus was on Turin Turambar, if anybody knows about that tragic hero. So he used the children of Hurin for that. So really interesting person. Great sense of humor, but he doesn't see himself as a Tolkien expert, but he certainly has a wealth of knowledge, and I think he will help us to paint kind of a whole picture of kind of some of the themes and challenges, and even maybe a little bit of the Elvish political struggles going on in the First Age, to kind of give us kind of a context. So it's nice to be able to dig into that, since a lot of us don't have as much background in the first age as we do the third age, when, of course, The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings.
Right. And part of it is because Michael Martinez, his health has gotten worse. He's got some prolonged health issues, and he's so sick now, he couldn't even remote in. So, send him your best wishes and such if you get a chance. You can just look up Michael Martinez and Tolkien. You'll find him all over. He's published multiple books, and he's been a guest speaker at Tolkien Moot I think since the second year. There might have been one or two here that he couldn't do, but pretty much there have been other guests as well. But Michael has been a wonderful contributor. We use a lot of his resources in our Tolkien Society discussions, as well as for the Moot. We've had to draw on his analysis, and he's able to be more of a free thinker about the analysis of it. He's willing to conjecture and such, where a lot of those scholars will only stick to what's written and such. He's willing to try to extrapolate and such. He's gotten some flack for it, but it seems totally appropriate for what we do, where we are expanding outside of the boundaries of what Tolkien wrote, as Tolkien asked to be done, right, by other hands and minds to build upon it. So, and for those who aren't familiar, there is a magazine called Other Minds magazine. The goal was for it to be quarterly, but that was just too hard to keep up, so we release like 1 or 2 issues a year. I think we're up to issue 22 now. And, I got that started. Now Thomas Lewinsky out of Germany helps keep that going. The artwork in there, we've had permission from some of the top Tolkien artists, so it's a much more beautiful. Multiple artists have given permission because it's free. It's a free PDF. You just go to omzine.org, othermindsmagazine.com. You'll get there either way. You can download all of those, plus the archives of the precursor of Other Hands magazine. So if you like Tolkien and gaming, that's a great resource for that. And generally, when we do finish off modules that are more polished, this year and last year, not one of those years, but previous years, the modules have been, oh my goodness.
It's your phone.
Yes, it is. Have been published in Other Minds magazine, so that's something you can check out.
Don't check them out until after you've played them.
Yeah, and really, actually, you might not want to look at any of the adventures in there.
The newer ones, at least, or the older ones.
Any of them.
All right. Let's see. What are other? Okay, so lunch. Called Tolkien Society until 2:30. Then we have a short break. 3 o'clock to about what time was it? As 6 for session 2 of gaming. And we got 6 to 7 is dinner, and then 7 to 10:30 is our 7 to 10. We got a little leeway there. Is our third and final session. Unless people can talk their GM and want to do a late night session, we do have an optional 4th session roughed out that the GMs can do for those hardcore players that want to keep going till about midnight, 1 a.m. if the GMs can do it. But you have to talk about
Heavy bribes in cash.
No, he's just kidding.
Caffeine, they take offerings of
There you go.
I always take offerings of caffeine right here.
Anything else anybody wants to do before we go ahead, and any questions and such before we go ahead and get going? Yes, Shane.
So now that you and Katie are married, can we refer to her as Lady Hawk, or is that out of bounds?
That's a you question.
That never occurred.
I have some of you guys.
I'm going to name one of your kids. Mouse.
So table 1 is up here, dining room, the One Ring role-playing game. Your lore master is Brian. Brian did the lion's share of the research and work on this campaign. I've done editing and gamification and such. Pulled it somewhat together. Alas, there's never enough
With
time.
strands of Mirkwood spider webs.
So we collaborated together, and so there's a lot of good research and rich, quote-unquote, historical context here and everything, and so you'll learn a lot about the First Age. This is our first Age adventure. We've done the Second Age a number of times, and of course the Third Age, but this, I hope you'll really enjoy it. It's the Fall of Gondolin. John, anything you wanted to say?
Nope.
Okay, so John is table number 2. He's down in the studio right beneath us. He's running Adventures in Middle-earth, and which is based on D&D 5th edition, but the Tor stuff is layered on top of it. And then in game room number 3, assuming enough people are here, is through the studio and back in this corner here. It's called the Blue Room. Now that my boys have all moved out, I'm starting to take over all the rooms and such. And so that she's also running Adventures in Middle-earth as well. If too few people are here for that third table, then they'll get rolled into John's table as needed, as we've sometimes had to do, especially being an off-schedule time period. I know we lost about 8 regulars by not doing this during the summer, so it is what it is. But thank you all for doing this. So, any last questions? I think I covered the schedule. Knock yourselves out on the food and beverage and everything. There's lots and lots there, so don't be shy about it. Oh, bathroom. So in the kitchen, the laundry room, bathroom. Use that bathroom. Don't use the downstairs one.
It's hidden, don't get to it.
I haven't taken care of it since my youngest son moved out this year, and it is horrific. There may be new life forms. There is a master bathroom here, but I got to do some things up, but that'll become available later today if all goes well. But so just use that bathroom there for now. First aid, if anybody has any, is the corner opposed. Oh, it is. There's a sign that's been up. I never took it down, did I?
Nope, that's 3 years.
Well, because we have people in and out every day, almost every day. So there's a first aid sign there. In there is where Band-Aids and things like that are. Don't take any painkillers or anything without clearing it with me first, unless it's an emergency, which that shouldn't be. But yeah, don't take any of the pills or anything in there. And I'll get the actual kit out on the counter once I move things around. But that's the first aid station. And anything else? There'll be a fire extinguisher near there too. Okay. Everybody sticking around through lunch and dinner slots, or are you guys planning to go take off and get your own food? Maybe you don't know. Okay. Just let us
We'll have
know.
some pizza coming.
Okay, you'll have some pizza during dinner slot. Oh, great.
Somebody can put it to.
Wonderful.
That's
Thanks.
not just, be 1 or 2 pieces for everybody.
Sure, but
Not
a
a lot.
little bit helps, yeah. All right, any questions? All right, great. So I hope you guys have a wonderful time. Game time's supposed to start at 8:30 sharp. So let's figure out where everybody is. Yes,
Lunch break again,
noon to 1.
noon to 1, 1 o'clock is our meeting.
Yep. Okay, so Danielle, if you want to stand up, we'll start with you because you're the farthest back.
Okay.
And see who is here for your group, if
Do you have
anyone.
the sheet that we've been using? I didn't bring that up. With the names of our people?
You want to go grab it?
All right. I was gonna say I have
You're supposed to memorize everything.
Shane.
Okay.
I have Samuel, who I don't see.
Oh my goodness, Sam's not here?
No. So we
That
just have
surprises
Samuel.
me. He's pretty good.
Yeah. I think Ryan, if I remember correctly, and the person who requested Broadbean. Nope.
I guess isn't here.
Oh no, that was Peyton and.
Oh, they're not here yet either.
Yeah,
wonder
no,
if
I don't have Ryan.
'Cause we got,
Ryan
who,
is up here.
anybody here, we had somebody from, yeah. he's
I don't
down
have
here,
any in my
surprisingly.
table besides Shane.
Shane, Samuel, Peyton, Rossi.
Solo adventure. It's all right. I'm a healer. We're good.
So, and we have, and if we need to break out later, so what I would say for now is if you still need to keep prepping, you can keep prepping.
Okay.
You can go ahead and, unless he's maxed out, roll on his table, and then you can split off if the others show up as expected.
Well, I was actually thinking since I'm the only one, maybe I would help Danielle prep.
You're welcome to, yeah, I'm just saying if you want to.
And then I just condense
Because
it.
we know Jacob and his +1 won't be here till 10. And then there was 1 or 2 people who weren't coming till noon, which might
And
be the
yeah.
others, so.
You have, nope, they're in John's table.
Okay, so go ahead.
I'll Stover.
Sit down. John, if you want to stand up and check your attendance.
Bill Foreman,
Hey.
Ryan Allison, Alex Wilkin,
Not here yet.
and Jacob's not here. So I got 3 of my players.
Yep, that's enough to start.
Oh, and Jacob
Jacob has a +1.
+1.
Yeah, he already.
Oh, yeah.
I'm counting people that are physically here, not people that are invisible or ghosts.
All right, so that's enough for you to get rolling. So why don't you guys go ahead and follow John down to his table and go ahead and get rolling.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep prepping.
And the rest of you will be over here at table number 1 with Brian.
Anthony,
Do you want me to read this? Yeah.
Is it the Posh?
Deposh.
The Posh.
Close enough.
Close enough to Posh.
All right, here on the camera, I'm going to switch cameras to
Yeah, well, guys.
table camera 3 at Brian's table, and then we'll also be streaming on youtube.com/RPG Research and on twitch.tv/RPG Research as activity happens. We'll be right back.
I like being here. So, Rainey, you were here last year, I think?
No, this is my first year.
Seriously, I feel
That's
like
two
I've met
people
you
from the
somewhere.
first year.
This is really bright. I'm just gonna tilt it a little bit.
Yeah, do what you want with it. You can spin all the way. Like one thing I like to do is bounce it off the ceiling sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Like spin it straight
You
up.
guys could use a little bit more electricity.
Right, that's why. But you
Yeah,
can.
that's
But
why.
each of them you can do that.
See people actually behaving like sometimes in the bathroom.
Something like that. Is that okay? That's great. Okay, so everybody should have. Oh, I'm working right in my face. Yeah.
In your face.
Just shedding some light on the situation. Yeah, that should be okay. Try not to make too many mistakes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I want them to stay hot.
I know.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Is this based on anything like D&D or anything?
This is, okay, so the One Ring is a unique game system. I mean, there's a lot of similarities, but it's quite a bit different from D&D.
The basics.
Would you want to explain it?
Yeah, the basics are the same. It's on the front seems like a much simpler system, but actually through its skills and other nuances, it's as robust, if not more robust than D&D. It's definitely more cooperative play of the player. The players actually help shape the narrative more than in D&D. And yeah, so we really like it, and it's perfect. They did a beautiful job with the flavor of Tolkien.
Oh, yeah. I think they nailed it for Middle Earth.
Yeah, and it did so well for so many years that then they created a version for D&D called Adventures in Middle Earth, which the others who are more hardcore D&D get to do. But we think this is actually a little bit better flavor of it. But it's pretty straightforward, simpler stats, and he will walk you through it. We were the first 75 people to run it in the States and stream it on YouTube before anybody else. So we've been doing it for a while. Hello?
Oh, no, it was Al.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because, yeah. I'm kind of a little bit,
And Brian is he knows Tor the best.
Are there pencils?
Okay, and Tobit.
Yeah, he's got a whole.
Thank you, right? Yes.
They're coming through us.
And then Hawk,
Yes.
when you have a moment, if
Yes.
you catch your breath there,
Mm-hmm.
If you just be able to dial me in, that'd be amazing.
Okay, I'll do that.
There we go. Thank you, sir. All right. So go ahead and have a good look through your character sheets, and if you have any questions, please let me know. If this is your first time playing Tor, it's not super crunchy in terms of game mechanics. You'll kind of catch it, you'll get the hang of it as we go along. Very much story driven. Yeah, I mean, I guess this will be an experience where you'll be able to say whether you really like this, or whether you maybe next year want to try, perhaps Adventures in Middle Earth instead, the 5th edition version. But I know Ashley and Katie, you've been playing Tor for quite a few years, so probably not as much combat as some people might expect.
Yeah.
Although there is combat, there are mechanics and everything. But usually it kind of mirrors the fact that it's adventure we're looking for rather than just
Hack and slash?
hack and
Yeah.
slash. So that's really, I'm not a hack and slash kind of guy.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing about Tor, actually, is that you don't have to hack and slash if you don't want to.
Although that's very much a GM style too.
It
Right?
is.
How we write the adventure and all of that.
This makes it easy for me in my style to allow you and promote you to be storytellers, but giving you the support. So in a sense, I've got this narrative and you're all joining in and collaborating with me. Thank you.
And I'll get that team. Oh, let me see something.
The first year I was here, I'd never played Tor in my life. And he'll walk you through enough to be able to pick it back up. I haven't actually played since this time last year. I finally lost the fight with my GM back home. And she doesn't like the way combat mechanics work in Tor, so we finally switched over to like
It is complicated. Yeah, it's not
math.
streamlined.
There's a little bit of math.
Exactly. Sure thing.
She didn't like how it worked, so we finally switched to just playing D&D and the Tolkien universe and stuff.
Yeah, which I think AIM does very well, and so I mean I definitely think it's. I've seen some comments that MERP, Middle Earth Proclaim in the '80s, didn't do as good of a job. Really, it had lots of interesting details for those who like that, but basically was much more of just kind of putting two together, stitching it together, but not very successful. Whereas I think AIM has done a much more the mood of that. So, 1 second, I'm just pulling up my electronic copy of our adventure. Do you guys want to grab? Maybe I know you want to pace yourselves in that, But if you do want to grab something like there's some orange juice. There's other things over there. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
Hot
see.
sauce, by the way, I made that and it's pretty sexy. So everybody knows.
Good to know.
It's pretty fun.
I just saw your email. Sorry, Rainy.
Oh, here.
Am I saying this correctly?
Rainy.
Rainy.
It's like dough rainy. The dough.
That
for pronunciation.
That helps me.
Yeah, it helps a lot. Yeah.
That's
It's
good.
like-
Your
it's
name is
unique.
cool, man.
Yeah, it's French originally.
Yeah, very much. Yeah. Absolutely. Parents, were you born in France or were they?
Oh
from
no.
France?
My great
Grandparents?
grandfather or something came from Belgium. But like, my father's name is Rainy, so it's like
Sure,
a
you
kind of
pass it
family name.
down.
Yeah.
I get it. Oh, that's great. Alright, so we should be good.
I'm going to set my phone this time.
Yes.
Such a weapon that's most done.
Oh, where'd the nut from, actually? That's a weird question. I guess I won't be needing it.
Yeah, I was a size myself.
Indeed. Okay, it's 8:30. Aha. No time present. Yeah, last year was actually quite interesting because we went. It was the fourth age, we're just hopping all around.
Yeah.
We were kind of the idea that after Aragorn's king and things have settled down and there's peace in the land, that they have time for following up some of those age-old questions like where did the Antwives go?
Oh yeah.
And so they actually went looking for the
Oh, that's pretty cool.
and found them. Yeah,
That's awesome.
but it was a bittersweet story.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
I actually, the copy of the poem that you gave me last year, I actually came across that like 2 weeks ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun to write.
Yes, I still have my copies.
Wonderful. What's that?
You wrote a poem?
Yeah, I do write some poetry, and this is one of the creative areas where I'm able to kind of believably include it. Which I have another one, a riddle song this year that you get to, because now it's not just poetry, but it's lots of hidden meanings and trying to little Easter eggs. So see how that helps you. Okay, so we're really doing well because even though we have a nice small group here, we have represented a dwarf of Belagost.
Yes.
What's your name?
My name is. You want to help me with pronunciation? Kibil Bundu.
Yep. There you go.
From
Dwarvish
Belagost.
phonetics, they just kind of spell it the way it is.
Good.
So, and that means what in
It means silver cave.
Silver
in
Cave.
Kuzdulu.
Yeah, good. You've got, just so that everybody else knows this, maybe your distinctive features, a little bit about your personality.
Oh, yeah.
Out there.
So my distinctive features are bold and hardened. So I readily place myself in danger and have seen many hard deeds.
You're a slayer,
I'm a
aren't you?
slayer. Yes.
Okay. So you're not one to shrink from battle.
No. Battle is the greatest expression of one's virtue.
Yes. Yes. So
you're a Klingon.
We'll go. Yeah, maybe. I'm not very familiar with Star Trek. But yes.
Yeah, that's a good fit. So and you know
Well.
one really interesting, very short historical tidbit that's very meaningful for this character is that 7 years previously to this, a different dwarvish city that he's not from but is nearby has basically brought shame and trouble upon the whole dwarven relationship with the elves. Because if you, I don't know how much player knowledge you have, but
Welcome.
they sacked Doria.
Okay, come on in.
Killed
Go to the kitchen.
the dwarves of Nogrod. And so, but on their way back from this, hey, Luke, thanks for dropping off my book, man. You're welcome to hang out and just watch what we're doing.
That'd be great.
Maybe next year you might, because I know you can't today, but this is my friend Luke, everybody.
Nice to meet you.
So Raimi, Anthony, Cutie, and Ashley. Okay. And so if there's any chair you want to just pull one up, I don't know where there's one, but I bet there is one somewhere around.
Over in this room.
Okay.
You could go through
Yeah, it
the
might be
kitchen.
easier to go around. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We're just snag that kitchen chair.
by the way, can I see your shirt? That's
I
awesome.
love
That's
it.
very appropriate.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, there's a candle.
There's a
No.
Yes.
It's very appropriate
Whoa,
for our
yeah, it's
work.
very
I
appropriate.
studied abroad in New Zealand 2 years ago. So
Okay.
Oh, light bulbs.
You went to what?
Yes, it was awesome. So many cool things.
That's just
That's
okay.
what the service was.
My day. I'm happy now.
Light bulbs.
Wow. Okay, we'll have maybe over conversation. You guys can chat about this a little bit. Ask maybe about the cool visit to what a workshop. Of course, made all the weapons and armor and things for all of those movies. Okay, so just so you're a dwarf of Belagost, and your motivation for adventure might be.
So I think, because like what the Battle of Unnumbered Tears was like. I did some math this morning. It was like 38 years ago.
Yes.
So maybe like my father went to war and died in the war.
Yeah.
And so I have been practicing and foraging and readying myself to avenge his death.
You've been waiting a long time for this, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears is like a shadow over this whole story, even though it's 38 years ago. For the human members of this group, that would be pretty much not part of their, probably not during their lifetime, although they might have been very young. But for dwarves who live longer, that would definitely be a tragic circumstance in your life. There were a lot of dwarves of Belagost there, so they're kind of like the faithful dwarves. But those other dwarves of Nogrod have kind of brought shame upon the name of dwarves, and so in a way, you're kind of trying to prove you're, not all dwarves are evil. Yeah. Anthony, tell us about your character.
Oh, Tobit, he's a man of the House of Hador. His specialties are storytelling and horsemanship. His calling is like a scholar because he likes to collect old documents and stuff.
Very cool.
And his distinctive features are that he's tall and curious.
Yeah, so the humans of the House of Hador are generally tall, blue-eyed, and blonde.
Is it Hador or Hador?
Hador, yeah, Hador. So.
Thank you for knowing that. That's exactly what I was thinking.
So, yeah, that's really great. So just this is one of those first age facts. Fun fact from first age is that the people who end up becoming the Numenorians, aka Aragorn's ancestors, were originally really three branches of human beings that kind of dwindled in their fights against Morgoth and helping the elves. And so one of them would be the people of Hador. And so I'm going to go to you next, Ashley. Tell us about your character.
My character's name is Farith. She is a human. It says a Dane of the House of Hador.
Yeah, a Dane, it just means the noblemen. The noble human beings, the ones who are the elf friends or whatever.
Okay, so I'm an elf friend. My distinctive features are I am fierce, secretive, and foresighted. Apparently, I'm really good at forest lore and smoking. That is a special talent, apparently.
Yeah.
And
you're of the House of Feor, right?
Feor, yeah.
So they're kind of shorter. Yep, they're a little shorter. They're a little stockier build. They are a little bit more kind of up on the forest, much more of a ranger type.
Yeah.
and the people of Brethel kind of are that third smaller group, which have kind of been merged together because after the Battle of Number Tiers, most of your kin basically were slain.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, that's kind of.
So I grew up on stories of bad dwarves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not by the dwarves. It would have been by Morgoth,
Morgoth.
and the orcs and dragons and all that. So the
Okay, so not too different than usual. Then we just don't.
Pretty much.
Nobody likes
Yeah.
orcs.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, and your character.
You might have to help me pronounce this. Fumella
So
Felamente.
That's right, Felamente. So Fumella. So in the common speech that would be.
Tavi Smallborough.
Yes. and what kind of being are you, and maybe a little bit about your personality?
I am a high elf of Gondolin of the House of the Heavenly Arch. I am primarily an archer.
Very appropriate.
I am called to wander. In my past, I was a secret scout for King Turgon, and I have never quite lost the taste for adventure.
Mm. So your calling is kind of a key part, really, of kind of why you do what you do, and so that's it all brings us together.
And I am merry and fierce.
Yes. Yes.
Very fierce.
Great sense of humor, but don't cross her. Fantastic.
Oh, sort of, basically.
Basically.
All right. Good stuff.
Fair face until you make me cranky.
Yes. Yeah. There you go. I'm gonna have you read this to yourself a moment, dear.
Okay.
And then I think this would be a good point at which to hand out. This is part of a pre-adventure, as it were, that you will have been given by the elf. The elf will have given this to you, but you can read that while you're. Did you write this? Yeah. Okay, good. Feel free to write on it, underline things, whatever. All right, so it is year 510 of the first age of Middle Earth. So this means it's about 500 years since the sun first rose. And remember that in the history and mythology of Middle Earth, that a very short version of this would be that it's known by all of you that far back in the mists of time, the Valar shaped Arda in accordance with the will of Eru the One, Iluvatar, and that they shaped it according to the song. So there's this sense in which music plays a pretty major part in Middle Earth, although it's often kind of subtle. You might hear it in the brooks and in the sea, especially in the sea. You might feel it in the warm fire and the comfort of friendship. You might find it in the heat of battle when all seems lost and help comes unlooked for. And these are ways in which you sense a little bit of that music still. This theme and these, as it were, that things are moving forward, but to an end that you know not what. But you're in the first age, and of course at the time they wouldn't have called it the first age because it was the early age. Yeah. So, but it is about 500 years since the rising of the sun. Before that, it would have been the stars only, the elves. Well, my dwarvish friend here knows that actually the dwarves were created first by Aule, but it was kind of like not according to plan, so they'd go night-night for a little while. And,
we're not bitter at all.
because that's supposed to be the firstborn. So, but anyway, so then the firstborn, the elves, awoke by Cuivian and made a very long journey west. Pretty much all of you, maybe not the dwarves, they've pretty much always been around, but elves and humans have been on their way west. So up to this point,
Manifest destiny.
sort of. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Yeah. Well, I think both go back to actually their shared kind of connection would be the fact that in Europe, the West represented the unknown for explorers, you know, new opportunities or whatever. And of course, that could be something like Manifest Destiny, or it could be just the unknown, and that lends itself to fantasy. And so it's to the west of Middle Earth, across the ocean, that the Valar now dwell. And that is where certain elves came across. They were taken by island, you know, kind of like a ferry, over to Valinor, and then you have basically three kin of elves. You have the Vanyar, who are the golden-haired, much like your human people, and they never came back to Middle Earth. They stayed. And then you have the Noldor, who are look more like the House of Baelor, and that's the kin that you are of course, the Noldor, and we're not going to get deep into this because we'll talk more at Tolkien Study Meeting, but really the background is that the Noldor have quite a story arc. So they brought across, lived in Valinor. Their greatest craftsman was Fëanor, the son of the king, who crafted these beautiful pulsing gems called the Silmarils. And he did that using the light of the two trees. These living trees that are gigantic and shed light. So you've got the stars over east, and then in Valinor you have these two giant trees which shed light also. And then I'm going to fast forward over a lot of this. But Fëanor ends up being really angry because the Silmarils have been stolen by Morgoth, who is the enemy of all that is good and right. He's one of the Vala, but he's rebelled against the wishes and the will and the music of Iluvatar, and he's trying to control and dominate and destroy. Sound familiar? Yeah. So things aren't really that different at first age compared to what we know in third age. But it's much more intense and much more epic, and things are a lot more ultimate. Like, there's a lot more of everybody dies kind of thing. No foreshadowing at all. Yes, exactly. Didn't you see the sign back there? Oh, sorry, it was written in High Elvish. You know? So you guys are very aware, each in your own way, of the context. The fact that the Noldor have been in Middle-earth trying to get back these Silmarils from Morgoth and can't. The Sons of Fëanor have sworn an oath if anybody tries to get them, besides them, because it's our dad that made them. It doesn't matter, man, dwarf, elf, they'll kill him. They'll kill him to take the Silmarils. So that's kind of a context and background. But what we're dealing with is really the last remaining true elven city. There are groups and communities of elves, but this is one of the last that's left that Morgoth hasn't destroyed after the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. Okay, all right, so it's the year 510 of the first age of Middle-earth. If I haven't written that on your second page, in the Tale of Years, you can just write down FA 510. And the name of this particular campaign is called Guardians of Gondolin. If you have not seen this lately, Luke, feel free to have a look. So, you've been gathered from areas east, west, and south of Dorthonian's encircling mountains called the Icoriath, in the north of Beleriand. Beleriand, by the way, is west of the Blue Mountains. So, you may know in Third Age, there's no land left west of the mountains. There's a reason for that. So, but you're in Beleriand in the north. You've all been brought together through the efforts of this elf Gondolin, and you've all had previous adventures together over the years.
I have to steal him tonight because he was late. I gotta
Okay.
give him the
All right. He's just visiting.
Yeah, I'm just visiting today. I'm just watching.
okay.
Okay, so you've all had previous adventures together over the years. You're all trusting and familiar with each other, mainly due to the fact that Fumela, or Poppy, here is a wanderer and has made friends among humans as well as dwarves. Okay, so she's just that way. She has a good network all across Beleriand. However, always being careful to hide her leaving and her returning to her city of Gondolin, which is a hidden city. It's a secret city in the mountains, and no one knows where it is. And even when the king of that land, Turgon, ended up going there. Yes?
I'm sorry, it seems like I gotta do a little quick thing. So, in front of the camera, informing you that you know there's audio video recording going on throughout the house, and that by being here you consent to the recording, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your name?
Luke.
Okay, great. All right, and then the rest of the terms that apply for the convention, etc., will apply here. Okay. Welcome. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry.
Now you have to give the secret handshake. Okay, and repeat in Quenya after me. Just joking. All right. Anyway, back on track. So this is a very gifted elf because she is sneaking out, or has been in the past, sadly not recently, sneaking out of Gondolin fairly frequently on.
She started as a teenager.
Yes, exactly.
Sneaking out of the house.
Yeah,
but for quite a few years since the Battle of Under Tears, basically Gondolin has been closed. You know, out of trying to not be noticed by you know who he shine. All right.
Voldemort.
Yeah, but they're Johnny's table.
You have all. That's right. You have all had. He's just a fanboy. You have all had previous adventures together over the years. You're all trusting and familiar with each other. So we're presuming this kind of connection. Knowing that you can count on each other over the years, you've been waging guerrilla warfare in your own separate places against the forces of evil, clinging to fragments of hope during some very dangerous years in the land of Beleriand.
The problem was, remember when you ran out?
This is shortly after the adventures of Baron Luthien. If that means anything to you.
Yeah, you remember it.
Together, you have traversed on hardy steeds in the southwestern mountains of Dorthonia.
In a separate conversation.
Based on the guidance of the Elf Gondolin and a cryptic scroll providing clues, which you have in front of you. There.
We have our good days and our bad days.
You are now high on a mountain ledge above the tree line.
So, unfortunately, yeah.
So,
I would have had him.
would someone like to read this? Otherwise, I will.
Because they know you.
Okay,
They're playing with you.
yeah, sorry, it's a bit small.
See the fine wearing my glasses to left.
At John's table.
I, the crafter, silver-fisted, holds the hammer and the quill. Nobly, now I write this riddle, holding Hithlum's heartache still.
We got Sam,
Battle bloody came the crafter,
missing.
hurried home to.
So,
I can't read this text, right?
Sorry, it's
yeah, exactly.
Hurried
I
home
think
to
they were
hide once
scheduled
more.
for later in the
Yet,
day.
ever mindful of the bravest, elves and dwarves and men in war.
But I'm trying, I
Unnumbered
call
tears,
Samuel,
unnumbered
what the heck's
valor,
going on, 'cause
died that some may
shocked
live
that
again.
Unless he's
Their
the
blessed boldness brought us time to get about
Let me
them.
look at my email.
Now hidden is a hall of feasting, empty
It's in the
though it look,
spreadsheet.
a tapestry without a
And I
cloth,
thought I
and secret
forwarded
place
you guys the
prepared.
spreadsheet as
Yeah.
well.
Engulfed in dresses,
So the
pools
spreadsheet
above
said
and out of the cave.
what
I
sections
took
people were
10
taking.
years to forge the
It
six.
said explicitly
Angry
what
sections
sections.
and brightly bared.
Yeah, do.
Like
It should
blades
say right in
unsheathed as heavy hammer echoed in a Coriath. Ah, Dorlomin, ah, Nargothrond, and Naugrim's sacrifice. If only Thingol sallied forth from guarded Doriath, the mighty union of Mithros would have conquered and sufficed. But someday worthy warriors may lift the lantern's light, if freedom's folk were joined again in Celebrimbor's cave. They might pay a greater tribute to the fallen of the fight, wielding weapons with their hearts and unseen swords to save. Beware the tests for trials teach in tunnels, as they say, for 6 tests wait for wardens, though 5 doors bar the way. And each gate gives an answer to the question that is best. The hero must be ready soon to open treasure's chest by lending wind to eagle's wings, and courage is reborn. So take heart, folk of Gondolin, and heed the blades that warn. Well, take heart, and hopefully you'll be able to read my font there. Sorry about that. I wanted to fit it all on one page so you can see that, but if that's too small, then maybe I can print out a bigger one for you or something. Anyway, okay, so Sufamela has shared the contents of this, which were found. Where was this scroll found? It'd be in the city of Gondolin, right?
It was in the city of Gondolin.
And I think it was the Great Library. And I might not have put that in there. Yes. So sorry about that. So, but but she has shared with you that she's been pondering over these words for quite a long time. And the lore master Pinglo, he's kind of the one who has discovered this scroll buried in the archives, and so he's kind of the one who helped get you on your way, and then now you've gone out and found them, brought them back to these mountains, and so we're now in the mountains somewhere north of Gondolin, looking for a cave. And you know that Fingolfin was an elven king who was killed in single combat with Morgoth. Challenged him to single combat and actually smote him 7 times and gave him 7 wounds with his sword before Morgoth finally crushed him with his hammer, which, by the way, its name is Grog.
Grog, yeah.
Okay. There's a lot of really cool connections to the later stories that we'll find as we go through this. Okay, so his cairn, basically the eagles carried his body up to the mountains just north of Gondolin, and there's a rock cairn there. So you know it's somewhere nearby, but you looked around the mountain right below and there was no cave. So you've traversed a little further north and have been looking for a hidden entrance to a cave where Celebrimbor's riddles may be understood. So after several days horse riding, I'm just travel compression here. After several days horse riding below the peak, you finally see in the late spring setting sunlight, actually this would be, late spring, almost midsummer's day, a large dark opening between 2 spurs of the mountain, with a faint trail leading towards it. According to your elf guide, this may be what you're looking for. Yes, exactly. Cue music. All right. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to kind of, before you go in, before we kind of take it to the next step, just discussing the riddle, possible things to look for, things that jump out at you, mutual questions. This would be a good time to role play who you are as an elf, a dwarf, or a human. And feel free to flesh out your character. I mean, really, because of the convention, obviously there might be some aspects of your personality I missed of your character, so feel free to kind of, add to that if you want to. So go ahead and talk to each other a little bit. You've all basically tethered your horses down below. There'd be kind of a little, like a ravine, and you tethered your horses below. There's a bit of a path down there, and then this cave is kind of up above, and you're about to kind of walk up towards this dark cave because you're pretty sure this is it.
Do we know that Celebrimbor wrote this riddle? And do we know who he is?
Well, you would know that Celebrimbor was an elven smith of great renown, although not as famous as he will later.
Yeah.
But that he is known in Gondolin, according to your elf source, for having lived there for several years as Turgon's chief artificer, and it's rumored that he even forged Glamdring, the king's own sword, and Orcrist. What's that?
He later forged the Rings of Power, right?
Your player knows that, but not your character.
Okay.
Yes, same guy. Same guy.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're talking as Anthony, yes, the answer to that is correct. He forged all of them except the one. And he's especially responsible for forging the 3 Elven Rings, which Sauron did not touch. So this is the same Celebrimbor. And another little fun fact is the same Celebrimbor who moved later on, this is after the First Age. In the Second Age, he ends up living in the land just west of the Misty Mountains and forms a friendship with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm. And if you remember the Watcher that watered the door, he's the one who made the gate. So this guy likes gates, just warning you. So the gate, he's the one who wrote the moon runes on it, and with the message on the top, "Speak, friend." And
oh, is that Moria?
Yes.
That was going into Moria.
He did that?
He did the door.
Oh, that's cool.
He likes designing things.
It's like Slarty Bart Fast.
Okay. All right. So guys, please do in character talk together about this strange riddle of this. Yes, this smith you've heard of, although you're not, didn't know him, didn't meet him, but
almost
he's
as
moved
much
on.
as the Smiths of Belagos.
Almost. Yeah, and he's moved on. He's no longer in there.
Was Celebrimbor, he was an Noldor, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes.
I was gonna say, because they're the ones
Kind
known
of.
for the smithery.
Yeah, and I don't want to give you too much information. You can always ask me, would I know this, or blah blah blah. Feel free to ask questions. there's a chance for you guys to kind of just, make wild speculations.
Now, hidden is a hall of feasting, empty though it look, a tapestry without a cloth, and secret place prepared, then golfin rests, yet pet rules above the hallowed cave. It took 10 years to forge the 6, and anguish, tears, and brightly bare. So.
Do you know what 64 is?
No.
6 of what? Okay.
But a tapestry without a cloth, I'm figuring that's a wall.
Maybe like a wall carving?
No, well, I'm possibly, but I'm thinking something hiding the cave.
Hawk, can I take these things off?
Okay.
What?
So
Like
off the whiteboard? Can I just?
Yes, please. That was
I'm
that was for
thinking
you
it's
to
more,
remove as needed.
Plant life.
Foliage.
Yeah. That is covering the cave.
I'll be honest with you, friends. I'm much more versed in foliage than I am in riddles.
My riddle score is out the roof. This is great. Now my personal player riddle score.
We'll find out.
We shall see.
Oh dear.
Beware the test. Oh, you know that?
It's okay. Got it.
Good save.
Trying to erase a little too hard. Hawk, do we have any spray for this?
Yes.
May I have some, please?
No.
Trials teach in tunnels, as they say. 6 tests and 5 doors. So I assume there are going to be 5 doors in this cave, and each door will have a test.
Perhaps 6 doors, and 5 of them will not lead us to what we seek.
Maybe. Each gate gives an answer. The question is.
Though it does not appear to be where it's supposed to be. So.
Okay. Well,
I'll get this.
I can work.
I'll take this.
Treasure's chest. I knew the next time.
All right. So now that you've had a chance to look at it a bit and talk about it, we'll move on. All right. So as you get close to this this tunnel entrance, you notice that in this little ravine or really canyon, even though it's almost, I mean, tomorrow is Midsummer's Day. Okay. The surrounding areas still have considerable snow in the shaded areas and under the trees, so it is kind of a cold area. Although this is late in the day, so it's a little bit warmed up. And so in certain parts, if you get up into the higher elevations, which are pretty high elevations.
That's pretty standard for mountains in general.
Let's have it going this way. Well, no, I think you better go, and then I'll just try not to knock it off. Thank you. Can you see that okay, Kate?
If actually holds still, yes.
Okay, well I can move it, actually, I'll just move it over this way.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You know, if
I
I
can
lean
clean
forward
that,
or
don't
lean
worry.
back, I can adjust.
And I was trying to lean back so you can
Yeah,
see.
no, that's
They were
that's
all
perfect.
on here.
That's perfect.
Oh, from
So I just looked it up.
I was just trying to figure out here what you do.
I'll clean it up.
Go ahead. Just.
Okay. All right. So as you looked up this canyon side on the north side of the canyon, the tunnel entrance is around 10,600 feet above sea level, at the edge of the tree line. It's open in the high mountains. The well hidden in a little gorge in the mountainside filled with trees from a variety of high altitude pines, ranging in size between 20 to even 100 feet
Are we
tall.
suffering from altitude sickness?
No. The tunnel entrance is heavily overgrown with thorny, hardy brush that looks like you're going to need to hack it or pull away to enter, but this entrance definitely looks like, from what you can tell, the outer side of it. There's tracings in Tenwar, runes in Elvish. Nothing cryptic. It just says, "All ye true of heart, enter here." And a lot of brush. It's going to take some hacking. So this is where the hack is like.
Yes! Finally, I'm worthy opponent.
I get to beat the bush.
Our battle will be legendary.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Oh, good.
Very good. Okay. Just
The
gonna
good
do
news
so that.
is, with it being overgrown this way, you're less likely to find other anything in the cave. other people is one thing, certain layering creatures we might not want to disturb.
Yeah.
Doesn't, well, unless there's other entrances. Can't get too overconfident about the inhabitants of a cave.
Any questions for me so far?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Nothing, yeah, because we just go through the.
All right, so,
Fumilla will pull out a long knife
okay.
and.
So you all get set to and start whacking away at this?
Yes.
All right, so about a good 45 minutes later, you've been able to break your way through all this overgrowth. It looks like
My suggestion
Yes.
is that we not completely obliterate
The bushes.
the bushes,
Yeah.
but to
Make it so we can go through, then like cover up, right?
exactly.
Agreed.
I concur.
You agree?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you do just enough to be able to kind of get through. It's not really big enough for your horses. So you're gonna have to leave them down below. You do have a sense that these bushes have been growing for probably about 20 years. So it looks like nobody's been here since then.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Great. The entrance is 5 feet wide as you get closer into the tunnel, and about 7 feet high at first. There's no doorway there. It just kind of goes into a bit of a cave, or more like a wide tunnel, and then it kind of widens to about 10 feet wide, which is a little more comfortable, especially for the dwarf, and 8 feet high. So now it's about as wide as it is tall, and even the tall man of Hador, who's very tall, you're like almost 7 feet tall, 6.5, yeah.
So you're really glad we're not taking the horses in here.
So the house of Hador is as tall as the tallest elves. The high elves of Gondolin are pretty tall, although the Sindarin elves are also shorter. So there's a mix of tall and short. But yeah, actually, your particular group of humans is known for being really tall. So, but you can fit. That's the point. You don't hit your head.
Good.
Okay, one thing I just need to remind everybody about is zero meta discussion during the puzzles. You're going to be having to solve several puzzles.
Okay.
So this is why we're doing it. We're front end loading this. This would not be good in the third session, right, Katie? We're gonna do the puzzles first.
Good.
When we're all at your sharpest, right?
And we're awake.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what it is. Sure. We'll just go with that. But zero meta discussion. So that means we're going to be trying to be careful that when you guess out loud, remember that you are being heard. You are being listened to, and your voices matter. Now, that doesn't mean you can't talk to each other. It just means that if you are impulsive, there might be consequences to that. So you want to make sure you stay in character and talk together, because it is all about collaboration. But we're not going to use dice for example, getting through all of these.
Yeah.
Minimal use of dice at this point. However, you may at times, as you look at your sheet, say, well, I have certain characteristics. I am, I don't know, clever. Would I be able to figure this out? And so sometimes you can automatically succeed at this. And there are going to be certain kinds of common skills that you can then attempt. These generally, so just keep in mind, so half of this is really you just using your common sense and your creativity and your thinking about things out loud, so that everybody can actually get through these. It's not going to be like, oh, sorry guys, you've rolled so badly that we're pretty much stuck here for the rest of the day. I'm not going to do that to you. But there are opportunities where you're going to say, well, could I attempt this? Or I'd like to do this. Things like awareness, because you're like, are there, for example, large spiders crawling along the ceiling above me? I mean, I might not tell you that. You have to tell me, what do I see around me, that kind of thing. But I'm not going to make you say, what do I see north of me? What do I see south of me? I'm going to try to describe things for you. And if you're truly stuck, I can give you a few small hints. We'll keep it. And remember, you have the scroll to consult. And of course, it's as clear as mud, right?
Naturally.
That's really good.
After traveling 60 feet north in the tunnel from the entrance in the south, traveling north, the well-carved stone tunnel is, again, 10 feet wide by 8 feet high. It expands kind of right and left to the width of 30 feet wide and 15 foot high, with a 10-foot high gate in the north wall. And the walls, ceiling, and floor are colorful, with many bands of many minerals in the smooth stone. And I'm going to show you a picture of what this looks like.
I think this could be a tapestry without a cloth. It's gorgeous.
Yes, of course. The dwarf rock. Yes, can't get better than that.
No.
Okay, just one moment while I pull up the appropriate map or picture. Sorry. Pause it, lore master here. Up. And in front of you is a door set in the stone.
Oh. If I pull the door out of the stone, do I get to rule the land?
That's very clever.
Thank you. This was well crafted.
There's more than one sword in this stone. Oh, did I say that? Okay. Right, so let me get to the chamber. So did you notice that there's a hammer and an anvil on there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Back to where I was. All right.
Are they carvings of a hammer and an anvil, or are they a hammer and an anvil set in the stone?
They are carvings. That's a great question. Keep it coming. Okay.
Is Hitham a name we would be familiar with?
If you're human, yes. And elves. The dwarf, probably not as much. Hithlum would be a region to the northwest of Beleriand, chiefly populated by the people of Hador, I believe. Yes. Yes. So the Bjornians, they know about it.
We know of it, that's about it.
Yeah, you're distantly related kindred, but you kind of came over the mountains, coming west into Beleriand at different times. So settled in different pockets in different areas. And Hithlum was actually a gift from, I believe, the elves to the people of Hador. They're pretty close. They're pretty connected to some of the elves. Okay. All right. So back to the first gate. All right. So I described the room and the floor as a simple, smoothly hewn out of living stone leading up to the first gateway, which is about 20 feet inside the tunnel, hidden by. I already described this. So the walls are, as our dwarven friend has noticed, the walls are varied colored with a rich array of minerals, ore, and other interesting geological formations. Ooh. Yes, very nice. Geology's good. Yeah. And the walls are smoothly hewn out of the natural rock. So obviously this took some time. Somebody knew what they were doing. So the gate, as you saw, the only discernible markings on the wall are what appear to be a door handle, and this motif carved into the stone door, showing the outline of a hammer above an anvil. The hammer and anvil do not look dwarvish or elvish. It is in a style that suggests something otherworldly. And underneath in Tengwar are carved the lines of
Who can read Tengwar? Is it just...
I assume I can't.
Yeah, you can't. Sorry.
Not me.
I wasn't sure if that was a human shared
scholar,
skill
right?
or if it's
All of
something
the
like-
humans would be able to read it at this point, yes. Yes, although High Elvish is not really your forte or your forte, that's really her forte. You could read it. It'd be like being able to read Latin.
Yeah,
He's a scholar.
But you're a scholar, so you're saying, would I have a... Yes, you would be more familiar with it and could work out most of it, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you were like, I'm not sure if I did the full meaning of it, then she would be able to say, well, what would I be able to tell him? Whereas you're like, just kind of getting a little bit of your, not so sure.
That is a word for me. It's the only one I've got.
Will I have trouble conjugating the verbs?
No. You have all the correct endings. Your grammar is impeccable. Okay. Just one moment again as I find my sources. They're all a bit scattered around here. I should say a few quick things as well. At this stage, there's no barrier to you retreating back outside, so just keep that in mind. Although you don't sense that Celebrimbor is trying to lay a trap for people because he's a good guy. But anyway, there's a strong smell of earth, metal, minerals, and gems. Not sure how gems smell, but there's gems.
I use it on my summer night. Yes.
Use it in all of my decoratings.
Pirate.
Sometimes you smell like a rare gem, though.
All the door shook up, I just swear by it.
Okay, temperature. The chamber is slightly warmer, which kind of is a nice change from the outside weather, which has been a little bit chilly. Again, there is a handle, and now I'm going to read this to you in just one shake of a lamb's tail. Hawk. Oh, he's not there. It's fine.
He's downstairs.
I didn't need you to get him. It's fine. I'm just okay, you know what? I bet it's in my ongoing documents, maybe. I don't know about that. My apologies. Drink break anyone? Okay, there's this one. Here we go. So, written, carved on the door are these words, and it's a riddle. I am a wonderful warrior existing on earth. 2 dumb creatures make me grow bright between them. Enemies use me against one another. My strength is fierce, but a woman contain me. I will meekly serve both men and women if they know the trick of looking after me and feeding me properly. I make people happy. I make their lives better. But if they let me grow proud, I become an ungrateful friend that soon turns against them.
Are there unicorns in Tolkien?
No.
Could be maybe a sword. Like there's
That's
the
what I was
thing in the
thinking,
middle
too,
and like the hand, the pommel, or not the pommel.
You
like,
suddenly
across
feel
there.
the floor underneath your feet grow colder by a few degrees.
The very walls have ears.
Yes.
So it'd be a dog.
Again, you feel the air temperature in the chamber get a bit colder still. You draw your cloak around you for warmth.
So use their wrong hands.
I'll read it again. I'll read it again.
Yeah.
I am a wonderful warrior existing on earth. 2 dumb, that is non-talking, 2 dumb creatures make me grow bright between them. Enemies use me against one another. My strength is fierce, but will not contain me. I will meekly serve both men and women if they know the trick of looking after me and feeding me properly. I make people happy. I make their lives better, but if they let me grow proud, I become an ungrateful friend that soon turns against them.
Dumb beasts. You go right before.
2 dumb creatures.
Creatures, that's true.
I want them to be the trees.
If you grow right between them.
Remember, it's a riddle, so don't take it too literally.
A horse?
Ooh, the room starts to get even more chilly.
Oh, jeez.
I don't think it's like a creature. Like, I want to say it's like a tool or
That's not like a something. It could be a two.
Getting a little warmer
I suggest you use your facility with riddles.
I use my riddle sword.
You may.
To get it.
again. Yeah. So the number of ranks next to riddle is how many?
How many
Okay.
start?
Yeah, that's really well. Okay.
Ooh, we actually have real dice.
Yeah. So that's the number of dice you get to roll.
And then I get the 12-sided too?
Yes. Yes. Alright, tell me what your total was.
We got
how many sixes?
2 6s,
Oh.
a 5, a 2, and a 1, and a 3.
Wow. So that's an extraordinary success. And for all of you, every time you make an attempt on a common skill, if you succeed, you'll notice on the right-hand side of the rows, there are 3 little stars. We're going to put a tick mark inside the first star whenever you have a successful, and then the second and the third, right? So for a max of 3 per row. Okay, to be in the same row as whatever skill you attempted. Okay, so yes. Oh, so Kibble Gundu. So Kibble Gundu, you reflect deeply upon, in your dwarvish manner, upon. I mean, you might be a slayer, but you are an intelligent dwarf, and you think about all your experiences with smithcraft and tunneling, and you think, because you are a dwarf of the forge, if nothing else. I mean, the hammer could be used not only for fashioning and sorry. So it's okay. So the hammer could be used not only for bashing in orcs' heads, it can also be used for forging things. And as you think about forging things, you think, well, this seems to be related to the images on the door. So the word that we're looking for
in between the hammer and like the anvil on the carpet?
No. But you sense that the answer is not hammer and it's not anvil, but it's something else that a smith needs in forging.
Okay.
And this really reminds you of Aule, of course, the Vala, who created the dwarves. Yes. Yes, Mahal. That's right. Very good.
It could be. Maybe it'd be like.
Sorry, I didn't know you were going to set up over here. I'll move back. I'll move back. I just want to make sure Katie can still see this.
Yes.
Could it be fire?
The whole room gets cheerful and bright. Yes. And suddenly, as you hear the word, you hear a click in the door, and the massive door opens ponderously but silently. Engineering.
Sweet craftsmanship. Dwarves the dwarvish iron heart.
But it suddenly opens and stays completely open wide. What do you do?
I go into I'm
okay.
bold. I'm not scared of tunnels.
All right. So it's getting so there is some ambient light still from outside behind you. It's dim. In some of the rooms, what you'll notice that there, as you walk in, there's like small kind of alcoves with some kind of elvish lantern, and as you walk in, they begin to grow brighter, and then as you leave, they start to kind of dim. So just knowing, just so you know that. You can still light a torch if you want to kind of peer to the corners, because it's not like super bright, but it's bright enough that you were able to see, for example, the riddle. So, okay. And the beautiful colors.
Obvious.
The minerals.
I would feel better, my friends, with a torch. So if I've got one.
You all would have torches.
Okay. So I would probably.
And 2 weeks worth of food.
Yeah.
Rope.
And rope.
Great.
Elvish rope.
Obviously.
Elvish rope.
Yes. Real elvish rope.
She has elvish rope. The rest of you have.
Before the end of this adventure, friend, can you hook us up with some elvish rope?
I'll see what I can do.
See if some elvish rope fell off the truck.
High quality dwarvish rope. It's just regular rope.
Calling it doesn't make it better. Okay, good stuff. All right, well done, everybody. So I want you to just put, because we're campaigning in a convention setting, it's a little different. But it will go towards experience points for each session.
Yeah.
So, just remind me about this later, about the fact that every gate you unlock will help you.
Okay.
So just say, hey, how many experience points do we earn? Okay?
Okay.
Alright, so you can keep track. Okay, that was one gate. Alright, and if you want to, you can always in the back of a character sheet, for example, you can always be like, okay, gate 1, Owlay, fire, right? Alright. Good stuff.
Oh, I can take it.
Alright. Yeah, I try not to do too much stuff. Okay, so you've walked, you have lit torches then, I presume? Or some of you at least do, so everyone else. Who has a lit torch?
Can
You're burning a torch?
both see in the dark in the lift?
Yes, so you both can see underground fairly well. We don't have to quibble about the distance right now, but generally speaking, for at least 50 feet in front of you, you can see in a dark unless there's some kind of evil darkness, right? So normal darkness. Yeah, so you like torch?
I don't worry about it. Weak sauce.
Right? Okay. All right. So you walk forward.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not going to get up the battle mat for this particular thing, just because every chamber changes.
Yeah.
But what order are you going to go in? So remember it's about 10 feet wide, 8 feet tall. So you could all walk next to each other if you want to.
I will take up the rear.
Okay. So
I
you
can
in the back.
I can take the front. I have tunnel in.
Yeah.
It's like that underground.
Third place.
I'll go out for you.
So are you three in the middle?
Yes.
Sorry, you two in the middle. Sorry, I forgot you were just as an observer.
Yeah.
You feel like somebody's watching you. The walls have ears, the walls have eyes! Ah! Okay, so you kind of in the middle, and then you're leading and you're behind. Sounds good. Alright, so
It was just a neighbor's.
move on. Alright, so the hallway leading to the second gate is distinctly different from the first tunnel. As the PCs... What's that?
Are there carvings on the walls?
Well, no, there are no carvings in the walls. But as you continue to walk down the tunnel, after about 50 feet, it starts to curve sharply to the right. Continuing to curve to the right in a tightening spiral and sloping downwards. You just the senses. So what do you say to them?
The tunnel is sloping downwards. We are going deeper into the earth.
Okay.
And turning right.
Yeah, based on your knowledge of the degree of turn, you believe this is going to get smaller and smaller.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Narrowing to some deeper point.
The striated colored bands of minerals in the stone of the floor, walls, and ceiling increasingly soften and blur in the lines, and increasingly have a reflective sheen. As it increasingly slopes down, you can hear the echoing of your feet. To all of you, it begins to look very much like mother of pearl on the walls. Do you know what mother of pearl is?
No.
I'll get an illustration for you.
Is it kind of like pearl?
It's like a sheen sort of situation.
Oh, that's
that
beautiful.
Literally, it's inside clams that have pearls.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why it's called mother of pearl. And so it's a kind of colorful. There's a word for that. I'm forgetting, but yeah.
Iridescent?
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
All right. Hey, I'd give extra credit if it wasn't me. So.
Everything's made up and the points don't matter.
Sorry. Okay. Good. All right.
But it's a
So.
role-playing game, so the points do matter.
We get the point. All right. So it's mother of pearl. After as it spirals, everybody make a lore roll. Lore roll. Unless, of course, you have a skill already or an attribute in oceanography or
Or would tunneling work?
No.
A lore roll? What is that?
You'll look for your common skills right there,
Okay.
and then count up the number of dots. That's going to be how many of the 6-sided dice you roll, and then you always roll the big one. Okay, so you have this one, right, the 12-sided dice, and then you are going to roll how many of these.
You have dots built in.
You have dots next to lore, so find out how many dots next to lore.
5.
You get to roll 5 dice and 12.
Okay, and everybody add up theirs. Note if there's any 6s. and if the 12-sided die has this
A funky
character,
symbol.
a funky symbol there, which we affectionately call the Gandalf rune, because this is what he puts on Dumbledore's door, that means you automatically succeed. However, if you get this, it means the Eye of Sauron, which means you automatically fail. So this supersedes anything else that you roll, okay? If you roll that. But otherwise, add up your numbers and tell me what you have, okay? What's your
25 with a 6.
Okay, so put a check mark. You succeeded at that.
13.
Okay. Almost, but not quite. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes.
So add 5 die plus this one side?
Yes.
Okay, how about if I go to you next? For you have yours?
That's 22. With a 6.
Okay,
22. Yeah.
okay, great. All right, so you succeed as well.
And mine is 18 with a 6.
Okay, all right. You're still getting used to adjusting to being underground. You really, as a wanderer, prefer to be above ground, so this is a little bit out of your comfort zone. But you're a brave and bold person, and so you're not feeling any of those areas. But
that would give you points to improve.
you're feeling a little sleepy underground.
So,
So the rest of you, though, you recall from stories and just knowledge that may have come across to you from some maybe wandering trader, that this seems to be the shape of a nautilus. So this kind of ocean creature with a shell, and it's curving inward and inward and inward. And then after spiraling a full 360 degrees, the tunnel, as it comes down, right, so this kind of going like this, spiral down, 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 and then it comes and it straightens out. The 8-foot wide walls smoothly widen into a room 30 foot wide and 10 feet high. The floor is incredibly smooth in this chamber and beautiful, with the mother of pearl appearance of the minerals in the rock, polished to an incredible glistening sheen. It's very reflective. You can check your hair, see how it is.
Make sure the beard is still pretty.
Yeah, that's important. Gotta keep the beard looking good. This floor is more slippery than normal, but unless it's wet, you're probably gonna be okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you the image of this gate, and then you can talk to each other about what you think about this. It looks I'll just show it to you. This is the next gate.
Okay.
This next game.
Very large clamshell.
Maybe
Pearls. I'm detecting a motif here.
Well, and knowledge of the Valar and their individual provenances in
Yes.
the first age, that would still be pretty common knowledge, wouldn't it?
That would be, if you put it all together, this would not require any special kind of insight to be like, wait a minute,
We've
mother of
got
pearl,
Alan,
nautilus, great
Alma.
shell, and so all of you, yes.
Okay.
And so you recognize as well that this is, this gate is in the shape of a large, upright, closed, colorful clamshell. The face of this gate has a tray in the shape of an open clamshell, that's the small white one, with 4 pearls in it of different colors, just as in this picture. And above this tray, look carefully, you will see 3 columns of 4 holes each. So look again and see where those holes are. And the pearls. And the holes are slightly larger than the pearls.
So if you could put the pearls in them.
Exactly. Okay, so let me.
Are the pearls
Yes.
clearly sized to fit each of the holes?
Yes. They seem to be designed for that purpose.
Are the holes all the same size? And are the
They
pearls
are
all
a
the same
uniform
size?
size. Exactly.
Are the pearls the same weight, same density?
So the only way you know that is if you say, okay, can I pick these up and feel them?
Anyone object to me picking up the pearls?
Perhaps we should see if there's anything etched into the gate as well. Last one had something in writing.
I suppose that's true.
Yeah, let's check that out first.
Stop touching it. Thank you, my dear.
Oh, wow. Very good. Okay. All right, so, okay, so actually there's 3 points, my mistake. All right. Okay.
Yeah, John pointed that out. That I'd accidentally put 4, but I fixed it to 3.
Gotcha.
Your protection has expired.
Beware of the weakness.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much. That's wonderful. Okay, so right. So you're looking at the gate more closely. You don't see one at this moment. That doesn't mean there couldn't be one. So are you going to search for it?
Yeah, I think I would like to look a little bit around the edges of the gate and outwards towards the walls.
Okay, roll search.
It's not one of my special skills.
That's a pretty good roll.
That's not bad. 21, no great success.
Yep, that's good enough. As you search carefully, at first you don't see anything that is distinctly obvious. However, what you notice is as you get close to the gate, next to it on the pearl wall, checking around it, your breath actually kind of frosts it for a little bit, the stone, because the stone is cold and your breath is warm. And so the vapor of your breath shows some words, also written in English.
I'm so sorry, Robbie, I don't remember this one's name. What's
Famella?
Famella.
You
So I
can
call
actually,
Famella.
and Poppy is how she's known by her human
Okay.
friends, because that is the literal translation of.
Yes.
So you can call it Poppy.
Poppy, I found something for you to read.
And I presume I can read it.
You can, but you'll have to breathe on it.
Well, and I've also got the torch, so I'm bringing a little bit of warmth that way too.
Except that will dry it out.
Oh, that's fine. I hold the torch away from them.
So I breathe on it and read
Okay.
it section by section.
There you go. Generous in giving when being calm, listening and babbling, burbling and eldritch, providing many a needed balm, deep and long, sonorous and rich, dangerous and dissonant when full of wrath, pass only through with sacred breath, when inspired muse opens the path.
Something about a river.
Water, yeah. Something water's name.
Oh, yes.
The ocean, presumably, not necessarily so literal as that.
And there's no kind of change to the environment when you're doing these guesses.
Okay.
So there's no danger there. You could freely speculate.
We can freely speculate, but I bet we can't freely play with the pearls. So.
Probably
Can you read it again? I'm sorry. Can you read it again?
Sure. Generous in giving when being calm, listening and babbling, burbling and eldritch, providing many a needed balm, deep and long, sonorous and rich, dangerous and dissonant when full of wrath, pass only through with sacred breath when inspired muse opens the path.
Be like tides or something. Passing under
I'm having trouble with the breath part.
a sacred breath. Mist, maybe. Like sea mist.
I was thinking music, but
I don't know how much my character actually knows of the ocean.
Your character feels that this might be on the right track. Your insight.
music.
Yeah. What water can produce.
Sort of situation.
Now let me read it again with that in mind. Generous in giving when being calm, listening and babbling, burbling and eldritch, providing many a needed balm, deep and long, sonorous and rich, dangerous and dissonant when full of wrath, pass only through with sacred breath when inspired muse opens the path. You wanted
so
to
that
feel up
makes
this
me
feel of pearls
want
now?
to blow on it like a flute.
Yeah.
The
I'm
holes are
wary of blowing on it like a flute.
the holes are up kind of. So if you're standing here, let's see. The dwarf your head would be about here.
I can't agree.
You can hold on to these, yeah. And the size is not really a concern here as far as proportion. But you're about this tall. It's going to be hard for you to reach some of these.
Yeah.
You can reach maybe the bottom ones. And then both of you would be kind of in here. You could reach all of them. And then for you, it's a biggie. All of the wood trotters.
Yeah.
If you put some of the pearls in and then glue on it, that'll probably change the pitches you make.
Almost certainly, yeah.
Also, it doesn't show it on the drawing here, but there's actually a hole behind here. You want to investigate it?
Sure.
Yeah.
It seems to curve up.
Oh, I see.
So that's how you can make one.
Should we? Yes.
I was thinking like a horn.
Yeah.
Okay, like a horn. Okay. So we just need to know where to put which pearl.
Looking at them, can I tell how they made of different materials?
They seem to be shaped by different sorts of natural processes. So they are just 3 different colors of pearls.
Okay, but they're all
Especially selected for this, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like gold and silver.
No. They're not very heavy, but so let's just say that you kind of check them out.
I checked them, make sure.
Yeah, nothing happens. No
I
large
like
ball
three-card
starts rolling
monty.
down at you.
Yeah, good.
That's why I didn't want to touch pearls.
Yes, so they don't not super heavy, but they will probably, if you put them in the holes, will probably gravity will work.
Oh.
Okay. Presumably you need the right note.
Or combination of those. Just
Oh,
check.
no.
So it was like dissonant and wrapped,
So this is not super key to actually making it work. It's just more getting you to the music piece.
Oh.
Generous and
Okay.
giving them being calm,
Okay.
calm. It's just
So-
describing music. Music with water.
I presume, as we have discussed, that we need to do something with the pearls. However, my first instinct is to see what happens if we don't use the pearls.
And just blow it
And
into.
just blow into it.
Okay.
So I will lean over and do that with everyone's concurrence.
Okay. All right. So you go over there and you lean and you blow into one of the holes.
Yeah, I blow into the bottom.
Oh, the bottom one. Okay.
Yeah.
You blow into it. Okay. Nothing seems to happen. And then you hear from somewhere behind you, in the back of the chamber, there is there's the sound of the door closing. Boom. Some kind of hidden gate that slides across. And a previously unnoticed
Balrog.
Guys, I've been here the whole time. I don't want to interrupt you.
I'm the opponent.
No, actually, there's like an opening in the back wall, and water starts pouring out of it.
Of course it does.
Yes.
Okay, quickly now. All right.
So the good news is you're in a larger chamber, but it's coming up really fast. It starts to kind of spread across on the floor, and the water starts to come up to the bottoms of your feet.
Uh-oh.
PG. Okay.
So
It's making the floor incredibly slippery, by the way.
for these holes, if
Yes.
we,
I see
like,
where
are there
we're
like
going now.
floors to each hole, or is it you put a pearl in one and go all the way down?
Well, if you put your finger in it, it seems like it just keeps going.
Oh, so I guess we could try to put in like some pearls in it and see what happens if we blow it.
If we put the pearls into the wrong holes, can we get them back out again, or are they stuck forever?
Insight. It's a good question.
I would expect them to roll down to the base.
Okay. 15 with a 6.
Okay. You think so?
Okay.
If only you had somebody among you who, like, had a trait that involved like, smooth craft or something. Yeah.
That would be neat.
Friend,
Can I
can you
improve
look
my
at this a little closer?
Smithcraft trait and look a little closer at
Why, yes, you
That's
can.
good enough success to mark.
Yes, from the way this is made, even though obviously they're quite an amazing smith, okay?
Yeah.
You know, even if he wasn't before.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're like, okay, I can tell how this is built.
Yeah.
And so you're like, yes, guys, look, this is designed definitely to put the pearls in and to try repeated times.
Okay.
And you're noticing that the water is now up to above your ankles.
Let's try a few times. Time's not on our side.
The water is making a nice music as it splashes
It
around.
splashes around,
Yes.
We could try like
Go for it.
all 3 pearls each in like the
Okay.
holes next to it.
All right.
One
Everyone's
in
okay
each.
with that?
Is that
Yeah.
what you're thinking?
Yeah. Like the blue and that one and the gold and black.
Okay. All right. So
Try it.
you're gonna try. So why don't you? So anybody who wants to would be rolling search to try to find the right combination.
Okay.
We'll roll searching.
All right. Go for it.
I've got many ranks in search.
Okay. Well, let's do it one at a time, and then go ahead.
This was my roll. That's a 1, a 2, a 1, a 6, a 2, and a 5.
Not good enough.
No, not
And
quite.
so you put the pearls in. It goes blink, 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 and they all roll out.
Okay.
And nothing seems to have changed. The water's still coming in.
Mm.
Get your bathing suit on.
Yeah.
12, 13, 18, 20.
Okay. What was your total?
My total was 11, 12, 17.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's enough. Okay, so, okay, you put the pearls in. It might help that you have a little adrenaline running through your body right
Yes.
now. And the water's up to like your knees now, okay? At least for you guys. For me, it's higher than me.
Not the beard.
Don't dip your beard. Don't dip your beard in the water, Father.
Wrap it around like a scarf.
Yeah, there you go. Strangely warm. You hear this bloop, 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 and immediately after having done this, it clicks, but it will not open until you sing those notes. And you have to roll for song now.
Ooh, I've got that one. I've got that one.
All right. By the way, remember when you successfully rolled.
Did I successfully do that?
You did.
Well,
No, not this one.
not this one.
Just
There was the other one.
the invoking a tree. Also, is your point. Yes.
Remind me what the underlined.
Underlined means that you can, if you
Oh,
add,
hope
at a
point.
hope point, you get to use the higher number above that,
Right.
right? The
Okay. The body or.
yeah, it's a little circle. The bigger number.
21 with a 6.
Okay, and you put a check mark to show that you succeeded in that earlier roll, right?
I didn't get a 6. I just got 20.
No, when you got 20 though.
Okay.
You don't have to get a 6 to get the little check mark on the
Oh, okay.
side. That's just to show that you succeeded.
Okay.
If you succeeded, you got a check mark. Okay, and you had a what?
21 with a 6.
Yeah, okay, great. So you're able to sing these notes, and when this happens, then you feel like something seems to be working. You're singing, the sound starts to grow larger, like it's no longer your voice, it's like echoing and reverberating. Reverberating. And it enhances and actually makes the notes much sweeter. Now it's sounding beautiful, but the gate's still not opening yet. You sense maybe you should join her? You don't have to roll song for this.
Cool.
I start singing.
Okay, you all kind of join in? Alright, so as you do this, it becomes a hauntingly beautiful chorus. You've never sounded this good. It's a taste of Ulmo's portion of the Song of Arda, with sounds of the crashing of the waves upon the sea, the babbling of brooks, the burbling of streams, and the sound of rain upon the lake, and the susurrus of a small waterfall. As you are all singing together, the water begins to subside. It stops pouring in, and through hidden drains, it slowly goes down, and then the tray on the gate starts to close. And then the front of the gate opens from the top.
Wow.
Yeah. And it comes down like the shell resembles, so to the other side of the shell is lowering into the other tunnel, like this.
Okay.
All right. Would you like to pass through the clamshell gate?
I would like.
Yes, please.
All right. When the last of you, that would be Poppy, is at least 10 feet north of the gate, then the gate will silently and slowly close.
My friends, I don't like being far underground.
And the elven
this is
lanterns.
It's like a holiday.
All
Very
right.
glad you lead us, friend. Very glad.
You were in a room of darker stone this time. Very different feel.
Obsidian?
Not quite, but approaching that darkness. Yes, something similar. Perhaps it upon closer inspection might be maybe a dark marble.
Okay. Some things with my cousin are making me a dwarf. Geologist. Some are making me a dwarf.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
There's no fancy kind of approach to the gate this time. You're just in a very dark room.
Water.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, shall we just quick? Are you gonna take off?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Luke, so much for stopping by. Yes, please go ahead.
It is super cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Let's play with this next
Does it give you a little bit of a taste? You kind of see what it's like.
Oh, definitely.
Except for the battle, we haven't had any fighting yet. But
Right, yeah. There's the adventuring.
Our group tends to like not do as many battles.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And so there's journey and there's combat and then there's encounters with people. Those are kind of three different parts of it. Thank you for coming.
Gotcha. Yeah. Thank you very much.
It was really good to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just take a very short break and then
Where
we'll come
that?
back. We're
Still in Olmos?
No, we're in
Just
the
past
gate.
all.
Okay. So,
You want me to move it on?
well, you're welcome to. It's not everything's clear, so.
Oh, okay. It's down there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm, being your assistant
Oh,
to each of you.
yeah.
Okay, so the next one's Varda.
Yep.
Okay, that one I don't have a separate image for. It's just the portion of the map. Oh, no, never mind. You're right. You're right. Forgot my own one.
No, it's fine because I was thinking dark too. I was thinking dark room.
Anthony, would you hand me that orange juice bottle on the floor?
Oh, sure.
You guys are doing a great job. Great job, Anthony. Do you have any questions for me right now about like how your sheet works? Because this is your first time with this, is it?
Oh yeah, this is my first time playing
Yeah.
the one ring
I'd be
system.
happy to, so the rolling piece, are you starting to understand kind of how that works?
Kinda, yeah. So
Maybe the skills you might have questions about, like, well, what does this do? I can answer that for you.
yeah, sure. What is? Yeah, I'll go with some.
Okay, that's fine. Sure.
Figure out where would I look for Dauntless Guardians?
Okay,
For
that would be, yes.
For that
And
skill, because I've never used that.
could you look in the Adventurer's Companion and look up in the index, look up in the index for, it will be, it'll be in the Ranger section. But Yogi, a Ranger.
I really lost my correct
Anybody have an allergy to nuts in here? Tree nuts? Tree nuts? It is. It is all up for grabs, Anthony. Whatever looks good. Well, I'm not going to stand in the way of labor. I like that name. I'm going to use that now. Yeah. Dr. Howard just got this here.
fresh hand towel here on the washing machine.
I'm glad I got to keep my rumor of the ears skill. I love that one so much.
For sure, pretty cool.
I use that one a lot.
No, I like a lot of the virtues. They're super flavorful.
I do. I love it so much.
It's my great hawk.
Got a description. There are more doors, like the game of the mountain.
Oh, one tidbit. I don't know.
It's so funny. So the group that I play with, based out of Tri-Cities, we've got somebody who's playing an airborne dwarf. So we've got a Merkwood elf, but when she was choosing her age, she had no idea how elves work.
Yeah.
And so she told us her age, and we're like, "Are you sure?" And she's like, "Yeah." So she's the teenager and keeps sneaking out of the house. And like for the first year of gameplay, our characters didn't know. And her dad's like some sort of a dignitary from Merkwood.
Yeah. Okay.
He's the
Yeah.
thing. So we keep having to dodge delegations from Merkwood.
Nice. That's great. Is that set in like the base? Like,
That's based yeah, so that's 5 years.
Yeah.
I think we started with the default thing, and then but it's funny because she keeps giving us like either or options, and we keep taking option 3. Like, and it's driving her bananas. So like the first time we were supposed to choose between finding lost dwarves and paradise or taking an invitation for an anniversary party to the Eagles. And instead we talked to the hobbits and their associated rangers into doing this. And also set up some sort of a trade line for Toby Weed over in the Erebor area because the dwarf is a merchant. And I'm a ranger who's wandered east to explore ruins and things. I'm a scholar in that one. And it was our first time that any of the group had played tour except for me, and the DM had never ever even played it so much as right. So I came home from one of these and was like, "You guys!" And so that's how that started. And then so
yes, exactly. Excuse me, sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Did you notice the clamshell on the toilet seat? I'm like, Ulmo, it's everywhere! It's everywhere! Yeah. All right, we're about ready to resume here, Anthony. Okay. I love almonds. Me too. Okay. You guys are doing a great job, by the way. Yeah.
Almonds? Where can we get those?
On the table in a little plastic bag.
So the snapping nuts, look underneath the peanuts and you'll find them. Are you okay with being able to picture some of this? I can
yeah.
Try to draw that. You know.
I can do it. All
right.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Did you write this adventure yourself, or did?
It was a real collaboration with Mark. So it started with the players last year, right? Saying, well, we said, well, hey, there's a new publishing of by Christopher Tolkien of his father's, you know, all the different versions of the Fall of Gondolin. So that came out last year, and so that was one interesting theme. Like, hey, we haven't really dug into the first stage before. What about role playing that? You know, why not?
Yeah.
And then so that's what people decided on doing. And then the idea of swords of work, you know, or at least a sword of work, you know, being somehow involved in a quest. You know, so you combine them both together because those were the two highest requests. And then Hawk and I just brainstormed and looked at the original. You know, you start with the original research and then you go from there to what secondary sources kind of say. And yeah, then you try to build it around that very believable world. You know, Middle Earth is one of the most kind of fleshed out, detailed worlds.
So much world building is great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Mordor one, you guys found an entrance into Mordor based on the map of Mordor and where a stream cut through, and conceivably this could be a path.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's fun. So we're working with what could be and staying consistent with what we know is true in the canon. Mm-hmm. And that just lends this kind of depth that we don't have to create because it's already created. Yeah. Yeah. But there's a lot of room for, you know, possibilities in that. And so you never, certain things in this story you won't be able to alter. That's true in real life too.
I hate
There's
that
a lot.
I hate that part about real life.
Yeah.
Don't we all?
But there's a lot of agency and freedom as well in what happens and how things are used. So although it's kind of like, okay, for a convention setting, we have to kind of railroad this a little bit, really trying to give you as much of that creativity, especially once we get towards, kind of as your mission becomes clear. All right, let's move on. We have times are burning here. It's 10 o'clock. All right, so third gate. So as you come into this, again, this dark chamber it's lit with these little, kind of elven lamps glowing in the corner, you see in front this walkway with these holes in the stone below. They're not large enough to trip you, but they're about as large as, say, a goblet, would be. And they're about this deep. And there are 7 of them. And then in front you see a gate with 2 large bowls in front of the gate. You recognize this as the doors of Durin. This is kind of a motif in the dwarvish stories. Yes, yeah. You also notice that there's inlaid silver on the door. I'm just going to go through this quickly instead of asking. So the doors, the pillars with the arch is a dwarvish kind of symbol, and it's associated with the father of the door was Durin. He's kind of one of the first and oldest dwarves. You notice that there's inlaid silver on the door with these 2 trees wrapping around the pillars. On the right side of the door, it's a golden tree. And you know that this, you think because of Celebrimbor, it must be the 2 trees. And you have a gold and a silver tree, so this would be representing the 2 trees that once flourished in Valinor before they were poisoned by Ungoliant, the giant spider, and Maya, like a spirit, who, and then Morgoth, of course, was involved in all that, trying to.
Given my elven lore, do I have any special insights?
You do. In fact, of everyone here, you will know the most about this, because of the fact that you see on the right side the golden tree and the gold basin, and in this gold basin there's a gold-looking liquid in it, and so all of you kind of see this too. And there's a dipper actually next to this gold basin. And the basin is actually shaped so as to look like the dew from the tree is falling naturally into the basin. From the carving, again, you can see up close some looks like carved like drops, as if they were in the process of frozen in time, dripping into this basin. And the same is true on the left side, representing the tree Telperion. So that's the silver tree. On the floor is a silver basin with a silver-looking liquid, and a dipper next to it. And the basin is shaped so as to look like the dew from the trees falling naturally into the basin. Your elvish knowledge tells you, although the others don't necessarily pick this up, that although the trees were created by the Valag Yavanna, because she's the one that is most associated with living things, the light that dripped from the trees down into these big vats, that was stored there by Varda, who is also called Elbereth in Sindarin. And that's what, of course, both of the humans here, you tend to use the Sindarin Elvish language. You've learned to speak with elves. A lot of the riddles and such in here is Quenya. This is High Elvish.
Was it
You're not familiar with that.
created, frozen, what did they do?
So from your memory of the stories you've been told, Varda would collect the light when the trees were still alive. She would collect the light from Telperion on the left and Lorelin on the right, of course in Valinor. And she would collect them in these vats underneath, and then from these vats of living light, okay, silver and gold, she shaped the stars.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And what else can I tell you?
Is Pluto a planet?
Yes, it is.
Dwarf planet. Dwarf planet.
Nice.
It's a dwarf.
That makes that better. I love this.
It took me a sec, but
Yeah. Wow.
That was very
You
clever.
guys are amazing. Okay, I'm gonna have a fun day. Okay, so you all see that there's these trees, 2 trees, and you notice that the silver substance is quicksilver.
Okay.
So, kind of hard to play with.
Mm.
And the ladle is definitely very helpful.
Yeah.
And you know that you don't touch it or drink it.
No, that's a bad idea.
That's bad idea. Quicksilver is deadly and toxic.
No, why not? Yes.
Okay, okay. I'm with
Yeah. We gotta go crazy.
You don't know what the golden substance is. You've never seen this before.
It's pretty cool though. It's liquid gold. Like, if the
I
dwarves
was
had
afraid
this
it was a
stuff.
noxious golden substance.
I mean, it still might be.
It's just
not
not
that I'm aware of.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you share this
What else do you
with
want
party
to ask?
members?
I tell you guys that that's quicksilver and don't drink it or touch it, but I don't know what the cool stuff is. This is new to me.
Does anybody know what the gold stuff is?
Maybe our scholar would know. Does the scholar
Maybe.
know what the cool stuff is?
You could roll lore if you want to.
Well, Laura?
You could.
Go for it.
Let's see. Well,
Yeah, great success.
So what's your total, Anthony?
I'm still trying to figure that out. Uh, 19 with a 2.
21? And how many sixes do you have?
Yeah. You have a 6 there. Every 6 means that it's a higher level success. So yes, absolutely, you succeed. Okay.
Okay.
So here's what you know from your studies. You have no idea what this golden substance is. However, as you study that, your gaze flickers back to the holes in the floor, and you suddenly realize it's the sickle of the Valar. It's one of the constellations in the floor.
Oh.
So do you share this information with the others?
Yeah.
What do you say to
Put
them?
an extra dot.
Oh, one extra dot?
No, on this call. Oh, very first right.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, for the successful roll on the very bottom. For the lower roll. Successfully did a lower roll, so you get the
So in
points
the chat
in
room was saying,
the vocation.
I think that Horn is out and across the river. The village said bugger off. I wonder if that person's a bot. That seems a strange message.
Very strange. Or they could be watching 2 things at the same time.
Email or
Presumably we
everything else.
dribble the light
It's
in
always
this
been odd.
the
I've
floor.
always wondered if it's
Yes.
Goblet-shaped little holes.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm not sure.
But they're loyal
Do
to
you
us.
combine?
The stars are more silvery than gold.
They are, but like, do any of you know or your characters know like the legend is like, did she combine both lights? Did she use some lights for some stars and other lights for other stars?
Would I know that, Brian? Give us my lore.
Why don't you try your lore? I mean, you have elven lore, don't you?
Yeah.
Were you an elf that went and saw the trees?
Yes.
She did.
That's impressive.
Wow.
Okay. You were young at the time, but
Only like
you don't need to roll lore.
Okay.
You're like, I've seen the real trees. Okay. So your character, although you're very comfortable underground, by the way, I just remembered now. I remember.
Yes.
You have at times, been underground. So today, just you're a little tired, but you're waking up. You're feeling better.
I'm accustomed to sneaking.
Exactly. Well, small burrow or small cave is
Yeah.
kind of your last name there. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I digress.
You sense that Varda used the light of Telperion, the silver tree, to kindle stars.
Okay. Then I will carefully use the dipper to fill the holes with the quicksilver.
Okay. Let's see what happens. All right. So you begin with its dipper to fill each of these holes in the floor with the silver liquid, quicksilver.
What is the big dipper, isn't it?
And the sickle of the Valar, yes. And when the
We're
last...
trying to figure out which constellation.
Yes, you got to turn on your side there.
Oh, I see.
When the last star in the floor is filled with enough weight from the quicksilver, it completes the circuit and it opens the gates. The basins will slowly move outward with the doors. Cool. And the way is open.
Sweet.
Well done.
Walk in.
Yes. You chose wisely.
Swell.
I sauntered through the gate.
Yes.
There we go.
With swagger.
I jaunt.
Nice. Okay. Very good. All right. So now, this is a very different room. So as you walk in, let me just find this room for you.
So we've done Ale, Olmo, and Yavanna, and or Varda.
Varda more, because although
more
Yavanna fashioned the trees, this
The
is a dark
stars.
chamber. It's all about the stars.
Okay. So we'll take Yavanna out of there. She might have a
Dancing
Yavanna.
with the stars.
Is it a Holocaust gate?
Just star-shaped.
Okay.
Okay. But if you have a Holocaust cloak, that might come in.
Why didn't you list them on our assets in the first place?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So as memory serves you, you entered through the front entrance, right, through the tunnel, and came up to. Yep. Ooh, very good. Astute. And came through that first gate, Olmo's gate, the forger. Sorry, Aule's gate, the forger. A good kind of forging, not bad kind of forging.
Always.
I wonder if he always forges his signature.
Ouch.
Oh. So, darn, I gotta do it again. I hate when I write in stone. So then you came into the chamber Nautilus, and down through the center of that into the lower tunnel, which took you to gate. So that was Olmo's gate, and then the little water experience, and then you came into the third gate, the star-shaped room, all dark marble, and the lights of the trees. Sorry, not the trees. The star constellation. And then, as you move along this curving tunnel, it opens up into a very large chamber, and you're feeling somewhat tired, actually. One thing that I neglected to mention before is that to get to this point, you've been looking through the mountains for several days. So you were about 10% kind of, you're down a little bit in terms of your endurance. So I should have you, and don't like erase the top number, but in the middle, take off 3 endurance points. To represent basically the session 0 that would have had to basically take you to this point in all your traveling and where you are and all that. So you're glad you're inside and it's a little bit easier now. You're certainly not in bad shape, but you're a little tired from all these travelings you've done. So as you come into this larger room, you notice the ceiling is fairly high, or higher anyway. It's about 20 feet high. And it's very strange. There seems to be
You're kind of walking along somewhat rough-looking rock, like not quite so polished, as if you were on maybe the shore of a lake, but the lake is not water; it's smooth, polished rock, some kind of bluish rock. Yes, it's beautiful. Yes, and so it's kind of like looking like a little bit of a lake or pond, and in the center is an island. It's kind of again it's all rock, but this rocky outcrop comes up out of the blue stone, and it's large enough for in the center you immediately see this pillar, which as you get closer, on the shore, you haven't stepped on the smooth part yet, but you notice that this tree, or this pillar, is an ornately carved tree of stone, which resembles willows and has actually metal leaves drooping down as a weeping willow, with kind of copper and other sorts of. It's kind of the fall look to it, yellow and bronze, and this
polycolored tree.
Very colorful, on the leaves anyway. And so underneath this giant weeping willow kind of image, there are 7 beds. They're a little spartan, okay? They're platforms, but they definitely resemble beds. They're not real pillows. From the distance, you can't quite tell, but they are definitely meant to resemble.
Don't succumb.
Some kind of bed.
Right.
Okay, so
Succumb to
what? What would you like to know? Anything else?
I would like to know if I have a feeling of foreboding.
Do you have that skill automatically?
I have foresighted. That would be a feeling of foreboding.
Yeah, yours is once per session.
Once per session, okay.
So if you want to use that this session, you could. For you, I think, so Poppy, you could roll awareness to see if that would be kind of probably where you would go with foreboding, and then if you fail, you might ask your ranger friend to help. Because now your people live in the forest of Bethel, right?
Yes. For trees, I know.
Trees, you know.
19.
Okay, that's good enough. For you to know that you don't sense any feeling of foreboding. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there, if we walked around the edge of the room, is there, any gates or anything in the room?
That's a great question. Why don't you try
I'll walk along the walls.
Okay, so you walk along the walls,
Yeah.
kind of looking
for a door or something.
Okay, so are you searching?
Or
exploring? Explore is kind of like macro, search is micro, right? So explore is just like where would be a likely place for a door. Micro or search would be like, okay, I am going over this.
I guess we'll start with the broader scale. We'll start with the next one.
Okay, so roll explore, and you're all welcome to try this if you want to, unless you want to stop and just watch and not move.
Ooh, that's a Gandalf.
Okay, so here's what you automatically succeed at. You come back and are able to tell that there is no, you know there must be a door here somewhere, but it's impossible to detect.
Oh, wow.
And you're like quite amazed because you're like, I know my stuff.
Yeah.
And I've made some of my own kind of hidden
This is
doors.
impressive.
Dwarves do hidden doors, right?
Yeah.
This guy must have done some work with dwarves in the past, perhaps, you think? Because
Only way he could
you don't know
have
how
been
an
so
elf
good.
could have done.
No, the only way he could be so good.
Well, an ancient dwarven secret.
You underestimate the Noldor, though.
I would like to search.
Okay.
10, 15, 27.
Wow. Well, again, you search meticulously throughout the wall, but still cannot find a gate. However, in your searching, and you keep looking back, you do notice that on the far side, which you couldn't see when you came in, but on the far side of this chamber, on the other side of the room, you will see a figure of stone, clad all in gray, as the stone, a statue of a female, resting against the tree behind.
And what you notice is that, and this is partly your knowledge as well. Both of you basically are you've got this. Yep. Your knowledge together. You sense that this is a mournful yet kind figure. That's what you're taking away from this, unless you ask me more.
Yeah.
So mournful yet kind.
Okay.
Not there. You don't get any sense of Doctor Who. Don't blink.
Don't blink. Wrong statues.
No, you're not getting that vibe. Okay. Whatever that is.
My friends, each of these gates seems to represent a particular Valar. Perhaps this is, I believe her name is Nienna, the Lady of Grief. It's really shivery.
No, but I mean that serves you well.
Does my elven lore confirm her speculation?
Yeah, it does. It does. It kind of focuses it a little bit, but we're on the right track. So what you sense is that this as you look around the room and you take in all of the signs there, the willow, the lake, and the statue, it's probably Este, who is the Valier, who is associated with rest and peace, and Nienna is also associated with that as well. And so in Valinor, there's actually a place called the Gardens of Lorien. Okay, and in this garden there is a lake. Now that you think of it, and your scholarly knowledge helps you as well. That Este, there's a willow on this island, and this is a place where she always rests and sleeps during the day. She sleeps during the day and is awake at night.
Oh, interesting.
That's where you're getting from your lore.
And the graveyard shift there.
Yeah, that's the
I wonder if
that's
she's
ominous.
mounted shifts.
I walk towards the tree.
Okay, so you are going to stride onto the smooth rock. Okay.
Yes.
You walk.
It's rock with doors there.
Ah! Okay. So it's smooth, a little slippery, but you plant your feet, as the boat does.
Obviously.
Yeah, good center of gravity.
Yeah.
So you move across, and so you make it over to this circular island and step up onto its shore.
Yeah.
Nothing has happened to you. You see close up these platforms, stone platforms. There are actually 7 of them.
Okay.
The dwarf has not died. I will follow him.
All right. 7 bits. So the elf crosses lightly across the stone floor and joins him on this island platform.
I also make my way across.
All right.
Make my way across.
Okay. All right. All right. So all of you now are on this artificial island. What do you do?
So it's just the tree and the beds?
There's the tree. There's the statue. There's
There's
beds.
the statue of the woman there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. There's roots of the tree that kind of grow. You can see the roots kind of coming out in between the beds. These stone roots.
Can I do like a search roll to look for anything that could be like hinges or like a mechanism for where a door could be? Or would my tunneling help with that? Or not so much?
Well, I mean, really a combination of your tunneling and your smithcraft, you're able, it doesn't solve all searches, but it depends on what you're looking for, right?
Like, is there a door, or like would the tree kind of like turn or break apart so there'd be a way to go down or something?
All you can get from that is, and probably even it's not going to be worth searching more based on everything else, but what you can tell is
there might be a gate inside this tree, but if so, it would be very cleverly sealed. And you sense that there's magic here.
Okay.
There's also magic at work, which would keep something hidden until something happens.
Okay.
Based on the previous gates you've come through,
Yeah.
that would be a logical conclusion.
I tell everyone.
Okay, so you tell everybody that, and
I would investigate the statue of Este, see if she's holding anything that might contain writing, see if there's anything written on the trunk of the tree or around where she sits.
okay. All right, so you look around and check statue. Her hands are open wide like this. They're empty. They're down. She's looking down. She's mournfully looking down, and yet at the same time, you begin to feel a strong sense of safety, calm, and peace, and all of you start to just feel this kind of. It's not like an urge, like you're being forced to. Not that strong. But there's a very, now that you've been here for a few minutes, there is a definite, strong desire to lay down and sleep on these beds. Now that you're on the island, you feel it more strongly near the statue than you would have
Have
seen.
you gotten any sleep since we started, or?
It's been a while. This is so, when you entered, the sun was beginning to set. Of course, you're in the mountains, right?
Yeah.
It was still daytime, but it was kind of late in the day. Yeah, late afternoon, early night before sunset. So by now, the sun's gone down. Sun's going down. Little hope.
Perhaps we should take a nap. However, I'm concerned. Two things. I would like to sleep in shifts, but I am afraid that if we sleep in shifts, but I think that perhaps if we sleep for chance to dream, we can dream our way through.
I mean, what's gonna really attack us in here? We're closed off inside and there's no like.
What magic is at work? He says when we'll wake up.
Your elder lore, as you think about this and talk about the dreaming, you remember that Este's husband is Lorien. He is the Valar of Dreams. That's interesting.
Okay. So perhaps our dreaming is the best option forward. I will take a nap.
You're like, stone dead. What's different?
Yeah. What's new?
I'll sit on the bed because
Okay.
I'm concerned it might be a weight-bearing mechanism that might
You're
trigger
going to be
something.
cautious.
But I'm also concerned about whether or not the magic will allow us to reawaken. So I'll take first watch.
Okay. All right. So the rest of you are going to lie down, and she's going to sit on. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The rest of you give in to this desire to lie down and sleep, and so even though it's not the most comfortable of beds, you strangely find it very easy to start to drift. But before you sleep, you're lying down. You're lying down peacefully. Are you letting yourselves breathe slowly? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not fighting that.
I attach my CPAP machine so that I get to
Okay.
the dream state.
All right. You are feeling much more at peace now, and not like a drug, but more like as if all the weariness and aches are starting to leave your body, and yet something it's kind of paused. Something's not. But you are definitely feeling like some of that travel weariness and all that is starting to kind of roll away, although you don't feel that at all.
Okay.
But they're feeling that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much all. Nothing else has happened yet.
So this feeling of peace with things paused, does it feel like an enchanted sleep?
No, that's a great question. Not in the way we would usually think of enchanted sleep, as this kind of thing that happens to you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more like you are being reminded, or this place is crafted in such a way as to
almost spiritually transport you to the place that this signifies.
Okay.
And some echo, much like Omo's musical water, this echo or tribute, if you will, to, or memorial, to the Garden of Lorien, it has an effect from within.
Okay.
So
it's not sleeping beauty.
Right, exactly. And that's what you're sensing here. And the pause is more like you're at peace, but it's a negative peace, not a positive peace.
Okay.
It's like nothing wrong is happening, and I feel relaxed, but it's not like, you know, you're not quite at a slumber state yet.
Okay.
Something's missing.
Ferrith. We're safe enough.
Alright.
We're safe enough.
I trust my party members, and I trust our elven experts, so I lay down down.
Okay, and you have not seen anything changing around you,
Okay.
the door behind you, and so forth. So it does seem that this is one of those places where there seems to be no peril associated with this particular test. The other ones, no guarantees. All right. Okay. So when Ferrith lies down, and you are allowing yourselves to breathe slowly and calmly, you begin to rest deeper. The next thing you notice, you all simultaneously wake up. You don't think that you've been asleep for long. And of course that would probably go back to your inside body clock or whatever. But when you wake up, your hurts and weariness are completely cured. So go ahead and restore your endurance points to full. Secondly, after you all wake up and kind of start to rise and look around you, when you all start to rise, as the last person sits up, the hidden door in the tree will slide open, and you behold, and I should have told you how big this tree is.
Doing the mid-session break.
This tree is like probably as large as that kitchen room there. It's a fairly massive willow. It's a big tree.
Let's see if I left my
Willow.
phone in the other room, or I left it in my car.
I should have told you that before. So this opens up, and you dimly see inside a spiral staircase going down. Congratulations. You have now completed the 4th gate and challenge.
Sweet.
Well, how about yourself?
So, what is your desire? You're feeling pretty good right now.
We are feeling good.
Let's go downstairs.
Okay.
Relight my torch.
All right.
So I put it out for
You go all this whole time. You've been going deeper and deeper down. But you're in the mountains, so that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go back up. It depends on where you come up. If you come up. Okay.
Conceivably, we could have avoided up downstairs, which is always to be good.
Okay. All right. So you have moved down through this spiral staircase. I'll come back to this in a moment. I don't want to spoil. I want to kind of give you a word painting, and then we're going to look at the picture. Okay? All right. After you come down the spiral staircase, the tree gate closes behind you, so there's no apparent retreat.
There's names at the end of this because they don't want us to retrace our steps.
That'd be a bummer, wouldn't it? Yes, indeed. Okay. All right. So let me just pull up. Right. Here we are. Yes, indeed.
There's also a sandwich.
The Valaquenta says about Estee, great is her raiment and best is her gift. So you feel recharged and fully healed. Okay, you're in a larger room, and as you come in, you start to realize how Anthony, you got this?
you come into this room that gets larger and larger and larger and larger. It starts out as 10 feet tall, and it expands higher and higher till it's 100 feet tall. Okay, at the front of this, and this is the largest gate of all. I mean, this is 100 feet tall and 100 feet wide.
Okay.
And as you get closer, walking an echo. I mean, you can really hear the echoes now in your steps. It's all flat. The floor is all flat. Those special designs on the floor that you can see or on the walls you look around. Just the sheer size. You are in a huge chamber. So
we've been quizzing her weekly.
There is a very large statue that's up against the wall, the gate in front of you, which must be a gate or some kind of massive door. I mean, but you see this incredibly large, when I say statue, it'd be like if you had like half of the statue carved into the gate, right? So it's not a full, you can't see behind it, but it's emerging from the wall, and it's of an elven, a male elf, okay, in full regalia with battle armor. And on the front, you see there are eagle's wings on the chest of this figure. Okay, so on the chest of the figure are eagle's wings.
What eagles carry who where?
And then below, because this is pretty big, okay, I mean it's probably, the statue is maybe 20 feet tall. And then as you get closer, you see that there are metal tubes. There are 5 metal tubes on one side. No, they come out from the wall straight towards you, and they jut out about 6 inches. And the diameter of these holes is about this big. Okay. All right.
I think because we lend wind to eagle's wings, I think we blow in the tubes.
Well, and the eagles are also heavily associated with Manway, whose providence was wind.
Yeah. Almost like
door can't eagles.
Yeah, you guys you're on fire. I mean, not literally, you're doing well. Sorry. No, you're feeling very much like you're following the thought of the designer here.
There are 5 tubes.
5 tubes.
There are 4 of us. We can't do all of them at once. We could try like 4 at once, or just try different. Maybe they each make different sounds.
I think we should examine it. Every single one of these has had something that was a little bit deeper for us to find.
We should take a closer look if you want.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes. That'd probably be more of an explorable film in general rather than whoa.
Right.
And that's
Yeah. If you're looking for something specific at search, if you're trying to just kind of
look for something
look overall and general, it's kind of explore, which is why it's good for scouting. Because like if you're looking for a campsite, explore is what you go with.
Yeah.
And then if you want like to interpret something, then that's what insight or riddle.
okay. Yeah. So I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for something that's different.
Yeah.
And so I am paying close attention, but I'm going to explore a little
Okay.
bit.
All right.
You're doing the
10, 15, 18 with a 6.
Okay. And that was exploring.
Was exploring.
Okay, so there's not a whole lot more that you can figure out, except that the size of the these pipes they do seem to correspond with the size of someone blowing into them, like it might be a trumpet or something like that.
Like a mouthpiece.
Yeah, not widening out,
but
yes, definitely that size, and to be able to comfortably put your lips around. There's also the statue, the wings in the chest seem to be not part of the same carved statue. They seem to be attached somehow, and they're metal, not
Okay,
stone.
so stone in the middle. Armor.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Alright. Alright, I guess we're back to going with your idea.
I think we blow in them.
We blow them.
I guess.
Okay, so each of you blows in a hole?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess so.
Okay, is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay, so each of you blows in a hole, and a deafening noise reverberates through the entire vast cavern. Whoa. And,
Acoustics are fantastic.
oh, it's bad. It echoes. You all have to cover your ears, and you temporarily lose hearing for 1 minute. Wah, wah.
What?
Does the wings do anything?
What did you say?
Ow.
The wings
Perhaps
do
there
anything?
is a pattern.
What?
Perhaps there is a pattern. Perhaps there is a pattern.
Okay, your hearing's starting to come back
Pattern.
now.
Pattern. Okay.
Pattern?
Pattern. Okay.
Wait,
Maybe one at a time.
I suppose.
so try again, except one at a time.
Yeah. We'll do one at a time. Maybe they make different. Are they different?
You look at the statue again, and you're like, you know, it looks like an elf, but I think this represents Monray
Yeah.
somehow. Or the artist rendering Monray.
What was depicted by
Where are
an
you
elf?
We're almost done with the getting to the 50.
It was depicted by an elf, and like we tend to
moving
depict
forward.
deities as humans, and the elves were the firstborn. Why wouldn't they depict
Yeah. No,
deities
makes sense.
as elves?
That
In Middle Earth, that makes more sense than man.
Perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
My personal knowledge is lacking.
Okay.
So, what would my elvish lore tell me about him?
So Monray is the lord of the air, the wind. The eagles are his.
Sort of like the back of the head of the Valar, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Sulimo.
And his
His
wife.
His wife is Varda. Yes, Varda. That's right. Varda is the one he was associated with. So.
Weren't there 2 eagles who carried somebody someplace?
They carried Fingolfin.
Okay, hold on. So yes. So actually, local Gondolin lore, you're on the right track too, but she's onto something.
Mm-hmm.
So local Gondolin lore, many years ago, Hurin and Huor, 2 brothers, were carried as young men by the eagles to save them and bring them into Gondolin, and Turgon welcomed them, and they stayed for a time, and then the eagles brought them back out, but they were sworn to secrecy, and you did meet them, and they were both on their father's side. They were of the folk of Hador, and so were very tall, especially Huor, and on the mother's side they were of the folk of Brethel. So yeah, some connections there. Anyway, yeah, you were absolutely right. There were some eagles that brought them in. They do not intervene in everything, but at critical times when it is the will of Monray. Not always when it's the will of people.
Right.
But in this case, they were rescued for some reason you don't know. And they brought out, and they went back to their people. You know nothing more except that you know that human Tuor that came in and was sent by Ulmo and spoke to Turgon some years ago and married Idril Celebrimbor about 8-9 years ago, married the king's daughter. He, in one time when you were talking with him, he did mention that his father was Huor, who had been here before. But Tuor had been able to kind of find the hidden way, the way of escape, which is like with all the gates coming through. It's like the secret entrance that the folk of Gondolin always use. You know, unless they want to go over the mountains, like, I don't know what foolhardy adventurers would do that.
Does Manway have a theme song?
He does not.
I mean, he probably does. We just don't know.
Okay, so what will you try now? You've actually mentioned it. It's been mentioned as a possibility, but you haven't tried it.
I think we should blow them one at a time.
Yeah. Yeah. Try and find a pattern.
Okay.
That would work.
All right. So who's the first one who's going to try?
I will try.
Okay. So you blow in, and before the next person gets a chance to blow in, wow, wow, oh, the loud sound, it echoes, it deafens, it hurts the ears. Okay. Once again. Wow.
For what? Okay.
Okay, for about a minute. That didn't work. But
must be a way.
There must be.
So what can you do? Talk to each other about the possibilities, because you're not going to be penalized for talking.
Okay. Maybe we should do.
I want to blow under the eagle's wings.
You
That was amazing. Something to do with
about
that thing.
12, 15 feet up.
Oh, okay.
We could
We
like,
stood on his
Stand
shoulders.
below.
you could try like,
Well, I mean, our darling Hador is very tall,
very tall.
and so is presumably our elf, and so if it stood,
It's true.
it'd be
one
like
on
12
top of
feet
the
tall.
other.
That would make you probably high enough to reach the wings.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
want to
so-
try.
We could do that.
Stand on each other's
Investigate a little closer.
shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Are you up for that?
Sure, I'll do it. I'll
Okay.
give it a try.
All right. Both of you have to roll an athletics roll.
Athletics roll.
Yes.
So 3.
Athletics.
We're just over here standing and watching.
I mean, I was short.
We'll be over here as a steadying
That's
presence,
right. That's right. Your
holding the ladder.
spotters.
We're ballast. I'm sure they don't.
Yes. You rely on me, says the dwarf.
Yes. I shall catch her.
22.
Ooh. Wow.
Elves are very nimbly.
Very nimble.
Those are
So you're doing well, clambering onto his shoulders. How's he doing?
15.
15? That's good enough. All right, you manage the little swing, and then, okay, you reach up, you're able to touch the wings. You can tell that they can come out a little bit, but they're kind of locked in position for some reason
Right.
until something happens. But the wings definitely are supposed to move from what you can tell. But there's nothing else, there's no buttons or anything that you can seem to push that would actually help unlock anything.
Okay.
So it seems to be, the tubes are it. That's all you got.
Tubes
Could
are-
I search around the tube
And you jump nimbly.
to see if there's like any inscriptions or anything on the tubes?
Yeah, yeah. You actually you don't have to roll for that. No inscriptions at all.
Nothing. Just tubes.
Just tubes.
The intro gates gave us hints.
You
The
could try
slides have
blowing
them up.
across the tubes, or maybe hit them like
I want to play them like a
A ring
xylophone.
How hard do you play them?
Gently at first.
Okay, you gently. Makes a pleasing sound, but nothing
Okay,
happens.
that. Do they each make a different like note?
Nope,
Like
same
this.
note.
Same note.
They're the same
No,
length.
I could use my sword.
You could try blowing
That's
like
true.
across them, maybe.
Like a flute.
Yeah.
Flute was mentioned.
I don't know if that would change anything, but we could try it.
We could
Try it.
I'll try it. I'll try blowing across them.
Can you blow across it? Nothing happens.
Okay.
Can we try the one we haven't? Well, maybe instead of one at a time, maybe it's
Is
a
it
couple at a
2 at a
time.
time?
We'll probably do that again.
So what are you gonna do with the fifth tube?
I stuff it full with some sort of cloth, like I've got a hat or a scarf or a hood.
Yep,
A
that's
hood. It's
good.
probably a hood.
Or
Yep, you've got a little. You can tuck your
Hood.
cloth in there. Because you're gonna block it.
Yes.
And then what are you
And
gonna
then
do?
we're all gonna go really deaf again, and we should all blow. All
Ready?
four of us.
Take a
Yep.
deep breath.
And
Blow. And as this happens, you
Clever.
suddenly see that the door, it's no longer the deafening noise, thankfully. But you hear this big clicking sound and rumbling. And then the middle piece, and you have to stand back because it's like trembling
I
actually.
snatch my hood.
Yeah. Oh no, my hood! The middle section with the statue, the wings actually come out like this. There should be like this
Okay.
actually. The eagle's wings come out like this. Okay? And the center panel rises up. And the two side panels of this gate, they lift up like wings.
Ooh,
like this.
That's cool.
And as you start to see underneath this, as this all is rising, you see an enormous, dim cavern in front of you. This is clearly what this whole thing is moving towards. And you might want to, look back at your riddle again.
Right, I was just gonna say 6 tests wait for wardens. There are 5 doors bar the way.
Yes.
And each gate gives an answer to the question that is best. The hero must be ready soon to open treasure's chest. By
Which you just
lending
did.
wind to Weagle's wings, and courage is reborn. So take heart, folk of Gondolin, heed the blades that warn.
Okay, so beyond this, now you see this vast cavern. Okay, you feel a gentle wind. So again, kind of the Monway kind of reference there. There's some kind of ventilation through here.
what you see in this, there's one main light, and only one. It's a massive lantern. It's about this far across. It's got multiple panes. It's made of wrought iron, and it's suspended by a gigantic chain up to the ceiling.
Yeah.
It's on the left-hand side. So for this, I think I'm going to sketch this because otherwise, I don't want to show you too much. Come on. Sorry about the delay here.
Here you go.
Okay. Well, okay. This is rough. Okay, rough.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We're not
come in.
necessarily artists here.
Okay, that's not working. Let's try.
Good to know.
Yeah. Note to self. Check the markers first. Okay. All right. So you were in this like massive, big cave here. And it came out wider and wider, 100 feet wide and tall, and then this all comes up, right?
Yeah.
And then as you come here into this natural cave.
So we're finally away from the areas that have all been very scrupulously.
Yes. Yeah. This is not more rough hewn.
Sanded down.
Exactly. And this part though there is one part that is fashioned along this. You see, as it were, a curving kind of rock mural. It's carved. It's a bas relief, so it's all carved out like scenes.
Yeah.
You can't see them super closely right now because in front of these is a chasm.
Yay, chasm.
Yay, chasms are so much fun.
Why is
It's about 20 feet across. Push me. So
No,
you
those
can't.
tosses is more.
You shall not pass.
Okay, so over here there is a this is where like the lantern is kind of resting on a platform here.
Okay.
And it goes up on a chain up here. Right. And then you notice that the chain comes down from the ceiling through like a pulley system, and it's attached over here.
Okay.
So it goes kind of up and then over. So that's what the chain is. And then over here, and this is the only source of light in the room, by the way.
Okay.
My torch.
Except for your torch. That's right. You've got your torches prepared. This over here is it's like a dais.
Yeah.
And on the top of this platform, there is a chair, and in this chair is a statue. A statue of a male figure. I just don't think it's a statue.
So this lantern is attached to a chain by the pulley.
Yes.
I think we're supposed to work the lantern.
Try it.
I mean, could one person do it? How big is this lantern?
It's 2 feet across.
2.5
feet across. It's probably pretty heavy.
I could try a good old athletics check.
How high is it above the ground?
Right now it's sitting on a rock.
Yeah, it's like on a platform. Yeah, I guess if it looks like something I could feasibly lift, I'll try lifting it.
Okay, so as you move forward and you're looking and checking these things out, before you do anything, the massive door comes back down behind you.
Surprising, exactly none of us.
The way is shut.
The way. While he's doing that, I kind of want to wander over towards the statue and make sure it's actually a statue.
Okay. And what are you doing by the lantern?
I'd like to see, like, could I feasibly, like, pull the thing and, like, try and lift it? Yeah,
sure.
I'll do that.
Okay, so that'll be
Athletics.
athletics. Please.
Yes, I have athletics.
This is definitely physically demanding.
Those are some respectable numbers. That's 15, 19, 23.
Not enough. Ooh. You pull, it does not budge. And you're not used to things not budging.
This is
help.
new to me.
Okay, so now both of you are on there?
Yeah. So you guys just trying to straight
We're just
lift
like,
it?
we're pulling on
Over by the
chain.
wall,
Oh, okay.
and there's a pulley system above it, trying to get the lantern to lift off the platform.
Okay.
Meanwhile, time to the ranch. So you look over at the statue.
Everything's been a little bit off from what we were expecting it to be. So I am cautious.
You
when
are
approaching
cautious.
the statue.
There's
I
a
don't-
there's a space in front of the statue. There's nothing like there's this throne, as it were, and there's like like the top, like a landing above above
Mhm.
one of the stairs. So there's just a space there. So I should kind of make that clear.
It's some kind of elvish.
And then it's the figure of some elvish. Well, you're not sure if it's elvish. It maybe it's a Valar. And just sitting there as if in thought or judgment.
But clearly made of stone.
Clearly made of stone. Okay, so now the elf and the dwarf are pulling on.
Before I pull,
Yes.
um,
I know.
No, where? You're fine.
Oh, you're
fine.
you got to the gate.
Okay, I keep reading
We're now to the chamber, but the thing hasn't happened. They're trying to.
No.
They're looking at the lantern.
Okay.
Sarah,
Yes.
what do you see?
Well, it's certainly a statue. I'd appreciate your assistance identifying who this one's supposed to be.
Do I see the thing on the floor?
Yeah. So there's that kind of like a flat space in front of there.
Step back away from the statue for a moment.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you look at it carefully, and you instantly recognize this is Mandos. This is the Valar associated with judgment, with truth, with nope, not death per se. Death is related, but
It's a gatekeeper.
yeah, exactly. So death is involved, but he's also one who has to do with what is right and wrong. So there's that sense of like, justice and death.
And
I want-
doom in the term of fate.
Yes.
That's very
I
important.
want her off of what I am worried is a trapdoor.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I come back to the group. Yeah.
That's the Valar of doom. Okay.
Yes.
But doom in the sense, of destiny.
Yeah.
Right? So it was the doom of Tuor that led him to Gondolin and brought him to your city, and now he's married to the king's daughter, and they have a son, and it seems to be all the design of Ulmo, so it was his doom. So that's the idea.
Okay,
Now,
so like a very old.
My dwarven friend.
Yes. The word doom is probably not as helpful as destiny. So this is the Valar of destiny and of fate.
So
Okay,
now
so now
we
you're
roll.
both.
Do you want me to reroll? Or?
No.
It doesn't
Usually just do it.
I'll need to pull.
No budge.
We could use a little help over here.
I'll come help.
Well, that's humbling yourself. Good job.
I will not admit this again. But
Extra XP.
That's right. Oh yeah, it's coming. All right. So are you going to come help them, or you want to kind of watch them do it?
Sure, yeah.
All right. Okay. So all four of you.
Yeah.
So what do? You go up to the chain.
yeah.
Okay. All of you roll at the same time. Athletics.
There we go.
Figure out how many of these I get. Sorry, 9.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
23, great success.
18.
Okay. Even though not all of you felt like you were contributing or able to pull as hard, mysteriously though, it seems to not matter. It is all of you doing it at once that is able to lift the lantern off the platform higher and higher until you can give more light to the carvings at the back of the cavern.
Okay.
And then you're able to, with the dwarf's help, wrap that chain around and lock it in place. Okay, you lifted the lantern.
Sweet.
Very good. So that's good.
Oh, it even says if freedom of folk rejoined again.
Yeah.
It's almost like we had that to do with it.
Yeah. So you
So
see.
you need to reread this here in a minute.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so now the light's been lifted, and so you feel like you have completed something, but there's still this chasm, and in his hands, the Mandos holds scales.
Okay.
That's an important fact. Stone scales.
What's at the bottom of the cavern? Or the chasm?
You can't see
I
it.
can't see it. So
It's got to be hundreds of feet.
okay.
We kick a pebble, it goes.
Don't hear it.
You elf ears here?
I'm sorry, I was reading the riddle.
You hear very finely after about maybe 30 seconds, you hear some distant little tick. So it's very deep cavern.
We kicked a pebble.
Oh.
It's
What could possibly go wrong?
Very, very deep. I want a ladder.
Just try.
Is there like a mech, like, do the medicines?
1 second. What did you say?
I want a ladder
You want a ladder?
to
No ladder.
put across.
Yeah.
We have.
You got a rope.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is the medicine scales? Can they move?
The scales.
Like, are
No.
they fixed?
That's a great question. So you kind of. Nope, doesn't move.
Okay.
No,
If you were to put something
but
on
there's
one
something to this somehow.
Yeah.
This means something. That's my second Close Encounters of the Third Kind reference today.
Okay. Does tunneling help?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. There's something you haven't finished yet.
Something we haven't finished.
Something to be completed. You've done the lantern part.
We need to pay tribute to the fallen of the light. Fight. What's the
How can you pay tribute? Yeah, okay, so on that, you can see some of it. You're a little far away. There's battle scenes from the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. Yeah. So the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, as you kind of know about this battle, you recognize some scenes from it. You think, oh my goodness. You see, you can just kind of make out, that's the dwarf lord Azaghal, who was killed in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears and borne on his shield by his dwarven army, and they left the field, and like everybody stopped and like, you know. And then like the Hidorians, there's you can just see, oh my goodness, that's the part where the men of Hitler, you know, they were all they were trying to basically provide the they were the rear guard to Gondolin, because Gondolin came out in that fight. It was the only time that Torgon ever took his warriors out, and like 20,000. And but then the battle went badly, and so they were retreating, and your people basically made a last stand, and quite a few of them, you know, basically all of them were killed, except for Hurin, which you never heard what happened to him because his body was never found on the battlefield. But you can see it's right there, and then you can see the people of Brethil, the Haladin, which the Bjornians now are merged to, and also the Bjornians desperately trying to protect the elvish host of Fingon by being their rear guard in the gasping sands of Anfagluth, that plain Arcanum, and it's and them being just beaten down mercilessly. You can just see like, oh, that's our last stand. It's from my stories. Oh, my father.
My great uncle.
My great uncle. Yeah, there you go. And then you see scenes from the Fingon, the Elven King, who was high elf before Turgon, and how he's facing Gothmog, the captain, the Lord of Balrogs, and how he's engaging him in scene combat. And you know from your stories that Fingon is attacked from behind by another Balrog, and then the Balrog kills Fingon. This is Fingon's last stand.
I will, whichever is appropriate, stand at attention or kneel.
You sense from your elven lore that in this moment, what would be appropriate would be to kneel on this pedestal or this platform.
I will kneel and bow my head.
Okay.
I follow suit.
I'll do the same.
I'll do the same.
Okay, as all four of you then kneel on this platform before the statue of Nandos, suddenly you hear this large sliding platform come across. And I'll show you this now. You can see the whole thing. And where am I? Here we go. And I need to zoom out.
Click on the little minus sign.
Okay. There we go. Okay, that helps. Can you see that?
Yes.
I don't know if everybody can.
Oh,
Go around here, Anthony. Okay, so yeah, so it's about 100 feet across the house.
Either way, we're not getting across.
Yeah, there's no getting
It
across.
doesn't matter.
So this whole thing, so it's a triangular piece actually. It comes across and then locks in underneath the stone on this side, providing a platform that you can now walk across. If you want to walk across,
Master Dwarf, does this look pretty sturdy to you?
does it look sturdy to me? It looks well made.
This is fine craftsmanship. I want
I still don't like being underground.
All
Especially
right.
not suspended in the air underground. This is a
Exactly.
combination of things that I don't like. Pretty much, yeah.
It's down the chasm between.
Not quite there.
No, we don't want to go down the chasm. It's
Just
deep.
joking.
It's a bad
We don't have that much rope.
All right. So you have mastered the challenge of the caves. You now approach the final piece of artwork, the piece de résistance of Celebrimbor, which is this mighty bas relief, and of course the lantern. As it's lifted up, and as you approach closer, you realize now that you can see much more visibly. And all of you are, for a moment, just deeply weighed down with the sacrifice of these people who, against all odds, were trying to defeat their foe and keep keep Valyrian free, and yet they were fighting, ultimately to their defeat. And so it's really a massive tribute to their sacrifice, and that somehow their deaths will not be in vain. And then you start to think on how Celebrimbor must have done all this for a reason. I mean, it's a great kind of memorial, but is that all it is?
If it was only a memorial, it would have been in an area where people could just walk up to it and not have to do this many trials. Where it could have been, where more could have given honor to the people who died.
Exactly. And this is when you notice, each of you, that underneath the bas relief, which stretches across for like 100 feet, that there are little recesses underneath this. And earlier when the lantern was down low, by the trick of the light, you couldn't see them, okay? But they're cleverly kind of done. But with overhang ledge, and now it's up high, you're just able to see, oh, there's something underneath here.
I would like to look for inscriptions.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
So you walk along, and along this 100 feet area, you see there are 6 recesses underneath various parts. They don't seem to be associated specifically with one part of the mural. Anthony, I need you to listen to this, okay? Can you hold on a second? We're at almost a stopping spot, promise. Unless you need to.
Oh, sorry.
If it's urgent, you can, but I'm just giving some information to all 4 of you.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. So we'll come to a stopping spot soon, I promise. Okay?
Sorry.
It's okay. So you see 6 like places underneath, and on each of these platforms underneath is an elvish sword.
Yes. Unseen swords.
6 of them lying inside. Okay, one in each one of them, spread out. They're not necessarily associated with a particular scene, like this is this, this is that.
Yeah.
But just 6 of them. They're about the same length. And of course, for you, Poppy, this is very familiar as a style because you've seen it before. Both Ecthelion, the leader of the House of the Fountain, he wears one like this, Orcrist, and you've also seen your King Turgon wear his sword. Now his sword is was made by. Hi, honey. Good to see you. Thank you for bringing pizza. This is my wife Jennifer. Hi. So this is Ashley, and you Katie, and this is Anthony, and this is Raimi. Yes.
All right.
Yes. All right. They just got to the 6 swords. I know. The Hawk fixed me up. It's all good. So, okay, so you see these 6 swords, and they look beautiful. You haven't obviously touched them or anything like that, but they're underneath there, and this seems to be what this was all about. And they look like this.
That's very good.
You'd have to actually pick one up and look at one. Okay, but I thought you meant without moving anything. On the rock, there's no inscriptions on the rock.
Okay, thank you.
But if you would like to pick up a sword and actually look at it,
Yeah,
you're welcome to do so. Yeah? So, okay.
Just a moment. Let me get these out. Okay, so you pick up that one, and then I'm just going to put the rest of these out.
I grab it.
No, that's the one I gave you.
Oh, me. No.
The rest of these, they all look identical, and you can choose any of them that you wish. And you see runic, so there's elvish, yes, runes carved onto the swords, and you can see and read with some difficulty for some of you, but all of you can read these. So, Cam1, Surulanta, Elenost, Naire Lire, Namba Makil, and Talemnar.
So 5 inscriptions are the same and 1 is different.
They're all 6 swords have a name.
Inscription? Okay.
All 6 have different
Oh,
inscriptions.
have
Each
the
of them is
name of the
named.
sword.
Yes, each of them is named sword.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to take the other 2 large bring back to the city? I don't know what the city is, but I think we should leave them.
It's completely up to you. There's several different directions this could go in. There's no particular way that you have to. It's really has to do with whether you want to trying to have 2 swords, or carrying one, or just taking the one that you think is best, kind of connecting with you.
So it's a shame to just leave it lying around.
Yeah, Anthony, your character, if you want, since you're a scholar, you could do a little bit of translation for the non-elves in the party.
Sure, yeah.
So maybe you want to point to one sword and ask, what would I know this is?
Yeah, how about Naire Lire?
Okay, Naire Lire. So you confirm this with your elvish companion. That means sorrow song.
Sorrow song.
It means sorrow song. Feel free to write that in if you want.
On a paper, or?
Yeah, that's fine. Sorrow song is what it means. Okay?
And I have picked up Elenost and
Starborn. It means so.
Starborn.
Elenost. Elenost means starborn.
As opposed to being born in a shop.
Yeah. And then the other one.
Surulanta.
Surulanta. Windfall.
Talemnar?
Talemnar is Silverfire.
And I guess Cam1.
Yes. Cam1, Earthlock.
Earthlock, I like that.
And what's that
And I
one?
guess Lamba Makil.
Lamba Makil means hammer hilt.
Okay.
I mean, if you want the second one, go for it.
Yeah, you're a fighter, aren't you? Tobit is a fighter, or at least a scholar fighter, right?
Yeah, kind of a scholar fighter, yeah.
Yeah. So hammer hilt.
Hammer Hills is Lambakil.
Lamba Makil is hammer hilt. Yes, you found some sweet swords of power.
We found
It's a good day.
items. This is a good day.
A fine craftsmanship. When you are all holding these swords and taking them out, studying their inscriptions, suddenly an exit appears. Sliding over here, you see a tunnel taking you out of this chamber. And you feel like the wind is definitely moving in that direction. Like there's an outlet.
We can go outside again, you guys.
Yeah.
No more mountain, hopefully.
Wait, no, that's the thing. I've always been a fan.
So do you want to go out?
Yeah, take my last respects and
All right.
Yeah, okay,
So-
agreed.
Okay. So if you need a 2-minute break, Anthony, go ahead. And then in 2 minutes, we have to try to wrap it up by 12. So you've got Swords of Power, and then some pretty heavy stuff's going to happen really soon. So if you need to take a quick break, go ahead. Okay? But don't go far because we've enjoyed ourselves quite immensely, and now we have to catch up.
We always do. We always do.
Oh, that's my fault.
I love it.
It is your fault we enjoyed ourselves immensely.
It is. I agree.
How's it going, Ryan?
Good, how are you?
Good. You like this game so far?
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm glad I picked a dwarf. I like dwarves.
Yeah, this is the character I usually play in all my RPGs.
Oh yeah?
Toby. I got that from a book in the Bible.
Oh, yeah, that sounds... Yeah, I could see it. That's a pretty cool name, actually.
Yeah.
Toby.
It always reminds me of Cubit, though.
Cubit?
What's a cubit?
The unit of measure as opposed to cubert.
I caught a fish that's a cubit long.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm gonna just have to do a quick
Like a really old Bill Cosby skit that had like
Yeah, no,
9 cubits. Yeah, that was a good one.
What's a cubit?
What's a cubit?
See, I used to know what a cubit
Fuck.
was. Yes.
I somehow botched it, and I can't find the images now. So if
All right,
you
I'll
are
fix it.
able to come help me.
I'll fix it.
Okay, so let's move on. Oh, we were waiting for one person.
Yeah.
All right. I probably shouldn't start without her. I'll just prep here. We're running a little bit behind, but it won't be a problem because you've done a fantastic job here.
Okay. We're a little bit behind.
We'll
Yeah,
make
not
sure
bad.
to
It's
end
okay.
on time. We'll be good.
It's okay.
Where are they at?
They're just coming out,
Okay.
so I'm a little behind. So we're gonna.
Okay, so do you need the
I need it.
topographical map?
Yeah, topographical, please. Thank you.
Like something. Cool.
Here she is. No, that's all right. Better in there than out here.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh? No, we would not.
Actually, I think I have. Do I have? Yes, I do. Oh, these are wet race. Sorry.
So does every group have the same sword names?
Yes.
Yep, everybody has the same campaign. Everybody has a different style and game system, GM.
I'm always happiest in this way.
And we are streaming all 3 tables.
Are you? Okay. Where's the camera?
There.
Oh, okay.
And then we've got 4 cameras, 3 streams.
Okay.
And the most we've ever streamed for
Kind of like 6 challenges and 5 gates.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So you come through this tunnel and you feel this the sweet fresh air blowing on your cheeks.
Alpine.
You're thankful, pine smell. You are thankful to be outside again. Air, yes. Okay, so you're like a little bit sad actually. It's still a single tear. It's like one of the most beautiful places you've ever been.
It was gorgeous. I mean,
Yeah.
It was gorgeous.
All
Like
right.
that old environment commercial with the Native American with the one tear.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Okay, and for you, you feel, I mean, really, this whole mission was begun by you. You know, going and finding your friends, getting them together so they could help you find this place. So this is really kind of a first major accomplishment of this whole thing. And this whole reason was because of this scroll and that in the time of need that these would be useful. So you're super glad about that. But it's with the somber knowledge that if they're needed, then that's not good. You know, that at some point in the future, you
Doom
know.
is coming.
Yes, exactly. And for you, for Tobit, the scholar warrior, you know, just the gratification of being able to like see something that was made, not so much the making of it, which is more interesting to the dwarf, but for you, like your character would totally, I think, be fascinated by all the lore that goes into this. I mean,
Brian's leaving. I see him putting his coat on.
Oh, maybe he's.
That's not Brian.
Yeah, it is.
What?
It's Brian.
Oh, in the other room.
Yeah.
In the other room, yeah. Okay. Well, I gotta hear about the front door.
Great. I don't play, but I love it.
Let's go ahead and try with your headset. Let's see if that's any better because the audio is a little watery.
I'm gonna need to read, and I should probably get a little more food in me. Would love to hear this.
All right, how's this?
The audio's yeah, I think that's better.
Okay.
So we'll go with
Feedback.
that. We sound okay on your end?
Well, a little bit fuzzy, but not bad.
Okay.
Probably all the background noise.
Yeah, we got a lot of people talking in the background. It's probably trying to noise cancel. So hopefully, once everybody's here and stops chatting away.
Did you do something amazing, Ryan?
No worries.
Come in.
Yeah.
It is now officially too late to be any more prepared.
But the players, we brought them up to the point where they've just entered Gondolin, and the fire and the glow is seen to the mountains to the north, and so that's where we are. So anything before that's fair game.
All right.
I'm gonna take my coffee.
What'd you bring him with? Brian, who's with him?
It's a group of people that basically High Elf of Gondolin has gone to get some other people to help find some swords of worth that we basically came up with the idea that Celebrimbor could have forged some swords that could help. But we need to get on to
Yeah, we can talk about that when we're in it. So hello, welcome to the Tolkien Society monthly meeting and our annual Tolkien Moot. This is Tolkien Moot 15. That's right, 15 years of doing this. And so it is October 19th, 2019, right about 1 p.m. Pacific time. This particular meeting will be a little bit shorter because of the Moot, trying to give people breaks and everything. It goes till 2:30 p.m. We do have a little bit of wiggle room there if we need to, but we try to give those breaks there. So we have a special guest here as participating as we usually do with Tolkien Moot. to help in the conversation when we're talking about Tolkien scholarly stuff and literary stuff and other interesting things related to it. Sam Gesh, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and do your little spiel about
Sure. So Sam Gesh is my brother-in-law, and he was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but moved to Middle-earth around age 5 when his father read him The Hobbit. From then on, he has made frequent visits to many locations and the 4 ages of Middle-earth. He has helped to found Tolkien reading groups in 2 countries and 4 states, and his master's thesis was on the topic of Tolkien and his use of nature in the Lay of the Children of Hurin. He is pleased to join you all today.
Yay!
And there was much rejoicing. So we have the secretary reports that we have no notes from the September meeting.
Oh, bummer.
Because I was gone, and so was the founder. So we did have a meeting, and it was recorded, and it's on YouTube, but we don't have notes. My apologies.
Okay, that's youtube.com/Tolkien Moot, or sorry, Tolkien Scholars.
Yep.
You can watch the previous video. Do you even remember what we were talking? Because I had to leave to a funeral.
Nope.
So we remember. So we probably follow Gondolin still.
It is. Yeah, we've been reading through. So that the context there is, we've been reading through
preparation for all of this.
Yep. So for the best, I think we've been doing it for like 6 or 7 months. Yeah, taking it piece by piece and looking through the Fall of Gondolin. Yes, indeed. And looking at how Christopher arranged all these different kind of iterations and versions, and talking about how it's one of the 3 great stories. Maybe Sam, could you just briefly kind of talk about that for a second? What are the 3 great stories of the elves that Tolkien kind of kept coming back to?
Those are the 3 that he started with. He started writing when he was on convalescence in a hospital during World War I. And the first one he started with was this one, The Fall of Gondolin. Then the Lay of Beren, or the Lay of Leithian, or the story of Beren and Luthien. And then the Tale of Turin Turambar, which is the Children of Hurin or Narnia Kid of Hurin, depending on which version you have. So since he started those around 1914, I don't know the exact year, in the stories that he was able to return to for more time over the course of his life. So they're by far the most detailed and the most developed.
Okay, thank you. We're just having a little technical difficulty here.
Don't worry about that. It's just for you guys to see him. Just go ahead and continue.
Unless somebody had a question about that, maybe what we could do is talk a little bit about the way in which kind of the story. So he this was one of the earliest ideas he had. Did you? So some of us here know a little bit about how J.R.R. Tolkien was involved in. He was actually in World War I. So what's your opinion on how much that shaped him? I mean, you've got kind of one extreme, which I suppose would be saying that it everything in Middle-earth, all of his stories really come back to that. And some who might say, well, there's not very much overlap. What do you think about that? The Great War.
I would say there's any number of influences whenever you write anything that comes from your life or the experiences of those around you. But Tolkien himself said he didn't like allegory, and he felt that the best way to study a work of literature was to study the work itself, not the author. So while it may have affected him, while his experiences in World War I and other places may play into the books and his impressions of war and all that kind of stuff, I wouldn't look at the books and say, well, this must come from a specific part. You know, the dragons represent this, and the Balrogs represent this. You know, that kind of analogical or allegorical reading is not at all anything Tolkien was in favor of.
Right. Yeah, in fact, like that really came to a head with his writing with George MacDonald, right?
I haven't thought of the George MacDonald much.
Okay, yeah, we talked about a couple years ago, but and then also regarding Beowulf, when he talked about how they started parsing every little piece, that you end up, killing the whole when you start going too deeply into the analysis and such. You lose the big picture.
Right. Yep.
That's one of those things that I think sometimes is really wonderful about Tolkien and also very deeply frustrating is that in his secondary world that he's created so well, he's intentionally left some things vague, either because he ran out of time in his life to be able to write about it, or because he didn't want to spell out everything.
Which I think he wanted to. He liked niggling. He just realized he kept running out of time.
Well, an example that I've seen some people post maps of the mines of Moria, and you see the line, the book only covers this one line here. Here's the rest of the map that he already filled out.
So there's also sections in the Silmarillion where he'll say, and these people went from thus and such a place, and this person and their descendants from thus and such a place, and they were never heard of again.
Right.
There's these gaps that are in the work itself that he sort of admits, but who knows, maybe he would have went back there and tried to fill in those too.
Like the Blue Wizards.
Yeah, like the Blue Wizards.
Right.
I really think that I guess my appreciation of Tolkien has grown as I've had a chance to maybe learn a little bit more about the history of Europe and realizing how there's stories go way back and there's a lot that you can learn about, but there's a lot of gaps. And in some ways, wanting to create, a mythology for England, which I know he had originally wanted to do, but ended up kind of giving up on that.
But his crest is long since fallen.
Yeah, his crest is long since fallen. But I think still, it seems like maybe that explains part of it, right? That you have like tribes and groups of people that you know about, but it's really still not quite clear. Like for example, in Beowulf, are the Yeats the same as the Goths, right? Some people will say they are, and that there's like proof of that, and that the Goths originally came from Sweden and then went down because of Gotland and all that. And other people, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but just I wonder if part of it's because that's what he saw as the history of really kind of where he came from, that there wasn't always a complete narrative. What do you think?
I think he saw it, but I think he would have tried to link it linguistically. I mean, since his whole thing was language and how language is tied, and language makes history, language makes mythology, and language makes story, I think he would have argued first, if he argued that the Geats were the Goths, I think he would have argued linguistically first for the relation of the two words, and I won't go there as a linguist right now, but I think he would argue for the phonological changes over time, and then also go back in history and mythology to verify any suspicions he had.
Does anybody in our meeting today maybe have any questions about the first age that you'd like to raise or bring up?
Without trying to, cheat on the adventure.
Yes. No cheating. Anything before the year 5 till the first age.
As Gondolin is falling, don't tell them anything.
Yes.
Did Gondolin really fall?
So,
propaganda?
No, but so maybe just anything beforehand. I mean, are you guys curious about the? Yeah, I think
why was Gondolin created?
Yeah, talk about that, Sam.
Why was Gondolin created? Yeah, good question.
Oh no, we lost your audio. You must have hit something.
Try mute, unmute.
Twist your headphone jack. Headphone jack. Nope.
Try refreshing your browser.
Yeah, sometimes Jitsi does that.
Yeah, just a second, Sam. It might just be the system. We'll refresh it.
Well, he usually tried on his end.
Okay. You try to refresh your browser.
Because he can hear us.
Well, there's a blinking red. Does that mean it's just recording?
No, it means his signal.
No, the blinking red on the thing means that the camera's on.
Oh, right, yeah.
Whoop.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go, now we can hear you.
No, but we can't see you.
Okay.
We lost your video. All right, let me refresh on my end.
It's like Marway and Varda all over again, right? It's the you can see what you can't hear what you can't see. What are those two seats?
Bless you.
Two seats by where Frodo sits on one side.
There we go.
There we go.
I
hear Brian now.
Yeah. Too much.
I hear you.
Okay, so John had a question.
well,
Or you were going to talk, I guess, first about.
Yeah.
you was talk about why Gondolin, why Gondolin was created, why it rose, and I was going to tie in and ask about the Battle of Unnumbered Tears.
Yeah,
Because
because
we
we
can't
kind of
count
touched
that.
on it, but we didn't have enough time to really dive into what they were seeing.
Okay. Turgon, who's the king of Gondolin, was the son of the High King of the Noldoran Elves. Now, the Noldoran Elves living in Beleriand built their own fortresses, had their own places to defend themselves against Morgoth. So, Finrod Felagund built Nargothrond, and Turgon was in Nevrast for a while up against the sea, but Ulmo, the Lord of the Waters, communicated to him and sent him to look elsewhere for a good fortress to be built. Turgon voyaged, walked around, however, and found the Vale of Tumladen, where Gondolin was to be built, and said that would be the place. It took 52 years to build, and when that was done, then Turgon took all his people and moved from Nevrast by Vinyamar over to the Vale of Tumladen to live in Gondolin. He lived there then for 250 years while they continued to build it up, and the people there prospered and grew wealthy, and they found all kinds of ores in the mountains around Gondolin, which they continued to use to build and to defend their city. Turgon made a rule that no one who came in would ever be allowed to leave, because the whole success of this was in secrecy. That Morgoth and no one else would know where it was.
It's like the witness protection program for elves, kind of.
Right. Anyone who lived with him went in with him, that was it. You're in, you're stuck. I mean, not that they didn't want to be there, but, you know, you're not leaving. This place is going to be secret, and period. So for around 250 years or more, nobody knew where Turgon and his people had gone. Because there was no rumors, there was nothing told outside of Gondolin, anything about it. Only the eagles knew. Thorondor and his eagles had eyries up in the mountains right by Gondolin, so they knew, but no humans, no elves, no dwarves, Morgoth, none of them knew where Gondolin was. When the Battle of Unnumbered Tears came, for the first time, Turgon left Gondolin to fight. And it was sort of a surprise that he showed up, because nobody knew where he came from or where he had been. But at that point, he finally broke and said, they need help. I need to fight with my dad, with my cousins, my brothers, and other elves against Morgoth. And he came out to help fight in what then became called the Battle of Unnumbered Tears.
Okay. And is that when the High King Fingolfin, when Turgon's dad, that's right, Fingolfin, right? Is that when he dies, or is it in the battle before that? But that's when his body, as he challenges Morgoth to single combat, he's slain, and then the eagle carries his body from where Morgoth's fortress is all the way back to these mountains, and then the cairn is, Turgon built a cairn of rocks over his body, I think.
I think we're mixing up Fingolfin and Fingon.
Oh, so Fingon is Turgon's father then?
Yes.
Ah, okay, thank you. Lots of Finns.
Lots of names.
Wasn't there a dwarf that was slain, that dwarf king as well?
Azaghal.
Right.
Yes, Azaghal was killed by the dragon, was killed by the dragon, but he stabbed Glaurung in the process.
And Glaurung was pretty young at that point, right? So, I mean, in terms of fighting a dragon, he was not full grown.
He was not in his full armor yet.
Compared to Smaug, for example.
Right, or Glaurung later on.
Yeah.
In the story of Turin.
And Glaurung did not have wings, is that correct?
Correct.
At that time.
He was a worm.
Yep.
And huge. Like bigger than Smaug.
Yes. Bigger than Smaug.
So would that be, would Smaug be considered like a fire drake, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there also were, what other kinds of dragons were there?
The cold drakes were the ones who couldn't breathe fire, thus they were called cold. Fire drakes, I think that's the Uruloki. I don't remember my Elvish words for them. And then, of course, the winged and non-winged. Glaurung didn't have wings, and I don't remember at this point where the winged dragons came in.
Weren't they created later? I mean, yes.
I believe so. I mean, it was something that Morgoth did, but first were the unwinged, and then a later
like dragons
version of dragons.
2.0 kind of, yeah.
Right. Reboot, you know.
That was towards the end. Like it was getting close to when the Valar showed up. It was getting close to when the Valar were like, okay, enough's enough.
Yes.
When the dragons finally got wings.
You're right, because Eärendil comes down. And,
Yeah.
Well, that's getting ahead of ourselves. But
Yeah,
that's
very
awesome.
ahead of ourselves.
The War of Wrath.
Yeah.
So part of this is kind of seeing how these wars kind of punctuate the First Age, isn't it? Like, you've got the Battle of Sudden Flame, which is after this long siege of Angband, and then you've got this kind of time period where they're kind of recovering. The enemies of Morgoth are trying to recover, and then Beren and Luthien's story. And I read somewhere that Beren and Luthien's impossible, or seemingly impossible success in being able to get into Angband and be able to take a Silmaril gave hope to Maedhros that maybe it was possible to assemble this, kind of motley host of, just elves, dwarves, and men, and actually maybe have another chance. I read that somewhere. What do you think about that? With Beren and Luthien's story kind of influencing it all, the kind of idea of going toe to toe and trying to draw Morgoth out.
Well, I would think so. He's not unassailable, obviously.
Right.
So we keep on the story. We keep touching on this tale of the War of Unnumbered Tears. I really do want to hear more of the
war itself.
The battle war itself and what came of the ending of it and stuff of that nature.
Remember, there's an army of Balrogs involved.
Yeah.
Right. Brian or Hawk, do you have your atlas with you?
I don't.
By the way, I can't see you guys, so.
Okay. Oh, weird.
I mean, it's all right. I'm used to not seeing my students either.
Hawk, would we be able to just open up another web page and do you want us to show Beleriand, Sam?
Well, I can get my Atlas 2 off the shelf. I think I can see it from here. But it shows how it shows how the armies moved and all the movements in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. If you want some sort of
Are you talking about Carolyn Fonstad's?
Which armies went where and what happened. That's a good visual use. Rather than to read through the whole chapter and get it blow by blow, literally. I don't know if anyone's shown you guys this, but here's Tolkien's picture of...
Hang on.
Have you guys seen Tolkien's picture of Gondolin?
Let me...
1 second.
I don't remember if I have seen that.
I've seen several pictures of Gondolin, but I don't know if they were tokens.
I have only 5 of them on my table.
Oh, there's the bottom one. Is that his picture? Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I've never seen that before.
Oh, that's Tolkien's. I didn't know that was Tolkien's.
That's in this book, Brian.
Oh, okay.
I think I have that.
Interesting.
Or maybe
Well, that would have been very
Well,
helpful.
that makes it look a lot smaller than all
It
the
does,
other
it
pictures.
looks really tiny.
Well, it is many miles.
Maybe it's like Krypton, it's just shrunk down.
Well, I mean, it's 20 miles out, but that's still like...
Well, 20
that's
miles.
more like the 2 miles that you were saying, and I was thinking more like 5 miles across.
Oh, the city? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's small but dense. That's how I kind of took it. Like if you...
Manhattan?
Yes.
Manhattan's only, what, 8 miles?
Well, and bear in mind, it's only
No,
so
3
many
miles.
elves compared to humans or,
It's
or
true.
dwarves.
Correct, it's 3.
I mean, he took out a force of, what, I think 10 to 20,000, it says, in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears.
Right, Unnumbered Tears, there were 10,000 Elvish soldiers with them.
Okay, so that city must
So
be
put
big
that
enough.
with whatever their families would be and whatever elves were
Probably
soldiers.
25? I guess maybe 25,000 or so.
Was this the first time that the dwarves, elves, and humans fought together against Morgoth, or did they have previous battles where they all teamed up?
I think this was the first time they teamed up together. And that didn't last forever either. Dwarves and elves have some stuff coming up beyond you guys yet that causes has caused some of the difficulties that you see in the Lord of the Rings between Legolas and Gimli. It's not just that Gimli's dad was held captive by Legolas's dad. There's
Yeah, I double checked the chronology on that. It looks like it was in the year 503 First Age, so 7 years before the fall of Gondolin, that the dwarves of Nogrod and the sack of Doriath. So this would have been, I think, a few years before.
Yeah. Over the Noglamir, right?
The Noglamir. But I don't know that anybody in Gondolin actually would have heard that news because
they're
the newspapers are years old, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, anyone who gets in is getting out. So.
But it's possible that maybe somehow the Eagles could bring news.
No,
Meme and Beleg, that can be definitely a source of the dwarf and elf conflict.
Oh, the petty dwarves, yeah. I think mostly those.
Not just the Elvish. The Elvish name for dwarves, Algrim, means stunted ones, which isn't particularly complimentary. I mean, the name that the elves have for the dwarves is in itself derogatory, or if you want to use the word racist, stunted people.
Sounds like me.
He's playing a dwarf and a hobbit.
Here's a really early version of Gondolin.
And I'm short.
Guess at that stage it was called a Tanaqui.
Oh. And the hill looks bigger there.
Yeah. All right, that's a very early version. You said you can't see us?
I can't see you.
Huh. Sorry about that.
I see a white ceiling.
Oh, that's a different
little thing.
Yeah, that's a different room.
Yeah, that's the room that I'm GMing in.
Can we just?
And then I see a thumbnail with an S and a thumbnail that says fellow Jitster. And then my screen is just gray with a little person icon.
Well, something's back on now.
I mean, I see the
That's all us.
The blue?
The other circle?
Yeah, I can see.
That's him.
Okay, so going back to your question, Danielle.
Yeah,
so,
just like some of the notable things, because we're kind of describing them on a high level, but some of the things that would be kind of interesting for the people to kind of know that are about the battle.
I mean, really, it kind of.
Because I don't know anything about it. I mostly just read and said what I do know, which is very little.
So we talked about the dwarves. Maybe what does this mean for the elves when they lose the Battle of Unknown Tears, or what does it mean for the House of Hador, or the House of well, I guess the House of Beor is already they're devastated, aren't they? Baron folk.
There are a couple huge devastations in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, which is why it's called that, because no story or song can contain the sorrow from that battle. You have the elves and their allies. It's true that Turgon finally broke his leaguer and came out tapped and helped out, but his father was killed at that point, and a lot of elves were killed. The men of Hador were terribly beaten back. It was Hurin and Huor who stood their ground in order to let Turgon escape and retreat back to Gondolin without anybody knowing where he was going. So those two men. Huor was killed in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. Hurin, who's Turin's father, Hurin was captured.
So
I just read the part.
So Huor was
last
killed.
night.
Huor was killed, and Hurin was captured.
And Hurin, his brother, was captured. He stood there, dropped his shield, wielded his axe two-handed, and yelled out, "Dawn is coming!" every time he swung his axe. He swung it 70 times. His axe was steaming with the blood of the trolls that were the guard of Gothmog, the lord of the Balrogs. Orcs were trying to grapple him. He was hacking their arms off, and the hands were still holding on to him, even though the orcs were dead. Eventually, grappled him down to the ground and were piled on top of him and dragged him off to Morgoth as a captive.
Why didn't Tolkien just write that he was killed? What was the purpose, do you think, of them kind of, why would it be believable that they would take him captive?
As a great warrior, it'd be necessary. Morgoth can maybe get information.
Okay.
Being allied with some of the elf houses would be extremely handy to Morgoth to get information out. This is not just a normal, everyday warrior. He's caused troubles before.
And then there's the joy of gladiatorial combat.
Right.
And Morgoth didn't utilize ransom as ever a motivation for when he captured everybody.
No, not for that one. That one gets into the story of the children of Húrin, because Húrin didn't answer any questions. Morgoth put him up on a chair that allowed him to see everything happening in Beleriand, and cursed his family, and then gave him sight to watch how the curse worked itself out with his wife and his 2 kids.
And so that'd be the children of Húrin. That'd be Turin, Turambar.
Turin and Nienor.
Okay.
So that was his punishment for defying Morgoth, was to see a curse work itself out in the lives of his family.
In very horrible ways.
This might be a good time to kind of touch base on the other curse that's at work during this whole time period, which would be the oath of the sons of Fëanor, and how do we see those threads at all connecting into any of this?
Well, otherwise there wouldn't have been the war in the first place.
Okay.
So,
because the sons want the other 2 Silmarils that Morgoth has, right?
Right. Nobody's going to hold those except those sons themselves. And so this whole thing is about getting their own back from Morgoth.
Right. Which is kind of similar to the idea, I don't know if I'm off base here, but when you think about, and I don't want to dominate discussion, so please speak up, anybody, but do you think there's any connection between the idea of the Sons of Fëanor wanting these Silmarils as kind of like the weregild for their father Fëanor's death, similar to how Isildur wanted to keep the ring when his father was killed by Sauron, instead of destroying it? Or is that kind of not so much?
Not as close as I might like to be. I mean, it belonged to their father, so it would have been their heirloom. Also, depending on how communal a society the elves were, it would have belonged to them too, as part of his family. So I just take it as a family insult that they, Morgoth and Ungoliant stole them, left, and you get the oath of Fëanor, which is not a curse, but the oath will work itself out. And then the curse of Mandos on the Noldor as they left works itself out too in the rest of the first stage.
So the Silmarils are 3 stones that glow from inner light, and because there's only 3 of them, they're very extremely valuable. But is there any reason beyond their, for lack of a better word, monetary value as jewels that happen to glow? Does everybody want these stones?
I never thought about monetary value with it. They're items of beauty, but they also have in them the light of the 2 trees, which were the second items that lit the whole earth before the sun and moon were created.
Right, because first was
so there's in them a power, magic, if you want to use that word, that's beyond any monetary concern. There's that they're all holy, with that holy light from the second lights that lit the earth, as well as the immense skill that went into capturing that light into those 3 jewels. But they were so holy and bright that Morgoth is earned from holding them.
And when he had it in the Iron Crown, was always in pain while wearing it and such.
Right. Yes.
So I think maybe part of it is, John, you're kind of wondering why the Noldor kept going after it and after it and after it at such cost. It's not just the beauty, it's revenge, because what happened was when Fëanor made those, which was the greatest work he would ever make, much of his essence was put into it, etc. Later, Morgoth, with the help of Ungoliant, this is back in Amon, in Valinor and such, while the Valar were away partying, basically, snuck up, killed the trees, the two Laurelin and Telperion, the golden and silver trees, to give the light to Ungoliant, which is, she got bigger and bigger, and then went over to Feanor's place, killed his father, took the Silmarils, and then, fled away. So it is a revenge, not just for property taken, but for killing family and such, unless I've got anything conflated there.
Right.
And of course, it's the symbol of that house. And Morgoth hated Feanor passionately as well. So there was a real enmity there anyway.
Well, and because it contained the light of the trees, that's what makes it so holy, and that's why it's worth getting back, because the trees are dead.
And
these are the last pieces of the tree. You should get them back, because those trees were.
Yeah, Feanor told his sons, nobody is allowed to have these but our house. Whosoever has them and withholds them is an enemy of the sons of the family of Feanor and such. Doesn't matter if you're Noldor, Manish, Valar, it doesn't matter. You have our property.
If you're not with me, you're against me.
And that's how the curse just keeps getting fed and fed and fed, time and time again.
That's why it's...
Well, and maybe to the oath. I mean, we don't...
Yeah, because of the oath.
We don't see oaths the same way, I think, that 1,000 years ago people would have seen oaths.
Your word
is
everything.
Yeah, so the fact that the Noldor most of them had sworn an oath to Feanor to help him meant that they felt that they were bound in some way, weren't they, to kind of try to follow that out. But Thingol, back in Middle-earth, who had never gone over to see the two trees, he was not bound by that oath, and so he kind of resisted anything to do with the Noldor. Is that correct?
Right, but it's not just you keeping your word. See, that's where things are different with us now. If I make a promise, I have to keep it. But if you look at the oath keeps you.
Yes. We'll look at later on with the oath breakers.
You can see it in the Lord of the Rings too, when Aragorn goes through the Pass of the Dead.
Exactly.
They were oath breakers, and because they broke their oath, they're not allowed to die fully until they keep that oath. You make an oath, it holds you. It's not just that you're keeping your oath is holding you, supernaturally, naturally, in all those ways. And so when Feanor and his sons take this oath, they're warned by the Valar, this is going to, this oath will follow you.
The doom of
it will work itself out, period.
Yeah.
And it will see its way out. Word and language, what's spoken is important. And so this keeps following until, without giving too many spoilers, the sons of Feanor at the end of the First Age have grown tired of it. So like several hundred years after the Unnumbered Tears, they've actually grown tired of their oath because they keep being compelled to follow it, both internally and externally.
It's like a generational oath, because year after year, the people have to keep dealing with it. Who's Mandos?
Mandos is the Vala who's in charge of the dead.
He's the one who's judging you.
And elves.
Yeah.
He's like Hades, basically.
Not.
I had a quick tangential on it. So, what happens to dwarves?
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, exactly.
They become stone.
We kind of made a joke about that.
I've heard that they become stone, but
I joked that they went to the halls of Alway.
Yeah, that's kind of what
right. That would make sense.
Well, but their things would be like the Nordic Valhalla.
Yeah.
Well, and actually,
yeah.
Actually, I love that story about when Ale makes the dwarves, because he makes them in secret. Where Melkor is doing things specifically to be defiant, he's doing it because he's the Valar of creation, and he is trying to emulate his father and how much he loves Iluvatar, and just like, oh, I want to be like you, Dad, and makes his own people, and then he's like, what did you do? I made my own people. and he's like, yeah, that's not okay. And the difference right there between him and Melkor is that he's like, I'm loyal to you, Dad. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll destroy the dwarves. And the dwarves are like, no, please, no. And Iluvatar's like, It's okay. All right, they just put them to sleep for a
Take a
while.
nap.
It's okay. Just put them to sleep.
Well,
Don't do that again. Okay, sorry, Dad.
Did you see them cower before you?
Yes.
I didn't will that. It's because I have already gifted you. But
Yes.
you're not going to break up my plans by letting them be around first.
Exactly.
Except you already did.
And so I love that interaction. You know, I love that
Yeah.
interaction between Alden and Lubitar.
Well,
it's a really cool
it's-
moment.
It shows that it is a really cool moment, and it shows the third theme also of the song of Arda, because you know the fact that everything that he does, you know, no matter what's going on, and this of course is Aule, so it's not meant poorly, but it's that everything will still work according to Lubitar's plan, and Morgoth. I mean, the Battle of a Number of Tears is not only devastation on a horizontal scale in terms of how widespread it is and how many people don't, you know, make it, but almost kind of like too, it seems like he's winning. Like the elves, I mean, Gondolin, unless maybe Nargothrond afterwards, is one of the last elvish strongholds left in Beleriand. And it seems like after the Battle of a Number of Tears, as long as he can get Gondolin, he's almost completely won. I mean, there's that sense of the long defeat. I mean, Galadriel would have understood that, right? Because she dwelt in Doriath for a while, I think.
Right. I mean, Galadriel, if you consider Galadriel in The Lord of the Rings, and you want to talk about having had a body, so to speak, so we won't count Gandalf and Saruman in this case. Galadriel is and Treebeard. Okay, Treebeard says he's the oldest living thing in Middle-earth. But after him would come Galadriel and her husband, Celeborn, as far as the people who in Lord of the Rings go. She's been alive, she's seen all of this, she's seen the oath, she's related to Feanor all the way through. She's seen all this, she's alive, she's an observer of all of this, even he doesn't show up real frequently in the Silmarillion, she's there.
Well, yeah, she remembers the light of the trees. She's seen it.
Right, yeah. She was there when they were alive, she was there when they were killed. She went with Feanor and all her house back over to Beleriand, the whole thing. So when she talks about fighting a long defeat, she's talking about thousands of years of watching evil.
So I think it's worth noting, because I didn't realize this when I first heard it, Melkor and Morgoth are the same person.
Yes. Yeah. Morgoth is what they later named him.
Yes.
Is Morgoth the Sindarin form and Melkor the Quenya form, I wonder? That might be it too.
I'm not sure. I just says that the elf can work with me.
Wasn't it Tolkien or somebody who named him Morgoth as eternal foe or something like that? And that's how he was named.
So they vowed to never call him Melkor again.
Oh, because Melkor was his original
That was his Valar name.
Melkor was his original name, and it became Morgoth.
I see. So Morgoth is kind of confirming, like, yeah, this dude is.
When does that change?
Wasn't it like Black Foe or Dark Foe or something like that?
Would that be the first?
Tolkien captures him, right?
Dark Enemy.
Dark Enemy, okay.
When Anakin becomes Darth Vader?
Yes. Dark helmet.
Yeah. Well, but that's true throughout Tolkien. He never met a person that had one convoluted name that he couldn't give a second or a third convoluted name.
Well, because
I mean, the story, I know of at least 4 names for each of them almost.
The whole point of Tolkien's world was to explain, to justify the existence of his words.
Yeah.
That was the whole point. That's what's so different. Everybody says, oh, it's the latest Tolkien author. And I'm like, no. Who else started with the philological perspective first to explain the evolution of his language for the fantasy world? Everybody else bolts on language after whatever if they can do that. He started with the words first.
Yeah, everyone adds words to
justify the words.
So what are some other third age connections with the first age? Because I can think of how, you know, a lot of people, and this is totally legit, but you know, they might be like, well, I just love the Lord of the Rings and it's really enjoyable. You know, I don't really care about the first age. What are some other really, I mean, we've noticed already, or that we know there's some hints from The Hobbit, for example. We know that Turgon's sword is Glamdring, which Gandalf later, you know, wears, because that was in the when they meet the trolls, right, in The Hobbit. These are swords that have somehow come down as loot from Beleriand, you know. Are there some other connections that we can make from First Age to maybe
Legolas? I mean, the name Legolas,
the
not
name
the actual Legolas.
yeah.
Right. Legolas Greenleaf. Because there's one in Gondolin too, isn't there?
But Glorfindel is in Gondolin.
Yep.
And Glorfindel is in Rivendell as well.
And is this a Glorfindel who comes back like Gandalf?
Isn't Glorfindel the one that he does affirm is reincarnated? The second one is a reincarnation?
Tolkien never says clearly, but he does state, I think that peoples of Middle-earth, that elves can return reincarnated.
Right.
But it's not a natural thing always for that to happen, like in Hinduism or something, if it comes back somehow. But particular ones might come back. There's also the fact that no elves have the same name as any other elves, which leads a number of Tolkien scholars to say, okay, so Glorfindel probably a reincarnated Glorfindel from the first age.
Right.
So the Legolas.
Which also explains Glorfindel's power against the Black Riders.
Well, yeah,
that they're afraid of him.
Yeah.
He's one of the firstborn. I mean, that's part of it, isn't it? That he's
Right.
really old. He's not like the elves born later on. Because I would think that Legolas in Mirkwood would be a clear case where it's a later one. I don't know. I'm just saying because that's a Sindarin,
Probably.
a wood elf. Whereas Glorfindel seems to be in that part, Flight to the Ford, right? You see a little bit of that that glory. We're talking about what, 6 Nazgul, or were there all 9 there? And
all 9. Frodo questions Gandalf. He says before I passed out, something like a flame or something glowing, and Gandalf says that was Glorfindel, one of the firstborn, revealed in his and the Nazgul even don't want to face one of the firstborn revealed in their wrath.
Yeah.
So, if it's any connection to Glorfindel in the first age killed a Balrog.
Okay, that's getting into spoiler territory, so we're gonna have to wait.
So
on
I'm
that.
just gonna stop there.
Yeah, but he's a very high-powered elf.
Do the Silmarils still exist? I mean, I'm assuming they exist, but does anybody know where they are in the Third Age?
One was like in the sky, Arundel's, right? Arundel had one, and then there was one that was like in the ocean, and one that was thrown in like some fiery chasm.
Yeah. Maglor jumps into the flames, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
And then Maedhros throws his in the ocean, and then wanders as an exile, I think. I might have those two mixed up.
Something like that.
And the third one was thrown into the sky?
One into the, well, it's Earendel who takes the, it's a ship,
Yes.
it's a
It's a spaceship.
that's a whole nother topic.
If you've looked up at the sky and you see what we call Venus, the morning star, that's the Silmaril, the one that's left.
So that actually, I don't think that's too much of a spoiler because it might help everyone to appreciate why does it matter that Earendel survives the fall of Gondolin. I mean, you can talk about that if you want to. Or not. There we go.
Oh no, your voice is gone again.
Sam, we lost your audio.
I think he maybe doesn't have our audio either because he doesn't seem to
Oh
realize
no.
So we can't see us, we can't, well,
No.
Oh
go ahead,
no.
maybe.
Somebody tell Hawk.
Fix it, Hawk, fix it.
Okay, Opie, sit in, Hawk.
No, go downstairs and let him know.
I like your belt, John. It's cool.
Thank you very much.
Which is the light
We couldn't hear any of
of the
that.
Silmaril. Follows the light
Can you hear us?
of the 2 trees at the beginning.
Can you hear us?
Sam, hold on, pause.
So is it any wonder
No, we
Lips can't handle it? Sheila.
We lost his audio.
I just did that, it didn't go.
I love the pause. That was great. Keeps going.
I just did that, it didn't, it gave us back up.
Sam, can you hear us? Sorry, we lost you there. We heard you.
I lost you.
Yeah, we're back now. Can you
No,
hear
he
us?
can't hear us, he couldn't hear us.
Refresh.
Oh, he's gonna text me.
Oh, goodness.
Darn it, I think we really missed something.
That's your name, Hawk.
All the spoilers we had to figure all
If you put your browser posted by refresh your browser.
I'm hoping to get the point.
Sorry,
Man, that was the most hilarious. That was the most hilariously bad timing. That was great.
Sorry.
That was great.
All right, can you hear us now?
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Okay, this is right. We hear you now.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you just fine.
I can hear you and I can see you.
All right. Sometimes you have to do that to refresh the different browsers.
Okay, so we've got nothing. It sounded really epic, and we've lost most of it. So.
I don't know if I can be epic twice.
We don't doubt you. We believe in you.
He has a sword that'll post it.
So what if alternative universe here, right, with Middle Earth? So what if Eärendil, if Maeglin throws him over the cliff or whatever? Sorry, I shouldn't get into details. If Eärendil does not survive, what's the difference? What's the problem? What do we need here?
If Eärendil does not survive, the Valar don't interfere at the end of the age, and all Middle Earth gets overrun eventually by Morgoth.
Oh.
Dang it.
Wow.
No pressure, guys.
You get,
The end of the world as you know it, but you won't be fine.
you get to the point. You get to the point where the elves and men can no longer battle Morgoth. He's beat them too badly, and there's too much fighting among themselves.
Okay.
About who's in charge, where should we be, what should we be doing. And there's no way at the end that elves and men would finally be able to conquer Morgoth. And so the Valar fight is because of Eärendil and his begging and pleading on behalf of both.
Go back for a second.
Both kindreds.
And tell us just briefly for those who don't know it. So starting from when he takes the Silmaril on Vingaloth, right? So or he takes the ship. Just could you review that part? How does he intervene?
Targaryen has for a number of years been sending people across the sea. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know, it's hot.
Okay. Targaryen has been sending people across the sea for several years to try to ask the Valar to help in this war, but nobody's returned. Nobody's come back. Eärendil finally goes, and he makes it, and is able to beg and plead on behalf of elves and men to the Valar to intervene and help them against Morgoth. And he convinces them, and they come over the sea, and the battle is, needless to say, massive, because you've got the Valar and the elves and the men against Morgoth and his Balrogs and orcs and trolls and dragons. Eärendil is in that final battle in his ship. The Valar give the ship the ability to fly. So it's up in the sky. He battles on Calagon the Great, actually the biggest dragon ever. But after the battle, the Silmaril is set, maybe it's before, I'm not sure, but the Silmaril is set on Eärendil's brow. He gets that ship through the sky at, well, whenever you see Venus, whenever you see the morning star. That's Eärendil with the Silmaril on his brow.
And why is that significant about him being up in the sky? Could you get into that a little bit? Like, why is that good?
Well, finally, nobody can get the Silmaril. So the oath can no longer be worked out. It's come to its final end. Nobody can get up there. Nobody can go down into the flames. No one can go down into the ocean to get them. And the oath kind of works itself out then, because there's no way anybody can grab and take those jewels back again.
No Silmaril for you.
So in the way, could we say that because that part then Morgoth is not able to use for his advantage anymore, that perhaps the doom of Mandos, given on the Noldor, that maybe at this point then the Noldor have a chance that they can go back. And do some of them do that after the War of Wrath?
Some of them do go back. Some of them do go back after the War of Wrath.
They're forgiven.
And others, like Galadriel, stay. Yes, they're forgiven.
Now he's gone.
The War of Wrath,
Oh, there's-
is that first age or second age?
The War of Wrath is at the end of the
That's
first
the end
stage.
of the first stage.
And what happens to
That's the very
Beleriand, Sam?
last battle that's fought.
Yeah, what happens to Beleriand?
That goes under the water. It's such a cataclysmic event that most of Beleriand is underwater, under the ocean. If you look at the Lord of the Rings map, you can see the Blue Mountains, the Eredluin, which is where a lot of the dwarves lived in the first age. That's where Belfagast and Nogrod, thank you. Where anything, Beleriand was completely west of those Blue Mountains. And so basically what's left during the third age is just a little bit west of the Blue Mountains, just that little bit. And then there's one island that's high enough that when the sea came in over Beleriand, that one island is standing up above the waves yet.
That's Tol Morwen?
Yes.
Okay. And I never really understood why that island was, like, why is that significant?
Morwen was Hurin's wife.
Oh, so it's her tomb, or it's her grave?
Yes. Yes.
Wow. Okay. Anybody else have a question or comment?
Where were the dwarves in at the end? I mean, yeah, you keep saying the elves and the humans battling them, but for the last battles, where were the dwarves?
Up until the
end of
sack
first
of
age.
Doriath, they got along relatively okay, right? But then the sack of Doriath is when the animosity between elves and dwarves became entrenched.
I think a lot of the dwarves of Belagos, even though they weren't responsible for the sack of Doriath and attacking the elves, because things soured, I think
Because of the Noglin.
they ended up, a lot of them, going east to Khazad-dûm before the end of the first age, I think. But
Yeah, and in the Hobbit, it's the Blue Mountains are mentioned at the beginning of the Rings. Mentioned it's all about what's going there and separate
Thorin the
lines in the
Puppet,
Blue Mountains.
right, so there's still some dwarf presence that's never left there.
Right.
So from a dwarvish perspective, the Blue Mountains would be pretty important.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would just say that.
And this is from another Samuel to Samuel here.
Hello, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
I would just, just to put the little cherry on top, to mention that the War of Wrath is basically Middle Earth's Armageddon before, like in that age, like because that was the Valar showing up. That's why Beleriand is gone. It was a war of angels, just crashing things. Like it's hard to properly imagine. I think is a good way to bear that in mind. That when it finally gets to that point, when the Valar finally show up, it's over. It is like a curb stomping of epic proportions.
Which is why they don't do it very often, right?
Yeah, precisely, because they don't want to do that. Because their power is so great that it's like, well, we don't want to use this. We are the nuclear option, okay?
Well, because the Valar are the ones who crafted this, who raised the mountains,
Exactly,
carved the rivers.
exactly.
And they're the ones who physically built.
I can just imagine how I was like, no, don't touch that battery.
He's like, oh, I made Yeah, so they're destroying the work of
my favorite
hands
rock.
in this process.
But by the same note, though, if you're talking about that power level, there was no way for elves and humans and dwarves to ever defeat Morgoth on their own, because he's on the level of Valar.
Exactly.
It's not like Sauron, where he's a Maiar. He's a Valar.
Precisely.
So they do need to get involved.
I get this feeling, though, that part of the problem is also that they are sometimes their own worst enemies, because even when you read about the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, it says because Turgon came out and because there was help unlooked for, kind of the eucatastrophe, right?
Yeah.
That it almost was enough to defeat, or at least to hold Morgoth back for another 400 years for another siege of Angband or whatever. But it was the treachery of the Easterlings who were supposed to be serving the elves, and then they ended up defecting to Morgoth, and that kind of threw the elves under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a number of those times where people, and of course, like you said, the politics and the oath of the Sons of Feanor, I mean, all that, they were really destroying, shooting their own foot.
Well, there's a pride issue. Both Morgoth and Sauron have this overweening pride that says we have to win because we are the greatest. And that more than once with Morgoth and Sauron has caused defeats to them because they don't foresee that someone else could damage them. But you have the same with this Oath of Fëanor, and his sons. That's all pride. It's ours and we have to have it. We're not letting anyone else have it. And that pride causes downfalls every single time. So you get these two pride things going back and forth, causing all kinds of damage to everyone who gets caught in between in some ways. Fëanor never thinks, oh, well, he's a Vala, I can't conquer him. He's like, he's got my stuff, I want it.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Vala, you don't want me to come up there.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, don't make me come back there.
Yeah, in the back of the car.
Yeah, don't make me come back there.
Oh, yeah, like
So
yeah, the
so
nuclear
Sauron and Morgoth, and comparing them, kind of first age villain to second, third age villain, similar in many ways with the pride aspect. How would you say different?
Well, they're not as powerful. I mean, Sauron gained power after Morgoth was chained up and not in Middle-earth anymore. But I think somewhere Tolkien says that because he served someone else and was not always a lord on his own, he never gained the power that Morgoth did, because Morgoth never wanted to serve anyone else. That was his rebellion in the beginning. I'm not going to sing the song that Ilúvatar told me to sing, period. But Sauron was a servant for some time. Nasty evil servant and all that. Lord of werewolves, vampires, and evil. But that changed him a little bit and made him a little different than Morgoth.
Right. Good. Hawk, anything else?
How about the relationship of Turgon, Maeglin? This is a little bit spoiler, but it's also to help people feel more of the flavor of it with what's coming up next.
Okay.
The
backstory of Maeglin.
Gondolin just before the fall.
Because this really is kind of a game changer, isn't it?
Yeah.
If Maeglin's not there.
So we've got Eöl, got in there. His father's killed, but he disowned his father by then anyway.
Yeah.
His mother.
So.
Maeglin's love, all of that.
Yeah, Sam, do you want to speak to just that whole? What about Turgon's? It was his sister, correct? The king's sister who.
Yes. The king's sister got sick of living in Gondolin and wanted to leave. Her name was Arethel.
Didn't like the gated community.
And gated community. She wanted out, and he said, "No, you can't go. This is," and she said, basically, hey, you can trust me. He said, "It's not you I don't trust. It's, other people, other things that go on that want you to leave." And she said, "Well, I'm going to leave anyway." He said, "I'm the king." And she said, "Yeah, but you're just my brother, and I'm going to go when I want to go." He said, "Well, at least take some guides with you to, keep you protected and stuff." And he told them to keep an eye on her. And she went a different direction than what she said, ended up meeting Eöl, the dark elf. Dark not meaning evil, but meaning he hadn't seen the light of the trees. He married her. They had the son, Maeglin. She told Maeglin about Gondolin, not where it was, but had told him. So at one point when Eöl gone, Maeglin says to his mom, "Hey, let's go back to Gondolin," and she takes him there. Eöl tracks him, follows him, gets to Gondolin, sneaky ways. Turgon's going to kill him, but he says no. Turgon's wife convinces her. Turgon decides against it, but then Eöl tries to kill his own son Maeglin and kills Arethel instead. So then Turgon's really ticked, and the next day sentences Eöl to death, throws him over the ramparts down the cliffs of Tyrion, or not of Tyrion, of
Gondolin.
The northern watch.
Gondolin.
Caragdur.
Yeah, it was like 1,000-foot drop. Or something.
Right, Caragdur is the actual cliff name, and Maeglin is watching that. Now, Maeglin has fallen in love with his cousin, Turgon's daughter, Celebrimbor. And that is something that is a no-no. She doesn't love him back, which ticks him off and starts growing hatred and bitterness in his heart. And the elves would never allow it because it was always against their laws not to marry your first cousin.
And
So even the fact that he would want his cousin is just anathema, almost like the way we would see it. What? You're in love with your cousin? You know, and that festers and becomes a lot of bitterness inside Michael's heart.
Yeah.
And builds for a lot of years.
So then in comes
Yes.
Tuor, and then Tuor is this messenger from Ulmo, who is basically saying, Turgon, I told you this wouldn't last forever, and now's the time to seek the havens of Sirion and go down to the ocean. But Turgon says, no, I built the city on rock and roll, and I want to keep it. So then he ends up falling in love, and Idril loves him in return, right?
Right.
And these are Arundel's parents. They are married and they have Arundel. And Maeglin's not feeling too happy about this.
Right.
So then how does Maeglin end up getting entangled in the doom or the fall of Gondolin? Doesn't he
He gets captured by Morgoth.
Okay.
He gets captured. He's going in the north end of the north end of the mountains, where he and his followers have found lots of really good ores, iron and stuff that they can use for both peacetime tools and weapons and that kind of stuff. He gets a little farther out, he gets captured by orcs, dragged to Morgoth, and eventually Morgoth tortures him and scares him enough that he gives up Gondolin's location. And Tolkien does say Maeglin was no coward, but what Morgoth did was pretty serious. And he makes Maeglin the promise that if he tells Morgoth what he wants to know, then he can marry Idril. And because that's been festering for who knows how long inside Maeglin, he finally gives in at that point. And then he's released and keeps secret what's been going on, what went on between him and Morgoth. So he's the turncoat, he's the traitor.
So he's going to act like he's on Gondolin's side when they see the attackers coming, but he's got his own agenda.
He's the one who's going to open. He's the one who's going to open the door.
It's the inside job.
Right.
Now, how old is the son? How do you say him?
Maeglin?
No, the son.
Arundel.
Arundel. How old is Arundel approximately? Is he 10?
He's younger than that, I think.
8?
He's around 8 or 9 at the time that Gondolin falls.
Do you have any opinions?
So I recall I have books pad.
Do you have any opinion on whether the small coat of mail that Idril has made for Arundel could be the same as the dwarven coat that Thorin gives to Bilbo? I mean, or is it clear that it was Elvish made as opposed to Dwarvish made?
I never thought of it before. That's a brand new idea for me.
Yeah, we were debating that the other day.
Yeah, wild speculation. Mithril.
It won't be the first artifact to survive.
And it is Mithril.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Mithril doesn't tarnish, so.
Yeah. So we know that other artifacts from Gondolin would be Glamdring, Orcrist, and Sting for sure, right?
Sting.
Though unnamed, right?
Yeah, it's just a dagger.
Yeah, and
Right.
who
I don't know
knows
what
who had
Sting's
it?
original name is.
There.
Who names a dagger?
A hobbit.
So one of our premises to this adventure role-playing campaign is that, you've got, Tolkien basically has two different stories about Celebrimbor. One is that he was with Gondolin, he lived there, he was one of Turgon's smiths and, was developing his craft early on. Of course, Celebrimbor ends up later on, helping to make the rings in the Second Age. But he ends up surviving the fall of Gondolin and going on. And then Tolkien later changes it to making him the son of Curufin, the son of Fëanor, so like a grandson of Fëanor, and he's in Nargothrond the whole time. So we've kind of come up with a hybrid where Celebrimbor would have been in Gondolin for a time, and after the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, some years later, he ends up leaving Gondolin and going to Nargothrond. So that's kind of what we're running with, that idea. So, well, I don't have anything else unless somebody else in the audience did. We're going to be getting ready in a couple minutes for the second session.
How about?
Thank you for your time, Sam.
Well,
I enjoy this.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed that.
If I lived by Brian and Jennifer, I'd be there. I'd be there with Brian all the time. So.
Sam's the one who got me really started on all this.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You read it before you met me.
Yeah, but I wasn't no way near as awesome a nerd as you were. The history of Middle Earth. I'm like, what? There's a history of the nerds.
Throw down.
Monday. So my first actual memory of Sam before we knew each other was that he was actually at college. He was hosting a table, kind of college club day or whatever, and the table he was hosting, he was watching two of them but one of them was the Tolkien club, and so I'm like, there's a Tolkien club? So anyway, that was the reading group that I got involved in, and that's how I met my future wife.
Yay!
Yay!
Indeed.
Now,
Christmas rejoiced.
Some of the college students later thought it was a Tolkien club like marijuana. No. Tolkien.
So you talk about the big picture, but how about a little bit about shortly after the fall of Gondolin? You have all these refugees, right? We already know, that that's a thing here. It's not a spoiler. And the issues with Doria and the other Noldor and these refugees and such. Do you have any thoughts about that, Sam? Or anybody else do?
Well, there were a whole slew of refugees that went down and looked at the Círdan for a while. And they're carrying over from the first age to the third age, because Círdan, the shipwright, is mentioned in The Lord of the Rings just a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's also extremely ancient. He's also the only elf ever mentioned to have a beard. We don't know if elves had beards or not.
Right.
Because Tolkien never says specifically, except for Círdan. He says Círdan has a beard, so whatever that's worth. I think it's worth something.
Rough elves,
a lot of the Gondolin people went down to the sea, and I guess you'd say eventually settled in the very havens after Beleriand. They're probably there, the leftovers of the Gondolindrum and the Teleri. Although it seems like the refugees from Doriath, I'm guessing, would be the ones who followed Galadriel and Celeborn over to Lothlorien. Because Galadriel and Celeborn, although Galadriel is descended from Fetch family, her husband Celeborn is a relative of Thingol of Doriath, and it is their nephew and uncle or some sort of kinsman. So I guess, although I don't have a lot of basis for this, is that some of the people who live in Lorien are refugees from Doriath, and they followed Círdan and Galadriel.
What about Rivendell? I mean, some of the elves of Rivendell are definitely high elves. We see them in the Fellowship of the Ring on their way back from visiting the towers, and they're on their way back to Rivendell when they bump into Frodo and Sam and Merry and Pippin. So, do you think that these...
Right, so there are some Gondolindrim that are following Elrond. He becomes their lord. Because Elrond is the son of Arundel, son of Tuor and Idril. Tuor's the son of Huor, Idril's the son of Turgon. So Elrond is the son of Arundel and becomes then the lord of the Gondolindrim, or whatever's left, and whoever follows him into Rivendell. So you do have some Gondolindrim left. Some of the elves that the high elves, the Noldor, are presumably in Rivendell with Elrond then.
So Elrond's not a pure elf?
And Elrond married Galadriel's daughter.
Well, he said, so Elrond's not a pure elf. Do you want to kind of mention that whole thing?
No, Arundel is half elf, half human. Arundel marries Elwing, and they have
Elrond and Elros?
Elrond and Elros.
Yes.
Now, it's not really determined quite what to do with those guys until after that War of Wrath, after Beleriand's been trounced, after Morgoth's been taken by the Valar. They look at Elrond and Elros as being mixed human and elf, and they're both descended from the two Elwings descended from Beren and Luthien, and Arundel's descended from Tuor and Idril, so their sons are from both unions.
And all three of the human houses as well. I think the House of Hador,
Yes,
the House
yes,
of Beor.
all three of the loyal houses are all wrapped up in there.
Right.
So you get Elrond and Elros, and the Father say, "Oh, we'll do a choice. You can decide to either be numbered among the elves or among the men." Elrond chooses to be numbered among the elves, and so even though he's part human, he takes on the elvish, whatever the benefits and non-benefits, I like the word malefits, that's what I made up, benefits and malefits, of being elvish are, Elrond takes on himself. His brother Elros says, "I'll be human," but the Valar do give him an extra long life. Longer than most humans. It's from Elros. Elros is the first king of Numenor, and it's from Elros that Aragorn is, or Elros and the people who followed him, that Aragorn is ultimately descended. So in a wonderful family tree that I'm sure Brian appreciates, Aragorn and Arwen are first cousins.
Yeah.
76 time removed. And I think at that point it doesn't matter anymore. I don't think we need to worry about the genetics of the
It's not icky anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not icky anymore.
Yeah, there's at least one generation
Yeah.
through a few iterations.
Right. Yeah, it's so fascinating.
Is Elros still around in the Third Age?
No, Elros dies.
They live around, I think he lives around 200 years or so.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I wonder if that had something to do with why Aragorn was fostered in Rivendell, though.
Yeah.
But absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, yeah, because he's...
Well, Elros is killed, the lifespan of that line started out around 400 years or more.
Wow.
And then over time, slowly lessened and lessened for the kings of Numenor.
And it's probably fair to say that that's because of their slow decline, and their corruption within themselves.
Well, it's a constant theme in Tolkien.
Oh, exactly. And so
past glory.
that's
But yeah,
why.
the splitting of the factions in Numenor between the faithful and what later become the Kingsmen. Also true because they become obsessed with death. So that's something when we talk about voting for different options into tonight. One of the things that several people proposed is that we pick up our whole Numenor theme, because that's an area I did a lot of research in.
I literally just finished reading the Fall of Numenor. The last thing I read was getting to where the Isildur and men have made it 2 minutes after the fall.
So we would do a couple of Tolkien moots in a row that start out with the rise of Numenor, so kind of the history of why was Numenor gifted. And they go away for a while.
That's very interesting.
That's signal issues.
Oh wow,
fuzzy.
Sam, you're looking very psychedelic right
I'm just
now.
saying, we all just dropped acid.
No problem. I'll send you a picture of my latest painting, Brian. It's psychedelic.
No, Sam, no. I'll be scarred for life, I'm sure. Actually, Sam does a lot of work. You can see on the back wall there, a lot of his artwork.
But if you,
that's not mine.
If you guys go through that route, you'll really understand the whole story of Aragorn, Elrond, and Arwen after a few Tolkien moots. You'll really understand all of Aragorn's back history and where he came from, the great kings of men and all that. And much of why Middle-earth and Gondor and Eriador, all of that gets tied into Numenor.
I mean, it's just, go ahead, Sam.
I was just going to say, honestly, the early days of Numenor, the first, however many kings before the real decline, is a really awesome kind of idealistic, picturesque kind of time. It's just it's so cool how he describes it. It's obviously it's such a short little spot in in the Silmarillion, the greater text. It's just it's only a page and a half or so, but it's a glorious page and a half.
Yeah, and the histories of Middle-earth cover a lot more.
Slowly.
Yeah, read it very slowly. I read it twice. I was finished I gotta hear that again.
The histories of Middle-earth, the 14-book series.
I think I think
Thank you
too,
for put together a whole.
you know, it's just amazing too when you think about it. It's like if Arendelle also doesn't survive the fall of Gondolin, it's also Elrond that doesn't exist, you know, or, I mean, it's just so many knock-on things, you know, you think, well,
Or
Rivendell doesn't exist,
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah, honestly, if Arendelle didn't, you know, if his plea didn't work,
Yeah.
there would be no Middle Earth. It would all be ruled by Morgoth.
Exactly.
It would just be a land of darkness.
Yeah.
That's all it would be.
Yeah.
And then the Valar would eventually have to deal with it because he would find some way of
Yes.
moving back and trying to attack Valinor
Right.
in some way because it's Morgoth, you know?
Yes.
And so, like, that was it. Arendelle's like, okay, look, we're dying over here, and sooner or later, we're gonna be gone, and then he's just gonna come and start banging on your doors again. Remember the trees? Do you remember the trees?
do you want to fight him at home or do you want to fight him over here?
Yeah.
Well, I thought I read somewhere that the hope was that if they could recover at least one of the Silmarils, that they might be able to resurrect the trees. I thought I read that somewhere, or be able to take that light and rekindle the trees.
They probably would have been wrong, but it's a good hope.
Well, that was mentioned right after the trees were gone.
Oh, but they
But I don't know if she thought she could revive it with all three of them. This was right about when they were
They were
stolen.
dying.
That's right.
But I don't know if it would have worked later on. But
I
like
bet it
right
would.
when it happened, they were like, no, I can bring it back because that still has the untarnished light.
Well, weren't the sun and the
and
moon?
he wouldn't give it to
Yeah.
them.
Weren't the sun and the moon like created with the last
dying fruits.
with the last dying fruits, or the yeah.
Yeah, and that's something that's super important for for everyone to understand. By the time the Lord of the Rings happens, and there's the sun and the moon, as we here on Earth understand them, they are the inferior lights. They're like the third generation lights. They are pathetic by comparison to the trees, which were themselves inferior compared to the pillars.
Yeah.
The
Were they
lanterns.
though?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the lanterns were made by the hands of the Valar themselves.
One of my
Where the
favorite
trees
things
were
is
like sprung.
where you hear about the two trees and the light, the mingling of the lights, in the middle of that time period.
Yeah,
And the years were later than, like the years of the trees were longer than the years of the sun.
Yes.
And then like that the Valar like actually created the pass in the mountains so that the light of the trees could come through that pass across the ocean, I think, to the shores of Middle Earth, something like that. Yeah.
Yes,
Far, far away.
Yeah, they made
Yeah. That was before the first age.
Yeah. Yeah, before the first age, the zero age.
Before the firstborn.
The years of the yes, the years of the trees.
Prenatal age.
All right. Well, I think that's probably good.
And we're pretty much on schedule.
Thank you so much, Sam, for
Very much appreciated.
joining our panel discussion.
Thank you. Round of applause. You're always welcome to join us. We do these meetings monthly as far as the Tolkien Society. It's not usually as many people. This is an annual thing.
We wish.
We would love to have you join like this in the conversations each month if you have the availability. It's Saturdays 1 to 3 on the third Saturday of each month. So we
the 15th of November, 16th of November, actually.
Yeah, what's your time zone there? You're in
2 hours ahead.
Okay.
I'm 2 hours ahead of you.
Okay, so that would be 3 to 5 on the third Saturday each month.
So for everybody involved, the next meeting of the Tolkien Society is here at Hawks House on November 16.
Or through this Jitsi channel.
Right, or you can remote in. So, well, thank you again. You have a wonderful evening. And we're going to go ahead and...
I will do my best.
Yes, thank you, Sam. It was awesome.
Do you have a website or anything that you'd like to point people to, or an email anything you'd like to share?
I have a Facebook page, and that's about it. I've got one for me and one for my art.
What would be the best way for people to find you or contact you?
Brian. Right, Brian?
Yep. Okay. So you can contact Brian.
Through Brian, or else probably my Facebook page, just Sam Gash.
Okay.
That's a second.
I think Brian has my emails too and stuff, so.
So GESH? GESCH?
GESCH.
Right. Yeah.
CH. Think German.
Yes.
guitar?
Okay, well, so we're going to call the Tolkien Society meeting to an end there, Mr. Secretary.
Absolutely.
Yep. And we'll take about a 40-minute break. So everybody be back before 3 o'clock, at least 5 or 10 minutes before, at your tables, so we can get you going on your next RPG session number 2 of the Guardians of Gondolin.
Where are you all guys?
What?
I think I'm gonna do this next week.
I'm jumping into the team.
I mean, they have several Balrogs. They didn't more than one Balrog.
I'll get it figured out.
Yeah. It's like if you give it long enough, one Balrog, it's fine.
Every Balrog's the bad one.
This idea that men are a little bit more, human beings are a little more fallible and fickle. Yeah, so that's kind of it. Okay, so 6 challenges times 3, so that's 18 experience points for you guys. Yes.
This is just a suggestion, shoot me out.
I don't want you.
But Rating has putting this work so well, I would give him a bonus if I were looking.
Yes, who's for giving a bonus to Raimi? Great, good job.
I'm not gonna.
So I think that's specifically looking at how you try to really act in character. I think that's good. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say we've got 18 plus on top of that the way in which you cooperated. You've not just been trying to do this kind of on your own, right? You've worked together and listened to each other's suggestions. Yeah. So I'm going to give 5 points more on that. That's 23 for all of you, which you get 25.
So we each get 23 or we're
23, 23, 23, and 25 for you. Okay, for that extra piece there.
Do you put that in the total circle?
That would be in the big circle. It's kind of a moot point because you're probably not going to use this character.
I might use it next year.
Maybe, yeah.
Or I might be a true.
I'm not.
We live.
That is a big if, isn't it?
We live.
Well, let's just say that I have rarely killed off players, and that's one of my shortcomings. I mean, that GMs shouldn't be like, hungry to, punish their players, but I really tend to, it has to be like, oh, you continue to roll really badly for a number of things.
Please let me save you.
There's nothing else I can do, you're being choked to death underwater, with and some, a giant octopus. Yeah, it's like, can't help you, Jimmy Hoffa, but I would say that
even if you don't die from the drowning or choking, you'll die of lead poisoning.
pretty much. But I have to say, with Gondolin, it's certain that now that you understand the gravity of what we're about to do, it is certainly important that, and in a sense, those people gave up. They sacrificed the battle on the tears, but their deaths weren't in vain because, again, it allowed some to survive, and that's what Gondolin is. Gondolin is a remnant. And then from Gondolin, I'm kind of going ahead of myself a little bit, is like, the idea here is, and there's a remnant here. And no matter how much Morgoth smashes and destroys and tries to run, there's always, he never gets total victory.
It's like how you can kill 99.9% of bacteria. Let that put out 1%.
Yeah. In a really good way.
Yeah.
You guys are the good bacteria.
Good infection.
We're
penicillin.
Yay! All right. Well, that's during the beginning. Okay, so you guys have experience points. Also, please check how many successful rolls you made, and that is on the side. Hopefully, you were keeping track on or at least estimated. You probably had You may not have. I don't know if you did or not, but you probably have. I'm guessing on an average of 3, something like that, 3 or 4 rolls that you successfully completed, and those would become your advancement points, which I think is on the second page.
Yes.
So you can just jot it in. Yeah. So each one of those little for every successful skill roll, plus anytime you invoke a natural trait.
Yeah.
Now you invoked yours, tumbling and such.
At least once.
Let's go with the one time, since we were giving you
I have like the 2 that I succeeded.
Yep.
And then the 1 that I invoked, so I think I.
Well, this is 3 here. Right?
Yes. Well, that I think was from that.
Oh no, you never. Oh, I see. Yeah, usually you just that's fine. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, no, because these slots, like once they're filled, you don't get any extras.
Yeah.
So I mean, but yes, so that's just a +1 next time, just right up there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you have 3.
Cool.
So you can put that on experience.
Our tick marks for the next session.
Yes, erase your tick marks, but your endurance stays the same. Rough indeed for Anthony and Ashley's characters. We're going to have to. Now, their healing has begun,
but the rough ride into
Did
Gondolin.
not.
So one of the concerns your elvish character may have is we have a few hours. So one thought might be to just to rest up a little bit, possibly. But that's really up to you. It's your decision.
So I forget, did you leave us hiding in an alleyway somewhere while you went to tell them, or?
Well, that was my first instinct, so you didn't get trapped in Gondolin for the rest of your life.
That might not be very long though.
However, I was witnessing to city human clothes.
Okay.
Someone like flash
So
from my
if
eyes.
you agreed, I stuck with it. Yeah. Holocaust clothes.
Magical, now you look like an elf. He's got pointy ears that just stick out there like manufactured.
Now you have to come work with
The
you.
map of the city.
You're not
also
sure it is.
close up.
No.
So and I'm gonna try to get that up on
Cool,
Google.
just because he has a beard.
The dwarves like things like that.
Yes.
So I wonder if the sacking of that city was one of the big contributing factors to the, because elves are good with grudges. They're
Oh,
very
they
good with
are.
grudges. And so.
And the dwarves are both very gritty.
And then the dwarf side is a generational grudge.
Yeah.
Which we've seen. That's something we've seen.
Yes. Here we go.
Oh,
Yeah, let's see.
plugged in, that's why.
There's
There's a cord you need to borrow,
Oh,
I think, for the camera. Now I have to listen for his voice and follow him.
Not the camera, just, well, in the radio department.
Maybe, I'm not gonna plug anything.
smoking is extremely gross, but it makes you more popular with the hobbits, I think.
Well, Hawk is good.
When we're in a.
Like, I'm still trying to understand how traits bring in votes. Cause like, I really like the idea, but I'm still kind of new to the system.
Okay, when you're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well,
Meanwhile, if you two on this side need to see, you can always look close up at this map. Okay, so that's a Polish illustrator. She is really interesting. So she's on a website. She's got her art and oh, it's okay if you need it for a little longer.
No, I got another one. Oh, I was thinking, so I would have to keep plugging and plugging.
Yeah, so she has a webpage, you know, and has a couple of
It makes me go long about people.
interesting
It makes me
comments.
popular. We're trying to figure out what the smoking drink is. Apparently it just means, it makes me seem really cool.
Yeah, it's
I did
social,
too, but I never used it there either.
it's social bonding.
It's social bonding. I do have smoking as a
it's
trait.
like the
Social engineering.
The communal aspect of like sharing a meal and then sharing a smoke.
Yeah.
Everybody like sharing a drink.
It's just somewhere I had up in the city. I guess that too late.
Hobbits are proficient in smoking. It's in the AI version.
It's the city.
My
There
other,
you go.
my other
No,
ratings are in my other group.
I guess it doesn't show.
The only one she is.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, because you do it in the browser, so the better way to do it is to
Yeah,
download
we're
it
getting
and
all
open
through
it
my
and
group,
then
you guys weird.
and it's as you're using it.
Oh.
I did such, it was early in the thing, and the first time, I went to roll persuasive, and I had like lots of points in persuade. And she's like, okay, what do you say to him? And I'm like, ah. And so I came up with the most socially awkward penguin on the planet. And all the men of Lake Town think I'm the weirdest thing. It's pretty funny. Because I never played as a GM that's like, okay, so what do you say to persuade them?
Right?
And she didn't warn me, she did not warn me in advance that was coming. And so I didn't have anything planned.
You know,
And so I
it's true. It's true. I mean, I have played with people before, and I mean, we always fumble a bit, but some people are like, oh, okay, and then you get into it, and then some people you find out like that's a real struggle for them.
Yeah.
Like they don't have a whole lot of experience.
My character knows.
I know.
Yeah. It's like, this is why I'm role playing, because I am not a persuasive person.
My character's great at red, but I'm not.
Right.
Alright, is that?
Thank you. That's good.
There you go.
It's doable.
What, did you get zoomed or?
Well, no, it'll be fine. I mean, I thought there was a higher resolution conversion.
This is what we also have
303
fields too.
Um,
Yes, this is a little zoom version. It's not as
But I mean, it's, yeah.
There is a Ayurveda on her website.
It's all the Valar.
The Valar.
That was $15. I didn't have
I like how they made the little houses.
I'm just
look
saying,
like
if you copy it from her website, just put temporary.
And like, we have a lot of snow in the
But if that's what I have, then that's fine.
And like some of the elves were based off of like Finnish. And like Cinderella, I think was like Welsh or Gaelic.
Well, they're in the city.
Gaelic was Finnish, so.
Which gate did we come
We
in?
came in the north gate, over there, top left.
Okay, so we're up here.
You know, where it looks like it's a small world after all from Disneyland? Yeah. It's the fall of God. It's the fall of God.
I hope.
Oh, yes. Okay, so another thing you can consider, try not to railroad here, but just a thought. You've got a little time, you've got some group people, you've got to kind of figure out where to be, what's your safe house. And those swords.
We should bring them to someone who knows what they do. Because they're obviously magical.
These swords? What makes you
It
say
took
that?
Kalundor, well, it took Kalundor more than 10 years to make 6 of them. And this was the
glow.
Elvish Smith. This is one of the Elvish Smiths.
Yeah.
And
I heard something about one of them being a healing sword, so shall we just stab her?
I think there are 6
Nobody's making it out alive.
Just as long as you don't touch my beard.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
It's like Russian roulette, except that there's only one empty chamber.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Favorite, whatever. Oh no. I really want to see what you're like at 8 o'clock tonight.
Oh yeah.
Well, I've been up since 1:30 this
I
morning.
know.
Why?
1:30? Why?
Well, and he's also running on limited six. So
I have a
if we want to
new strap machine to help me breathe at night.
And
And the air pressure is automatic and it gets to be really strong when I start to snore. And between the air pressure coming in my nose and the discomfort of having the mask around my face.
Oh yeah. That takes me out too.
Yeah.
So I wonder perhaps if this would be something that anyone would have the lore to know, or if we have to find a knowledgeable person who's understandably distracted because their city's getting
I
attacked.
suspect that our elf from Gondolin might know what the swords do from the trees.
Where would we go to?
There's this pawn shop, I know.
There's this magic shop in the sea part of town. The bargain has got one eye, but he's good.
Right.
Do I know someone who might be able to help us understand these swords who won't take them
You
away
are
from us?
not
I mean, we have
positive.
We could bribe them.
Oh my goodness.
If that's what it takes.
Okay, so you are not sure, but you do think of the fact that there's several options. You could go to King Durga and say, Your Majesty, we have the swords, and what do you think? Well, you know, there's Pengalode, not Penguin, Pengalode. Pengalode, he is the librarian in the Great Library of Gondolin, and he's the one who initially was the one who gave the scroll to to say, I think this is something important, and I've just discovered this, and what do we do about this? And so you could go to him, possibly, or you could just experiment and see what happens.
I think we should talk to someone.
I vote Bangalore. Okay. The king is definitely busy now since we delivered our message and they noticed.
We haven't delivered our message.
We should deliver our message first, and then shoot.
But the message is kind of that they're coming. They kind of seem
I think the way we left it was a little vague, but I thought
They were
You're talking-
aware, but we
they
did
were
not
coming.
give them that
Okay.
message.
So that's right, because where we left it was that you were maybe going to wait and you were going to go deliver the message.
Yes.
So what do you want? What is the order of what you want to do?
I would like to stash these three someplace with all of the swords. I do not want to bring the swords
Okay.
to the king yet.
All right. You probably have family in the city. That's a possibility. Or
So
somewhere
I would
else.
like to stash them, go to the king, deliver the message.
Okay.
The
King Square is here.
Uh-huh.
This is kind of where the main well is, kind of the place of the well, or there's a
Right.
There's these, yeah.
The center of town.
Where is the library guy?
And then this area over to the east here, behind. As you can see right here, this is the library.
To the well, I'm just thinking that the very most important thing has got to be letting the city know what's coming. Because they can see that there is something coming, but they don't realize that we've got dragons, they don't realize we've got goblins.
Yeah.
We have information that could help save people's lives, so we really need to do that first, even if they're not super happy to see all of us.
That's fine. Yeah. What do you think?
We are the swords that won. We're the blades that won.
Well, yeah, I mean, having the swords gives you a little bit more credibility in a place where you otherwise would not be welcome.
That's true. And they're
But-
probably not welcome, but they need the information that they've got dozens of Balrogs.
But at the same time, you have to kind of balance that out and say, you know, I mean, whenever you have an encounter with people, that's an actual dynamic in the game is, you know, what kind of factors will you have to consider when you're encountering someone.
Well, if you want us to stay outside once we get closer there, but I think that it would be better for us rather than having.
You guys are already in the city.
Right.
We already did
Well,
that.
no, I know, in the city, yes, but rather than stashing us at a third location in the city, going to the king, coming back, getting us, going to the library.
Oh, I see.
We all go towards the king.
That
If you are
makes
the only
sense.
one who goes and sees him in person, that's one thing, but that way we're not wasting time.
Okay.
You guys would get permission from the king to be here.
We could, we might get that,
That's fair. I will introduce you as Elfriend.
Okay, so you came in the northern gate. There's a great amount of chaos, and at the same time, there's a lot of preparations where people are scurrying around and making plans. And I actually want to read to you a short. Sorry, I lost my book the other room. I'll make this very brief, but it's very helpful for imagining the situation. Oh, I left it in the other room. Sorry. It's over here. My apologies. Because I think part of this is action, but it's also based on. So what is the atmosphere? Okay, this is about the part where you come to the story. You were actually in it, did you know that? Listen, here you. Then came over the plain riders who bore breathless tidings from those who kept vigil on the peaks. And they told of the fiery hosts and the shapes like dragons, and said, Melko is upon us. Great was the fear and anguish within that beauteous city, and the streets and byways were filled with the weeping of women and the wailing of children, and the squares with the mustering of soldiers and the ring of arms. There were the gleaming banners of all the great houses and kindreds of the Gondothan. Mighty was the array of the house of the king, and their colors were white and gold and red, and their emblems the moon and the sun and the scarlet heart. Now in the midmost of these stood Tuor above all heads, and his mail of silver gleamed, and about him was oppressed the stoutest of folk. Lo, all these bore wings, as it were, of swans, or gulls upon their helms, and the emblem of the white wing was upon their shields. But the folk of Meglin were drawn up in the same place, and sable or black was their harness, and they bore no sign or emblem, but their round caps of steel were covered with moleskin, and they fought with axes two-headed like mattocks. There Meglin gathered many warriors of dark countenance and lowering gaze about him, and a ruddy glow showed on their faces and gleamed about the polished surfaces of their armor. Behold, all the hills to the north were ablaze, and it was as if rivers of fire ran down the slopes that led to the plain of Tumali, and folk might already feel the heat thereof. And many other kindreds were there, the folk of the swallow and the heavenly arch. And from these folk came the greatest number and the best of the bowmen. And they were arrayed upon the broad places of the walls. Now the folk of the swallow bore a fan of feathers on their helms, and they were arrayed in white and dark blue and in purple and black, and showed an arrowhead on their shields. Their lord is Dwelin, swiftest of all men to run and leap, and surest of archers at a mark. But they of the heavenly arch, being a folk of uncounted wealth, were arrayed in a glory of colors, and their arms were set with jewels that flamed in the light now over the sky. Every shield of that battalion was of the blue of the heavens, and its boss, or center, a jewel built of 7 gems, rubies and amethysts and sapphires, emeralds, chrysoprase, topaz, and amber, but an opal of great size was set in their helms. Eglamoth was their chieftain, and wore a blue mantle on which the stars were embroidered in crystal, and his sword was bent. Now none else of the nobility wore curved swords, yet he trusted rather to the bow and shot the whip further than anyone in the host, etc., etc., etc.
So when it's different from a side or a.
Yep.
Like a Turkish knife.
Excuse me. So this is so Katie's character, okay, belongs to the folk of the heavenly arch. And Eglamoth is your general. So.
Okay, your general.
All right, so now that we have a little bit of that background, and so it seems like it's going to be probably an hour or two until the first of the attackers starts to besiege the city.
So I guess
do I have any reason to know the king?
You don't know him personally, but
Okay, then rather than go straight to the castle, I will go to Englewood. My general?
Oh, Eglamoth, yes. You'll find your general?
Yes.
Okay.
I bring my little cadre of folks.
Okay.
To him.
Right? Okay. All right. So, and so as it describes, though the folk of the heavenly arch they're mustering, and they are involved in the defense of the walls. So the folk of the heavenly arch are kind of between the River Gate and Fardur, this area here. This is a high rock. It's on the side of the hill. It thrusts up like this. And so you remember this is the place where Eol, the Dark Elf, had because of his killing of the king's sister, his wife, what he was meaning for his son, like
It's always that.
Yeah.
Although in this case it might have been better if he succeeded.
Yeah. So anyway, so Eol was cast off the Karandur, but this is the area where they're defending, and they're all the bowmen. And so Eglamoth is found basically running along here and helping to direct the troops and so forth and so on. So there's people coming and going. Nobody's really paying attention to you. You're kind of just holding and following behind. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you come along here, and you see coming down these steps is Eglamoth, the leader of the house.
Hail, sir.
Hail, Tumela, Apheliamente. Where have you been?
Where haven't we been?
Oh, you were on some kind of special assignment. Right.
I was on a mission. Well, as we came home, we saw this host of Morgoth's army, Melkor's army. And not only are they coming with fire, they're coming with dragons and balrogs.
Oh, perish the thought. These days have finally come upon us, although we hoped that they would not.
I have with me elf friends.
Elf friends, you say? That is strange tidings indeed. What else shall happen that we have not planned for? Go on then. I prize honesty. Reveal yourselves. So then he looks about and sees these human beings, which he understands, and he nods, and looks at you, and an elf, a dwarf, and says, "So, you all know Poppy Smallborough?"
Yes, we have adventured together through many trials.
Well, if you vouch for them at this point, Poppy, I brook no opposition. At this point, I cannot worry about the finer points of our rules of Gondolin. Right now, we need every able hand to defend the city. Are you able to?
I so vouch.
To do so, then be of all good speed and good cheer.
As am I.
As are you. Thank you, elf friends. And be it Nalgrim or the Edain, we need everyone to defend the city, whatever weapons you may have. I thank you, and I ask you, please be on the lookout for if there's anyone who needs help within the city, to give them aid, because I am not able to help. We are sorely pressed, and will be under attack within 2 hours, I believe.
But do we have any healers available? These two are hurt.
Yes, I think so. Halfway between here and the Great Library, I believe they set up extra houses of healing for the inevitable wounded that will come. You may find them somewhere past the corridor, but I must go now.
I will take them there. I will return as soon as I can.
May we see each other again. Namarie. Okay, so off he goes.
And off we go.
Okay. All right, good. All right, so that was easy. And so now you are, tell me about what you're doing.
I am going to go look for the House of Healing.
Which looked like it was kind of out of the library.
On the way. Yes.
Or like in the same kind of.
The library is here. Yep. You don't know exactly where, but you gestured in that direction.
Yeah. So yeah, I would stop by the House of Healing and then go on to the library.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you journey past here. You're getting some weird looks because your cloaks are still back.
Yeah.
But people aren't stopping you at this point. They just yeah. And so you come on through here, and then suddenly you see Galdor of the Tree. He's the general of the House of the Tree, and he's coming along, walking very quickly, stops and hails you and says, "Wait, who are these strangers and foreigners in our midst?"
These are elf friends.
Do you have permission to bring them here?
I am on my way to seek permission. Egglethorn.
Yes, the general?
Has accepted them.
Okay, all right. As long as you be of good heart. I must now go and prepare my people, and I will see you perhaps later on. Be strong. Defend your city. And then off he goes. Okay. All right. So you get a little further down, and then in this area here, you can see that there's some gardens, there's some trees, and among here there are a number of yep, exactly. Yep, there are some tents there that have been set up.
Big red crosses on them.
Yeah. So okay, and you can tell that it's not all set up quite yet, but they're just kind of getting things ready, and they're busy erecting poles and trying to set things up here.
Hello. Who is in charge here?
It is I you're with. What is your need?
Say these elf friends have been injured and need assistance.
Oh, I see. Humans. Well, I don't know. Is it allowable?
Say, I have spoken to two generals. They have accepted these offerings.
I see. Well, all right then. You are the House of Heavenly Arch, I see. If you vouch for them, these are strange times that we might have folk among us that are strangers, but we must do what we can. And if you are hurt, then of course we will not deny assistance as we may. Were you hurt fighting the forces of Morgoth to the north?
The advanced party of scouts.
Oh, you must be those riders I had heard of who came and brought us knowledge of them. I'm so sorry. Please come quickly. So she gestures you in underneath the first tent that they've erected, where they have some kind of pallets for people to lie down on and rest themselves. And there's a number of elves in there, men and women who are skilled healers and who have brought medicinal herbs and other things that they might be able to help you with. So they kind of, at this point, kind of take over a little bit, and they usher you over and start triaging and asking you questions about your wounds and so forth.
My suggestion to the group is that these two stay.
Just go ahead and tell them.
You guys stay and heal, and perhaps the dwarf and I can go to the library and get more information on our people.
Aye, that's sensible. Do you need to take all of the swords, or just know the names of them?
Just the names.
Okay.
Okay, so how are you going to do that? You're leaving the swords with them.
Well, I'll leave the ones that they have, I'll leave with them, and we'll take the ones we have.
Okay. All right. So you'll take 3 of them. All right. All right. So you take those 3 with you, and so you're going to try to take the names. Then are you?
If
Just
you
so
need
that
to
you're
take the
able
blade
to.
and have it examined, you can take my blade.
Smiths
I have another.
benefit from having the blade.
Well, we could probably, I'm just afraid of trying to carry too many swords.
I can carry a lot.
Well, yes, but what's it gonna look like?
It's gonna look like an armful of swords that you can't actually
It's
draw.
not a matter of the weight, it's a
yes.
matter of, looking like, we're.
You're gonna look a little awkward.
Awkward at best, and, enemies at worst.
Well, I almost think that having 6 swords between 2 people is enough swords that you look awkward and not like you're just
I feel like there are people running around bearing like
you're just holding them like this, so I don't feel like
You
you're
could be
gonna look
carrying
that
them for,
if we like.
Not like a dwarf who looks strange in the city of Goblin.
Right, you're not wearing them, you're carrying
Yeah,
them.
we're just carrying them. If I thought delivering them.
It's completely up to you. You decide. You don't have to.
I would not. I would take the names and the 3 that we have and go to the library.
In case we get finished and want to meet you there, where should we look?
The library is down around here.
Okay.
Rectangular building.
Thanks.
3 towers on it. Okay, all right. So the 2 of you just rest up and try to get some elvish first aid because you're still in a world of hurt, even though you're recovering. If you're going to be in any shape to fight later on, or even help other people, you're going to need some serious intervention. How many endurance points are you down, each of you?
-4.
Currently -4. Okay, so you will, but I'm going to have to come back to you. Because right now, what would actually happen in real time is that your characters would have to rest there and wait, kind of like when you're in the hospital or like in a waiting room, you just kind of wait for a little while. Not too long. But I am going to go on to them first. So if you need to drink, use the bathroom stuff, that's fine. If you need to leave the table from them. Okay, so you two. Fumilla or Poppy, we'll just say go with Poppy. So Poppy and my dwarvish friend Dibble. I can hear this name like you never remember it.
Is this like the Kuzma name?
Yeah.
Because are dwarves not supposed to share?
They can use it.
Yeah.
They do not share their secret names.
Okay.
But you can just say you can say the common speech name. Maybe that'll be easier.
Or I can just I'm Silvercade. So
all right. Is that okay?
Yeah. Or I can just do like Varnheim or something else.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever.
They can be your nickname. You can have several names, or we can just call you Kibble for short. Kibbles and Bits, maybe. Kibbles and Bits.
Yeah, that works.
Just
You know, we might be able to remove their head or not.
Yeah, no, we don't need to worry about the present.
No. So the dwarf and the elf move on towards the library. And so as you come along this tree-lined avenue down from these the houses of healing that they're setting up, you can see just again majestic buildings. I mean it's nighttime, but the big tall buildings are lit up. They have elvish lanterns and exactly. And the Tower of the King is the highest tower in the whole city, and so you're quite close enough to be able to see across the ways away and see it's like a gigantic cathedral. Exactly, that's what you're thinking. It's something like that. And so this is the palace, and that is King Turgon's tower. But along here, there are these are amazing buildings, and it's a very interesting city. Of course, the tragedy is you're here so short a time right now. You're not able to properly appreciate it, and you've come back after having been away. And this is all familiar to you, but you are not in a position where you can truly kind of enjoy being back home.
Right.
So, anyway, you come along this tree-lined avenue and past the canals because there's a lot of water throughout the city. There's natural springs up on top of this mountain, this hill, and then there's also waterfalls that you can see here and here, spilling out from the city. So, and then you finally come along to this entrance over here. You can see there's an entrance in this tower, that corner tower of the Great Library of Gondolin. When you walk in immediately, you sense a very different feeling. You're coming out outside, there's noise, there's bustle, there's cries, there's shouts. You walk in, and it's a very nice contrast. You kind of feel like, oh wow, this is indeed a library. As you walk into the first tower, you see there is kind of this circular 3-story stacks of books all along in scrolls, section for scrolls, different books, with ladders and stairways up to the higher parts. And then there's 2 wings that go off in each direction. One to the left and then one to the right. You see it's not a desk really, but more like a table. A table, and there is a kind of a raised chair next by it, and there's a few elves who are sitting there, or some standing and one sitting, consulting over maps of the city and talking in hushed tones. So they're kind of ignoring you right now.
Do I see the librarian?
The one who's sitting, you think is the, yes, in fact, you will find that is Penguin. That is the great Penguin, the great librarian. So, and then the other ones are all kind of talking.
Excuse me, Pangolin.
And then the elves all stand up. They're very tall elves, and they withdraw for a moment. And Pangolo looks at you.
I'm sorry
yes,
to
what is
interrupt.
it? Oh, I see. It's you, is it?
It is.
Camilla, welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that your return is not in a time of peace.
As am I. I would like to introduce my dwarf friend, Gibble.
Hello.
You may call me Silver Cave.
You are very welcome here at Silver Cave.
Thank you. That is a warm welcome.
All the Nalgrim of Belagost are good and faithful allies of the Noldor, as you've proved in the past. So you are always welcome here, though no doubt the circumstances of your being here are very
dire.
Yes. So, but I am glad to see that you have found those who you were seeking. And who are these other friends?
We're not healing.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay. Little discomfort. Okay, rewind. So your friend here, did you find any others, or just the one, just a dwarf? When you were on your mission,
right?
Did you find others as well to help you in your search for?
Yes.
For
there are 2 humans who are currently being taken care of at the House of Healers.
And were you successful in finding what the scroll spoke of?
Yes. And
you were.
That is what we would like to discuss.
But of course, please, yes, can we look at these later? Yes. Please come with me to my private chambers. Okay, so he gestures you to stairways that go up to the 2nd level, and then he takes you along here, and then you curve around to the tower in the back. Okay. And then you go up another set of stairs, and then there's the third floor up here. You can see is the 3rd floor. Mm-hmm. You can actually see out over the wall, and because of the way it's built, and that's where his own apartments are. Okay. And so he gestures, please come in, refresh yourselves. It's somewhat meager at this time, but if you need anything, please have some of this. There's some Mirivor if you need, perhaps.
I would like to get down to business.
Okay.
We found 6 apparently magical swords.
Oh, I see.
I'm hoping.
Celebrimbor forged 6 swords. That must be the blades that he spoke of.
I am hoping that you can help us discern the purpose of each. We've got 3. We've got the names of the other 3.
Yeah, I see them.
Give him the 2 I have.
I'll get them up.
He very carefully takes your swords and places them out on a table with a kind of a damasked tablecloth where, these are very fine furnishings.
Yes.
And so he places these swords out, And he looks carefully at the runes upon them and reads them carefully. And these others, you say you have it's written down?
Our friends have them, and so I give him all of the...
Okay, so then he looks at your notes. He compares it all. Interesting. I see. Well, this one, Cam1, this is what we would call earth block. Yeah. This is something to do, I think, with there must be some kind of something in the blade that Celebrimbor has put in his forging. Let me look at this scroll again. He pulls out he has the original riddle. Okay. He wrote you a copy that you could take on your trip. But he's looking at the scroll again. Wielding weapons with their hearts and unseen swords to say. Wielding weapons with their hearts. There's something in these blades that must be wielded not by hand. You see, he doesn't say wielding weapons with their hands. He says with their hearts. So perhaps the names of the blades are a clue to something within the blades that you may be able to discover or unlock. And I'm not sure how that may come about. And at this point, one of the things you've noticed is, and you haven't kind of really paid attention to it because you've been focused, really focused. But ever since you left the two of them behind with their swords, you've had this sense of discomfort or unease. And it's been hard to kind of place. You just assumed it was like, it's the time of war and this is so difficult. But
it's now a lack.
There's something that's
missing, off.
And maybe it's tied to the swords, but they're not all together. Anyway, but as he's talking, so Pinglode says, maybe the properties of the swords are best discovered when all of them are together and wielded with your hearts. But how do you wield it with your hearts? So Celebrimbor clearly was intending that others besides elves might help us. Somehow he knew, or was hoping, that there would be a union like the Union of Mithros, except this time it would not be on a battlefield. That he would try to somehow bring together, again, elves and men and dwarves, this time to somehow be able to have the upper hand. But in order to make sure, perhaps, that it was wielded by worthy folk and not by just anyone who would come along to steal treasure, perhaps, then there must be something in your heart that will unlock the power of the blade, perhaps. Although no doubt they will serve you well as blades, and have they already seen service? Very good. But I suspect that until you find out this, they will only be swords. And there's something more to them. What are the other names there? You see Surulanta, this is Windfall. Nalanost, Starborn, yes. Nairi Lire, Sarosan.
I have an inkling in the back of my head.
Yes.
That one of them may be a healing sword. But I have no idea how to determine which that might be, and stabbing my companions does not seem like a good idea.
Yes, I would caution you not to have to resort to such extremes, certainly. But I would say that looking at the names, then it seems to me that either Starborn or Silverfire would be the most likely candidates. You see, looking at the construction of the names, Earthlock is a defensive posture, some kind of way to hold back, you see, the enemy. Windfall is an offensive posture, something in the Elvish. It's not just windfall, but it's a power. It's a pushing.
As opposed to simply a boon.
Yes, you see, and also, did you find connections with maybe the Valar in these puzzles and
We did indeed.
but you see the names of the swords are also connected to the Valar, are they not?
I presume I would know this.
Windfall.
Oh,
Manwë.
right. Yeah. Okay.
Starborn. Varda. Hammerhilt. Possibly Mandos or Aule. Although Earthlock has to do with the earth and the shaping thereof, that again might be more of an Aule. And then Hammerhilt is maybe Judgment, maybe Mandos. Silverfire though. Silverfire. Oh, what has he done? He's something he's doing here. See, Celebrimbor means silver fist, for those of you who are not elves. Okay, so Cele, silver. Okay? And then Telemnar is a different kind of silver. I think this might be the healing sword you seek. I think that Telemnar has something to do with, how do I put it? It seems like it's about the removal of ill. That's what it gets at. As fire cleans and purges, it's more to that meaning. So I would suggest that when you go back to your friends, bringing the swords together, focusing your heart on the blade, perhaps then you'll be able to see if you can unlock Telemnar and this possibly healing, as you say, might be there. Hammerhilt, to me, seems offensive, strong. Sarosam is defensive, perhaps. Something maybe to, something about Nairi, Lire, and Elinost. Or maybe it could be about helping the group, perhaps. Starborn, kindling stars, kindling courage. That's my best guess. I don't know anything else, but I would encourage you to look and see if you might be able. But be careful, because if there is a power that is in these blades, then the unwise use of them, or when others are close by, may have unfortunate consequences. But I would think that a healing sword, perhaps you could just test it by laying the flat of the sword upon a wound. I do not know. These are my only guesses. I have too much else on my mind to
understand.
think
We
more.
will leave it.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Thank you for your insight.
Of course. Thank you very much.
You and me?
Yes, take heart, literally. Be strong, help each other, and make Gondolin yet stay.
Take heart.
Nice.
Carve it out of somebody.
A little bloodthirsty, huh?
Little Aztec,
yeah. I shall consume the soul of my enemies.
Okay, I will no longer say literally. Take heart, figuratively. And may the star shine on the hour of our meeting, if we shall meet again. I pray it may be so.
Thank you, good librarian.
Namarie. Get to work. All right.
Come, let us go back.
Yes. All right. So meanwhile, you two, you're really enjoying the attention, because they're taking good care of you. They're letting you drink some Mirgor, which is this elvish substance that it just seems to take away the pain from that long ride. So it's kind of a pain reliever. And they've also dressed your wounds with new bandages.
Candy.
And have put on a poultice of this herb that you don't recognize. It's really unusual. It has a very fragrant scent when you smell them, as they took this herb and they crushed it and put it in hot
sort of
water.
herbs that might be good in the hands of kings, that kind of herb?
That kind of herb, yeah. So you don't hear them say what kind it is, but it's a weed. He uses.
We feed it to pigs. They're very healthy pigs.
Man, this
Is it a
thing's
long
been for
time?
a long time and you don't kill them.
3 times the life of figs now.
I mean, you wouldn't notice them because they get butchered eventually, but there's that one old thing, he's like 60 years old. He got emotionally attached to the one of them, so he just never killed that one. So he's like 60.
The pigs live that long?
I don't think so. I don't know.
When you give them...
When you give them SRS every day. Yeah, they do. Magic thing.
Yes.
I love it.
That's canon now, that's the thing. It's canon accepted.
Yes. Okay.
So we're just kind of chilling.
So, yeah.
You've both regained 2 endurance points since just the hour that you've been resting there. And you've even drifted off a little bit.
To sleep?
Yeah. You were really tired.
Me?
Yeah. Both of you were.
We lost a lot of blood.
Yeah, so just again, the fact that you had a grueling ride right after being wounded, it didn't do your body any favors.
Yeah.
But you have a high constitution. You know you don't complain about it, but still, you know that the night is still long. You know there's much more to do. But you drifted off, and when you come back, so both of you, Silver Cave and Poppy, you return to see that your 2 friends have been well cared for, and are at this point looking much better. The colors returning to their skin, but they're still not completely out of the woods yet.
There.
Yes.
Where is Tolkien?
And she places her hand on her hip and shows you that the sword is still there. She's like, I have it here with us.
Let me try something. So I take it and I'll lay it on her wound, flat side down.
Okay. Okay.
And I concentrate deeply on making her well.
Okay. Subtract 1 hope point. You feel on your skin suddenly something feels different, as if underneath the bandage that things have closed up, and you just sense that stretching feeling of
it's gone.
And you kind of stretch your arm, and you actually
Friend, what
feel.
did you do?
Just not I, just the sword.
This time
We must heal our combat.
Indeed.
Yes. Yes. What about Tobit?
We'll fix him.
So I will do the same for Tobit.
Yes.
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 You're willing to? Okay, and that's another hit point, another hope point for you. So go ahead and say what you do again. You place the
flat side down on your wound.
Okay. Do I gain the endurance points?
And then as she concentrates from her heart through the blade, your wound disappears. Cool. So both of you are up to full endurance points. It's kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, 2 hours or 2 points for the elves and 6 points with the sword. That's pretty impressive right there.
Almost like it's magic.
It's a magical sword. Poppy, how did you discover this? What were you able to learn, my friend?
We had help from the librarian, Candelone. He pointed out that the swords are named in conjunction with the Valor where we found them. And Telmar means silver fire. And the best he could imagine was that it would be the healing sword.
You hear this horn blowing upon the walls. Bye. And they're being answered on the other side over here. These are elvish horns. And then you hear murmurs from people running past. War Council, Turgon. And then suddenly, around the corner, this woman, this elvish woman, who immediately you recognize as Princess Idril Celebrimbor. With long flowing robes, she walks around and comes into the houses of healing to check on things. Eordreth, how are things going? Are the people well? Prepare. We may have wounded soon. They are drawing close to the gates. Hello. Is it Fernanda Felinite?
Yes.
Yes,
How may I
well
serve
met.
the princess?
Right now, my concern is for my people. I have long had a foreboding. And she looks and she sees a dwarf.
They are elf friends. They have been my companions.
I see.
They have saved my life.
Strange times these are. But this is the way that things are. We look for friends that come to us, just as we once came to the aid of those who did not expect us.
Our severed arms are yours in this hour of darkness, princess.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Listen, I am most concerned. I have a foreboding that our dear city, bright and beautiful though it be, unassailable though it may seem, will fall this night. This will be no long siege, my friends. We must prepare to escape.
How may
If we
we assist
stay,
you with this?
what's that?
How may we assist you with this?
What I need most of anyone who can is if they can look throughout the city, look for those who are not needed in the defense, and start to gather them so they might be able to meet at our house in the southwest quadrant of the city. There upon the wall you will see near a tower is our house, and in that place you may find near the fountains of the south. You know the place.
I do.
Nearby there is my house. We have a secret way out, a tunnel that I have had ordered to be dug from our gardens, down underneath our house, down through Amanguare, underneath the plain, to about 6 miles distant. And it is my hope that if the city cannot hold, and if they overcome our gate, then at that point you must with all speed seek to help as many as possible to bring these. She starts to lose it, but then she steels herself. To bring these refugees and this remnant. For if Gondolin will not stand, the people of Gondolin shall not fail. We must save a remnant. We must save my son Eärendil. I go now to prepare him. I must give him his suit of armor that I prepared for him and wake him. Such good dreams he may have, but no more. I bid you well, and that you may heal soon. And I must take your leave now. If I see you later, it will be preparing to leave. But I hope that we shall be able to hold back the enemy, though I foresee it shall not be so. Namarie.
Namarie.
Okay, so she rushes off to go and strengthen her people and help. Meanwhile, Turgon is calling for a council war with his generals, and so there's things going on around the city. You can't see where you are right now. You could from the library probably if you'd look, but you'd have to go up onto the ramparts to see kind of how close they are. But it sounds like they're probably halfway across the plain by now and getting closer, maybe 2/3. So the army approaches.
I suggest we go look for women and children. Immediately. My friends, as much as I would like to believe that the might of Gondolin will prevail,
it will not.
The enemy brings with them both Balrogs and dragons. The walls will fall. We need to be prepared when that happens.
So you're suggesting that we should go rescue women and children first?
Yes. We should begin preparations now. The walls will not hold against this sort of might.
Speaking of, so the swords, at this moment when you're all together and all focused and kind of there's that unity together of will, suddenly, who has Sorrow Song?
I have Sir Lananta and Elnos.
Okay. Sorrow Song is Naire Lire.
Oh,
I have already lived right here.
it starts to hum. Okay, is it in your back? Is that where you got it stashed?
Yes.
Or of course you were lying down, but now you're sitting up, so they're probably next to somewhere in your pack.
Yes.
So you hear it, you kind of feel the vibration, but the sword is actually like it's humming. It's like there's a clear musical note that just sustained. Okay? And then it's gone. You feel like now that you're together again, you feel encouraged, strangely, that even in these darkest of times, friends who may help one another for the sake of others have a great weapon at hand. And each of you feels that their sword truly shall reveal something in your power in your hand and with your heart, even tonight.
When we spoke with your general, did we give him like details of what we had seen? Like the troop numbers and the number of those? Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure the people doing the war council actually had that information.
By this point, too, if they're 2/3 of the way, they're probably about 5 or 6 miles distant, give or take 2 miles. And they can tell by that point, the far-sighted ones will be able to tell some of the numbers. They'll be able to estimate, because that means that quite a few of these dragons are not winged, which is even better.
Okay, I forgot that part.
Yep.
Fair, Tobit.
Yes.
Are you ready to travel?
We are ready to travel with you.
Yes.
Let us away.
Okay.
Take off.
All right.
Scouring the city for women and children.
Okay, so for the next hurried hour and a half.
We think gather them at the fountains of the south. That way we don't disclose the exact location of the secret tunnel until we need it, or
we don't know the exact location of the secret tunnel.
Perfect.
We just know the general vicinity of the secret tunnel, as I understand it.
Okay.
It's in the. She said it's in the gardens of their home.
Yes, but we don't know where in the gardens.
Exactly. Yep, not yet. You haven't been there.
I don't even know where home is.
Right.
Okay. One moment.
It's near here. That's the fountains of the south. That's all I know.
Did you know how that was on maps?
We are filled with purpose. As we scurry.
I am now encouraged.
All right. You've worked as hard as you can, going throughout the city.
We've named it up. Dropped the Princess has a plan for this about 1 million times now.
Yes. So, you see various elves of different houses scurrying around. Each of you roll insight, please.
Insight, huh? My insight is not good. That's a 14 for me.
30. Oh wow.
Oh my goodness, really?
Yes.
Damn.
15 with a 6.
Okay.
No. And 17 with a 6. I'm losing
23.
my mind.
Well, with a 3.
And 2 6s, it looks like.
Yeah, 2 6s.
Okay. All right. How about you?
14.
Okay. No. Sorry. But it's so new to you. You're like, wow, nice craftsmanship, but these elves, they don't really get their style. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How would do it? It's
too narrow.
Yeah, totally.
Wispy.
Right? Yeah, wispy. What's that?
Not stout enough.
Yeah, they don't stand in there.
Not enough squares and angular lines.
Okay. Each of you has an increasing intensity of insight on this. Starting with you.
Okay.
You sense that there's something in the city that seems amiss, and you can't place your finger on it, but you know that there's something wrong.
There's some people in the crowds who are behaving quite right. It just seems a little off.
Mm-hmm. And you kind of have that same feeling, and it's a little deeper. And what you feel is, because of the history and knowing these people, every time you see the people of the Sable Mole,
They're moles?
no,
They're not traitors?
every time you see the elves who are with Michaelin, who have their device, their shield is all black.
Yes.
And, because they dig ore, they're kind of like the iron and foundry.
I'm sure they super appreciate the name Mole.
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyway, so this group, you see them just like everyone else, kind of getting ready to defend battle stations and everything. But you notice some of them are not part of detachments of soldiers going here and there. Some of them are slipping behind alleyways, going in different places.
They're treacherous.
These are the people of the mole. They're like Maylin's people.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So they're evil, right?
Well,
did I say that?
they're sketchy.
They're sketchy. They're a little odd for supposedly valiant elves.
What you're seeing is what I'm telling you, right?
Yeah.
So again, player knowledge versus character knowledge, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you got to stay in character. And so what you know is simply this, that as a human visitor to Gondolin, all of this is majestic and is awe-inspiring to both of you. But even within the most beautiful of cities, there is sometimes trouble and rot. And even in a barrel of apples, there's one that's perhaps has gone wrong. And you just feel like there's something I don't trust. I don't trust this particular group of people because you can see some of them are in 2s and 3s going separate ways, kind of doing something, you don't really know what, but they're scattered throughout the city on some kind of business. So this occurs to you. Meanwhile, as you gather the people towards the fountains of the south, you suddenly hear a great kind of murmuring sound. And this murmuring sound starts to get louder.
The feet of the army?
And you can feel the sound of the approaching army. And the earth is shaking as closer and closer come great beasts and terrible monsters of Morgoth. You cannot see at this point, but you know the sound is coming from the north. That's where they're approaching from. You're still here. It's about the hour of midnight. And you're also hearing some sounds over by the great gate to the west. So you suspect that they are bent on encircling the city, but you're hearing the sound kind of over here.
Quickly. We must get these people out here.
Yes. Suddenly, running back towards your area, the Fountains of the South, you see a very tall man. He's not an elf. He's of the House of Hador. It's Tuor. And he sees the people gathered there, and he instantly locates you, nods at you, looks over, and kind of gives a half grin, and says, "Hail and well met, strangers. It is indeed strange to find you in our city, but I trust it is for a good purpose. You must be here to help us."
Yes.
I heard rumor that our good Feliamente was looking to see if the Smith Killer Bimbor had left some gifts to help us in our hour of need. I know not what they are. I have no time right now. I must go north to help fight there, and I would seek to ask that you come with me, because there are groups of people up in the parts towards the northern gate that need to be brought down. I have found a few groups. Can any of you be spared?
I know. My sword is yours.
All right. So then, as he kind of calls you this way, then a messenger comes to him and says, "Quick, Lord Tumor!" And they go running off up to the center place of the well and up the road of the arches. And then you hear boom, boom, being struck repeatedly, but they're holding. You stay here, you go up north, what do you do?
Let us get these people settled and on their way out the tunnel.
He wanted us to go, or Tor was wanting us to go north with him, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah. If the princess is present to lead the people, then we can lead those who've been gathered here with her.
Exactly.
And we can go and seek the ones who do not know the way out.
Please tell us, where should we stay? Do we stay here in the place of the fountain, or go elsewhere?
We go to the princess's house. She has prepared a way out.
Okay. Into the house?
To the garden.
To the gardens? Okay, so then some people among them, come everyone, let's go. So they try to take everyone back into the gardens, which are over here, next to and behind Tuor's house. Okay, so they're ushering them that way.
Okay.
All right, that leaves you with the ability to go north and find some others. Suddenly, as you're running up north, you hear a cracking sound of large amounts of stone tumbling.
I wish she'd been shooting down the middle line and she could have gotten both of them.
Like
right, that's exactly what I was picturing. And no, I think everybody fought really hard.
Yeah, good.
Was good at staying in character and
Yeah, I think so. I think
staying on
you guys did a
topic.
good job at being in character. So, what about you, Remy?
Yeah, I really liked some of the role play that we had, because you had a lot of interactions with the different elves of the city, which I thought you did really well. And I really like Ashley's role play as well, getting into your character.
Yeah. And then the swords. You guys were using the swords.
We got to figure out what the swords do. That was exciting.
Right.
I really liked your sorrow song on your sword.
Nice. Yes, it was good. And yeah, it was sad not to be able to go rush a bomber or a dragon. But it was good.
I appreciated your self-sacrifice in not doing that.
Yes. It was very difficult. So sad.
Well, and the other side of courage is I suppose that you could have spent yourself easily. On the other hand,
courage to
so many have so many have died, right? For the sake of the city, but your life means more than death. So okay, so you get 10 more experience points for that session, and then let's talk about advancements points. So not as many skill rolls this time, obviously, but a lot of role playing here as well. So I would say let's just double whatever you have for advancement points.
For the skill ones, or
I'm just saying just double it, unless you used more, which would be more.
Well, because I had 3 before, and this would be a +2, so that'd be 5.
So actually doubling would be more.
So you want to double this?
No,
or
I'm just saying just make it 6.
Oh, 6. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because not everybody, basically we didn't use many common skills.
What about our extraordinary successes? I got 5 6s over the course of that battle, and you said to keep track of those.
Yeah, so definitely you've earned an extra advancement point on top of the double. Yeah, anytime you get 3 6s in a row or 2 6s is a very special feat. So that's something that's noteworthy. Okay, but the point is that although it's only happening in one day, each session your character is learning how to respond and is gaining a helpful experience for the future, and also is slowly advancing in the common skills that you've already built up quite a bit, because your character is essentially, we're trying to give you a character that's about 9th level in 5th edition, which there's no real easy kind of match, I've noticed. I could not find anything. But a 9th level is almost 10th, and 10th is halfway to 20th. So I didn't want to make your characters overpowered, but that when you look at all of it, you'll see that you have quite a few ranks. Some of you have a lot of ranks in certain skills, and so that's one other thing you might want to think about in this session 3 is how, especially as you guys are fleeing, you're going to have different roles, and then we'll get into scout, into some of those different ones. Look out how you can complement each other. Right now you've just been doing it by role playing, but you'll notice that some of you have a better strength in certain common skills. Yes, go ahead.
Do we need to wait until the end of the day, like tonight at 10 or 10:30,
to spend our advancement points?
Ah, that's a very good question. No, I think it's a fair. I think what you're saying is, may I spend my advancement points before session 3 so as to be an advantage, because otherwise, we aren't going to have anything to use it on. That's a fair enough call. I think for either experience points or for advancement points, you will find in the main book, which you have, and there's extra bound copies. There's a page that basically shows the ratio to spend to level up on a common skill. Just so you know, advancement points level up your common skills, okay? Because they're linked to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas experience points can either help you gain, you can buy or raise your valor or wisdom to a higher rank, or what you can do is you can raise your weapon skill up 1 rank. Make sense? Yeah. So weapons and wisdom and valor are tied to experience. Those common skills are tied to advancements. Any questions? Yeah.
Early.
A little bit. Yeah. But that's okay.
We did less combat and more saving the civilians.
They accomplished their mission, and initially when I looked at the schedule and with our meeting ending at 2:30, I estimated we would be done at between 5:30 and 6, and so that's how I kind of estimated. So there'd be time for dinner before our last session.
Yeah, well, we set aside an hour for dinner.
Mm-hmm. But I guess I don't necessarily feel we have to stay until 10 o'clock if we get done at 9:30 or 9:45. If the groups all get done and we have our meeting at the end, then we actually finish a little early, as long as we've accomplished the whole thing.
That's a very different view from what cons we've ever run.
Okay.
It's usually everybody's trying to get as much time as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. If that's what the group wants, then I'm willing to do that.
Well, I don't know. That's the first I've heard of that.
Well, we're a half an hour early. Is that a problem?
No.
We just want to make sure everybody feels they get their full, because we've already cut back, right? We've reduced the whole session and cut back the length of the sessions. And we lost a lot of players over that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I can't find the instructions.
Yeah, we lost a lot of regulars because we cut more from their social time.
Advancement points and
So we shrank the duration of each session and the number of sessions.
I'll
finish social time. Here we lost a lot of players.
Yeah, it's also let's do there. I know where that is.
Because for a lot of them, they can only game like this once a year. They're usually working too much to game, so they want to get as much game as possible. It used to be a 3-day event, and we cut that back. So each time we cut back the number of gaming hours, we've lost more people.
Oh, yeah. Well, it seems like we have a good group here.
I'm going to take one outside.
Hey, Hawk, are you cooking pizza?
Yep. Yeah, when I heard you guys are getting done early, I started pizzas for you. Brian bought one's cheese, one's pepperoni, and meat, one pepperoni. Frozen.
Oh, it's frozen.
You guys are leveling up already?
Yeah. We might as well. Because after the next session, we're basically done.
What age he's from?
76. I don't know if that's the same.
In the Adventures
That one
Companion,
might be different.
it's 112.
112? And he said we could do one or the other?
No, we can spend both.
We can do both? Cool.
Yeah, we just went on.
So Microsoft sabotaged me again.
I'm sorry.
It explicitly, it asked, Windows needs to update your computer. I explicitly said no. And then while I was away, not watching the computer constantly, it must have asked again, did the 10-minute countdown, ran the update and rebooted, so I don't know how much of your whole session was lost.
Oh no.
Yeah. Because I don't use Windows very often, so every time I boot up, and I keep hacking to disable that, and they just keep going deeper in the registry to bypass. Every time you say don't update, don't update.
I had to learn how to do that this week at work because our updates made it so our principalers wouldn't.
Right, no, I've been doing this for years. I'm MCSE certified, I've done that.
Then you're definitely no more
But
than
they then force push an update to overwrite the hacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it works for like 2 or 3 updates, and they say, no, we're going to force an update anyway, whether you like it or not.
I swear to God, Windows is
So
Microsoft's
you
like
can't go on the internet
press
with
gang.
it at all.
Yeah, press gang. It's not nice.
I just did, how much time lost. Windows did a reboot in the middle of recording, and I didn't know.
Oh, really?
Forced a reboot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, after I told it, don't do the updates. It did it anyway. It ignored. Well, it at first said, okay, fine, I'll ask again tomorrow. And then something must have triggered it to do it again, and I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't watching the screen constantly, so I don't know how much of your session got lost.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I prefer to get off camera anyway.
It's not, well, but we were use it, we were always sit down after and work on finishing the campaign by going through all the sessions and noticing the questions that came up and everything. Between this one and that one, the audio, something jumped and the audio didn't record.
Oh, really?
So the second session's kind of screwed up. So a little frustrated. We like to finish these and then publish them in other Minds magazine and such.
Oh, yeah.
It's too expensive to get anything with my advancement points, but my experience points helped.
Okay, so it's this point level to this point is how many points are in here. Okay.
Yeah, so,
so like if I wanted to go from 4 points to 5 points, I'd need to spend 4 of those, right?
No, if you're going up to 5 points, you have to spend.
Well, it says if you're going from 1 point to 4 points, we have to spend 9. So 2 to go from 1 to 2, and then to buy a third rank skill, you would need to do another 3.
Right.
And then another. So. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Makes sense. So I've got 8 to do. Okay. Let's do 4 here for another battle die, and 4 here for another insight. Do I want insight? That was one of the things we never actually did in my other group.
Yeah.
Since the person DMing had never played Tour, she had no idea how to level us up, and she's like, screw it, we're just going to 5th edition. Just screw it.
Yeah.
We'll keep playing the same characters, and we're just going to 5th edition.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing right now?
Level spending our experience point.
Oh yeah. Where do you spend them in?
Okay, so come over here for a second, and I'll show you what I'm learning as we go.
Yeah. I'm gonna learn.
Yeah, we are all learning as we go. Okay, so like these ones here, the advancement points.
Yeah.
So to go from this skill level to this skill level costs you 5 points for just that one bomb. To go from here to here, for example, would be 9 points. So 2 points to get to this, plus another 3 points to get to this, plus another 4 points to get to here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
So however many points you had in this spot here will help you increase here, whatever you want. So if you're going from a 2 to a 3, yeah, so to go from a 2 to a 3 is 3 points. And so then you just put a little box right here.
And mark it on how many points of advancement points?
Yeah, so you have to look at what you have and what you want. So like I bought an extra die for battle.
Okay.
And I bought an extra die for persuade in case I have to talk people into doing something.
Okay, what about experience points? Where do you spend them?
I haven't gotten to the experience points yet.
Problem is it costs so many advancement points to level anything up.
It does. Advancement points take a lot once you get to a certain point.
Yeah.
But these are fairly decent levels. Like there's not, like I don't have craft skills, but I assume that my dwarven
Craft is like a favorite for dwarves,
right.
so I'm like amazing.
So.
Yeah, honestly, I think my basic skills are fine. I would increase athletics if I could, but that's like 24 skills.
Oh, you can use that to buy weapon skills too.
I think that's XP. Like experience points is. I think that is for previous experience.
Oh.
So I think that's when you're making a character.
Okay.
You start with 10 XP and then you use that. I think this is the table for XP, and on the previous pages, that's how much it is to like actually level a character up, which is a lot more. Yeah. So
shoot, so I can't do that.
So we can't really use advancement points.
That's wrong.
But we have plenty of XP.
So, okay, let me erase this so I take this off. Okay, because that was brand new character, not.
Yeah.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong table. The numbers are off.
That's the table we want. Here, I'll move my slate right here so
we can all do it together. Okay, so to initiate a new level. Okay, so usually after that it's.
I think this is the table we want. Valor and Wisdom are cool. It just feels like
they would be
bad
more useful
spot.
in a longer
it's
situation.
just not. It doesn't really make sense to add to them.
Yeah. Does the where's the experience points one?
It's on this weapon skill level cost. This is the experience point cost. That's how much it costs to obtain that level, or that level is that much.
Okay, so like 16 to go to a 5.
Yeah. Which honestly, I might also do that.
Right.
And increase my longsword a little more because
that would be a good one.
Yeah, I do that too.
Because if you have fancy longswords now.
Yes.
Okay, so if I did that. And then that's 26. I have 9 left. Is not quite enough to do anything. But that's okay. And I'm good in battle, which is kind of the point.
Oh, but if I spent 26 points, I could get my longsword up to max.
You know, I think that's the strat to do for you. Because like the swords that we have are like long swords.
I feel like we should almost have him double check this when he comes back, just to make sure we're not.
Yeah, that'll be useful.
Overpowering our stuff.
I think that's how it works.
And then you've got 33 of those. So you could also increase your longsword with your experience points and take 26 points off and go to a 6, and then you get to use all 6 of your dice.
26?
And you're also at 33? And so am I. 1 sec.
So subtract 26 from the experience points?
Yeah, so 7. We have 7 left. Both of us. Right here.
7 left?
Yeah. Because we both have the same amount of experience.
Yeah.
And we both did the same move of increasing our longsword. So we're finding 2 different tables. Like there's this one, which would mean that we don't really have enough things. Or sorry, let me rephrase that. We've got this one, and then this table. So according to one of them, we have enough advancement points to do something, and according to this, we really don't. So we kind of need to.
I'm pretty sure
it's probably this one, but we can double check when he gets back to the table.
Because this is my first time like being a player, but
DM'd a couple sessions over the summer, and I'm pretty sure from reading the book, this is like in the character creation section.
Okay.
Because like when you make the character, you just have
you have some to start.
You can spend because basically like I think honestly you just start with 10 XP and you can spend that on common skills or weapon skills. Whereas normally after that you can only spend advancement points for the common skills.
Okay.
And so I think that's how it works. As far as I
level very
understand.
slowly. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I noticed. It takes a long time to level up, but that's okay because it's not like discrete levels anymore. Like
and it's
more slow, more natural progression. I think.
It's a more natural progression. You don't have to completely overhaul your character between sessions, which is nice.
Yeah.
And honestly, Tor is less combat driven than 5th edition by
So
much.
I
mean, unless you have
Tor
a group that really wants to go and attack with a dragon.
Well, okay, but I was still.
That was in your character. It made sense. I'm teasing, but no, it made sense for your character.
But yeah, no, like I'm not a big fan of just hack and slash D&D anyway. I generally like the more story. Every once in a while, having just a ridiculous game is fun. But like I usually like more story driven.
Yeah.
Which Tor is really good at because it really emphasizes the other aspects of like character development a lot more than just I want to optimize my character to do the most damage in combat as possible.
Exactly.
That's what D&D
That's what D&D can very easily become, and I have friends who do that, which I guess is fine.
D&D is prone to murder hookups.
It's not.
It attracts them.
I mean, I have a great campaign going with my friends like that. It's very like flavorful, but you have to kind of. It's meant to be.
You really have to have a great group for D&D. Well, and I mean that's the same in any role-playing game. There's like I've had really bad experiences with Pathfinder, and and it was only the people. But I swear to you, I will never.
Pathfinder's just
like that particular game DM meant that until honestly I didn't play any sort of role-playing game for a good 4 or 5 years because of that DM. Like, he was that bad. It was real bad.
I've had a couple of them.
So for one thing, there was like 15 people in the group. Which was never great. That you had to meet weekly. If you didn't, you got shamed for it. So like if you were sick, you got like the whole group like came down on you. They wanted to start like right at 5 o'clock, and not all of us could make it. I'm like, I'm sorry that I don't have today off, you guys, since it's Tuesday and I work in Coeur d'Alene. So the first time to be here is about 5:45 because you live up on Francis, and you know, and like he was so controlling that if you did so much as an initiative roll without him pointing to you, it didn't count. Like, it's an initiative roll. Who's gonna lie on an initiative roll?
Like I know I've had known that person. Like we had a DM for one of our 5th edition games where he basically made talking in combat like a bonus action.
That's hilarious.
Which it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be free. It's like some DMs just micromanage too much.
He micromanaged, and there was no role play at all. Like
we had no say in the story for our DM. Which is kind of what I like when the players can like affect the story or come up with cool background elements that like work with the story.
One of our friends put a lot of time and effort into like developing a backstory for his character, and one of his character traits was he was really good with kids. And the DM, who was actually a good friend of his, had been friends with him since they were kids, was like, "Oh, you're a pedophile now," and was made pedophile just the whole thing. And it really, really hurts him. He ended up marrying my best friend. That's how I know those things.
That's not cool.
No, it's just it was just a bad. Which is why I really, really don't take these sorts of game days for granted, because I've had really horrible experiences. Like the only time I had fun in that group, I made a half-orc that literally tried to roast everyone alive. I was able to make the argument that a nature skill was good for interrogation purposes, or for I said a nature skill is good for cooking, and then I started like slicing into our captured enemies to interrogate them and marinating them alive. I was a half-orc.
I mean, for enemies, that's kind of
because I had nothing for intimidate, but I had a high nature skill.
There you go.
So,
the one DM also made us roll like a nature skill to like forage for food, and I'm like, no, that's not. I'm a biology major. That's nature. Like the actual like survival. That's survival.
Survival. Yes.
Anyway. But yeah, no, like, honestly, the only reason that I play D&D on a regular basis is because I'm go to Gonzaga, and I'm actually the president of the D&D club.
Nice!
So, like, I'm in, like, a group that meets, you're going to meet tonight, and then Max is going to meet tomorrow. but we meet like more or less weekly. But it's just kind of, but again, it's a much smaller group, and we're much more understanding of, hey, I'm not gonna be able to make it tonight, or you know, we all have something to do. Yeah, that's really the biggest thing with role-playing games is finding a good group.
Yeah. And a happy balance on how much the group as a whole wants to roleplay.
Exactly, like
because some people do and some people do not.
Yeah, like it can be really boring. I've had games where I've just run out of my mind because the roleplay only focuses on like 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you have roleplay that engages everyone, then it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
And having a good mix of like role play and combat, because I admit I tend to like combat oriented characters. It's just kind of the D&D that I grew up with. But you know, it's fun. This is why I like tours. You can be good at. You don't have to be a fighter to be good at combat.
Right.
Like you can be a scholar and be good at combat. Like the two aren't really like connected. I like how they're disconnected in this game.
Which, I mean, it makes sense. Like, just because you like to read in your spare time doesn't mean you can't swing a sword.
Exactly.
Especially in Middle Earth where you're motivated to have those strong combat skills because you're going to get attacked by orcs at some point.
Yeah, just because it's Middle Earth. It's a dangerous place.
It's dangerous.
Yeah. Greetings, Earthlings. Take it to your leader.
I think our last session went. I think it went great, or...
What's that?
I think our last session went.
It was okay. I was flagging, just to be honest with you, and so I'm going to try to have more energy for session 3.
Yeah, it's hard for the DM to do so much at once.
It really is.
Yeah.
And the thing is that this particular session, like if we had spent a year putting this together and it was in highly publishable format, all this would be more intricate, right? Yeah, we would barely have enough time to get through it all, right?
Right.
And there'd be more things that we'd have to go up against. Whereas with this, session 1 was, you can tell, planned pretty, in depth, and then session 3 is pretty worked out. But session 2 kind of ended up, and when you collaborate together, you know that sometimes happens. It's like the middle part is a little thin.
Yeah.
But it's also the part where I don't know. I feel like you're in the city. The map is very helpful.
The map was super helpful.
Yes.
Yep, that gives us kind of a link, and then you've got the swords and kind of figuring out how to use those.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really respect other people who can. It's just really like you got to. The players need to feel that they have a stake in it. I think ours is a perfect size, though.
Yeah,
four
I think four is a good.
It really is a good size.
Like 4 to 6 is like the upper limit for like a good size.
Yeah.
It is.
I've played it in groups with like 9 or 10 people, and it's just really hard to upward.
It really is. People wait around a long time, and
You sit,
combat takes forever.
Twiddling your thumbs. Yes, see?
Like,
It's harder to, it's more awkward to do role play in a larger group.
It's true. Some people just become quiet. They don't come out at all.
Like I'm not used to doing a lot of like in session role play because a lot of like the groups that I come from back home have like 7, 8 people in them sometimes. So
I think
it's just kind of combat takes like 3 hours. And you're just kind of like waiting for them to combat so you can
Half the
kill
time you end up with
other crowd styles.
Yes. I've noticed
You do research on
you
that.
do really well at role playing when like if I ask you a question and then that you'll come out with it, but sometimes some people are they're just quiet or they might not say anything, but they're thinking a lot about what they might do.
Yeah,
so
that's kind of what I'm.
that's more your style.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Whereas some of us, we just
Like battle.
Yeah. Babble and babble.
Yes.
Yes.
We do.
Yeah.
Death or glory.
So
There's
sorry
a whole
if it
science
wasn't just
studying play style, and there are multiple theories on it, how to address them and such. So we train our DMs on all that.
Yeah.
It really is distinctive. And
Yeah.
thinking about role-playing games, that it allows, if the GM allows for it. See, some GMs have their own play style and they're restrictive of how they do it.
Yeah.
Some are just murder hobos, so you get a whole group of murder hobos.
Yeah.
But other GMs are able to be more diverse and give a variety, be more inclusive. So it just depends. GM really affects that.
Yeah.
One thing that I haven't. I mean, I've been doing this for the last 3 years, but I probably enjoy more if the week in week out kind of campaign because then you can actually. Your character's dynamic.
Yeah.
Can evolve, you get to know who your character is a little better.
And then you've got the fellowship phase where you can then say, okay, I'm going to go and do this while I'm, kind of in the off-peak mode.
I mean, I've said it before, if you want to do a tour game during the year, I am down.
Yeah, that could be fun.
I certainly could not do weekly, but if we wanted to do a monthly tour game, I'm down.
I couldn't do weekly either, to be honest with you. I've got too much going on.
That's fine. I don't mind not doing a weekly game.
But I mean,
I think once things settle down for me, yeah, I think a monthly game would be great, and that allows, like, you know, you driving from where you are. And I forgot that you said that before. Yeah.
I said that last year. I
You
still
did.
mean it. I really love this game system. I really love playing in this world. I love the diversity and the richness that it has. I love the different, especially if you're playing with people who actually know a little bit about Tolkien. Because the other group I do has a dwarf and an elf, and neither of them had any idea about the racial tension that they should be having at all. And I'm over here going, I have to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah. I'm not used to actually using the names of all the Valar and all these fancy words, because I'm just like, my friend was like, what? And I'm like, okay, so you have Zeus, okay.
Yeah.
Then you have Hades over here. And I'm like, okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I am really wishing I'd reread that first
it's
few pages
weird,
of the...
like, actually using all the official names. It's not normal for me.
Yes.
Tolkien is inspired by Greek mythology.
Greek, Norse were the two big ones, and then like various historical events like Charlemagne.
He was a university professor. He was a linguistics.
He was so well read.
Like I actually have a little book. It's called like Heroes of Tolkien by David Day.
I've got 3 of those books.
Yeah,
I've got
it's
3
like
of the
all of
David
his influences for things like Aragorn is like influenced by like Charlemagne and all, like King Arthur and like
Arthur the Great.
Yeah, like Theoden's charge into like, so Theoden's charge into Pelennor Fields and kind of Eorl's charge to kind of like make the Rohirrim in the first place. Those are based off of like Ostrogoth, like real historical events.
Wow.
Like King Theodoric of the Goths, I think is kind of what they
Which one is this?
This is like which book or which event?
Which is the book?
The blue one.
The blue one. Okay, I don't know that I've got the blue one. I've got the green one, I've got the red one.
I've seen the green one. I only have the blue.
Of the David Day...
Heroes
Atlas
of Tolkien,
Heroes,
Atlas of Tolkien.
Battles of Tolkien.
I want the
Hey,
best.
but the problem with David Day's stuff is way off.
Really?
Yeah.
Say that.
He's notoriously bad on his scholarship.
Just what kind of things you enjoy.
A lot of the hero stuff is like influences. Yeah.
Well, I have them in my possession. I have not actually read that. I have not actually read that. My book collection is aspirational.
I know they're all good because you've spoken about the conversion before.
Yeah.
Last year,
What's my kitchen at the
I don't think we have.
See, we've been there before, but it's been a long time.
I went and bought an illustrated copy of the Summerland.
Oh yeah.
And then it was Tuesday.
So you know that she like that. But I kind of think I've seen a hardcover version.
They're kind of
It was so what kinds of like more
so they usually have. I bought it on Amazon for reasonable.
Yeah, steak and fish and pasta.
Yeah.
But you know, kind of kimchi.
Well, and they're not really very good with their.
No, more American. No, kimchi is it's a family word. Artsy.
Oh.
Right. Or artsy
Like,
food.
really
I mean, you know
any like actual
wild sage had a
And there are
jalapeno sage lemonade that I
and it
almost
just
killed
had that
Hawk
same.
with.
I acquired
I really liked it, and I said, "Here, honey, have a sip." And he stuck his straw down in the middle of it, right into the capsaicin jalapeno oils, and nearly died. We had to get him, milk in order to.
I have a much easier time with audiobooks anymore than
I don't think they had milk. I think the guy got it.
doing electronic phones and computers so long that I have.
Cut the spice.
It's so weird with every book, but I have a hard time
And you're like, oh, I didn't mean down there.
I'm fine.
Because you get the flavor. I like having the picture.
I like to have them. I still get them.
And that, we did that for my birthday.
Oh, okay.
And it was, I said, okay, yeah, let's get married and then I'll kill you.
Confirm all those ones.
Yeah.
Just joking. So I don't know. I can, well, let's see.
It's embarrassing for a woman to have to admit that because I read
Yeah, just right now, off the top of my head, I would say it's
okay. And it's handy. I've always got it. If I have a minute to read at work, I can read at work.
I just kind of figure out kind of what the waters are like I know like the other week, I'm like, yeah, we have a, I don't know what to say, like.
And the internet has unlimited free reading materials.
Has a lot of stuff that you can do. Italian restaurant, but kind of more mainstream.
Olive Garden.
Olive Garden. And she said,
The Cimarron is one I really want to do. Hard copy, which is part of why I still haven't bought the audiobook. I have watched it.
I think it's just that one.
Well, you're welcome to go online and look at the menus.
And you know what else? Going to Italian kitchen, we fell in love with the zuppa toscana.
Okay.
And then figured out the recipe, and now like our whole family makes this.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Mercy will make it in college.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. So, I mean, feel free to check out the menus.
Okay.
To really see if, that makes a difference. I like Wild Sage.
Wild Sage, that's the one I couldn't remember. Wild
Yeah,
Sage.
so just
I'll
let us
just
know.
kind of surreptitiously check into those and let you know.
So we're thinking the Saturday of her birthday week. Okay. So I think that's the night.
Yeah, no, it's totally completely open.
So where did you get your shirt? You mentioned a specific shop.
Yes, I got it. I went to studied abroad in New Zealand, actually, for a semester. So I got this from Butter Workshop, which is the place that does all the special effects for the movie. Yes, I went to Hobbiton. I went to Hobbiton on my birthday.
Oh my god!
And
Best birthday ever.
21st birthday.
So I'm thinking 6 o'clock.
It's good.
It comes to give me time to get back from so is it my ASL class.
I
wanted to go my whole
There
and then
are a couple different options that you can do.
change and go hop and
Since I was 12, at least since I was 12.
So we only have to
Yeah,
park
Hobbiton's
the
really
car.
cool.
I was not a baby Tolkien fan, I'll be
And I'm
honest.
hoping
I had to come in here alone.
every babysitting.
I'm sure.
Okay,
on the ninth.
I was like 12, 13, and I made myself read the book before I watched the movies.
And
And then just let me know where and I'll make the reservations.
Okay, I will do that. I mean, you should.
I watched the movies first. When I read the books, at the end of the Fellowship of the Ring, Boromir dies. That doesn't actually happen until the first chapter of like the
Graceful?
That's okay.
Something like
That is a good cliffhanger. No, like I like that for a movie. It was just when I read the book and I finished the book, I was like, wait a minute, did they make up Boromir's death? And I started the book, I was like, no. No, I really like the movies, and I think they did that really well. It was surprised. The first one has kind of quite like strong.
We really want
Yes.
to. It's required. It's contractually obligated.
One series.
Okay, so this is.
Although I gotta admit, I really,
I'm upstairs, so.
like, I had nerd inception when I watched The Martian, and Sean Bean was in it,
And I don't
and they
know
were
why,
making
some
more
sorry.
details. There was a phone council and Elrond. I'm like, this is the best thing to do. I don't even care. Screw Mars. I want this.
You know, I can touch my own.
I like the Lord of the Rings movies a lot. And those What about the Hobbit? They do some things well, as Amazon as well. Because like I like a lot of like the dwarf background they bring in.
I do like that. I just.
I don't. They don't like some of the characters.
Visually, it was very different, which is understandable since it came in so later. It's a video game, right?
For a video game.
Yeah.
Well, and like they took in the Lord of the Rings movie, they were clearly visually dwarfs, but they didn't have wonky noses that went out to here. They didn't look like caricatures of dwarfs.
That's actually closer to.
Is it?
I
Okay.
kind of like that though.
Well,
It was just
everything
the dwarves
changed the
that
entire
took
look of the orcs and the wargs. I'm like, you already had those. You could have just used the same look.
I didn't mind the new
Because they were,
but
different looks.
Azog looked too
But they
perfect.
also, not the same as the Uruk-hai, but there were normal
The
orcs,
Goblins
weren't
and
there?
Misty Mountains were very different than the Mordor.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Jackson did
I like that.
make
That
that.
was the whipped cream orc. I couldn't take
The
Azog.
Goblin King was.
Azog, that was good.
Wonderful.
But
They
it
made it
was
this weird.
It was Azog, the
Whipped cream?
Too perfect. I want like the Gothmog orc, the one that's just like
Right.
charisma of a 3.
Hey, but he used really good skincare, alright?
Yeah, he had too much lotion. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, no, I wish that Thorin had a beard. Like, come on.
But that was canon.
Dwarves need beards. They're not dwarves.
No, that was weird. Not have.
I
Orphan beard.
can't take that. It's a huge main character. One of the main characters is the
First hour of the first movie was great.
Yes.
All went downhill from there.
Yes.
Yeah, basically.
Huge disappointment.
Because they were getting ready for the video game.
Yeah, you said that right. We talked about the river.
There are a couple
wait a minute, we're
scenes
floating in
where
barrels.
like the big battle of the Imperius.
And like standing astride it and shooting.
They just did the Lord of the Rings trilogy better. It's just better.
Well,
I mean,
I think like the Hobbit isn't supposed to be so
The
epic
first
anyway.
movie was the closest to the character.
Yeah.
Each successive movie drifted further and further away.
Yeah.
It became more sensationalized, less.
And with The Hobbit, they didn't have enough source material to do a 3-movie
Yes, they
thing.
did that.
Well, but less than the Lord of the Rings.
But less than the Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings, it made sense to break it into 3 movies.
No, because they tied in Gandalf's whole thing to Mount Sauron.
I mean, that was pretty
Plenty
cool.
of source material.
They did have that. I feel like they could have done 2 movies more. 3 was stretching it a little bit.
That wasn't the problem. It was just their focus and what they figured would make more money. Very action-packed, and then put it straight into merchandising and video.
I really hate
Because
that.
remember, he wasn't going to do the Hobbit.
Yeah.
Right, he was running last
He
minute.
owned it in, basically. It was Del
Toro,
who had a contract for years, but they took so long in the legal battles, already fighting over the $2 billion from the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that well was Tolkien, everybody. Tolkien estate, right? They got into it, a good way into it. So we expected to be that much money. So that dragged out working on The Hobbit for years, and Del Toro's contract came and went.
Wasn't there like a strike also, like the Actors Guild too?
There was 2006. 7, yeah. That was that between, but this all happened later. That's true. That wasn't true. Yeah, that was. But because they got into this fighting with the money for so long, Del Toro's 3-year contract came and went. And he had other contracts lined up to go work.
Oh, yeah,
so,
makes sense.
So he couldn't stick around. So then they went back to Jackson, but Jackson already had he was doing trying to call King Kong and stuff. So he didn't want it.
Yeah,
But it shows.
But again, if you start with The Hobbit and then it gets more intense in Lord of the Rings, it makes sense. But if you start with The Lord of the Rings and then to make it essentially a children's movie seems too hard. They had to step back.
They made it a video.
I know, but they also made it way intense. They released the R-rated version with, let's try to get all more of the headings in.
Like they tried to make The Hobbit the Lord of the Rings. And it's
They
not.
did.
It's supposed to be
It
a
wasn't
children's
supposed to be.
story.
Oh, and I just.
Nonsensical is fine.
I
but-
mean, it's nonsense. Right.
But like it's supposed to be like the trolls were speaking with no tribe language at all. Like it wasn't. The spirit was different from the Lord of the Rings, and they tried to again make it more epic than it should have been.
Exactly where the Lord of the Rings, they did capture that, didn't they? I mean,
They did really well in the extended editions,
I
not the
don't
theatrical release.
very true. Very true.
I remember watching the theatrical release of Return of the King, and I had read that book at least twice within the last year.
Oh, wow.
And I had no idea where we were or what was going on, and I was so mad that it took me years and years to buy the extended edition DVD because I was so offended. I'm like, I have read this. I should know what's going on. And I had no idea. It was just the theatrical release.
Well, especially when Frodo turns and says, Sam, go home. At that moment, now I'm okay with it. But at the time, I'm like, you've got to be joking.
Right?
Because the way that they play that makes it seem. I mean, there is a breaking apart there. With all the mistrust.
Yeah.
But it wasn't quite like that.
Well, and how they justify.
No, I know everybody.
Yeah,
They did.
they made him like weak sauce.
Oh my goodness.
They did
Oh.
so.
So we have.
And definitely, because I don't pull punches at conventions. They survive. They're definitely beat up. So when they go to the tunnel,
A few bruises.
oh yeah, a couple almost dead. When they're going to the tunnel, as they're entering the tunnel, they're supposed to they fought off the troll at the last defense, and they're supposed to collapse the tunnel behind them, and it fails to collapse. And a Balrog comes clawing down there, trying to tear at the thing. He's coming after you, and he succeeds at what your engineering failed at and brings the tunnel down.
and I made them all do saving throws. One of them took some damage, but they all made it out.
Good news is, not everybody died.
No place, yeah. The bad news is, you wish you had.
How's it going, Ryan? I'm not usually off the
Going.
Which group are you in? Yeah, the other John.
What's that? It's hot. Yes, paper plates are over there.
I'm desensitized to heat.
Okay. Yeah, when I was a mechanic, I was that way.
It's really bad when you're trying to test the water for your baby in the bathroom.
Oh, that's not good.
So I never was going to test that.
So, hold on a second, so make sure everyone else has a chance. Yeah, make sure everybody's has a slice.
Forget. Anybody got it?
No.
I really enjoyed you.
And not only was the audio turned off on yours, Windows, even after I told it no later, decided to try to do a reboot anyway. So I don't know how much of their session response to. Frequently rebooting stuff. Yeah. Oh, Windows.
So they got to see the three big events. As my three big events here: the fall of the King's Tower, the magnet being thrown off the wall, and the Balrog and the elf collapsing into the pool.
Yeah, that's really critical. Remember,
Was that Thorfinn? I thought it was described as Achilles.
So, is it Thorfinn the second?
Borg and the Well was supposed to be.
Thorfinn
goes.
Reincarnations, not like Nicholas
the
with
war
his
after.
substitute.
That was like Philion who fell in the well.
Okay.
Like Philion goes in the well.
Not Philion. I feel like it would work better as like a.
It would, or if it was done by like HBO or Showtime. Showtime did a really good job with Black Sails. I mean, that wasn't based on an actual book, but it was a really good quality show.
It's not really good for movie format because there are too many small plots.
There's too many small, yeah.
But like
but
a
you could get a
series, I feel like it would.
But it'd have to be one of the high budget networks to do it right.
Okay, so we also have this upcoming like Lord of the Rings series.
Which is second edition.
Yeah, it's like second age.
Second age. I don't know why I said edition, but second age. I think it's a glorious idea.
I hope it'll go good. I'm excited for it anyway.
If they get the budget that they deserve,
Amazon Prime?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Amazon Prime does look really well though. They did real good on Good Omens. They did really good.
If they also have an excellent director, it's really going to lie down to the director whether or not it's any good.
Yeah.
That's true. And they have Tom Shipyard as a consultant. Needs a really good. That's big. It's kind of solid.
It seemed like they were really trying to do it right this time.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, so I'm hopeful. Like, I really, really loved what Amazon did with Good Omens, so I'm hopeful that they can pull something like that. I was shocked that Good Omens didn't do
So nobody died in your vehicle?
I haven't tried
And
work side.
They took some writing in terms of combat when they got some
I think they're all injured, Mike.
well, they must have been out of sort.
Oh, yeah, they've been using it.
Now, you don't have hook points in the things you've been in.
No.
So you use this dice at Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays.
Yeah, for most of the better parts. For the beginning one, since I'm only giving one guy 8 of healing, I'm kind of allowing free reign for that, and they don't even think to hit him. I try to hit him once around.
Okay,
but
one of my favorite quotes today was Katie. I can't even remember how you said it.
I don't remember how I said it, but it was something about trying out the healing sword, trying to figure out which one was the healing sword. I just don't think it's a good idea to start stabbing people.
Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it.
Maybe this time.
one of my joke
Yeah.
items in Dungeons and Dragons is the Mace of Healing. You have to hold the head to heal him. Yep. The sword, the way I did the sword of healing was it's got a secondary power that they haven't actually had a chance to see used. I'm just saying it hasn't had a chance to see used. But here, I'll tell you how I'm describing it.
You hear nothing?
You're not there.
I'm sorry.
I mean, that's how we found out the swords have powers, and somebody else said it. And now we're trying to figure out how to do this without bringing that up. And you're like, I heard one of the swords is magical and can heal people. So, do you want to tell me how that works?
Local hearsay.
Local hearsay.
Astronomical hearsay.
About this sword that we didn't know existed a minute ago. Celebrimbor.
Honestly, I think
It's so hard to remember how to pronounce it.
I think what we should do is
Without having a
just
list.
write down the names.
You just need a list.
So we can at least know how they're spelled. For who? The elves.
Yes.
All the elves.
We need a reference list.
Having a cheat sheet is
Roman
handy.
and Penguin and Calvor and all
The riddles were really good.
Does it like riddles?
How was supposed to guard the people running away?
Yep. This is
Well, yeah, because it would be if you ended up in front of Turgon or something.
Oh no, we intentionally did not go near the king. At any point. We're like, no. We're like, we're not supposed to be here. Let's
It's
not
very
go
interesting how each group handles these things so different.
It's so great. That's what makes it
Very
interesting
fascinating.
is the different personalities and there's 16 different ways to accomplish the same goal and right?
At least 16 different player styles, minimum, according to Bartle's whole theory.
So my people had to fight orcs, wolves, werewolves, wargs, trolls, a dragon flyby with a breath weapon.
Flyby?
Run by, running across the ropes, breathing his fire.
Okay. Because as we were just discussing, they were all worms. They didn't have
Right, they
wings
didn't have
until later.
wings, but I also didn't bring any minis without wings. But it,
Yeah, it's hard to find minis without them.
But you know, then you
You
have
could have borrowed Albrecht.
That was perfect. It was the right size. And
For
the only reason they survived the thing is because they saw the dragon.
Yeah.
And they all went behind some buildings and took cover.
Okay.
So when the fire came through, they only took a quarter damage.
Okay.
So like this is what I kept
They made their saving throw for half, and the wall gave them the other half on.
like we're dealing with that one.
And all the orcs that were fighting together, they died.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little collateral damage there.
Well, and it's like I had to like alter things from how they were fighting and this other guy. I'm like, okay, well, this happens and that happens, and then they were fighting the wargs. They've been fighting the wargs for like 45 minutes.
You're like,
So you got them out onto the
you're like,
plane
this
because
one's
you
been
knew they weren't
into a mountain. This one's
Yeah.
the mountain.
So how far is it?
Just out to the
Onto the
wargs.
plane.
So we were mostly fighting.
And
that
so
kind
they've
of
been
guy.
fighting the wargs for 45 minutes. They could
You
not
see why I
kill.
didn't want you to like go over the
They just
Really?
like,
It's like, wow.
no, they were like killing them. Like, there's plenty of them. And they put up the wall, so they're not coming at them.
My accent on the
They're just like, there's just like one
Oh,
word.
we don't have to seal the
Why'd you go to the
tunnel with
place
that.
of Balrog? It's at least the second
Or you
place
could do
for
John did it. Just the Balrog's coming after them, clawing at them. To like guard all the people retreating. You need to tell
Give them the tools.
Well, I want to be a hero.
These guys think about it like heck. With
You got
their
yourself killed.
Sam was not doing well, so he's going home.
He had the
And then
wall
Shane is
for it.
also exhausted, so he's
Final
gonna
battle.
wake up after dinner and then
Every orc going over the other side of the wall.
and then I'm
One guy
gonna
waiting to win.
run between the two
Wait
of
for the
them,
wall
being
to
a
collapse.
and help her. So anything you
While
need, do you
everybody
want
else
my
is
map
fighting the troll
or
that got past the wall.
you should come see my map. Let me get food and then you should
While
come
the
see
other
my
people are
map.
trying to secure
Well,
the
because we're out of the city now, so.
Yeah, that's
So
what I
we're supposed
mean.
to hold it up and keep the bad guys away.
I have maps.
They finally defeat the troll. I think their guys are really all close to being knocked unconscious. The wall collapses. The wind thing goes off. There's a big charge in there. The wall. The tunnel doesn't close. Oh no. Down comes the Balrog, clawing its way in there. And he forces it to collapse. And Most of them got unhurt from the collapse of the tunnel, except for one of them took some damage. But everybody still has at least one hit point.
That's good.
For you, that's great.
One hit point is always good.
We have not forgotten your TPK from 2 years ago.
I haven't killed any players ever. Those are why people keep harassing me.
I mean, Lexi was very impressed when I told her that story.
I've got a thing called Samwise. No,
You know what? 2 years ago was that darkness. It was really just tearing us up. That was tough.
That was the Mordor one, right?
Does anybody else want coffee, or is it too late for you now? You're good?
If I wasn't feeling awful, I would
That said, if our lore master wants us to do the coffee run, so they shall play the fourth session, I'm down.
Katie, where did you guys go for a honeymoon this summer then?
Well, it was hurricane season, so we went to New Orleans, and we were not disappointed. So we did.
By the way,
we were actually paying attention to the weather because we knew it was hurricane season.
I mean, in one level, it's really rough because
scheduled our
but at the same time,
outdoor
this has been one of the
activities
most fun adventures
early in the
with
week.
the intensity.
And figured if the rain
It feels like we were
indoor activities.
we got the sorts we showed up, and then immediately,
And
guess what? Everything's going to
so we did
it's been a great. I've really enjoyed this.
things
You
like
guys did a really good job.
Wandering around the French Quarter, that sort of stuff.
yeah. And then on
Did you want to see that?
Tuesday night, we left Sunday, and on Tuesday night we did a cruise on the Natchez up and down Mississippi. And we spent the last hour of the cruise in the aft of the boat taking pictures of all of the lightning flashes. And Wednesday, they had 8 inches of rain in 3 hours. Wednesday
argue with you?
overnight, Tuesday to Wednesday. And they think that the French Quarter is high ground.
Yeah.
And they were wrong. And so, pretty much all of the indoor things we were planning to do were closed because of flooding. And so we changed our flight to Thursday. And it was very cranky because United charged us extra to leave early because there was no travel advisory yet. By the time they announced the travel advisory, there were no flights. So it was a racket. But we had a lovely time, and then we came home and spent the rest of our honeymoon. We drove through Yellowstone and the Grand Tetons.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
And then we went down through southern Idaho and Park City, Utah, and whitewater rafting. We went to the Shakespeare Festival, and we went to there's a resort that Hot grew up going to near Park City when he was a kid, and they have a cavern.
It's open to all.
Where you can look down and see this big hot spring. And since he was a kid, they have built it out so we can actually go soak in the hot spring. So we did that. And it was a lovely, lovely time. It was the first vacation I have had in 10 years.
Wow. That's too bad. Well, it was good that you did one. Why have you been
because I have a contract. And I haven't been earning vacation time. If I don't work, I don't get paid.
Who's all
and in this, I had just started a new job in April, and I thought I had negotiated paid vacation for my honeymoon, And apparently I was wrong. I had just negotiated time off. So I didn't work and I didn't get paid. But this job pays enough that, you know, I was able to, once I figured out, you know, didn't just get what I thought I was getting, I was able to set money aside so that I could scoot by.
And what are you doing now?
I'm still a technical writer, but my new title is journalist.
Okay.
And I am responsible for the company I work for is called Cam1. They're a semiconductor company. But they build the chips that go in the devices and the network for the Internet of Things. So they basically build a radio backbone for the Internet of Things for long distance.
They just have three.
Kinds of things. So the use cases are things like monitoring irrigation for agriculture or monitoring building occupancy or water metering. They've even got one group that has put sensors in rhino horns and they're tracking rhinos and trying to stop poaching. So it's very cool and very interesting. But this is the first time I've had where they have come looking for me. My boss, I worked with my boss about 15 years ago at Microsoft. In parallel, I didn't work for him, I didn't work directly with him. And he came looking for me back in Thanksgiving last year and started, you know, asking if I would be, you know, interested in going to work for him. I had no memory of him whatsoever. And, you know, I had no memory of his name. And then when I saw him, I was like, yeah, I kind of remember him. He's a wonderful guy.
He is a senior person, is that your team leader as well?
We don't have a, if we get more people, I will, have some say in the matter. I mean, but we don't have more people. They're budgeting, they're going through budgeting now to see if we can get more headcount. But I'm responsible for pretty much everything that goes on their developer website. All of the content, not the making of the site. And then they also have Academy,
and then you have the outside
common
stuff.
education technology, and I'm responsible for that content as well. So
my idea.
It's a much more strategic job than I've had before.
And then what happens outside?
You know, I have always, especially as a contract worker, you know, they could say, here, write this. So I write that. And now I do it both ways. Here, write this. But I'm the one deciding what the this is as well.
And how much of that time do you spend on your own doing stuff? How much time do you have to spend in the office, in meetings, and stuff like that?
He's the lost hero comment. And I probably spend 3 hours, 4 hours a week.
And the only reason that nobody knows
Okay, that's not bad at
So
all.
10%, not bad at all. And I travel about just once a quarter.
That's not bad at all.
Within the first 3 months, they sent me to California, they sent me to London, and they sent me to Brazil, or to Berlin. And then I haven't gone anywhere. Now in November, I'm going to California again. And in January, so I'm liking being a world traveler.
Well, I don't know if you want to
do jet lag makes me sick. You know, when I went to London, it was like a 62-hour trip.
He was trying to blast him.
And it was, it was a 36 hours of being awake and traveling.
He just knocked his wing and it did a tumble right by the tower.
I didn't have time
and all they saw was dust from the tower.
Or go to the bathroom between the airport and being late for our first meeting of the day. And then all of my tourist time was
he was going
in
over
the
the
taxi
top.
on the way to dinner
So he
with
got up
all
on
the
the
guys I
pole.
work with.
It was like he got up on the
Oh,
pole,
much. And they're saying, okay, there's Nelson's home, there's Hyde Park, there's Buckingham Palace, and I can see through this much window.
My group's not too much.
But that trip I was quite sick, and when I went to Brazil, they gave me a day on either end of the conference, so that I went to be a tourist. So that was good.
In the tunnels, right?
And, yeah, it's very cool. And then when I go to California in November, I've got relatives who live about an hour away from the hotel where I'm staying. So I'm going to stay next to them.
Wow. And how is your brother the actor doing?
My brother the actor is doing very well. His name is Joe.
Yeah.
He has been both acting in and directing commercials. In addition to his other jobs. So he's still doing Jet City, of course, and teaching and performing. And then he also, one of his jobs is downtown tours and public market and that kind of stuff. And he just started his own a tour of his own design of the oldest cemetery in Seattle.
You must be staying super busy, and is he still doing the World of Bear?
He is. I'm over there for season 2. But yeah, he is a very busy man.
Okay.
He is a very busy man.
Raising money, and you stop.
And then he was the officiant at our wedding.
But I think these two,
and he was so very sweet. I don't know if you can see him, but he has been dyeing his hair pink.
Help them to.
And without asking, but because he thought
I think this
I
is,
needed it, cut all of his pink hair off and was straight for the wedding. And I didn't need it, but he didn't ask me, tell him don't bother. But I really appreciated the thoughtfulness that went into and then my other brother has a 2-year-old. I go back to my parents' house. It's been every 2 or 3 weeks for one reason or another over the last 2 months. And my brother is. I grew up with 19 foster babies, and they all were one after another.
I'm sitting here trying not to cheer
I was in high school. I slept in my room, and I learned how to be a caregiver of babies. My brother Ian is a baby of the family.
I've been going around
and he
pretty much
never
healing
learned those things.
because I have
And
dreams
so
that what's
he's in
gonna
a
happen in the
custody
future
battle
overall,
right
so
now.
I'm not really around people very much. And I'm gonna
So
say 50,000,
when he
30,000,
has
and I know most of them are going to die. And I'm
he
seeing
usually
people
has
just
her
like,
at my parents' house
this
while he
really
learns
sucks.
to be a
I mean,
dad.
I could feel myself carrying on.
But he's really
I'm saying that
he doesn't know what
it's a
to
compliment
do,
because
but he is earnest and he is present.
emotional roller coaster we've been going
So I'm
on
proud
with
of
this
him for
campaign. It
that.
has just been so.
How have you been?
I've been doing well. I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons 4 days a week now.
Oh my!
How's that for
4 different groups?
For different groups.
Longing for lost.
So I DM at my house. I've got a group on Thursday and Friday nights, and there's some overlap, about half overlap in those 2 groups.
Okay.
And then on Sundays, I go off to Merlin's, and we do the Adventurers League group out there. And then on Tuesdays, a buddy of mine is he's doing basically I get to be a player in this group. It's kind of homebrew thing. It's been fun. And I'm still kind of keeping up with the local city politics. I was out canvassing for green bags for council president that chewed up a lot of Saturday mornings and early afternoons. Going out and doing that. And I'm feeling pretty good about the election. I don't know. It seems like the realtors are really ganging up on Ben and Brian. But got my fingers crossed and got my ballot yesterday. I haven't filled it out yet, but I'm definitely feeling enthusiastic about that.
They go to
Yeah, I got my ballot yesterday as well, but I've been a little busy to,
you know, it's like, I don't know,
fill it out.
we never could find it, we don't know where they went. And then it was,
You guys are right on the
they start to.
We're outside of city limits. I'm outside. She still is.
Okay.
I'm outside city limits.
Yeah.
It's about depends on which street you take. That street, it's about half a mile. If you take 5 miles, it's about a mile and a half.
Yeah.
Just depends. But yeah, eventually they'll excise.
The next few.
Annex, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I will not be happy about.
Yeah, there were.
Being in the Spokane city limits, I strongly disagree with what they're doing with the city. So, I'm glad I'm in the county. Unfortunately, some of it's bleeding into the county. But hopefully we'll be moved, although the direction we're moving I'm concerned about. Hopefully we'll be a county that isn't as problematic.
There was a map that was found about where the U.S. may have been. It was basically.
Well, are you active in any of the groups?
It's
you,
this British guy said.
I vote heavily.
Anybody, or?
I vote very heavily, and I research heavily before I vote.
Okay.
Back in the day, and now this guy was really old.
What's that?
And he said on this map that
I often spreadsheet everything. Katie gets mine. She still votes the way she wants to vote, but she at least gets to hear my research perspective.
And I am always happy
Right, or
to listen to your perspective.
And sometimes we agree, and sometimes we don't.
It was pretty good. Or I guess maybe he had based it off of the
Well, as I mentioned last break, if my floor master is amenable to bribery and he wants me to vote a certain way, and that would influence the decision about the fourth session, then I will vote a certain way.
I'm so glad to know that you are a woman of principle.
Basically.
The fourth session.
And they're talking about it, and he written in pencil, written here, maybe, and once.
Everybody's got their price. Apparently, Tolkien related gaming is fine.
So there's some, of course,
there are worse.
Some departments
Always
might be,
specific to give you
but
too
there
much
was
trouble.
enough
So
evidence that it could be, and so it's like running with that supposal. Then it was like, okay, so in Brown Lab,
At some point here, I have to run tour group regularly again because I've got to be training our second and third level GMs in tour, and I've gotten rusty. So there will be some tour games coming in the coming months. So we've been doing AIM for training.
But it's good for you not training
That's a level 3 or 4. It has great advantages, but it's not a level 1.
It is way too hard.
It's not a level 1 game. Because we've got 7 Game Master tiers now training.
Okay.
So
Spring, what could have been pushed up with old dead roots.
parsing which games are under what tier and making it all streamlined. Now we're trying to get artwork done for all the little badges of as you get signed off in each game and stuff. I've been emailing the companies going, do I have permission to use your logo on the badges? I have general permission, but when you start dealing with trademarks, it gets a little trickier. As far as I know, the only thing that did, what's that?
and emails all your friends, so you have proof.
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, the only person in the world that has explicit permission for all these projects to be able to make money or raise funds or whatever from all these different game companies without having to pay a license. I've got written permission for all the projects. Because a lot of other people just have never bothered. They just go do it and then they get sued. All you had to do was ask. It didn't cost anything but the time.
And then they basically
But yeah, when it starts to deal with trademarks, that makes me a little nervous. So we've got some artists on staff now that see if they can make some interesting little merit badges.
Well, what do you, what the chair do you count the AD&D 5th Ed or Adventures in Middle Earth?
So D&D 5e, just the intro adventure, is tier 1.
Okay.
But that's a single adventure, single shot. That's tier 1. Tier 2, you have to do a full campaign, and that's a free publish. Then you start getting into tier 3 with development and more advanced. So for tier 1, we have Beckme, because it's by far the simplest D&D ones. Beckme, Basic Expert Companion Masters of Mortals, but just the basic D&D, 1983. It is by far the best introductory version of D&D, hands down. And we see that very clearly everywhere. So we prefer that over 5th edition for introducing people to role playing. Of course, No Thank You Evil. That's a great one for tier 1. And then AIM, which is on 2. So they learn
5e version.
Yeah, they do No Thank You Evil, Beckman, D&D 5e, AIM, and then they have to play in a LARP. They don't have to GM it yet. They have to learn how to play Neverwinter Nights. They don't have to GM it or make it. Yes, because we cover all 4 formats.
Okay.
We cover tabletop, live action, electronic, and hybrids. So that you get a nice exposure as a GM to different play styles and different approaches. And that's part of the level 1 GM diploma. Then we start to bring in, we also like Doctor Who, because it's a simple system, and yet it's pretty robust. And it's a different genre. A lot of people don't want to do fantasy. And we can also make it not sci-fi. It can just be Scooby-Doo mysteries, basically. It's very well wired for that. So often when we introduce people to Doctor Who in schools and such, they don't know it's Doctor Who. We remove the Doctor Who logo from the character sheets and everything. And they're just weird things are happening in their town. It's modern day. Often in England, but it can be anywhere in the world. And then they unravel clues, and then like Cybermen show up, you know, or something. And then the Doctor comes on, and the Doctor comes running. What's that?
Sauron is destroyed.
It needs to be something for the Doctor Who universe, which is a lot, right? We got over 50 years of stuff. So then they start to realize, and not everybody knows Doctor Who, so that varies. That's all those kids. But that's a great way to bring people into role-playing. You don't really care for fantasy sci-fi, but that gets them into it. And it's a simple D6 system, without being too simple. It's a good balance.
We're gonna come back, you guys.
So those are all really good introductory, both in training GMs different styles of play. Right, D&D is a very specific style of play compared to Doctor Who, compared to No Thank You Evil. They're very different styles of play. And so that gives a GM a good starting point. Then level 2, we start to go deeper. Now you got to be able to do a full, printed, but published, but a full campaign rather than just one shot. And that's pretty much level 2. Is we add a couple more games. And then level 3, now you're starting to do the creation, right? You're starting to do module creation, working up toward world building. And 4 is full world building, you know, and you're doing it on all formats, and so it takes a lot longer to get there. The 5, 6, and 7 are more for educational settings, professional entertainment settings, and therapeutic settings. Right. So
there's actually
those are the more professional ones.
It is awesome.
And we're still working out the details. We keep tweaking it because as we get more people, and we go, well, that's not working as well as we thought. Like we dropped Star Wars from tier 1. Yeah, for tier 1, we dropped it. We haven't dropped it completely. We just dropped it to tier 1 because the game system A doesn't have any built-in behavior modification to discourage people from playing evil characters all the time. It's very murder hobo-ish. And so when we're working with at-risk populations, either juveniles or prisoners and such, that doesn't go well. The dice system is too complicated. You have to be an experienced gamer, and it takes a while. It takes multiple sessions to learn to read the dice. So the DM has to read every dice roll that every player does and interpret it for them. And for one shot, when you got 3 hours, that the game's too slow. So that doesn't. We moved that from our tier 1 offering. We're debating whether it's a 2 or a 3 at this point.
Well, one of the things that is good about the Adventures in Middle Earth is that whole shadow thing of basically you wanting to be a good guy.
That's all
better than the
for
regular 5e.
Exactly, because it's the behavior modification. And you don't have to argue with the GM about it.
And did the MERP Rollmaster have the same sort of system?
It's similar, not the same, but so they had their own variation on that. And also they had a way to tone down magic use, in that if you use magic, you run the risk of being detected by the enemy. Because it broadcast in residence, which I incorporated into my game systems as well. And yeah, they had their own versions of that. So that was helpful. No, but Tor. So that all comes from Tor. Yes, sir. All right. You take good care of yourself.
I will do so.
All
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. So glad you were here. Glad you enjoyed.
I remember in earlier ones you did a Merc Rollmaster thing.
Yeah,
I always felt like that was such a complicated system.
Well, it depends on how much the GM puts on the players. So when we were doing it here, is because everybody there liked Merc Rollmaster, so they wanted to do it. But usually the way I ran Merc Rollmaster when it wasn't a bunch of veterans is I handled most of the calculations for everybody.
Okay.
And so the game went just as smoothly. So here's what's really different. I haven't been able to get people to do it here. Back in the 80s, when I was a paid GM and everybody had me run their games, I ran 3 groups on the weekends. I did most of the calculations and table lookups and everything, and the players rarely rolled the dice. Every now and then, in a really critical moment, I'd hand them the D20 or percentile dice. Go, everything's on the line. It's your roll. Everybody lean forward and like, come on.
Gotta roll well here.
But the players would roll a handful of times in a session. I did all the other rolls behind the screen.
Yeah.
Because I could just calculate it so much faster.
Yeah.
And it let them, because every time they would roll the dice,
and then
look it up, do the math, it kind of took them out of the game, so it kept their immersion. So that worked really well through the 80s and early 90s. And then there's just been a big cultural shift. Everybody wants to control that, or most people I've run into, at least here in the Northwest, really want to control that. And I don't know.
Roll their own dice. Own dice. Yeah.
They all want to roll their own dice. It's a big shift. It wasn't. I didn't get much pushback in the 80s. Like, great, I don't have to do more math. Blah blah blah. Yeah. They lose the benefit of doing that math, but yeah, it's quite a shift. So now everybody's like, no, I want to roll my own dice. I don't want you doing it. All right. And that tends to make for a slower game and a little hard. But we figured out all these techniques to keep the immersion going. So, but so for something like Rollmaster, except for those who really like crunching the numbers, they're usually pretty happy with me just doing the calculations for them, just giving them the detailed results. So, and I'm nowhere near as fast as I used to be, because back then I was doing it a lot, and I had a lot of those charts memorized. Because there
were a lot of charts in that game.
It's books of charts. It's books of spreadsheets.
Yeah.
But when you do it so many times, it starts to stick. Repetition.
Well, I feel like for D&D 5e, I pretty much memorized the player's handbook at this point.
Sure. And I definitely haven't, because I'm doing so many systems now.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite of a rules lawyer now, unfortunately.
I've given up the idea of memorizing anything, including my own photo.
Yeah. Back when I did 6 to 10 different game systems, I could manage it. But now that we're scores of different systems, I'm just like, I'll just do the best I can on the rules part. And it helps to have a rules lawyer in the group and bring them to recruit them to help, and that makes them not disruptive. So it works out nicely. Nice synergy.
As long as the rules lawyer lets everybody else play their own character.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, and I realize that
some people struggle with that.
Just gently remind.
Yep. Exactly. And as long as they don't mind being reminded, then it works out.
So I recognize that in myself, and just don't do a good enough job of expressing.
Oh, really? I thought they just got in. I think they just got in because of the Balrog just brought down the
community center who really is just trying to help. He's just enthusiastic. He's a volunteer there. And he's really trying to be helpful, but he has a tendency to start leaking into making decisions for the players. And he really means well. Really means well. We just have to nudge him, remind him every now and then.
Maintain.
Exactly. Because he really is being helpful. When he rings that in, he's doing great. Very helpful.
There's definitely some manic energy there too as well.
I don't know if I go that far, but when he's openly on the spectrum and that gets
Sure.
into
We're about 10 minutes away.
Okay, are we? What time is it?
It's about 6:47 right now.
Okay, so everybody should start gathering at their respective tables.
Yeah, it's fine. You guys can finish eating. I just want to check. I'm on.
Well, I got one thing to say.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Yes,
I loved how I ended them stating the tone having the Balrog carrying me down around them.
Love that costume. That's awesome.
cool. Yeah, it's an epic adventure, that's for sure. So Shane, you're not gonna join John's table?
I'm between. I've worked for 6 months between things, and
It's a little more than 24 hours.
getting out of Mountain was. I mean, it was good. And this is probably one of the most fun I've ever had.
Good.
But
I'm glad to hear that.
I mean, all three of us at different points. I mean, we were sitting here like tearing up. You know, I'm sitting here thinking, I mean, this beautiful, amazing, pretty much impenetrable city for hundreds of years.
Yep. I'm the vice president.
Just about everybody's going to die.
So you're just really immersed in the story.
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
And I will tell you, Danielle has been doing such a good job of moving things along, and we just.
Excellent. Good to hear.
Yeah, good honor all around. Really good.
Exactly. Please feel free to come up with your own music that you can play. All right, so if I could direct your attention to the visual. Just a little bit of a sketch here. So Aman Wareth is the very large hill in the middle with Gondolin on top. And so now we are basically this is Idril's plan, and then we'll see what actually happens. The princess's plan that she
Best laid plans of elves and men.
Right.
Yes. Yes. But the only way to reach Shakespeare is in the original Elvish.
Yes.
Okay, so but she's made known to you that she and Tuor have planned a secret way to kind of debouche, which means to come up in a place about 6 miles away from the city. But you gotta get there first. And from there,
So that's that first star.
the X, and then to try to get to over the mountains. But
It's going to be a challenge.
it is going to be a challenge. Okay, so let's get started with swords. The tunnel was cleverly concealed within Tuor and Idril's courtyard, with stairs going down into the ground. And after the main groups moved in, you helped guard the entrance, and then it got blocked up.
Yes.
Tuor speaks to you before he goes on towards the front, and Tuor says, "Please guard the rear of the survivors. Make sure that any elves that are straggling make it along and make it out. We will go ahead of you, looking for our son, Earendil. We sent him ahead with a group of guardians, and we need to make sure that he's gotten out okay. But we trust you with checking that we all make it out, as many as possible. It's going to be a bit difficult. The tunnel goes down very steeply and goes underneath the plain, but we hope to meet you on the other end. Farewell."
Farewell.
No, yeah. All right, it's pitch black down in the tunnel. I mean, it's dark, except for the torches which you have. So there are flickering torches ahead of you. This tunnel can fit about 6 people abreast. And right now, currently, I want you to imagine that you're going down a tunnel. So it's about as wide as this room, about as wide, maybe a little bit narrower, but it's about as wide as this room. And it's pretty, at this point in the tunnel, it's very well shaped, going pretty steeply down, and it's we're talking flight of stairs, landing, flight of stairs, landing, flight of stairs, landing. It just goes on and on and on as far as you can go. But of course, most of it you can't see because just the limit of the light, the torch light. But I just want you to imagine that you are inside this steep series of stairways, and behind you, as it's been nighttime, but through that crystal wall, you can kind of see some of the fires that are raging now all over the city. And you've turned your head away. It's so difficult, but you've had to. And at least you can be thankful that you have managed to help, a little over 1,000 survivors to escape now to get them all the way to safety.
As you descend the broad staircases, you sense chaos above still. The sounds of masonry falling as you go underneath the wall. And of great beasts moving along the ground. It is a sobering soundtrack. After some time, though, as you go along, it grows a bit quiet. And the tunnel straightens out a bit. And based on your knowledge of being underground,
yes,
you can tell that, because you've got kind of a magnetic mindset, it moves kind of in a northwest direction. At this point, everybody roll awareness.
Awareness.
Damn it.
I like this.
24. Sora and I, and a bunch of ones and a 6.
Oh.
Okay. That's all I got. I got the very worst things possible and 1 6.
For you, yes. Not even be able to enjoy that.
I'm a little unnerved by being underground again. So I'm like, they're walking up there.
That's right.
It's not great.
This is you're gonna have to watch that, because for your character, that could be. You're gonna have to really summon courage, because for you being underground is gonna be. This is gonna be much worse than being.
Yeah, I'm an outdoor tree sort of human.
Yep. And this is walking apart for you.
This has been a really bad day, you guys.
Except that you and I have Sarah.
No, that's a 6.
6. Okay.
That's a 9. 13.
Yeah. Nope. Not good enough. But you two. Okay. Here's what you notice. You smell something. You sense some kind of poisonous fumes that are coming down very silently down the stairway, probably from the city. It must be. You don't know if that wall was broken or if it's coming through from the ground, but there's these poisonous fumes that you're starting to cough a little bit, and you can sense like I think that's maybe some kind of poisonous fumes or some kind of gases in this down here.
See if you can use your sword to make a wall to seal the fumes out.
Can we tell if it's like coming from everywhere or like from that direction?
Well,
You guys share this information with the humans who are skilled.
Not right now. Right now, I'm just.
So you're kind of whispering to each other. Okay, so which seems to be that there's definitely a downward drift to this, but it could be also that now that you're on the flat level part of it, it could be that something up ahead is causing it. It's hard to tell at this point. You don't know that putting up a wall.
Yeah.
We don't know. Is that going to really solve it or not?
We could try, but I'm a little skeptical.
And now your neighbors are starting to cough a little bit too.
Is this normal for being underground? I don't.
No, there's
Breathe through my beard.
some kind of fumes, but
You could use the wind sword and like blow the fumes away.
yeah.
Oh no! You just almost stumbled over a few bodies of some elves that have fallen. You don't know if it was because of the fumes or what's happened, but
Are there any arrows? Or?
No arrows, no sign of arrows.
Can I check to see if they're dead or just unconscious?
Yes, you are dead.
Oh no. Okay.
I will take his advice and use Surulon to blow the fumes away.
Okay. All right. So, are you going to do it down the way you're going, or back up? Which way are you going with the wind?
So the elves in front of us died. Or
Some,
we
a
in
few,
front of them?
a few, not everybody.
Not
Just apparently
Yeah,
a
no,
few.
we're the rear guard.
They looked like they were maybe previously wounded, so not super strong.
Try blowing it back and see if that helps.
Yes.
Blowing it forward has the risk of knocking people over.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, and the risk of blowing poison at them.
That too.
So I will try blowing it behind us.
Okay. All right. So, so then you go ahead and you focus, and
people.
Yes.
And you're pushing the air back up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're doing? Okay. It does seem to temporarily, at least for now, improve the air quality.
I can try a wall and see if that stops the
Yeah,
air.
seal off the door if you can.
We'll do it up the wall. So,
Are you
does it? Yeah, I'll use the sword to make another wall closer to where we are. No, it's not back.
Okay.
But I would suggest using it to try and seal it as opposed to just having a wall that things could come around.
Yeah,
What
try
are
to
ours
seal
or
the
mine's
air
healing?
out.
What do yours should do?
Mine is defensive, and the other is.
One of his was like intimidation, and the other one was like sorrow.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Like
making
resolve.
sure I know it's
Yeah.
what we have to work with there.
Well, and there may be more to Hammer and Elephant Sorrow song than you know.
We haven't really
No.
figured them out yet.
Yeah,
We were
exactly.
intro.
2 hours.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but you can determine kind of what their main purpose is.
Don't get me wrong, so my sword and it glows. It's beautiful and I'm keeping it forever.
Okay. All right.
Pointy
So.
things and it heals me. It's a good sword.
See, I could use my wall to keep the enemies close to me.
Don't go away from me right now.
Keep
Get
them
back
running-
here.
Yeah, keep them running away.
No.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Yeah, got them between two walls. And
Make it go away.
It's like the scene from Rogue One with Darth Vader.
Take it.
Oh, that's intense.
yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. Well. All right.
Also, let's hurry. We try to shoot people a little
Yeah.
quicker. Yes. Maybe some more courage for our people. Maybe not. I don't know. They were pretty couraged already.
Yeah. As you continue on, it seems like everybody's doing okay. There's some people who are slower that are helping each other. Some people whose legs are hurt. There's a few people who are being carried on stretchers. There's a few, straggling families with young children, that kind of thing.
How many people on stretchers? Are we talking like
No.
bunches?
No, we're talking 3.
3?
Yeah.
Because I could fix that for 3.
Yeah, you can
I
try.
could. That would help
Yeah.
those 3 plus whoever's carrying them. So that's
Mhm.
a good 10 people go a little bit faster.
You can. It's going to slow you down, but you can try. It depends on how slow they're going. At this point, the people carrying the stretchers are going at a pretty good clip, but they're just not able to keep up. They're just not able to be like, obviously as fast.
They're not slowing the whole rear guard down.
No.
Not as quick as the singles. Okay.
No, they just need a little bit of help.
Okay.
So, okay. So it's passing now. The tunnel is going straight. You sense that it's passing underneath the narrow lake that is kind of at the base of the hill.
Okay, yeah.
There's a moat.
It is essentially an island that was repurposed as a city, and then because it has all these waterfalls that come down. And if you saw it in the daytime and it wasn't under attack, it would have been so beautiful. But at this point, you see just like drips of water coming down, and you're starting to get a little concerned about the integrity of the ceiling. But at this point, there's no cracks.
Does it seem to be holding pretty good?
So far. Okay. Yeah, from your analysis, yeah. And that you don't have to roll for that because you just automatically, and that's when you invoke with your traits.
I invoke my
You gotta look at your
tunneling.
traits and say,
I use tunneling for this.
alright, yeah, don't go smoking in this tunnel, just a little warning there.
I'm not planning on it now.
Okay. Okay. As you continue going, dust starts to fall on the fleeing elves. There's more sounds of heavy creatures moving above, and the heat is starting to grow uncomfortable because all these dragons and everything.
Dragons.
Yes, these dragons. Yes, because some of them are able to breathe fire. And even if they're land bound, and they're crawling around, and they basically evaporated much of the water at the bottom. Some of it's still coming through, but there's this intense kind of heat and you feel that you are not very far below ground. That this tunnel, when it was first made, was made quickly, and it couldn't go super deep. I mean, maybe dwarves could, but they were able to just kind of make this at about probably maybe 15, 20 feet below the surface.
You're muttering to yourself about shoddy elven craftsmanship.
Elves, man.
More like craftsmanship for me.
Yes. Right.
Okay, well, anyway, you're trying to keep it yourself because you're like surrounded by elves.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying this.
You're thinking this.
I'm muttering in Kuzduel to myself.
Yeah, of course we're doing. Okay, so it's the heat is starting to grow uncomfortable, and the people, you're kind of urging them along. Go ahead.
I would like to use my inspire skill
to
help lift up the party so that they can better get through.
Okay, very good. All right, so you focus your heart on your sword. And
No.
Oh,
I want to use my skill.
Oh, your skill. So sorry. Inspire.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. So you may seek to inspire, and the way you can do that would be through maybe shouting some encouraging words or coming up singing. Okay, you may do that either inspire or song.
I'm better at inspire. Well,
It'd be like a chant.
I'm
You'd be
better
chanting,
at
right?
I have more ranks in inspire, but song is favored.
You can try either one. You can actually try both.
Try each of them.
If other people have skill in song, could they add their voice to hers? And
I have skill in song. Yeah.
Can we do that?
Try
Let's let her try first with inspire.
Ooh, Sauron.
You try to. It's a little froggy from the poisonous fumes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just saying hi. So there's an extra chair if you want. So the rest of you sense that your friend, Poppy Smallborough, wants to inspire everyone, and so you want to help her. You want to try song?
I want to try song.
Go ahead, everyone who wants to try song. Ooh, that's a good. Oh, you mean so well.
18.
Yeah, 18. Really? That'll be good enough, actually. Okay. All right. So for every success, that's one.
I got like almost 30.
Okay,
and
so it's a regular success plus a 6. That's 3.
I got a 19 plus a Gandalf rune.
And a 6.
And a 6.
Okay, so it's an automatic success plus a great success. That's a great success. So the combined effects of so all of you succeed. Okay, the combined effects of all of you singing together from the back, your voices magnify through the tunnel and carry actually much farther than normally they would. And it, and so through this all, everyone just is encouraged and lifted up, and so many sorrowing spirits here. Even your sword joins in the song, Anthony. Tobit. Your sword, Nairi Lires, joins in as well, adds a little harmony. And so now the entire group is like moving at a really pretty good clip for being, a ragtag, group of downtrodden, elves who've just lost their home and most of the people that they love. So you have managed to pick them out of really some serious depression and discouragement. And so now they're like, okay, the urgency of the moment demands we have to act. We can't stop and grieve now. We've got to go. We can do this, guys. Let's do it together. So your song has really inspired them on.
The whole tunnel starts singing.
And because of that, it takes some time before you realize that there's a sound that's not singing from up ahead. And it's actually the sound of boulders falling down from the ceiling. Yeah. And so now, as you with horror, you're staring ahead, you're seeing some of these boulders come down, crashing, and people are getting out of the way. But they're, bigger than people's heads. And it's because all the activity up above, until you can get past this point, it's quite dangerous. So all of you have to make an athletics roll. I can do that.
Sauron eye.
Okay, you drop your torch and it goes out.
Okay.
But it doesn't end up hitting you.
Okay.
But you lose your light.
Okay.
26.
Okay, you managed to dodge.
19 with a great success.
Okay, you managed to dodge.
9 with a Gandalf rune.
Yep, and manage to dodge. Okay, you're temporarily disoriented, and you trip and fall over a dead body.
Okay.
Of someone who
Drop my
is crushed.
Come on, up you come.
All right, so your friends help you up.
My big friend.
gloom again.
Yes, it's really hard to see in here, and there's a few bodies of people who have been hit, and some of them are dead. Some of these people might be unconscious. It's hard to tell, but they can follow you later. You know, you have to weigh it up and say, is it worth trying to check everybody, or you know, whether you just need to press on and help save the ones who are actually still able to move. All right. So you're moving forward. It's feeling the heat is starting to feel oppressive again, and with the rocks falling, you get the sense that you might be buried at any moment. I mean, it's just you're kind of just you don't know if you should tell everybody this.
I'm gonna keep it to myself.
Yeah, structural trigger tell us that's too good. And then right ahead, after a few minutes, a very large boulder falls, and you can see, you can't stop it, but it pins a male elf. And he shouts out loud in pain, but he's still alive. But he's pinned by the boulder. And he's groaning. What do you do?
We could try and lift it off, but I could risk like injuring him more if we fail.
If we can get him loose, we can save him.
Yeah, we just have to make sure we don't kill him by accident first.
If the four of
It'll be
us
all right,
work
my
together,
friend.
we'll
It'll be all
get
right.
the boulder off.
No, move on without me.
I don't think it would take that long to pull that. Or would it?
How big is the boulder?
Oh, it's
Is it 8 feet or is it 3 feet?
no, it's landed on one of his legs.
That doesn't tell me how big it is.
Okay, if it's that big,
Oh,
okay,
Kind of
yeah.
flattish boulder.
okay.
Push it.
Bigger than a red box?
Yes.
Bigger than a
Smaller than
It's something we
a
can
Balrog?
It's something that 2 or 3 of us could physically lift and get off of him. He's just not
Potentially.
crippled.
Yes, it would take like a lot of you.
Okay.
His name is he says his name is Beleg Quickblade.
Well, since he's given us his name now, we have to help him because we're like attached to this NPC now.
My friend, we were going to help him in any case.
Yes.
No. Oh, thank you
Have
so
you done
much.
athletics check?
Others need you more than I, but I thank you for your help.
Give us a chance.
We won't fall too far behind.
So
I'll hold on for you.
So let's work
You
together.
can see he's kind of coming in and out of consciousness.
Yeah. Let's work together to try and pull him
Okay,
out.
so quickly, athletics, you.
Sauron for me.
Okay, so there's 3 left now.
23. No great
Okay.
success.
23. What do you have?
17, but with a great success.
Okay.
5 and 8 with a 6.
If you spend a hope point, then because 8 and 6 is 14. What was yours? Yours was higher.
Mine was 6, 12, 17.
Yeah, 16 is the target. So if you spend a hope point,
Then what's your
Tobit.
body score?
Body score is 6.
So that'll bring you up to 20.
Yeah. So you could spend a hope point to succeed, which you probably want.
Wait, 20 what?
20 for your roll.
you had
Yeah.
14, and if your body is 6, by spending a hope point, you get to add that big circle number 6 next to body
Okay.
to your score, and so all you have to do is erase a hope point, and you will succeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So down below, you'll just need to erase one of those. Yeah, not the total ones, but just one of the, like this. There you go. All right, so with 3 of you straining, and Poppy tried.
Can I pull him out while they lift the boulder?
Yes, you may. That's a good thing, and you get an experience point for that piece of insight. Okay, the 3 of you lift, and you're able to drop it.
And then very quickly, I pull my sword, I spend my hook point, and I lay it against his leg.
My leg was crushed. What have you done? What is this?
Can you
What
walk?
sword do you bear that can heal in such a way?
Telomnar was forged by Cam1.
Oh, and you just see this look of awe on Beleg's face. I mean, his name's Beleg Quickblade. He's a swordsmith, but he's not like on that level.
Yeah.
It's just, he does your average, swords for people, and he's in awe of this. Thank you. So the three of you also will get an experience point for helping this character. So the three of you for helping lift the rock, and you get one for pulling him out. Okay? Alright, so he's able to actually stand up on his own two legs and even help with some of the other ones who are, kind of slower.
But my friends, time is short.
The good news is that your inspiration before was exactly what the people needed to get them through this part with the boulders. Even though sadly some people didn't make it, even if some fell, you were able to help them not despair and to keep going. That there actually is hope. All right. So after 2 anguished hours in these dark, long, sketchy tunnels, the tunnel begins to appear rugged at its sides and low, and it starts to climb up. And as you see this and feel it, it starts to open up, and you see something like, it's light, but it's nighttime, right? So it's pale starlight shining down. So the dwarf and the elf see it first, and you mention this to your human compatriots,
Yes.
compadres. Okay. So yes. Okay. And you come into a sheltered hollow that this tunnel ends in, and it's overgrown with bushes. So it'd be like as large as a house, and kind of originally like a pool, probably landscaped at one time to make it like this, but for whatever reason the water source is gone, and then the tunnel came up into this, so it cleverly could exit with some some bushes around it, and give some cover. So it was once a large artificial pool, and is now about 3 hours after midnight. So everyone rests for a little while. Here's what you see around you. The elves that come out, of course you're at the end, so a lot of these elves have been out for a little while, kind of waiting to see what to do. Of course, Idril, Celebrimbor, the princess, she comes along to check. She's very attentive to making sure that she knows that everyone's out. She's been kind of mentally counting, and you can just see her face is crestfallen because she realizes that they've actually lost a tenth of the survivors in the tunnels. But
guys, I need to cut out because
take care, Shane.
You too.
Sorry, man. I'm giving you PTSD. You've already been through the tunnel.
I know. I'm going through the whole thing.
They're making it, man. They're gonna make it. They're gonna make it.
No, I know, but it's just the whole magnitude of there were 30,000. Now you've got 800.
Yeah.
That's oppressive.
Yeah.
All right, you guys
take care.
You guys safe?
Even a small seed can grow a new tree. All right. So from 5 miles distant, you are, the other elves say, "Oh, and you look back from where this comes out, right here, and you're looking back on the, dark plain, right? Stars overhead. And you can see the faraway hill of Emangwareth crowned with flames, where once stood the proud walls and towers of Gondolin, the most glorious elven city in Middle-earth. You hear the sound of weeping, but not all tears are evil, and many are devastated as the reality hits them. So you got them through the tunnel. So that was the important part. But now,
So where on this map are we?
we're where the X is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
2 things. So first, I don't know the range on what would affect this sword, but can I check my blade to make sure that there's no orcs really close by? See if we're glowing still?
Absolutely. There's no blue.
Okay, I don't know what the range is on. My friend, what is the range on a Gondolin sword? They are said to glow blue in the presence of orcs, but how close must they be before you can sense them?
About 1 mile.
Yep. Elves know lots of things. So,
I figured she might know the answer.
okay, so I have a question for you. What else do you want to know? Okay, because I don't want to just be like, and this happens and that happens. So now you've got a large assembled multitude. You sense that probably it's going to be Tuor and Idril and some of the generals, the ones who are still alive. You've seen signs of Galdor, of the House of the Tree. and Glorfindel of the House of the Golden Flower, they're still alive. Eglamoth, your general, he's injured. He's limping along, but he's in pretty good shape. So there's some leadership still available, but they're kind of letting the people rest just for a short amount of time. In the meantime, until they kind of talk about what we're going to do, is there anything that you else you want to?
Is the kid we were supposed to take care of here? Or did he
Hey,
go?
Rendell?
Yeah.
You'd have to go up and ask Idril or
Go ask.
Okay. All right. So you go up, and Idril says, "No, my son, he's not here. I sent him ahead, and I don't know where he's been. Where has he gone? I can only hope that the group that he went with may have gone ahead of us in order to protect him and bring him to the mountains. I had talked to them that we would try to go towards the Christhorn Pass, but I was supposed to meet them here, and he's not here. I can only assume that some reason made them, they had to flee, they had to leave and go right away. But I don't know. We will have to move on. Thank you. There's no way back. I know that we didn't leave him in the city, so that way it's gone now.
Good luck, he will be in.
Yes.
I don't know.
Thank you. I think we shall soon gather the people together and make some plans. Thank you for all of your help, really. Okay, and so also you probably checked the area for danger.
Yes.
You did it with the sword already. And it's clear that the city has attracted most of Melkor's minions off of the plains to revel in its destruction. For now, you are safe.
So, for the host of Morgoth, are they little wafers?
That's so terrible.
Sorry.
It's okay. So basically they are here, yeah, they're all around here. Hence the boulders falling. Because, there were armies in reserve that didn't even go up. They're just like, we want some loot, we want some plunder.
I just would have been super happy to
That's fine, yeah.
And by the way,
and I could tell.
you might want to check your kit.
So I set that up to be a functional.
I will check my weapons.
Your inventory.
Excellent, thank you.
So
I've got the 2 magic swords.
you might need to just ask me, do I have this?
Oh. Well, I've got elven rope. What?
Darn it. One thing is missing. So you have 2 elven,
Go ahead.
you have long knives, don't you?
Yes.
Yes.
I've got 2 long knives.
And one of them is missing. Somehow it's dropped along the way. Sting is missing. Only Thorn is left.
Talon.
Talon.
Yeah.
Talon. So your long knives you're super skilled at the long knives attack. You didn't even get a chance to use them in this, but in her previous exploits, you guys all know about her legendary long knives.
Yeah, of course.
To a smaller creature like Arendelle would be like, a full sword, wouldn't it? But to an elf like her, your long knives. So this is a little bit sad to you that your sword scene, your long knife is gone. But you do have a really nice new sword though.
I have 2 really nice new swords.
2 new swords.
You could have the long knives at once.
There you go.
Yes.
So, yet I am bereft.
Indeed.
We're trying to search for additional danger. I do have the ability to do the Rumor of the Earth thing, but, and I do feel like as a working, as somebody who's used this ability in the past, my character would be aware of whether or not that would be of utility when surrounded by so many hundreds of other people who are also making noises on the ground. And I'm thinking probably not.
Right.
To be honest.
You're so close that what you would hear would be
everybody near, well, them
dragons.
too, but, well, the dragons too, but
You
even
would-
the elves.
You would have a hard time. You would have a hard time singling out.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, but I wanted to check.
Yep, Katie.
Would my travel skill help us at all?
So traveling is going to be super helpful in crossing the plains and also when you get into the mountains and on your way.
Okay.
That's what that's for.
But not yet.
Not yet. Anthony, any questions?
No, I'm just seeing where the path leads to the other place. Sirion?
Sirion's a river.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it goes down south to the ocean.
Is that where the ships are? The ships of Cudan?
Yeah, at this point they are. Later on he goes elsewhere.
My friends, if we think the group that went with the boy left ahead of us. None of the rest of us have left this little area. We could scout around the top and see if there are tracks that.
Sure, I can do that.
We could. That'd be hunting. To follow tracks.
Hunting's decent. We could try some hunting story.
Do you have any hunting ranks there, Anthony? I mean, Tobit?
I have 3.
Okay, you can try that. And then the others can join you in a moment. So go ahead and.
So 3. I rolled 3 dice, right?
Yeah, 3 successes in the
Oh, did you?
He rolled 2 in the 12.
You have to roll
3,
one more 6-sided die, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Gandalf?
If you got a Gandalf rune, you don't need to roll anything else because.
Oh yeah, I did get a Gandalf rune.
And it's great success.
So that means it's an automatic success plus a 6. Good. So those of you who try, okay. So here's the thing. You can tell that there are tracks of a number of elven adults and one child footprints. It's a little bit difficult, of course, at nighttime. But using your superior skills, you're able to find that they do strike off in the northwestern direction. So yes, your suspicions are correct.
Cool. So there's 6 to 10.
Okay, you hear Galdor of the House of the Tree calling out, "Please come closer. We must speak. Come, everyone. Gather your people. We have to tell you some things." So you hear Galdor, the House of the Tree, speak to the hundreds of people left, and also Idril's answer. So I won't go into all of this, but the general drift is that you can tell, and you're listening very carefully because they're speaking in Sindarin, and you're not super fluent in Sindarin. You guys have been able to talk kind of in a mix of common speech and Sindarin, and you know some of it. So you're able to converse with it. But she also throws in a bunch of like Quenya loan words because royal family, they've got to drop the fancy words. But the general drift is that there's 2 opinions. Idril and Tuor want the lords and most of the, they want everybody to go to Christorn. This is the direction it goes. It's to the north, kind of, which seems like maybe more dangerous because this is where Morgoth's host came from. But their view is it's safer to go through Christorn Pass and then over the mountains into the Vale of Sirion and then down to the ocean because it will be a way that's not expected that they would go. However, a large minority insist that they want to escape by the traditional hidden entrance to Gondolin, which is down here. And this is the Bad Uthwen, which is the hidden way. This is the way that all people who have ever come into Gondolin, this is the way that they came when they first built the city. This is the way that when people have left, they've gone through this.
It's got the word bad in its name.
That does not seem like a good idea.
That's Elvish! That couldn't mean
The city
anything.
was betrayed. How are we to know that its original entrance was not betrayed as well? We saw the city, the people of Gondolin, fighting against the forces of Gondolin. We saw that with the moles. How are we to know that the secret of the entrance has not been betrayed?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yes. I vote for the Northwest.
So you lend your support to their view. All right. Well, you are helpful in swaying a few lords that were not sure. So Idril and Tuor persuade the lords and most of the people to go to Christorn, a less traveled yet perilous pass to the northwest. But a large minority insist on breaking away.
Don't split up the party.
And so a few hundred leave.
There's only 900.
So like 2
well,
great
no, it's.
Well, we
yeah.
had 1,000, and
well, you had a little over 1,000.
and we were decimated.
Yeah. So yeah, they were a little bit more than 900. So about 100 people or so split off, and they go this way, and so you're left with about 800 people. Okay. All right.
They're not going to get taken alive and captured for information or anything. It's fine.
You're right. They won't be taken alive. Okay. After the breakaways leave, then Legolas Greenleaf of the House of the Tree steps forward and makes a short speech that all may follow him, for he has night sight and can see like a cat in the darkness. and will lead them faithfully north to the edge of Toonlad, and not to fear. So after this rousing speech, everyone kind of packs up what they have left, leaves behind the things that they can't carry. You notice Penglod, your old friend the librarian, happened to make it out. And he's got like a whole bunch of scrolls, you know, and he's got in kind of a bag, and he's trying to, because he basically tried to save
The lore
of Gondolin, because what he has in these scrolls and what he has in his head are kind of like all that's left.
My lord, do you need assistance carrying your load?
Oh, why yes, thank you very much. I've been carrying these scrolls, would you believe, all the way down those stairs.
So many stairs.
And then all those people, I have felt so bad for them, but I kept having to dodge people and boulders. And it was horrible. I mean, all that dust, it could ruin my scrolls.
My lord, perhaps you would like to divide your burden between.
Yes, but be very careful with them. Be gentle with my scrolls.
I share the same affection for scrolls as you.
Scholar,
a scholar, yes, I'm a scholar.
Okay, and he shares some scrolls with you. Please guard them well.
I'm honored by your trust, my lord.
They're all that is left of the great library.
I don't care about paper. We keep all of our records on stone tablets.
Yes, I know that now. Before you were kind of like, yeah, it's too bad about Gondolin, but then you're like, oh, the library.
The library. I know.
Oh, those books.
He's never getting at least one of the scrolls back. He's just. You can have them when he's a ring.
I counted 99 when I left. Okay.
I throw what can comfortably fit without encumbering me into my pack, so that hopefully between those who are willing to share the burden, he's no longer tippy-toppy.
Okay. Silly elf. We need a little bit of traveling music. Yeah, find some traveling Middle Earth music for me. All right. And so whatever.
There's actually a band called the Tolkien Ensemble who does the songs.
We're on air, right?
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay, then we can't.
You play Hawks.
You can play any of my music.
Yeah.
We'll be optimistic here.
I just don't know how they role played 100 years ago. Sorry. Okay. The party is starting to travel now in a fast march with the group in the dark, making as little noise as possible. And the elves do a really good job being quiet. The dwarf is trying.
I try.
Let's give him, our praise for trying. Make a fatigue check, because you've just made a march of 12 miles in the last...
Is that a travel?
That's a travel.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
travel.
you're going to have to grab... hold on. Sorry.
Oh, wait.
Fatigue check, yes. You roll travel.
I like travel. Oh no.
I'm sorry.
That was gonna be so good.
You and my friend are weary.
I don't like being weary.
What's that?
19?
You're okay?
18.
You're okay?
I got the RSR.
Oh! You are weary, my friend.
Yes.
Check the weary box. And that means that for every roll until you're not weary, all the 1s, 2s, and 3s, the hollow numbers, do not count.
I don't like.
Notice on the dice. See, the 1, the 2, and 3 are all
outlines.
They're outlines. So those don't count while you're weary. You don't get to add them.
When do I get not weary?
Mine has
When you get to
unsheathed.
rest.
Soon.
Not for a while.
You have
He's
to
probably
wait
not gonna be
until
the kind of tortoise I've ever
you're able to rest. Because the reason is because you've been like on a hard march.
Yeah.
So they have to get the people. Here's the thing. You have to get the people out of being spotted. Once it's daytime, you're going to be on the
So we
plane.
got 5 to 6 hours. Okay.
Not even. It's about it's like 3 or 4 in the morning.
So
right, because we got out after midnight, and then
they had to rest.
Like what?
Shoot.
Well, I mean, depending on how long it takes for it to go over the mountains.
This is true. But the point is that it's
We
We
need
don't
to
have a
hustle.
lot of time. Yeah.
you need to
We've got
hustle.
12 miles. It's
You've
not a
made
lot
some
of time.
serious distance.
That's what it was. It was 6 miles to the
Back up and
further
don't worry
12
about
to
the
the
music.
mountains.
That's fine.
Okay. plus uphill for the last little bit.
Yeah.
And we've got little kids and injured people.
Luckily, don't worry about elderly elves.
I can still spare the 3 points if we still only have 3 people on stretchers.
Do you remember that you have fellowship, a fellowship pool of points as well?
We do. I'm still at 11, so I have the points to
Good,
spend.
good. Just make sure that you're, and you have, I never explained why you have, you have
I do.
permanent
I got
shadow
13
point.
total.
Yes?
I never explained why.
You never did.
That's from the Battle of the Number Tiers.
Okay.
Because you were a survivor of that, and you are high functioning, but you've always carried with you kind of a
deep depression about it?
Not depression, but definitely some trauma from that battle.
PTSD.
Yeah. Although you're doing marvelously well, considering. Now it has been like 38 years, so you've had some time to work
But
through
in
this.
elf years, that's nothing.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so now you're at where the star is. Okay. You've made a great march. So now you're just a few miles away from the foothills. Okay. And the leaders call for a halt and a rest near the first foothills of the encircling mountains because the people are just exhausted.
How much time do we have before sunrise?
You have probably about a half hour.
PG. That's a great time to stop.
No.
Let's get into the foothills so we can at least hide in the hills.
Now as it starts to get a little bit lighter, before the sun ever dawns, but just you know, it's starting to get light enough that you can kind of see
Like when I
things.
started driving here this morning.
Yes. You are glad, you're especially glad, that the mists cover the center of the valley. Remember all that evaporation?
Yay!
So actually where the hill is, the hill and the city is all shrouded in mist, which means that anyone in the city cannot see you.
Clever.
Okay?
Well, the elves eyes probably work really well right about now because they were born in the starlight, the firstborn.
Oh yeah, you're able to.
They see just fine. He and I don't see super
Elf,
far.
yeah.
They're fine.
Yeah, and you see far. You can both see well in the dark, but you're the far side.
You're the far side.
And so, you're the near side.
I'm looking at the forge. You're the gem.
It's the dwarf with the glasses. Okay. Who needs? It's like, yeah, I work up close with all my work. I'm a detailed guy.
I don't know if you guys have seen that, the blurring of what Thorin's eyesight probably actually looks like based on him not being able to see the boat on the other side of the stream in the Hobbit. There's like a photo thing of you guys, but he probably really was nearsighted based on the canon, and like it shows like the jump off the river of lava, and it's like all blurry and you can't see anything. They just took the actual stills from the movie and made it super blurry. Like this is what it would be if you're nearsighted.
Yeah, that's funny, seriously, right? Because honestly, guys, you're all just blobs. Yeah.
Leap of faith.
It's really was.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
The sun is dawning over the eastern mountains. Sunrise comes early in midsummer. But the mists cover the center of the valley, and the ruins of Gondolin are hidden in a cloud. A little awareness.
Awareness.
Put down my travel one. I don't remember to do the travel.
Ooh, I got 2 6s.
Good job.
Oh, wow. And remember, you don't count the all-in ones. Because we're tired.
26 and an extraordinary success.
Yeah. Of course, for you,
What do
it
you
was kind of an easier target because of your eyesight.
Yes.
11, but with the great success.
11. No.
I wait until no one's looking and I just collapse on the ground.
I see the cloud movie. Okay, what did you get?
I got an 18 plus a Gandalf road.
Yeah, okay.
And how many 6s did you get?
3.
Oh, jeez. You are like.
Really?
Yeah, look.
Wow.
That's the best possible where you can have with that many dice.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
You did good.
What are we rolling for again?
Awareness. You are now aware of the way the stars are moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like 3 of you.
22.
Yeah, 3 of you. Okay. So you.
I'm
You're like, look,
I'm fixing my
grass.
I'm fixing my beard.
Fixing your beard. It's
got
kind of
wishy
weird.
about this
I'm super. I'm really hyperly sensitive.
Combing it.
Exactly. Okay, the rest of you guys. You are alerted to some distance away, about half a mile away, a group of orcs mounted on wolves.
Orc mounted wolves.
A piano falls on you from the sky.
DM says best.
No, you're supposed to let dark clouds gather first.
Yeah, sorry. Dark clouds gather above your head. Then a piano falls on you from the sky. No, just joking. Okay, you see a group of orcs mounted on wolves.
Okay, just double check.
About a half mile away.
My eyesight's not that good. So
Yeah, okay. Or just look at your beard, okay? Chasing down a small company of elves. Who do you tell?
I will tell the head of the House of Archers.
Egomoth?
Egomoth, yes.
Okay, you'll go to him?
Yes.
Alright, so you report this to him, and he quickly goes and speaks to Legolas, whose eyesight is extremely good, and also to Tuor, and they converse quickly. And they decide to send out an advanced group of 50 elves and others.
I would like to. I assume we're the others.
Yes.
To help the harassed folk.
I'm not tired.
The party, you will be asked to join a group of 50 warriors who are not too tired. So this is like basically those who are still not, completely worn out.
Yeah.
All right. You race towards the melee.
Towards their natural speed.
And as you race forward, it's about half a mile away. So it's gonna take you
10 minutes.
Yes, about 10 minutes. And as you get closer, Tuor shouts that he sees his boy Earendil, protected by about 6 men of the wing who are desperately fighting off 20 wolf-riding orcs. So as you approach, Tuor shouts orders to form a crescent behind the wolves as they close in. Do not let them escape to bring tidings of us to Gondolin. And to our enemies, the wolf riders turn from their grim entertainment and see your line approaching and they ready themselves. So, as fate would have it, your part of the line bears the full brunt of the wolf riders. Okay, time to flip this guy. This is Hawks. Sorry. Okay, alright, let's see. Time to put your little peepers out again. And let's.
I don't know where mine went.
Might have them.
I don't know where yours is.
Where's mine?
Maybe it's kind of under something.
Wait, I see something. Is this somebody?
Yes, that's mine.
And who else is missing? Anybody else? Oh, you're all there. Good. Okay, so you guys, you're gonna be kind of in a
semicircle.
Semicircle, kind of a real wide semicircle, because obviously you're part of a line. There we go. There we go. All right. So, and there are elves who are with you, of course, too, but they're dealing with their problems as well. All right.
More for me. May the best dwarf win.
I think you're the only dwarf.
Exactly.
Whoever brought the monsters was really, really nice.
I was John, I think.
Big fat boy.
No, it was David.
Oh, was it?
Lord, he brought a lot.
Oh, okay.
That's like a badger. That one's really sleek. What? That's a ferret.
Hey!
Sorry.
Arr. That's a really mean looking one.
Why do you get the really badass?
Hold on a minute. Okay. This is, let's see if I have anything better. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Here we go. Here's this bad boy. Alright. So, hold on.
Yes.
Isn't this cool? It's like, peace, dude.
Peace, dude.
Lightning. I like that guy. Alright, so, let's see. And then I need to include the orcs, who are also accompanying them. Kind of, yeah. I'm not really sure how to do that.
map. Is this sword distance or
Oh, you know what? You were absolutely right. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot that you get, you should have had 2 ranged attacks before we joined melee. So let's put them back a little bit.
The archer also, their archer gets some.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay, because remember, these are only 4 of the 20,
Right.
so the other ones are all falling upon the other elves, keeping them busy. Okay, so they're coming towards you. You get 2 shots, so does their archer. So whoever has a bow,
I
be my
get
guest.
3 shots.
Oh, you're right. Because
or do I get 4? Because do I get 2 for each one?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
you're like the whole 2 arrows.
Yeah. So I'll go
Alright,
for
I
this
got
one
this.
first.
What do you think?
And then and anybody who has bow can shoot?
Yep.
Okay, cool. We won't say bow. We'll go melee again that, but
Yep. You'll be like between the bow and getting out the sword because they have arranged before they attack. They're able to shoot. You can throw a spear.
Oh, do I have a spear?
If you have a spear,
I have a glinting spear.
oh hey, that was
That's
nice.
like a fancy spear though. I don't know.
Okay, my first attack is 27.
Oh wow. Okay,
And
so
I
that
go for this orc.
okay, you're going for the orc, and definitely hit with that. And then, can you tell me what's the damage on your? What's the damage on your?
My great bow.
Yeah.
It's 7. Ranged, 7.
Okay. But it's not the. So the range is 7. I meant the damage.
The damage
on your
is
bow. Yeah.
is 7. Both are 7.
And did you get a 6 as well?
No, I did not.
Okay, so 6. Okay, so let's just see here. Okay, so that orc took 7 damage. Okay, all right, and you
Go
get
with him again.
Oh yes, so you're gonna aim at the same one. Yep.
Yep.
Go ahead.
20 with a great success.
That's enough. Okay, so give me your damage bonus plus the bow. So it's 7 plus
10 burn edge. Oh, damage bonus 7, so it's 14.
14. You knocked the orc off the wolf.
I didn't kill him. I just knocked him
You
off.
killed him.
Okay.
No, he fell off because he was dead.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Good. Because your axe was embedded in his skull.
Yes.
Or
Your
arrow.
nemesis.
Yeah. All right. So now you've got 2 more, don't you?
I do, and I'm going to go to the next orc.
Okay. Now, do you mind if we let her have a shot and then you go
that's
back
fine.
to you?
I
That's
didn't
okay.
realize she had a bow.
She does have a bow. Go ahead. But leave some orcs for her, you know.
Yeah.
Great. 10, 16, 18, 23 with great success.
Okay, so give me your damage plus your bonus.
5 and the range bonus is 10.
Okay. So, and that which one are you aiming at?
My orc.
Okay, that orc. Oh yes. Before he can shoot you. That's
That was my
pretty
thought.
smart.
That was my thought.
Okay. Right. So, yeah, you've definitely hurt him, but he's still alive. Back at you. And then they'll be close enough for you to throw your spear if you want to. But if you want to keep your spear for poking,
I might keep the spear actually for more
of
a defensive posture.
Yeah. It's totally up to you.
4, 29, 31 with 3 6s.
I've never seen so many times that people. That's amazing. Wow. Wow.
31 with 3 6.
Okay.
So I shoot one arrow, it does 17 loop-de-loops, and shoots right through his ear into his brain.
Okay. And then as he's falling, his arm drags onto the collar of the ward and makes it trip and fall, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So which one is that?
That's this one.
Okay. Oh. So it hinders him. That's what basically what it does. Hinders him. Okay, all right.
So I have one more.
And you have one more? Yes, but of course you do.
So I'll go for the.
Is this the boomerang arrow that comes back and hits
Yeah.
them on the other side? Yeah. You're like a quick, was it Hawkeye with his arrows? The bomb arrow.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Damn, more sixes.
15, 20, 24,
Dwarf,
25,
never thought I could be that
26
good.
with an extraordinary success. 2 6s.
Yeah, so the damage on that would be your bonus doubled plus the damage of your bow.
14, 21.
Yeah, that kills that orc too.
Okay, so now we just have one orc and some animals.
Well, I've got another shot too, don't I?
Yeah, you get 2 shots because they're far away.
Okay.
Yes, you get a second shot, and she's taking both of hers because you
Yeah.
did 2 and then 2.
Okay.
Okay,
And
second shot.
I'm gonna aim at the very last orc.
Okay. This guy's the leader of them, by the way.
24 with 2 6s.
Jesus, you guys are like.
Leave some for me.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
All right.
To clean up
So,
the bodies.
what's the weapon?
That's 15 total.
Okay, 15. Okay, he's still alive. Amazingly, even though you've practically stuck him. He must have some serious chainmail on.
I've now stuck him with the arrow to the ward's back.
Well,
no.
Actually, you've got 2 6s, so fair enough. His thigh, we'll say that his thigh is actually he is pinned to the wolf. But he'll stay on and won't fall off now. Yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
All right,
Are
so
the
now
warrior women just slaughtering and then the men are coming through and picking up the half dead?
They're archers, and
We had 2 rounds of archery. We killed 3 of the 4.
I know. Dwarves didn't know that archers could be so good.
Yeah.
Okay, so my
I forget what they're called.
my melee friends.
Valkyries.
Shield mages. Actually, I think on there you have something about that, don't you?
Do I?
Is there like a
Your
post of
faithful something or other at the bottom, I thought.
The Dauntless Guardian, Senior, Endurance of the Ranger.
I'm hearing you guys because I had to lay down for a second. My back's
Do
getting
you have
tired.
something at the bottom? Let me see yours a second.
I have something.
No, it's not on here. I must have been thinking of somebody else. So,
What was it?
no, it's all good. It's all good. I think it was something I was thinking of in a different campaign. Okay, it's all good. All right, because I thought it was a shield maiden virtue that applied
Yeah, I
to
thought
Rohan.
that you had done that too.
And it's not on there.
Yeah, no, it is. It's at the top. Faithful
Oh.
beyond fear.
Oh, it's a cultural blessing.
Yeah, same for Shield Maiden of Rohan.
That is an awesome thing. And it might be in there because that includes the things for the Rohan. You might want to consider looking that up. Okay, so, lads. Hey, lads.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so now we're
Saturdays are for the boys.
So now we're forward and we're joining in battle in this big weasel thing. And this nice state. I'm coming! A little slow though. And it's like, give me a piece of you, ha ha. Okay, so now it's their turn.
Finally.
Let's see.
Did we ever show you
Bite,
dances?
rend, great leaf, or let's see, denizen of okay.
So many options.
There's so many options, right? I'm on your side, guys. Really nice.
He jumps like a hit in the air.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna go with big lion dog there at the end. Okay. All right. And you're in what stance? Oh, if you were shooting a bow, you're in defense.
I'm in rearward.
Or rearward, sorry. But you guys, you're like Qui-Gon and
Darth Maul.
no, you did that point, right? Where both of them are waiting behind the gates.
Yeah.
Things. You're like,
Yeah.
Ready to attack.
so what stance are you in right now?
I would say probably open.
Open.
I want to be forward.
You're like,
Bring it.
Okay, bring it. All right, so we'll start with the forward guy. Forward thinking. All right, so
Give me a big slobbery kiss. With
all right,
teeth.
with teeth. What's your parry?
4. So be a 10.
And he rolls an ISR. That's an edge.
Bring it.
Time to make a protection test.
Let's go. Protection is 4 dice.
You know, I think I said I was going with this one first, but it's okay.
Well,
You're
we can
here.
do it.
You're here. We'll do this one.
Yeah.
Because you're forward. That's right.
Let's take this out.
You do?
Because I'm weary.
Oh, yeah.
But I still get 2 6s.
Okay.
And a 9, which is like 21.
Wow. Pretty cool. Alright, so for you, that means that you basically survived that protection test. So,
I take damage.
You
but
do
not
take
enough.
damage. Yeah, but not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah.
You're not wounded.
Good.
Okay, so from the big dog, he kind of grabs you by your non-sword arm.
Yeah.
Kind of chews you up a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so you lose 3 points.
Okay.
So erase 3 endurance points.
That's cool by me.
All right.
Okay, what is the stat you use for your protection roll?
Armor.
Armor.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And on these, because I filled them in online, it doesn't say 2D or 3D, but it should.
Yeah.
So it's under armor. So it's that'd be 4 dice.
Oh, I forgot to add the headgear.
And then you add the headgear.
I didn't even do that.
Nope, that's just 2.
Yeah, it's just 2. No headgear for you.
No.
Sorry.
I never have a lot of armor.
Yeah.
You're hard to hit, but
That's right. She moves too
I'm
fast.
dodgy.
I'm black.
And it's your turn. So here comes the beastie at you. You're open. So that's 9 plus. What's your parry rating, please?
It's 2.
Okay, so it's 11 that I'm going for. Okay, good thing you're not in forward because that would be bad for you right now. Just because your parry is so small.
Yeah.
You do have a shield though. Are you adding that to your parry?
Oh, you add your shield, so it's a +5.
That's plus 5 then. Yeah,
Oh, you really need to add that. Yeah.
It's a 14.
So it's technically your parry would be 2 plus the shield, so it's
okay.
7 actually,
Yeah.
right?
Well, the shield is 3.
Oh, 3. Sorry, so it's 5 altogether. Excuse
Yeah.
me. So
Yeah.
5. Okay, so 5 plus
9 is 14.
9, so it's 14. Okay. And Mr. Wolf, Ward, demon thing. It doesn't roll very well. Snaps at the ear and kind of totally misjudges the distance.
Block.
And bites its own tongue. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's. Where are you? Here?
That's me.
Who, me? I'm
No,
right
he's
here.
here.
I'm right
Okay. So Wolfie misses. But guess what? The orc gets a turn too at the same time.
Oh, is that orc still alive?
Yeah.
Yes,
the
it
one we
is.
didn't kill.
And he's mad too.
Okay.
And he rolled better than the wolf did. So let's see, 11, 19,
You guys want that scene
22,
from like
with a
2000,
great
everyone's,
success.
like, shooting at them and he grabs the reins. Like,
So, it's going to be, with the sword, it's going to take 6 points of damage on you.
Okay, so I take that off my endurance.
Yeah, you lose 6 endurance points. Man, for some reason you guys have gotten beat up quite a bit, these two.
yeah.
We're squishy humans, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Notice how the deals
And now, and that's all because they've had their turn. This one hasn't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
So now, next turn, it's your turn, and this one's caught up.
Okay, perfect.
So now, you're all joined in melee. So I'm assuming you put away your bows.
Yes.
You've got out your swords. And so your stance, now at the beginning of this round, when it's your turn, you can change your stance. Okay?
I want to stay forward.
You want to stay in forward. Are you staying open?
Yes.
Okay. What are you staying in?
I'm torn. Defensive or open?
Because at this point you can't go into rearward because there's.
I'm already in rearward.
Well, right. What I mean is.
Yeah, I can't fall
you
back
can't
on
shoot. Yeah, you can't shoot until you can.
I'll be in open.
Okay. And
Open.
what are you wielding? I need to know what weapon you're choosing right now. So open.
Is Sir Alanta a longsword?
It is a longsword.
Then I will wield that, but not particularly magic, just as a sword.
As a very good, shiny, and sharp sword.
Yes.
So you all pull out your high elven swords, or what are you gonna wear? Anthony, are you going with spear or sword?
Sword.
One of my arms is in its mouth, so I'm going to use the sword.
Okay.
I'm gonna use hammer hills. Can I use this hammer hill?
Go for it, yeah.
Yes, you can. That's your. Okay. In fact, thank you for telling me because if you have 2 swords, you have to be specific about which one you're using.
Yeah.
They both up?
Okay, so we're going to start with Mr. Forward here.
Yes.
All right.
Roll to hit the one that's gnawing on my arm.
All right, give it a good wallop.
1, 2, 3, 5. Come on, baby. Gary needs a new pair of shoes. Okay, so we get rid of those two.
So you definitely
But
hit it.
that's a 10, 15, 21.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely do the
So
wolf.
it's-
And this is wolf warg.
So that's 5 plus 7 is 12.
Okay. It's your sword is definitely stopping it in its tracks.
Good.
And you've actually you've reduced its points down to 0, and it kind of is lying on its side, throws of pain.
Good.
You're like, wow, these wargs are not very tough.
No. Or they soda is really good.
Well, that could be also. Okay, so
And I improved my
but if it goes down to 0 points, it doesn't always mean it's dead. So.
Yeah, so it's still kind of up. Just kind of
Well, the thing is that sometimes you can invoke hate points.
Oh, that's true.
To keep it from dying. You know,
Dying.
it's gonna surge back.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So next up is we'll go around this way. So you're next. You're open, and so you're gonna hit on your. You're gonna go for the orc or the orc or the warg. Orc. Okay. So you swing your sword, and
Glad you mentioned improving the weapons score because I forgot that I did that.
Yes.
And I knew in my head how many dice I got, and I was just not
So-
using my dice.
It's always good to remember that. It's good to know.
Okay, so.
So you're using hammer hilt?
Yes.
What if you hit it with the hilt of your sword?
Oh, that'd be nice.
I don't know, just like it's hammer hilt.
Yes.
Are you using it in a special way or just as a sword?
Just as a sword.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, oops. Ooh, I got a 6.
But again, since we are weary, you have to discount all the clear ones.
Oh, that's right, yes.
I know, it's annoying.
So I got a 6, plus the 4 is 10, plus 8 is 18. 18.
That's good enough. Any sixes?
Yep. Yep, 1 6.
1 6. Okay. You do your sword's damage, which is one-handed, right? Are you because you got the shield?
Yes.
So it's 5 points damage. What's your damage bonus on the right-hand side of your sheet, please? 6. So that's 11 points, and that's on the orc. Okay, that has killed the orc. All right. And
Question: since we pinned him there with it through his thigh, does that mean his dead body is now encumbering the orc?
you mean
how
I
strong?
pinned him.
How strong is the arrow?
The warg just basically bites off his leg,
Okay, fair.
and so that it's no
It
longer.
takes him a moment, though.
Okay.
The warg bites off his own leg?
No, the
The-
warg
the
bites
orc-
off the leg of the orc because the orc was still attached by
Yeah.
her arrow.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Arrows of
Join us for that.
Are you still rearward?
No, I'm open.
Oh, you went to open. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't hear that part. Oh, yes, you did say that. Yes, we'll go to you next because you're open and then open. Yep. Sorry about that. So it's definitely enough to hit.
Yeah.
And do regular damage.
29.
Regular damage
Uh,
with your sword
7.
because it's two-handed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And nothing else. 7
And-
plus my damage is.
And you're here, are you? You're there.
This one.
Yes.
So 13.
Okay.
Do you get to? No, I think you don't get to do the extra because you didn't roll a 6 on one of the d6s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to
Okay,
roll 6.
sorry.
It's a,
So 7.
7. Okay. So it's in bad shape, but it's still alive. You definitely dealt it a heavy blow. All right. So then it's your turn.
Okay. Nice. 21, no 6s, so
Okay.
7 damage.
7 damage, and that's in your
So
gear.
much.
Dang.
I spent almost all my
That's here?
experience. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Wow.
Too bad you guys didn't roll battle beforehand, huh?
I was thinking that when we were shooting people, but at that point it was
That's
too late.
okay. That's okay. It's the last session, we get it. Okay, so then everyone's had a turn, have they?
Yes.
All right. So now it's time for the wargs. I'm going to start from here and work this way. Okay. So this is against you, and this warg is going to spend a hit point.
I have the opportunity to roll Valor versus target number 10 to cancel an adversary spending a hit point.
Go for it. So the number of Valor
is 2.
So you roll, that'd be your feat die plus 2 6-sided dice.
Okay.
Yep. So target of 10.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Nope. Okay.
Can I spend a hope point?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so 21, but no great success. So it takes it basically tries to rend you, like to kind of tear your armor with its claws.
Okay.
And it manages to do.
What about my parry? Don't I get my parry and my armor?
So okay, fair enough. Your parry though, I believe.
My parry is 7.
7 plus.
That's including my shield.
Right, 7 plus your stance, which is open, which should be 9, so 16 would be the target. That's what you have. So.
And what about my armor? Does that not count?
That's only if it has an edge.
Oh.
And then we check to see if if he wounds you or if you if the armor protects you.
Thank you.
So the roll is 21. So the roll.
Do we have rights for that music?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I guess since it's recording,
Sorry about
Okay,
that.
that's true.
I would love
I forgot about that.
It's atmospheric, but yeah, too bad. Maybe next year we can come up with a way to because I like the music. But so 21 is what the ward roll.
Okay.
So that's still enough to inflict some damage. So
Sure.
3.
Okay.
So subtract 3. Which is that one of the first time that you've actually had to subtract, or because you've been?
No, but it's.
Because you've been able to.
I've been able to stay out of the fray mostly.
Mostly because of being an archer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And now.
But because I'm an archer, I'm a little loath to get hurt.
Well, that's true. Okay. Now this is who is this again?
Me.
You. Okay.
14 to hit. 14 is what my parry plus my thing.
Yeah.
So it's 15.
Yeah. Okay. 17, 25.
PG.
But no 6s. So also tearing and rending with its claws. So we're talking again 3 points damage for you. And now for you. This wolf decides to do a great leap and try to jump on top. Okay. So this is where your parry comes in.
Yeah.
And so you're forward.
I'm forward.
Still forward. Yeah, because you can't change it until the next time
Yeah,
you're in
next
charge.
turn, yeah.
So
it's
that's 6
10
plus
6 plus 4.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Impressed if it doesn't.
And so now, that's maybe enough to. So it actually manages to land on top of you and knock you down.
Like Kinley all over again.
Knock you down. And do like this. Okay, I can't really do this.
I can fiddle with it.
Okay.
DMing things.
Yes. There we go. It's got you pinned now.
Okay.
But not really any damage because you've got you got your suit.
Yeah.
Okay, and then last word. Danielle?
Yeah.
Would you mind being able to get me some coffee?
Yeah, you
If you have a moment?
cup?
Yep, thank you. I love this cup, by the way. Did you give that to Hawk?
I did.
I like that. Okay, Minecraft. See now. All right. I think, so I'm pretty sure that I beat your query on that because it's
Would you like in it?
20. Oh, just one of the creamers, I don't care which. It's in the 20s, so, but it does just regular damage, 3 points for whoever this is.
That is Anthony's.
Yeah.
Poop it.
-3.
-3
Endurance points.
Endurance points?
Yep.
So let's get behind.
Yeah. Let's get beat up by the bad dogs. All right. So they've had their turn. Thank you.
There's one little tiny drip coming down the side.
On the other side. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's end this thing.
Yes.
All right.
Alright, so it's
You're
hitting me.
hitting.
Can I attack it? Or is it just an athletics to like push it off?
Yeah, you can try with the athletics. You can't really get your axe out.
Yeah.
And it's pretty hard for you to get your sword and like shoot because you have to draw it.
Yeah.
Well, you had your sword.
I had my sword in my hand, but like, is it pinning my arms?
I would say you can either decide to try to push it off, or you can try to grab onto its neck to kind of keep it from biting you. In the next turn, it would kind of hold it back. Or you can try to do an athletics roll specifically with the attempt to get your sword underneath it.
Yeah, that was good.
I'd like to get the sword.
Yeah, right, but I mean, that's different than trying to push it off.
Yeah.
So you have to tell me ahead of time, declare your intention.
I'm going to try and get my sword under.
Okay, alright.
Which is still
athletics with a target of 14.
Okay. No, that's a lot. That's an awful lot of weary to take away.
Okay, you just are able to get your sword underneath, and they like that. Okay, so roll with your sword to see how much damage you do to the warg.
Okay, so like roll
your sword
for damage.
Yeah, you're just doing it from like, I'm on the ground.
Okay. That's a great success.
That's not bad for being weary.
Yeah.
You're weary, you're pinned to the ground. And
would this be counted as one-handed? Or, because like, I never really specified.
You didn't specify, so I'm going to go with one hand.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to actually tell me. Plus the whole difference would be two-handed is because you get more.
Yeah. I didn't know if I'm like bringing it underneath.
No, you're just trying to thrust, which is the same. We're just going to go with the one hand.
So 5 plus that would be plus 7, which is 12. I think.
Yeah. Okay, 12 damage on the warg. The wargie is toasty. Good. You impale it from your circle. Yeah. Shish kebab. Cool. Yep.
Am I able to stand up this turn? Or should I wait?
Not miss something weird. Okay, and now it's your turn.
Okay.
So
hit that black ward there.
Yep. Go ahead and
longsword.
Okay, longsword, go for it. Just remember that you're rolling how many ranks you have in the longsword.
6.
Okay. It's okay.
That's 2 6s though.
Basically, just from what I can see, you beat its parry, and not only that. Yeah. But with the solid ones that are not hollow, you still are able to do damage and to double bonus it with extraordinary success.
2 6.
Yeah. Okay, so you also kill. You slay your mark.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You're next. Yes, your turn. Next turn on, right?
10, 15.
Yeah, definitely overcome its parry.
21.
Okay.
With a great success.
With a great success. So you slay your warg as well.
My turn.
It's only you. Yeah.
This is super embarrassing. I don't put this on. Okay, so.
You
2.
got it.
Oh, I killed it, yeah.
Yes.
22 points right there.
Overkill, you're
27.
Die.
30 points.
I've got my sword embedded. You guys are like,
I think
Should we go help those guys?
A little bit of an adrenaline rush going on with that.
Oh yeah.
Just a little. Okay, yeah, it's dead. Alright, so you guys kind of pause to kind of regroup and look around, and what you see is that the other elves have been able to dispatch all but 2 of the wolf riders. So 2 do escape. However, several well-placed shots from the elven archers you can tell that those orcs are not going to last them all the way to Gondolin. So those orcs are going to have to be walking part of the way, and will not get to Gondolin before you're done with the fights. So that's good news. Okay. All right. I know. All right. So everybody take a breather for a moment. Okay. Grab a drink if you need. Time to push on for the second half of session 3. Okay? Does anybody need a bathroom break? Drink break? Caffeine break?
Still working on my
I finished mine. So we're
I feel really awake right now.
Same.
I don't know how that's possible.
Honestly, I'm kind of tired.
I mean,
That's okay.
I'm just finished the monster and wait to go back.
I'm almost done with the monster.
Seriously, monsters should be an annual thing. Who's signing up to bring monsters to the potluck?
Honestly, yeah.
I'm really impressed at how much stuff was brought because I thought, I'm always like, oh, I don't know if enough people will bring things.
Yeah.
But like everybody was just so.
I didn't know how many things to bring in and how many people to expect.
Well, it's true. But I mean, there's a lot in there that never got even touched.
No.
I don't think anyone touched my Costco box of silverware.
There you go. I don't know that anybody.
Or my plates.
I know. Are you just taking a break or?
We're just letting a bathroom break, and we're on to the second half of session 3. So.
Okay.
Brian, can I talk to you?
Yes, of course.
I'm going to extend up.
Careful with the coffee. Do not speed up the coffee.
You sit down.
Yep. Oh, so you're just halfway through session 3, right? So where are you at so far?
So we are just rescuing.
I'm very glad it's added to upgrade my long sword.
Same.
Because it was like just a 3 before.
Crystal. Yeah.
No, it's like
Equals good. It's in the actually alternate.
Yeah, Gondolin, right?
Yeah.
Gondolin.
Yeah, I know
said
that.
yes, because I said that's important to make sure you know that.
Yes, this one?
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It kind of shows the evolution of the story.
I like those ones because they have the one for this one, Baron and
One
Moot,
says the
and then
phone for
Children of Turin.
Yeah.
Turin.
You didn't tell me. It said work.
No, Children of Turin.
Yes. Yes.
I've read. I like those. It's pretty cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's cool watching just the evolution.
Are you up in the mountains now, or what? I think it's going to be the last book I heard.
That's what they said. That's what he said. He said that one was the last.
Right?
Yeah.
That he was going to come, which is honestly okay because he's like 90.
I mean, that's fair.
You could, like, he spent his whole life basically just publishing what his father never did.
And we appreciate that.
We do.
Don't get me wrong. I haven't read it yet, but I've got a copy of it. I pre-ordered that thing like 5 months before it came out.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm like, I want it. Give it here.
I saw it.
No, we were having a good
Oh, look,
conversation. We were discussing,
I love
what happened at the
Powell.
end and that kind
I
of
love
stuff.
Powell so much.
And then we were talking about
Like, we spend 2 hours there at least
meeting
every time we come to
on the
town.
boat.
And it's still never.
And
I'll let you carry
I
on.
wish my friends would stayed in bookstores as much as I would too. That and like
That's so
They're
annoying.
just halfway
Agreed.
through session 3.
Agreed.
They started earlier.
it's like museums too. Everyone wants to leave after an hour. Like this is something I think I want to read all this.
Oh, good.
well, I think their rounds go slower than
Sarah,
mine.
who's my big
But
friend, my friend that's big into Tolkien.
We went through the tunnel stuff.
That's what they're doing.
She and I went and had an adventure in
We went through the
Portland.
tunnels.
Not last February, but the
We
year
did,
before.
I did
And
all the
we went to
listed
see a live
suggested encounters and stuff.
session of a podcast we both listened to.
Okay, so things went smooth and we get out
and,
there.
I'm sorry.
We
Went out
ended
and
up
did
going.
the
They played at the live
separate
theater, I think.
50 orcs.
And we
I
were
mean,
going back and
the
did that
guards would pick up the
underpass.
guards.
As you're going away from there, it had some sketchy people at it in midnight, and so we decided to go around it because we didn't stop to think for a minute about the fact that they put an underpass in downtown Portland, or just shy of downtown Portland, and they maybe did that for a reason. And so we walked like a mile and a half, and like once she had dropped her phone and what? Mine was at 2%. It's like now midnight, middle of the night. And it's windy and rainy in February. In the middle of downtown Portland. We walked over, we accidentally stumbled across the loading dock for the
they didn't
trains.
get one.
Like where they make the,
They took
so we went wandering and we accidentally found trains. And that was like the theme for the whole weekend. We kept finding trains out of nowhere. And so that's what constitutes an adventure. You go wandering somewhere unplanned and then you find trains.
Then suddenly, trains.
And then it's an adventure. I've done it 3 or 4 times now.
Right, we did do a big
So I've decided that's my
well,
definition of an adventure is you go wandering somewhere you weren't planning to and you find a train. And that's how you know it's an adventure.
Like real time.
Fair enough.
half an hour ago.
Description. I just want to give you a little clue. So when you guys have out and come up to these elves who you rescued, they're just very grateful.
Approximately.
This is all that's left. There's six warriors who were protecting. These were from two warriors group of the House of the Wing, and they were defending Arendelle. They just had 6 people left, and Arendelle, brave boy.
I did.
He's still in his suit of silver chainmail. Asks his father for a drink. Tuor laughs and lifts his son up to his shoulders. You notice that his face does seem to radiate with life like a little star.
You guys, we can't hear Brian.
I threw in
Hog and Ray John.
We can't hear Brian.
Sorry, I got to start up again. If you wouldn't mind. Yeah, thank you. So anyway, so the name, so Arendel's face, it does seem to kind of shine with some kind of light. And you know that the name Arendelle means lover of the sea, which strikes you as strange considering how he's never lived near the ocean. But perhaps it's prophetic. There's more to this boy than it seems to you. He is the heir apparent to Turgon's crown, since he would be next in line after Idril of Celebrindal. And perhaps the little prince is one of the reasons you've been apparently chosen to help save these survivors of combat for which you are glad that you've played a part. The number of survivors is around 800. Although it seems, as you walk back to this group, it seems to the elves of the party a small remnant of the Gondolindran. But you continue, moving forward now that you've rescued these, 7 people added to your band, and you're walking towards the mountains to hide from the view of any other enemies. It's now about 9 o'clock in the morning, and you finally come to the foothills where the ground starts to rise up. It's been pretty flat at this point. Now it's this encircling mountains, the Ikoria, and so the sun. Whoa! Sorry.
They keep doing it, and then they launch the path that
I will just say, the sun is rising over the eastern mountains here, okay? And you're here, so you can just see the sun start to really strike the whole valley now in full sun. But again, in this area here, it's still very misty at this point. You see a faint path up the hill that leads towards the pass of the Eagle's Cleft, which is here, just Torn Pass. The people are very tired, and Legolas calls you forward because he's noticed your keen awareness and the fact that you did so well up against the wargs and the orcs. So Legolas calls you forward and asks several of you with keen explore skills to scout out a resting place hidden from the valley that they might be able to give these people a rest up here in these hills. So who wants to try to scout out a good resting spot? Yeah, that's good enough. I think 4 or above is probably good. Scout with Explore. Yeah, you guys explore. That's a good roll.
12.
That's also a good roll. Wow.
25.
Okay, so both of you.
Extraordinary success.
Yeah, absolutely great. Good. Mark that on the side, right? So both of you go off, and with Legolas are able to find. You come upon a little dale fringed with pine trees and hazel bushes, and come back and tell them what you found. And so Princess Idril talks with Legolas, and she decides it will do for the people, and she thanks you. Many of the little host of the survivors just cast themselves on the ground and instantly fall asleep. They are just, with all that they've been through, finally they're kind of behind a hill in this little dale, and it's a place where they can know that they can rest without being seen, and they just fall asleep. They're so tired. And so you all decide to take a quick meal. Time for a little cheerfulness and all this drowsiness or dreariness. So who wants to use craft to make a good fire?
I want to. Okay, roll craft. Are good. Anybody with cooking skills? Anybody? Not cooking directly. Okay, maybe you can smoke some fish.
Or some coon.
Wait, is this
one?
Okay, good.
It's not a direct skill.
Oh, okay. Got nothing.
I feel like that could work. You've got some food. If you want to look around, you're welcome to go hunting kind of close by.
Okay. Can I craft food? Is that what that role would be?
If
That
you
kind of
took
cooking? Travel?
Yes, craft would be cooking.
It's a 26 on making a fire. Great success.
Oh man, this is hot.
I'm making
nice.
magical.
The dwarves are good. You're like, oh, I'm cold under this armor. Yeah.
I'm not very crafty, so I'm not gonna.
Okay.
21.
21.
A sumptuous meal.
You make a sumptuous meal. Now, you have not eaten a meal like this for like a week or so.
At least.
At least. I mean, you've been going through the mountains eating, partly heart biscuits and whatnot. There's that whole, you weren't really eating at all when you go through the gates, and then you come out, and it's like, orcs are stealing your horses, and then it's like, oh look, there goes the Morgoth, and then you're like, ride! Red moon in the morning, right? And then you get to the city, and he has time to eat when you're even defending people, so you were really hungry.
I probably ate my horse. Damn it. Just realized that I forgot where my horse was.
Oh, you couldn't have taken the horse in that tunnels
I know, I
anyway.
couldn't have.
Sad. Single tier. Okay. All right. You are able to rest a little bit.
I think I need to spend more time.
Even in the face of all of this, kind of sit around and just laugh a little bit, let some of that stress off.
Do we regain any endurance points?
You do. I'm
Yeah,
so
so
glad you
check
asked
out
that.
that.
You've been playing this for a few years.
Is this enough to uncheck weird?
Description of
Is this?
Yes.
You're like, I'm so tired of that.
Finally.
I wanted to lift the spirits or something.
Because it was a sumptuous meal, 3 points. Everybody can regain 3 endurance points because you stay there actually for several hours. A combination of the meal. Yep. You notice also that Earendel plays next to a little brook and chats with his brother. He's kind of a cute little kid. You notice that Tuor, he's not relaxing. And this guy probably hasn't been sleeping for a while either. But he is at strict watch. And he is always, his eyes are towards the bow. He does not relax.
Does he reach heal?
Yeah, pretty much. We have the wolf riders, which I
I'll
didn't
bring
spend
my
much
sword
time on.
Okay.
I think I should have expanded that combat.
So you walk up towards the little brow of the hill, where Tuor's able to have a watch. He's next to a tree, so he doesn't get
I'm
scratched.
sure I didn't get that.
And there's a pine tree, rough bark. His hand is on the side of the pine tree, and he's just looking and pondering as he sees, kind of the mist starting to dissipate a little bit in the valley.
So,
Still kind of out there. He's just scanning the valley for any signs of
Hello, friend.
Sorry, I didn't pace that better.
Yes. Is all well back in the camp?
All is well, but I worry about you, sir. You have no sign of having rested.
I am a bit tense. I am focused on preserving this remnant of Gondolin. I have to say, if I'm confiding you, I think this is the reason that Ulmo sent me. I think Ulmo knew somehow that the king would not listen to my counsel. I feel deeply responsible for Turtlin's death, and yet I know it was his own choice. He could have left. He could have taken his people when I murdered him.
Yeah, they were really
They were so sucked in.
I think Ulmo knew that he would not leave, and that I was predestined for this purpose, that I would take people and take the survivors and bring them to, hopefully, to a better future. So though I look toward this valley and I look at the city, I cannot forget what I left behind, but I must think about what I have to for the people. We must be strong for them. It will be some days, I think, before I can be carefree again. But I thank you for your concern. My body is well. My spirit, not as much.
Can I use Inspire to buck him up?
and I'm not really
You get the
thinking
feeling he just needs some alone time.
But the problem is doing
But he
it
appreciates you and loves you gravely and
isn't the people
just
who now have
the majesty that seems to befit Prince.
So,
Even though he's
just
human,
back.
it's hard for you to remember
But
that
anyway,
sometimes
it's
because
all a pace.
the people of the House of
It
Hador
does require
are
elf-like.
intuitive,
they are elf-like.
you know, adjusting and expanding, contracting.
Right. Although
Of course,
I can
elves
see
have
why
to
that
make
would
everybody
be
who's
confusing.
cool elf-like.
You're so cool. You're almost like an elf.
Are you?
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Okay. So pretty much the rest of the day you guys just lie low. For you in your place, right?
And I think
And as the sun gets low, Two has been watching.
I would have
No sign
if
on
I
the
didn't know
plains,
when I
any
saw that, and I realized.
Two or
I looked at
wants
it,
to wait
I
until
quickly-
it's getting dark for moving, so as not to be visible. So then Two or goes ahead and moves around throughout the camp. Let's go. Time to pack up camp. We must go over these mountains. And I'm afraid we must do it at night. It will be cold. You will need to wear your extra cloak if you have any. Share with those who have none. The hardest part of our journey now lies before us. We must be through these mountains before I can breathe a sigh of relief.
I had one of them was trying to.
We can't hear Brian. You guys are just, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Alright, so they press upward on rugged paths.
We can go downstairs, Bob.
As the whole host moves up the slopes, no torches are lit out of fear that they will be seen. The grass fades and gives way to mossy stones, and even the pines and firs grow sparse. The sun is setting as the front of the survivors reach a shoulder in the hills, where they would no longer be able to see Gondolin again. Tuor, Idril, and the other nobles turn to look back, and all of the elves turn for one last view down.
They all turn to stone.
So the mist, you see that the mist is completely gone now, and in the last rays of the day, you see the plain of Tulad looking peaceful as it was yesterday, as if nothing had happened. But in that last light, far off in the distance, in the center of the valley, a great flare shoots up in the distant south, and that is the last tower of Gondolin fallen. Then the sun sinks behind the western mountains, and all of the folk turn back towards the mountains and resolutely set their faces forward, as they know that's the last time they will see Gondolin. The leaders turn, they sorrowfully begin the quiet and perilous journey into the mountains, and it starts to get pretty dark now. You sense that just as before, acting as a rear guard probably is continuing to be important, and you know as well that Tuor appreciates you joining those other elves. In fact, quite a few orphan elves in the house, the survivors of the house of the Golden Flower. They're skilled archers as well, and swordsmen and women, and so they are part of the rear guard as well, along with you. Is that okay? Alright. It's very dark now. It's been a couple hours later, and you've been walking for several hours in the deepening gloom. But the starlight is shining, and the moon hasn't risen yet, but it will soon. And so that hopefully will give a little bit more light. And for most of the people on this journey, they can walk by starlight. It's going to be a little bit more of a challenge for the humans, but you're with others, so you're okay. It's okay.
My friends, please warn me of danger.
Here, would you like to be in the front? All right.
15 minutes is
Yeah, over that.
Don't let me walk into the tree.
All right.
Yeah, I've done 3 hours.
The ends wouldn't like it.
No, you're not going to get 5 stars.
So the pass of Christhorn, the Eagle's Cleft, is somewhere up ahead.
You're paid for 3 hours.
And the members of the party have sensed something
$100 package.
Make it a awareness roll. Awareness.
So, I gotta figure out. Because what I did with you before, I was going through stuff I did randomly.
Yeah, 6.
You handled it.
19 extraordinary.
You were comfortable with.
No,
17
17.
and a Gandalf version.
Okay.
30 and a great success.
It was very.
Okay, so anyone who has a 14 or above,
kind of thing.
18 and a great success.
Okay, so mark your success if you need the target number. So those of you who just succeeded, you will just sense, I think something's following us, but I can't tell how far away. Those of you with a great success,
Editing is easier than
will
writing on the fly.
think it's not within like immediate danger. It's just more of a hunch and general kind of you're kind of all your senses are kind of full, power. Anybody get 2 6s? Okay. Your insight dictates. It's a good thing that we're actually the back as opposed to the mountains, and to keep your eyes peeled.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Okay. All right. So you continue on going up the path as it climbs higher and higher towards the pass. And again, it's dark. The mountains make it harder just because there's many shadows. And you start to see patches of snow because even though it's midsummer, you are up pretty high. Right now, you're at the same elevation that you were when you were at the Calvary Horse Memorial. But to get over this pass, you actually have to go higher. Okay? And that was 10,500 feet. So you were up pretty high before. So it's getting cold.
To leg
You
deck.
can breathe. Yeah. Well, the good news is Gondolin itself is something like 8,000 feet above sea level. So
you're already pretty accustomed.
Yeah, you are. And Valyrian itself, pretty much, none of your coastal people. So you'd be okay. You're pretty hard on it with their like the shirtless. There you go. You know what Sir Edmund Hillary said, right? When somebody asked him, why did you climb Mount Everest? He said, because it was there. You know that.
Might as well, right?
I know.
It's a lot less impressive these days.
I know, right?
There's a line.
So true back then, you didn't have all the support. Okay, so back to your adventure. So what are you thinking about as you're walking and trudging along this kind of dark mountain road? It's not really a road, but it's, there's, at this point it's not too narrow. You can walk maybe 4 or 5 abreast, and you're wending your ways up the mountains, and it's getting cold.
Yeah.
Stars are twinkling. You see Sickle de Valar. Oh, there it is. Just like, it seems like so long ago.
So long ago, we were down in that dungeon.
Yeah, hard as gate.
I'm focused on sending out my senses to figure out what is following us and how far away it is.
Okay.
I'm also concerned about whatever's following us, and I'm trying really hard not to twist my ankle as we go over this rocky thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good to be careful. What about you
I
guys?
want to keep my eyes peeled and reflect on the quite impressive, if not quite dwarvish style stonework that was just destroyed.
Yes. All those hours of labor, right?
Yeah, hard work, dwarves like hard work.
That's
I
true.
was thinking about where somebody else going to come from.
Yeah. You're that sumptuous meal, but it might be a long time before you have another sumptuous meal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, at least you've got hard biscuits to eat, right? Maybe the elves have some limbus.
Yes, do they have limbus?
I think that secret of making elvish whey bread is pretty old, so I would suspect that since Galadriel did it later on in the Lord, that, these elves, here's the problem though, none of these elves were planned for this journey. So there would be a small amount of limbus in it, and that's probably going to be saved for people who are needing it most.
Yeah.
But I mean, if things get hard, then they would probably divide it out so that at least everybody would get a few bites, because it keeps you alive for longer
One
times.
bite, it feels long to me.
It does, and if you eat nothing else, it will actually keep you alive longer. If that's all you're eating, that's all you're feeding on.
Yeah, some of this is sacred.
That's right.
Like it's only prepared, and even the corn it's made from is prepared by invented by priests.
That's right. Okay. Yeah.
I learned that here at a previous year.
All right. So let's see here. Right. The going is getting a bit treacherous and steep. you keep wondering when you're going to see whatever it is behind you, but every time you get around the bend and look back, there's nothing there. So it's really hard to tell how far back this is, and maybe you've lost your pursuers, if there are even pursuers. For all you know, whatever you sensed could have been some animals up in the mountains too. You know, when you're really kind of hyper vigilant, sometimes you're not sure. You're just keeping an eye on things. There's a canyon to the right, and the path is starting to get a bit narrower and a little bit more rocky and difficult. So you're going to need to make an athletics roll.
Athletics roll?
Yeah, and the humans are unfortunately going to have a higher target. So for you guys, it's going to be 16, and for the others, it's going to be 12.
No. Gandalf with great success.
Okay.
That's an eye of Sauron.
Oh, snap.
Oh, no.
Ooh, 20 with a great success.
Okay. Great. You have Gandalf.
Okay,
Okay.
he has at least 1 6.
Okay, well, at this point, really, it's kind of a pass or fail. You passed, you failed.
I failed.
Okay, so this is what it means for you. You didn't see a kind of a depression in the ground, and you tripped over it, and when a dwarf falls, they fall. Yeah, heavy. And so you actually do 2 endurance points of damage as you smash your nose and get a bloody nose.
That's all on my beard. God, dang it.
I offer you a hand back up.
Thank you.
I've heard of the long beards, but not the vein beards.
That's every dwarf.
yeah,
We're
right.
proud of their brains.
Yes.
Cultural.
That's right. Balin, where'd you put the shampoo?
Luxurious.
L'Oreal. All right. So, so anyway, so you notice your friend is just falling. Oh, thank you. Well done. He's a bit heavy, but he's your friend. Yeah. Oh,
Dwarves are
that's right.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, I try to
just like in the war.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Nothing happened, nobody saw anything.
No, you saw stars. Oh wait, the stars are already out.
I don't know.
Turns out the ground is really pretty over here.
Okay. So you continue trudging on this path. It seems like it goes on forever, and you still haven't gotten to the Eagles Pass, the Christhorn Pass. Occasionally, you notice that on the left there are gullies with small scrubby trees and little trickles of water flowing down across where you're walking. Okay, so to the right, okay, if you can imagine this, right? So as you're coming up into this area, to the right, it's a steep drop off, right? It's getting deeper and steeper. On the left,
And that's good.
it's also kind of a cliff. It starts out kind of like this, and then it starts to get more like this. But there are these little gullies off to the left, you know, eroded, and a little bit of water, a few scrubby trees, that kind of thing. It's pretty dark. And springs of water. Although it is midsummer, the wind is biting cold. Can you feel it? The stars seem to shine more brightly than usual. And finally, the elves among you are able to see the eagle's cleft a little ways ahead. The Christhorn or Kirith Thornak. So named because you know that the eagles a mile away live somewhere up in these mountains. Okay? It is a narrow and dangerous path, only 5 foot wide, with a yawning emptiness on the right, and a steep and slippery shale slope to the left. Make another athletics roll.
Let's go.
Extraordinary success.
Okay, you're fine.
24 with a great success.
Okay.
20 with a great success.
Okay, good job.
25 with a great success.
Oh, you guys made it through that one.
A little worried for a second.
Let's just say, you know that whole kind of trope where the person's hanging from a branch off? That would have been you.
That would have been us.
Sauron and I here, That's basically like
Yeah.
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 Okay. Yeah, we're talking at this point. It's about a 400-foot drop, and it's getting and you're going higher.
In the Hobbit,
right?
they're crossing the mountains and like those hanging planets.
Yeah. All right.
We don't want storm dragons.
The rising half moon. You can just see. So you're going this way, right? So it's deep. It goes down far on your right. Left hand is steep wall in the cliffs. And kind of behind you, right, over here, the moon is rising over the mountains and shining. And it's shining on. It's hitting the cliff next to you, right, the rock, the mountain, but not down here. That's still all in darkness, right? And so you're getting some light anyway. And you can see the front of the elvish host ahead of you, led by the nobles and the leaders of the surviving houses. You can notice, for example, Galdor and Legolas of the Tree, Egilmoth, and some other soldiers. And behind them walks Idril with her son Earendil. And then many of those who are old, lame, or young are in the middle with towards House of the Wain protecting them. And you are in the very back of the procession, just behind Glorfindel of the Golden Flower and some of his warriors. Movement slows down because the crowd is trying to go from, kind of walking like this to a path that's 5. So think about this: 5 feet. The path is like this wide only. So 2 people, or maybe 3, can walk along. And so you've got to slow down and wait because now the whole crowd of 800 elves
Has to funnel.
has to funnel and slow down and go along this narrow mountain path that's very steep and dangerous. So everything's slowing down. Far down below, there's the quiet rustle as the small river Thorn runs on its bed through the gorge. Okay? Suddenly, as you kind of glance back, as you've been doing, a dark shape, huge and enormous, blots out the rising moon and settles on a rocky ledge behind you. You hear screams and shouts. Malkarauke! A Balrog of Inband! Its wing-like clouds of fire loom over the mountainside. Mingled with these shouts, you also hear yells behind you as many orcish feet sprint towards you, slipping out of a gully down the mountain. One of those gullies that you passed. That's where they were hiding. But the Balrog, before you can do anything, the Balrog launches itself over you, over the rear guard, and lands in the midst of the people and flinging several to their death with lashes of his whip. Glorfindel presses forward. He's closer, so he's able to engage the Balrog. More shouts of dismay echo off the cliffs at the front of the host, where another group of orcs is attacking Galdor's warriors. You are trapped in a gorge with no way out, facing orcs on both sides and a Balrog of Morgoth. What do you do?
Wet my pants.
Attack the orcs. That's a good time! No skill roll required.
Is there enough space between us to put the wall up behind us?
I mean, it's like 5 feet wide, so
I
yeah.
mean,
Yeah, I can do that.
I mean, it'll help with the ones behind us a little bit.
Yeah, I could buy us some time.
You have a chance for either 2 shots before the orcs arrive, or use Swords of Worth at a distance with no ill effects on the other allies. Once they come close to you, though, it's going to get smashed in, and any use of the swords could present danger. So you have a short amount of time. So you think about that. You do have
how many
few
orcs
moments.
are coming?
What you can see, there's probably enough.
Enough. That's more than enough.
Maybe. I mean, it could be a couple.
Okay.
How many of these can we push off the ledge?
Because you could like win some, and then I could like put a wall up. Or I could just put the wall up first, and then when that fails, win them.
And orc arrows fire over your head, and 9 elves clutch themselves and fall to their deaths.
I'm gonna put a wall up. Can I change the shape of the wall? Like make it tall, wide?
it's pretty hard to control this point without more like
Yeah,
practice
that's
and
fair.
experience. But you can try to concentrate.
I
It would
will-
depend. It would be for you in order to actually make it do more than just a blocking wall. I would say you would need to you would roll your heart, and I would set the difficulty of that at 16. That'd be kind of high because you're basically saying, I want to create something
more than what I've done.
I want to be able to shape it a bit.
Stressful.
Yes, exactly. That's enough. Yeah, okay. So you erase a hope point, you point your sword, and you create what now?
Either like a wall.
It's a thin wall, translucent crystal.
Yeah. If I can like try and like block some of the arrows, like maybe make a kind of curve.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's hard. It's very stressful. Perspiration breaks out on your forehead. You're able to kind of form this curving, kind of crystalline shield over. So it's about 20, 30 feet high, like this, and then it stops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it curve towards us or towards the orcs?
Probably towards us a little bit.
Towards us as a shield.
Yeah. That's what he made.
Yeah.
So there it is, and it's standing.
And the Balrog is in front of us?
The Balrog. Okay, so this is actually probably something I should sketch out, and it's because it'll be too hard to put it on here. Okay, so right. Marker don't fail me now. Hey, Danielle.
Yeah.
Would you have another dry erase marker that you could find somewhere or not?
Yep.
If not, it's okay.
We've got piles of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me go grab one. I know exactly where that is.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Squeaking.
Seems like I know. I'm trying to. We're almost there.
Okay.
It's 9 o'clock, and I think 15 more minutes.
Compared to previous years, we're doing great. We are. For time.
We're almost there, but this is obviously the Grand Prix finale. Thank you. You are a lifesaver. Great. All right. Ha! A teacher with his. Woohoo! Okay. All right. So let's see here. Okay, so that's the mountainside, and we'll do this. About 5 feet here. This is where it starts to widen again up here. This is kind of a rocky pinnacle. Something like that. Okay, this is about 5 feet wide here. And this is steep, really steep here too, so there's no climbing up it. And so what we've got, back to your question, oops. What we've got is we've got the Balrog here, engaged by Glorfindel here. And then you have, and then the shield is going to be, here is the shield. Something like this isn't very good, actually. It should cover the entire tree. Something like that. Okay. All right, and then so there's the shield, and then there's here's you. There's really only space for a few people, like that. And then here's the elves behind you. You have elvish archers, although now they can't shoot the orcs either. But at least you're protected from the back, so that's good. And here you have orcs.
Many orcs.
And they come slam up against this wall, and they're like banging it with their swords.
many orcs. Okay.
That's a lot of orcs.
All right. And then, yeah, so you've got tons of orcs here. This is where the other side of the orcs are ambushing.
Where are we at?
We are by the green.
You're right there. And then here are where all of the elves, still with me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just getting a soda.
Okay. So the elves are in. There's. I'll just do more green, I guess. Or I'll do blue. So here's more elves. Okay, just imagine
800 elves.
800 elves. You know, it's a little bit longer than this, but yeah, it's spread out like that, and you've got them all jammed here with them there, and then this is here. Okay. So now you've got some protection. It's protecting the these people from getting hit by the orcs. Does that help?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I would like to try using Sherlanta in its magical phase to leaf blow the Balrog out of it.
Okay. All right. So how are you going to do this with the elves in between?
It'll probably take me a few rounds
So
because
to
I'll
get up there.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Anybody else? Before I describe what's going on.
I'm gonna wait with. So when if the orcs break through the wall, we're ready.
You're ready. Got it.
I'll stay with you.
Okay. And what about Tobit?
I'll stay.
Stay with the group, protecting the rear just in case. And you're trying to get your way through the crowd to be able to get close enough to be able to use it on the Balrog to knock it off the. Yeah, and just to make it clear, what's behind the Balrog is a wing-like fiery substance.
Mm-hmm.
But this does not mean that the Balrog necessarily can fly. Okay? There's nowhere in Tolkien's writings that it says without a shadow of a doubt that it can fly.
Yeah.
So that means therefore it can fall.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. But you know, there may be times in which it's able to fly because it is a Maiar.
Or maybe you can like use the wings to help jump or something.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So okay, just making that clear.
Squirrel suit.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never heard that in role playing before. That's awesome. All right.
Balrog and a squirrel suit. I like that image.
Okay, that just ruined the moment. Just joking. Okay. All right. So yeah. You want to roll for? Oh, I don't know. Battle advantage.
Battle advantage.
Yes.
Yes.
I like battle.
You guys crack me up. Okay, write down.
Oh, that's a lot.
Battle advantage? How many dice is that?
Look at battle
score. So you get 5, which is pretty good.
Oh, that's not very many. I only got 13, but I got great success. I don't think it's enough.
I mean, I think if you it's at least
14.
based off of like number of successes. So like, as long as you beat DC, you get like 2.
I have 18 but no 6s.
I have 22 with a 6.
So I don't know what
So basically anything above 14 is a success. And you get 1 die.
Okay.
If you get any 6s, that would give you additional ones, right? So you have to say, okay, so did I get at least a 14? Then I get plus 1.
I got exactly 14.
Yep, and you get plus 1.
So I got 2. I got 6.
And you can't use a hook point on this one.
Yeah.
Okay? What did you get?
I got 22 with the 6.
So you would get how many? So you get
1 plus 1.
1 plus 1.
Right?
32 with 6.
Okay. Yeah, so it's same thing, right?
So
If
you
you
get 2
succeed,
extra die because you
yeah.
got 14 was the number you had to hit, and you
So
got
you did
more
that.
than 14.
Yeah.
And you got a 6. So that's 2 extra attacks.
Okay.
Or,
Yeah, it's 2 dice.
Oh, sorry.
So just remember, you've got 2 dice that you can use, okay? All right. So you might want to just put that down somewhere. Okay. Remember that battle will be difficult on the narrow path. 3 can hold the entire path with archery support behind. The onslaught will feel like a wall hitting you as more orcs come up behind and pressing the orcs in front of them. Shields are important, especially if you make a nice big crystal shield. Which is you sense that the main thing is to save as many elvish lives as possible. If one of the players, if one of you is foolhardy, one of the consequences might be more elvish civilians perishing. So you are doing a great job of protecting them. Let's see here. You do have elvish archers
This one's
to
cracked,
support
so we
you.
want to put up another one?
I could. I have a few more hit points.
If
I have some, can you please spend mine? That's cool. We've got
Fellowship,
fellowship.
yeah.
As you look back up this way, especially you, since you're trying to get your way up there, and it's quite difficult on the crowded path without bumping into people, you witness the spectacle of the elf paladin Orphandom fighting the Balrog in single combat. They're moving towards up to this pinnacle here, and it's like a sunflower facing a forest fire. I mean, this is quite an amazing fight to watch. You have just kind of a few moments here where you're not, where you're not fighting anybody. Elven archers are shooting the Balrog as well, but this seems to do little effect to the fire demon. Pretty soon, as these orcs are banging on the crystal shield, you start to see splinters and cracks. And then, pretty soon, the whole thing starts to shatter, and it's all falling towards you.
Okay.
So, brace for impact. It's coming to fall on you. And roll athletics. What was your total, Tobin? Where are you re-rolling? Or is that just the first time you're rolling?
That's just the first time I'm rolling.
Oh, you were getting ready, okay.
Yeah. Ooh, I got a Gandalf for him.
Okay, then that's fine. Anybody else? Okay.
Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to because I thought I was separate
Oh,
from them.
you are kind of separate.
Yeah, you're past it. Okay.
26 with 2 6.
Okay, you're all okay. Yeah. Thankfully, it didn't knock any of the elves off of the ledge, so you're okay. But before you're able to really get your sword going, the orcs are Okay, so it's melee. You have very little room to shoot off any arrows because of the crystal shield holding it back.
Yeah.
That's essentially was your chance. So go ahead and because you're kind of waiting and ready, I'll let you prepare yourselves with you get to choose the stance. But unfortunately, because you had to brace yourself and they're rushing towards you, they will have the first turn. So, but you get to kind of prepare yourselves at boost.
Question.
Yeah.
With the additional dice, if you're already maxed out on your weapon, can you still use Yes!
Nice.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Cool. I'll still. Oh, wait, no, I've got 86s.
Okay. Alright, so, anybody forward?
No, I got defensive.
Well, I'm in forward, but I'm...
You're further away, so you've got a different problem.
Yeah.
You're making your way. Currently, you are about here.
Okay.
Okay? But it's quite slow going. Alright? And... so, you're in open or defensive?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I like to say open.
Okay. Alright.
Open.
Okay. And defensive. Yeah. Alright, so open.
I'm gonna go.
Right.
Shield wall without a shield.
Hey, there you go.
Dwarf wall. Dwarf.
Okay, here we go. So, it's the you were open. Yeah. So 18 with a great success. So a dwarf has managed to. Do you have a helmet on?
Do you have a helmet?
You have a helmet?
Yeah, sure.
He has a cap of iron and leather.
Yeah. Well, thankfully it absorbed a lot of the impact. So instead of actually losing endurance points this time, the blow to your head has knocked the cap of iron and leather off your head, and it's fallen onto the path. So you know you don't have a cap on right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it broken?
It's not broken, but what you'll have to do is instead instead of having a turn to fight, you'll have to grab it as soon as you can. So yeah, if you want it, or you'll have to fight without a cap. Okay?
Because like what that does is you don't get this hit gear bonus to your armor, but because the cap is off, some of your encumbrance is reduced.
Yeah.
Okay.
So your fatigue is actually a little bit less.
That's right. And in some fights, you might actually take off a cap or a helm in order to
kind of rejuvenate some of that.
Exactly.
Not be weary.
Okay, next up, because we got to get this done.
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
All right, so you're all on defensive here, correct?
I think you were open.
I mean, you two. You're open?
Yeah.
Okay. And I have 16.
That hits.
That hits. Okay, and that does. Let's say that's going to be, in this case, it's going to be 4 endurance points damage.
Okay.
All right, and then defensive.
So I think 12 plus 4 6.
Oh wow, I've never seen that before.
Good.
3 6s. 19 with extraordinary success.
Well, that'll hit.
Oh my friend.
I dare you.
So that's going to be 12 points of endurance.
Okay. I'm weary.
You got knocked pretty well. That took out a lot. Yeah. I mean, thankfully you don't fall down because you bang. Basically, you go back into the wall of the
L's.
Yeah. Or even the cliffs, the mountainside.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You're getting close. In about one more turn, you think you'll be able to be free enough that you can get a good view with
your speed is reduced by 2, so that's a 20.
Okay.
All right. So next up is your turn, isn't it?
Probably.
It opens. All right, opens. You go first.
Could I, if I call to my fellow party member to stand guard for a moment, could I, instead of attacking this turn, use Telnar to heal? Okay, so I'm going to heal you. I'm going to spend a hook point to heal you.
Okay, what you can also do is pull back, and some elvish warriors can kind of
there we go.
replace you.
That'll work.
Okay. So
Whatever
they're
we
kind of
need to do.
taking the brunt.
Yep.
Next to you got a big shield. You can actually use that shield also offensively in a sense. It's a great shield, which means it stands about 4 feet high. It's a big shield, and so you're able to actually, crouch behind it or push with it or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're healing him, and
I call hold the line and duck back to where my friend is,
so they can
and
search
slap
for
the sword against you.
But since I was weary, am I still weary because I've been healed, but like I was?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a partial thing. It will restore your place back to you.
But I'm still weary.
But you're still weary. It won't be like, oh, just take it all off. It's like,
yeah.
Okay. So it'll take you one more turn to be back able to get back into battle.
Okay.
But all your endurance points are restored thanks to your friend here.
Appreciated.
Okay.
I'll not let any of my party members fall if I can help it.
It's your turn. Would you like to fight or get your cap?
I would like to, I want to do some more fighting.
Okay. All right. Give a good bash at the orcs then.
Yes.
We're almost in place.
I'm going to be honest, I'm not defensive at the start of my next turn.
If he's doing shield, how much dice is that?
That is. Well, if he's pushing with the shield, it's an athletics. It's a resistance. What it is odd. So I roll against his roll. And whoever's roll is better, he has an advantage because he's got the shield, which gives him more oomph. So then,
how many dice is that?
what's your athletics?
Athletics score is 3.
So you get to add one more to the shield. So you can roll with 4 6-sided dice plus your feet.
And if you want, you can also add any of your extra battle dice.
Nice. That'll help me defend that. You can add 1 battle dice.
Yeah, that's true.
So what did you get? I got 11 plus 6 is 17.
That's a 21.
Okay, so the orcs are pushing on you, but you push back.
Yeah.
And you push them all down, and they're like, and it's like a bunch of orc dominoes. Tobit, and the back falls down. Little Wilhelm scream. All right.
Orc come?
Yeah. Orc sopranos. Okay. All
Right.
right.
My turn, so I'm kind of getting back in position. Kind of.
You are your
recovering.
Okay, exactly. Okay, so that happened.
Cool.
You are now in position. You have a clear shot with Telanar.
No,
Surulanta. And you are not, there's no elves in front of you except for Glorfindel.
Okay.
Glorfindel is now, this is the position of where things are at. So the Balrog is here now.
Okay.
Glorfindel is fighting it close to here, so you don't think you're going to knock him off the path. And there's elves on the other side, but you've got a pretty clear shot here.
I'm going to try and blow him off the cliff.
Okay. All right. All right. So spend a hit point.
Yes.
And you aim your sword towards the Balrog, and you get a really good direction on that, and knock the Balrog all the way back onto the very end of this pinnacle, but it doesn't fall off. However, what you've done is helped Glorfindel, because now the Balrog is in a precarious position, and Glorfindel whips out his sword and runs up towards the Balrog. And here's what you see. Everyone at this point turns and looks, because suddenly Glorfindel, his body flames bright white as one of the firstborn of the Valar in his wrath. And everyone is looking up the gorge to this incredible scene, now fighting on the rocky outcrop. Glorfindel is glowing white hot. His sword whistles through the air with deadly purpose into the Balrog's chest. The Balrog then grabs the elf by his golden hair as Glorfindel thrusts a dagger deep into the demon's belly. And the moonlight silhouettes both of them teetering on the edge of the precipice. And then the light and the shadow fall and plunge down, deep into the gorge. And the echoes of that crash break every heart of the Gondorian. Fair was Glorfindel of the Noldor, and great were his deeds, even to the last. Yet the orcs do not stop in their furious attempt to leave none alive. Elves behind you were able to move up the path a bit further now, giving you a bit more space to fight. Elvish archers are still supporting you, although there are only half a dozen now, where there used to be 20. And so you're fighting desperately now as the orcs seem to resurge, almost as if they desperately know that if they don't defeat you now, you might have a chance. And at this moment when you feel that there is no other way out of this trap, abruptly the orcs pull back, noticeably afraid. They seem uncertain and half-hearted in their attack, stepping back a little. And you hear above the battle din the clear voice of young Eärendil yelling, "The eagles! The eagles are coming!"
It's eagles. It's always the eagles.
Above the gorge, you see the colossal wings of Thorondor, King of Eagles.
Yes. Good preparation.
And 3 more of their kind diving towards the orcs before and behind the survivors. And they dash the orcs against the cliffs, picking them up and dropping them into the gorge and slashing them with their talons. And so at this point, you now have the advantage.
Woo!
So, what do you do?
Charge! Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
charge the orcs, but the ones coming at us from this end, because I don't want to
The way out. Clear the way out.
There are a number of elvish warriors up here that have been fighting back Galdor and Egomoth and a lot
Then
of
I will go back to rejoin my compatriots.
Okay, so you take out your swords, right? And you feel this mighty surge as all of the swords, even the ones that are stowed in the back, right?
Yeah.
They all tremble and warm, and Sorrow Song starts to sing. But this time, it's a battle song. And you all charge down the road, and the orcs scatter, and they break and they flee, and it's a rout. And all of them are in their haste knocking each other off the ledge, trying to escape as they leave you behind, shrieking and stumbling over each other. And so the swords of worth and your bravery and courage has completely defeated them. As the noise of the orcs dwindles, and you slow down and stop, you see the great eagle fly back far below in the gorge, then picking something up and slowly flapping his mighty pinions up past you to a wider place ahead. He carries the broken and bloody body of Glorfindel, the warrior and the savior. The host is now wrapping their dead in cloaks to carry with them to a suitable place to bury and tending to their wounded. Tuor strides back to you and praises you for your bravery and skill in holding back the orcs from destroying them all. Hail, elf friends! Your deeds shall be sung one day of how you held back the wave of the enemy from destroying us. But I fear that fire has been more harmful to us. As he gazes back to the front of the pass, where even now elves begin to build a cairn over Glorfindel's body, set back in a little gully up here. Galdor also comes back to check on things and bids the host hurry. Soon we must go. There's not much time, and more enemies may be ahead, setting traps to catch us unawares. So, although you want to linger, you must move on. And the remnant of Gondolin start moving again. You begin to descend over the pass, leaving behind many woes and facing uncertain hopes. And yet, you feel that you've won a certain victory. You have been able to deny Morgoth a complete victory. There are no further attacks of orcs or other enemies the rest of the night. Sleeping during the day and walking by night, with the eyes of the eagles of Manwë watching over you, you travel for about 2 days before you come down out of the mountains into the wide valley of the river Sirihan. There, below in the gathering dusk, you can see the light reflecting off the ribbon of water. There are no enemies waiting for you, only a road south to the havens of Sirium and the Great Sea. You have brought out 832 elves of Gondolin and have saved the lore, the memory, and the dreams of the Noldor for another day. Tuor and Idril thank you deeply and ask for your continued help, escorting them along the river to their elven kindred near the sea. Done.
Did the librarian make it out?
Yes! He did!
Yeah!
He's like, where's my scrolls? Where's my scrolls?
We got them, they're here.
Oh,
They're here.
thank you.
Most of
Wait, did they get
kept a
damaged?
couple of them.
You didn't put any orc blood on them, did you? No. Orc blood is so hard to clean off scrolls.
I think I got a little bit on this one, but otherwise no.
Penglode gathers the scrolls and takes the next 100 years to work on rebuilding the story of the First Age and being able to write down history that for many years afterwards will be passed on. And that is how we come to have the story of Fall Day. Even heroes such as yourselves will you not be named.
That was very fun, Brian.
That was good.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
So, for what it's worth, you guys get 20 more experience points. And then add up your advancement points, whatever you use, whatever you got stars for. And that's back. If you ever use this player again, you can then use these to help, level up some things. Okay? Cool. Now, typically speaking, when we're using character sheets on a monthly or weekly basis, it's
We
usually
still leave them here, don't we?
Okay. Sure.
Because we're not going to use these again until next year, but
maybe. Unless I always feel like proprietary wise, these are your characters.
Oh, okay.
It is your responsibility to decide whether or not you're going to leave them with us. In which case they will be safely kept. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I would say just put your name on both sheets because the second sheet is not stapled. That's my bad. If you feel very attached to your character sheet, You can either take a picture of it, so you can, move on it. You can also ask me to email it to you because I have I don't know, of course, have your advancement experience points, but I can send you it's the sheet with the stats. I can email it to you, or if you're not going to ever come back, then the sheets are yours to keep. Just remember, if you lose it, we're not going to use that character for it yet. So, but yeah, typically speaking, we often take the character sheets and they get kept in a special underground vault, time locks on it.
I made the mistake of walking away with Poppy last year, and she's now in the car. We're about to bring her back.
Oh, I found one downstairs.
You're a lot of fun.
Yeah,
not most recent one.
I don't know if I have
I thought we might have one. We have to look at your stats and see.
Okay.
Because there is one in the yellow folder downstairs.
Because I found a copy at home.
I don't think it's a mistake. I think it's just out of personal preference. I mean, some people are more organized.
It doesn't hold up for a campaign. It's a fun little, like 30-minute one.
I get that. I tend to like to have it, where I want to find it, but I also, I guess part of it too for me with 4 is it's like you usually have characters for a long period of time, and then it's like, this guy, can this guy live in Evergate now?
So can I get this to you, or?
So I can keep it for you, and you've got your name on there. And what I'll do is I'll leave it here. I'll make sure Anthony goes in the character sheets. Okay. So yeah.
I know. So I always leave mine with you guys. And I just labeled them Ashley first stage, Ashley third age.
So it's wise actually.
I thought so on both pages of each.
And then if we do end up doing a monthly at some point, we can just get these out.
Oh yeah, I've got my table.
No promises, but I will see what we can do.
I took pictures too.
What did you say, Renee?
Oh,
you sure?
Yeah, I have to do that.
Good. All right. Well, we have a meeting, so if you guys want to come into the other room, we can have our meeting, and then, of course.
Adding it to my collection of your poetry.
Yeah, you guys take your sword with you. Okay, this adventure will not be done again, and it's a little memento. Look in your character sheets. You don't know that. Well, that's true. Odds are. We don't know that, but they are invited to take the swords with them if they want as a memento.
Yeah, of course.
Well, and I wrote mine down on my sheet. Can I continue? I mean, maybe not the magical powers, but can I continue to use the sword going forward with that character?
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe not the magical powers.
Maybe in your campaign.
I mean, if that changes, just tell me and we'll just go back to the regular. That's fine too.
Room to do our vote.
Yes, sounds like it.
The reason the garage is open?
Well, no, but just, if you, after you're married, if you buy stuff together, then it's community property. The stuff you own beforehand doesn't immediately become. You just get right of survivorship.
Sounds like you've been doing some research.
No, I grew up on.
Oh, okay.
So it could be completely wrong.
Okay.
That's the understanding of the
Okay.
Not an attorney, you just play one on TV.
Right.
Oh shoot, are we still streaming on Twitch?
Yeah. You want to go stop that?
Yeah, we've been streaming in empty rooms for 2 hours.
I didn't. You should probably go stop both of those. I'll leave this one running.
Even on the years when we were doing really big for time, the last one's done. Every time. Every time. We actually did really good comparatively, because sometimes it's like, okay, it's time to do the meeting now. Are you guys ready? No. Okay, no, really though, it's time to do the meeting.
What's the meeting about?
Like what's happening next time.
And stuff.
And
Closing
what we're gonna
ceremonies.
do next year.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the people who left, since you guys finished so much earlier, did you guys already get to vote for this?
Well, they and I think that
I feel like that would
they
be
were
fair.
saying that they liked the idea of just going back to some of the earlier stories from several years ago that they hadn't done, and that actually sounds like a good idea to me. Although I love one of my
favorite characters of all time from this was Tom Bombadil and his wife and Goldberry, and I just always I don't know how one would come up with a story for them, but some sort of story involving them I think would be way cool. And they got left out of the movie, and I brought
That's
this
what you
up in
voted for
previous.
last year, too.
That's what I
I
voted for
remember.
last year, like I said.
So who's still here that we're waiting for?
I really like the poem at the beginning describing the thing. That seems provoking. Yeah.
Thanks.
I thought could have been a little easier.
That's something I was talking about in our accessibility training. Yes, as much as those lovely fonts are great,
stylistically
I
great,
almost
but
just
not
flipped
easy
my
to
page
read.
and handed
exactly. And if you have people with disabilities,
Times New Roman
it
next
can
year,
be
yeah,
impossible.
honestly.
Yeah. The one I like to use because it's open source is Sans. Open Sans.
Okay.
That's the safest. If you want something a little fancier, you can use Benguat. Benguiat. It's freely available, and it's got a little fanciness, but it's easier to read than.
Or you can use the dyslexic font, and then I won't flip anything.
What's that? I use that instead of italics. And it's much easier to read than italics, but it's nicely stylized.
Right.
So those are the two, like Other Minds magazine stuff.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Yeah, but thank you.
Okay. Did you guys have fun?
Yes.
That's what matters. All of that matters. Do you guys have some feedback on what particularly stuck out for you and what you'd like to see as an improvement? We're not going to vote yet on the theme yet, just where you see improvement. Because I've got a gazillion things in my head about, I did this and this and blah, blah, blah. But we need your feedback. So Bill, I want to go and start with you. What you liked and what you'd like to see improved.
I really liked the whole poem thing at the beginning and kind of the little figure out the riddles, figure out the way in part. They actually, even though there wasn't any combat in there, I got a big kick out of that.
Okay.
And I realized I was kind of playing in full, search everything mode, which probably slowed things down on that.
Okay, you guys are not going too slow.
But I got a kick out of that, and I especially like the part when we were in the city and we got to see all the big events, and especially was cool about when we kind of discussed the events in the story during the focus group or the discussion there, and then actually see a bunch of the stuff.
Oh,
I thought that was
society meeting.
the Tolkien Society meeting.
Right.
And we got to see that played out. I thought those were the things that I found that most entertained me.
Excellent. And what about like what we're doing with the Moot and everything? We hope someday to go back to 3 days in a nice facility and all that. But until there's money for it.
That's right. This I had a blast. Okay. This works just great.
Okay.
Anthony, this was your first time, right?
Tolkien Moot? Yeah, that's my first time.
For Tolkien Moot.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your impressions?
I thought it was great. I don't know if I have any comments for improvement or anything.
That's right. No, but what were the things you liked? What stood out for you?
What were 12?
Just the immersive nature of it. I also like the story.
It's a moving story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Tolkien worked on it for nearly 60 years.
Wasn't it his first story?
The first one was The Star of Eärendil. He started in 1914.
Okay.
And that started to lead to what would become Middle Earth.
Yeah.
So.
A little more than 100 years ago.
Yeah.
But we got to see Eärendil.
Eärendil as a child, yes.
So that's kind of cool.
Eärendil, yeah. Yep. And he plays a pivotal role for a number of times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What did you feel about as far as the setup in the house with the potluck and the kind of homey nature? You like that?
Good food.
Food was
Yeah.
People brought a
Thanks
lot.
to all of you.
I'm really impressed by just how much people brought. Way. It's nice to have more than we need rather than less.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time that I remember that I wasn't the only one who brought actual food. So.
Right. That has been variable.
You're right. Yeah.
And you guys are either welcome to take stuff that you brought back with you, or if you want to leave it because we have volunteers here 4 days a week, that's up to you, whatever you want to do.
You're saying that it will be consumed.
It will be consumed.
It will not be thrown
go to
away.
waste.
Okay.
I am definitely going to leave you the English muffins and the turkey sausages.
Yes. Well, your turkey. Yes. Okay. Would you take the ones, because Katie hasn't eaten them, if you don't want them? They're
The
still
long
good.
sausages, I'll take those.
Please take those, because I can't eat it because of the pork casing.
Right.
I don't want them to go bad. They're still good, so.
I'll get those eaten.
Great.
Heck, you can leave them here and get them eaten.
So Amy, this was Amy's first time.
Yeah.
Amy?
I mean, yeah, I had a really good time actually. I mean, not that I wasn't expecting to, but like, I don't know. Yeah, it was really fun to just kind of, I don't know, play, you know, the games, and to like not be the only one who like knows like any lore at all. It was very like I'm not used to people like actually knowing like the names of all like the Valar and all this like lore stuff. I'm used to being the one who's like, okay, so this guy basically Zeus, and this guy's like kind of like Hades, and so like that was new, but it was very exciting. I don't have to explain as much. It kind of made it more immersive.
Yeah, I mean, this is for Tolkien.
Yeah,
so
that's kind of what I expected.
Of all levels. I mean, we have all levels, and we welcome all levels, but they're
of course.
enthusiastic about Tolkien's setting and
It's
Tolkien.
very exciting. I liked it.
And that's what's neat about it. You know? And you know, since the ring cons died off because the licensing was so expensive, there's nothing in this in the world. You know, it's a small scale, but there's nothing that's been continued to be both scholarly and gaming focused. So, you know, and one of the advantages is we haven't been commercial, so we haven't had to sell out. So, but it also, the trade-off is we don't have the big venues we'd love to have. But my dream is 3 days at the Beaux-Arts Mansion. Right, limit of 100 people because that's their capacity. You know, they have dorm rooms that can have about 45 people. Gaming, they can have about 100 people. Outdoor event, you can have about 200 people. That's about as big as I want it to get.
But if we do that, we'd also have to have about 14 GMs.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's all, as opposed to thousands, like the other cons John and I are at. Gen Con had 70,000 participants. I don't ever want it to go to that.
That just sounds bad. I feel like it would lose the spirit of it if we had that many people. You'd stop having people who actually cared about the subject matter. And
Above, you mean the thousands?
well, yeah, like once
Because I think to 100, 200 would be okay.
would be perfect. Yeah, but like, I feel like it'd lose a lot of its
its
character as a con if we went like huge.
So that is the dream I've had for years, that someday, you know, I don't know what it is now, it was $4,000. If we ever became a nonprofit, it would be half that. For a whole 3 days, we get the whole facility, the whole property for 3 days. And I had a dream about this Tolkien.
Had a dream.
And,
I still say RPG Research runs it, and then Tolkien.
right, we've talked about
runs
this
it,
possibility, but RPG Research doesn't have the funds for that yet.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Anyway, sorry for the tangent, but that,
Yeah.
just so you know, we have been larger, we want to be larger again, but we have a limit. Because I've had people like Martinez and others say, you need to do it as part of a big con and bring in all the commercial stuff. And like, it would just be like every other con then.
It would.
Whereas this, we can keep the focus, and if we don't get too big, we can continue it that way.
I have a quick question for Ashley. Ashley, so you may have been here before, but I remember you coming to the Land of Mordor one 2 years ago, and then the Hunt for Ned Wives last year, and then this one. All very different, and all different ages, really.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't want to get into the next point
Not yet.
until we're ready,
Hold off on
but as far as, are we biting off too much in one day? Do you think it's working well as far as what we try for a one-day event?
It works really well. It's definitely a marathon day. And I mean, if it was ever feasible, it would be nice to do a 2-day and a slightly not as late end time.
Right.
And then come back on Sunday and do it that way. But but it does work. And it's worth the long hours because this is the best day of the year.
Thank you. Here's the schedule we used to do when it was 3 days. So we did 3 days for years and years and years. And then my health got bad, and that's why I had to cut it back. We would start Friday. We had the hardcore people who came in at noon or 3. Just one GM would run them. And they were, usually one of them was a GM. And they would come in at noon or 3 because they were coming from other part of the country or the world, and they were going to get, this is the one time of the year they could get into some real gaming, and they would look forward to it, so they would come from all over the world to do that binge gaming. So those were our hardcore gamers. and they were there from day one. So they would show up noon, 3 o'clock, help set up and start playing. Everybody else, we would say 5, 6 o'clock, we will do an opening ceremony, and we'll have one game session. That runs till 9 or 10 or whatever. Most people, it's after work, they can get there, their flight gets them in, what have you. So they have one session on Friday, and it's an easy wrap up. Then everybody goes to bed, and then Saturday doesn't start till 9 or 10 instead of the 7 or 8 thing, because there's enough time. And then you do a shorter lunch and dinner, but basically the same amount of gaming. There was a 4th session sometimes, other times there were 3 sessions. Sometimes it was a 4-hour session, sometimes a 3-hour session. We played with that. But basically that usually wrapped up, it was basically like 10 to 9 or something like that. And then a lot of people would still want to play till 2 in the morning. There would be, that's why we always had this overage time. That tended to be the one group of hardcore players, because again, it was once a year they got to play, and they came from far and wide. Then Sunday, I tried to totally avoid getting up too early in the morning on Sunday, because everybody's so tired, like the 2 a.m.ers. So it would be about 10 a.m. Sunday, and we wrap up about 3-ish, because people need to go catch flights, etc. So it was still long. You're tired at the end of it, but it's nothing like the big giant conferences where you're exhausted and you've got con credit and all of that. You still might have a little, but it's a far cry. And people really, really loved that. And it made it worth it to them to come from around the world. It'd still only be 20 to 35 people, but you know, so it was a different mix. Now it's mostly local, maybe a little Seattle, whatever, but it's definitely become much more local. But I'd love to see that again. What's that?
Portland. Is that Portland?
Yeah, yeah, Northwest is so. And that was so nice because we had people from Germany and other parts of Europe and all over the U.S. and Canada, even Mexico, and would love to have that international feel back again someday. So
it'd be nice to have somebody from Cubicle 7 come out.
Now, yeah. Now
that'd be neat.
That would be awesome.
We have made a number of changes with the shorter version, where originally it was 4-hour sessions instead of 3-hour. And as I said, just like a half-hour lunch, half-hour dinner, and the in-between breaks were shorter. And our gamers loved that. But the other people who are here to socialize a little more begged for a little less gaming and a little more socializing.
And I really do like that.
Okay, because we lost all of our hardcore gamers when we did that. They're gone now. They haven't been here in a couple of years now. It was too little gaming for them to bother.
Could you try doing like both? Like have like a group to be the more hardcore gamers and like a group to kind of have a little more relaxed.
That's where we tried to have the pre and post conference stuff to assuage their hunger, but we have to have a GM that can do that. And so far, every time, because they did come the first time we did it, but none of the GMs had the energy to do the late night gaming.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All the GMs are too. So that they quit. So, you know, we want to keep this going. That's why we do these mini moots. We call them mini moots because they're not the full blown. And this is easy to do, right? I put $20 aside a month for printing costs, and because this was about $200 to print these up. And everybody brought the food, and that was pretty much my cost, right? And it used to cost me between $3,000 and $10,000 a moot. So I have definitely downsized. But as long as people are still having fun, and we'll get to this here in a minute, I just got to get so I can get to play again. Not to be selfish, but I'm really missing playing. I put this together because there's nothing else like it, and I'm so happy everybody's having a good time, and I want to participate.
Can I just?
So we're gonna get
Yeah, just one quick suggestion or thought, just to consider, not for an instant, response or whatever, just to think about, and that is, I would like for you to be able to do that too. I think that'd be a really great opportunity for you and enjoyable since you started this off. But I do think that until you either get one of the RPG research people who's willing to volunteer and be in charge of setting up and maintaining the video technology piece, you will never be able to, because you're going to constantly need to be tackling those problems or whatever.
But I'm training people for that now.
Yeah.
I have
about
tech roles, AV roles, different people I'm training now, so that in the future, I hope that will be a reality.
Well, and I can problem solve just about any of the solve. I'm a little rusty on Twitch.
But RPG
there's
research is growing
people
as a
here.
resource, so that will become possible as we get people more trained up and such. So yeah, I agree with you totally. The problem, especially in the tech, is there's nobody else who can do this tech. I'm doing stuff nobody else is doing with all the different rooms and all that. But we have people. Nicholas is training. We have some new AV guys coming on who have streaming experience.
Yeah.
So,
and
then also we have
Green.
project management type people coming on board.
But you know, and I want to support that. I just want to support your dreams in that because I think those are good goals. I do think though that the idea of, you know, if, and this is maybe just selfish of me too, but if I had to choose between, I don't know, having Hawk at one of our tables, or having everything we do video ready for other people to watch, I'd rather have Hawk at one of our tables.
Yeah,
and I think the real life experience that we have, and I'm not trying to diminish the helpfulness of being able to go back and watch what we do. I get that.
It's also for training our people
True,
to
but
get better.
film one table. We don't need to do everything necessarily. We can scale back sometimes just so that you are able to, if you want, you know, take part more. And it's just a thought. That's all.
I appreciate that. What I wish had worked, and it didn't, because Windows rebooted, the Mac acted up, and then something happened with the audio down there. If it had worked today, between streaming all three streams, because we had issues with the different groups, the GMing, the story, etc. Now we can go back. This is my research side, but it's how to make things better. If they had all worked, I'd be able to go through all three videos of all three groups and all three GMs. And we would sit down, the four of us together, go through, we get to finish the module, right? Because we'd hear all the questions that came up, the things that the GMs responded with, the things we liked that were filled in and improvised,
The blanks that we left,
etc. And from that, we create a finished module that's been play tested and it greatly improved, and we see how we can improve it with the next Moot. And so the streaming is just to help others who really wish they could be here.
Yeah.
And there are people who go, thank you so much. I really wish I could be there. Thank you so much for sharing. I really enjoyed listening and such. But the primary reason I do it is so we can get better and better at it each time.
Right.
But yeah, I agree. You know, I want to be at that table as well. So, Katie, did you have feedback you wanted to give? What did you like?
Given the scramble to pull the adventure together, you guys did an excellent job. It was very fun. The only thing that bothered me was that this study room isn't closed off, and it was, at the end, it was too loud in here for us to hear Brian in there.
So would you rather have been back in the red room?
No, I would rather that people in here be more quiet or go someplace else.
No, it is a perennial problem because you know, so you have different versions. Like, okay, well, what if we do this and what if we do that? So it's, I mean, part of it is syncing. Like, I think, you know, just being honest, one of the problems we had, and this is not any reflection on one of us here, it's just with our groups ending at different times, and me too, right? That made it part of the problem. Whereas normally we're all trying to kind of
supposed to stay in the same slots.
Of course, and it can't always be that way. So that lends part of it, but it does. You know, we just want need to be, you know, considerate of each other and realize that when we have the kind of big open space, which I liked having the group up here watching. I don't know. Because we've done it downstairs, and now that the table and the green screen is downstairs, and we had to have the meeting up here for Tolkien Society.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah.
That was really a nice.
That was a good change.
So, you know, I don't know what to do about that, but if we do it like this next year, that may be one kind of follow-on comment to it.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, that's easy enough.
Sure.
Hang two sheets on each side.
No, that won't be enough. Sheet won't be enough. That's
well,
like
not
mass.
sheet, but
mattress.
Oh yeah,
something that blocks the sound a little bit.
Yeah,
sure.
Okay, that's doable. Anything else? Other things we can do to improve, everybody? Bill?
No, I had fun. It's all good.
Okay.
Recycle the module.
Is your How about your seating and such? Is that comfortable enough with those?
Well, I'm such a
the
huge
leadership?
guy that it is always a little bit difficult for me, but you know, it's better than in the game store. So.
You, Danielle. Well, because we have those office chairs as well. They tend to break down is the thing, and they're expensive.
Yeah.
The nice thing about the Spokane Arena ones is they got the thick padding. Right, they're solid, they're sturdy, they can take people our size. And they were free.
Yeah.
So we were tearing around the arena. I went, I'll grab a few of those.
Yeah.
You know,
And they're far sturdier than these folding chairs, which I was worried that I'm going to break one of those.
Exactly, and the padding. They're just comfortable. So overall, you're okay with the seating?
Oh,
as far as we're
absolutely.
doing. Okay. Do you have any suggestions for improvement?
I don't know. I really, really enjoy it. As far as making it better, I just don't know.
So how do you guys feel about, because, and this was just because we didn't have our act together, I didn't have my act together.
Me too.
I did not have the player package ready this year, which give you all the disclaimers and have a questionnaire at the end, and people have filled those questionnaires out much of the time, giving us ratings and giving us very useful feedback. But because we didn't have that ready, at the beginning I did just the verbal agreement, and now we're doing the assessment feedback at the end verbally instead. How do you feel about that versus again, it isn't as good for me for the research side and trying to improve per se, but how do you feel about that as far as our backup here, so at least you still have a voice and such?
I feel like it seems more social doing it this way.
Certainly is, yeah.
So you know, rather than filling out a form, we're just talking, and I enjoy that more.
Okay.
I enjoy it too, and if it reduces your guys' print costs, then it's a double win.
Right, well, how would you feel about a balance of the two where we still do this, but we have a web page that you fill out?
That's a good idea.
At your leisure.
That could work.
And, because that's kind of a do it once thing and then it's just reusable. The reason being is that we know from the participant feedback forms that they literally said, I wasn't comfortable saying anything in front of people. Here was my feedback. There's that nervousness to say something in front of
If
people.
you're going to do a website, I might also recommend shooting out a mass email to the people's RSVP emails.
Well, yeah, we have
to remind them a couple days after the vote. Just because otherwise we're going to leave here and be a little bit brain dead because it's so late and forget. So I do a reminder email, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that would be pretty standard.
You're going to be able to make it home?
I'm thinking about it.
I can either shuttle people, or you can crash here, or I can make arrangements for you to have somewhere comfortable. So.
We'll figure that out when we get closer.
Okay. Do you have something you wanted to say?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Let's talk.
Honestly, given the time that it sounds like you guys had to prepare, it went really well. Like, there were times that it felt kind of a little bit railroady, but I understand that, like,
That's
just
a
the
con.
fact that it's the fall of Gondolin is kind of a stuff that happens.
Well, it's not that so much. Even though there's a campaign, the campaign would make it different. This is a convention setting.
Exactly, yeah.
It has to be railroad to fit in a convention.
And that's fair. This is like the first
There's
convention
just no
setting
way
I've been
around
in.
that.
It's like,
Yeah.
you just be normal.
Yeah.
That's why I had a great time.
Yeah.
No, but I like that when it's more open-ended sandbox.
Right, but you can't do that when you have that kind of schedule.
When the only token scholar GM is you that could run the sandbox appropriately.
I was just going to say, because I forgot a minute ago, but when we're doing game days like this where it's out of the third age, where most who are passingly comfortable with Tolkien are most knowledgeable, I also really appreciated having that be the focus of the meeting, the society meeting, because it filled in some of the gaps.
We always
like
try
I
to
had no
do-
idea the significance of Arendelle and
The society meeting we always try to do based on the theme of the
right.
So,
and
But it was more vital, or felt more vital this time compared to the past, right?
Any other comments before we talk about voting for next year's theme? Kind of as a segue from that. No. Okay. Danielle, it looks like you're contemplating or you're just waiting.
No, I'm just
Okay.
waiting. I'm really
All right.
tired.
So let's segue now to next year. So, you guys stuck it out, you're here, you get to have your voice heard, and get to vote. It's nice that they want to be proxy, their vote doesn't count as a vote, it can just be part of the conversation. But proxy vote doesn't count, the whole point is that they stick it out and get to have a voice. So make that clear the next time that comes up. Like we can't, like when we do numbers, their vote won't count as numbers.
Okay.
Their vote counts as far as a voice to say, hey, here's what these people wanted to say. Proposals for next year's theme. Before we go to what several people want to go with, let's see what other people are interested in first.
So you mentioned I always, every year, I like Tom Bombadil, my absolute favorite character from all times. We could have something to do with him and his wife, Goldberry. I think that would be
awesome.
way cool.
And by the way, that doesn't have to be mutually exclusive to what you guys are talking about, because Tom Bombadil is timeless.
That's true.
I could make that work. By the way, I have Tom Bombadil on that record player right now, Tolkien reading from Tom Bombadil.
Okay.
I'm with you on that, Bill. I love Tom Bombadil. He's awesome. Anything else?
No, that's
okay. So Tom Bombadil. All
that's
right.
my big push.
And that could certainly be a whole theme and whatever. Okay.
I don't have any specific ideas. I know somebody else had tossed around more stuff in the first age, and I really enjoyed. Not that I don't enjoy my normal character, but I really enjoyed my first age character too. So I'd be more than happy.
They
to
are
see
way
that.
more powerful. That's for sure.
That is. That they are.
Along at first level here in the first stage.
No.
You don't have a chance to survive.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It is nice. He'll just go beep beep.
Right. Less worrying about what your role is going to do, and more focused on the gameplay,
Exactly.
which I enjoyed.
Yeah. Okay, but no ideas for so it's something first age.
I'd be happy to do
Or
first
second
age,
age,
or
either
second.
one?
I mean, I don't know anything at all about the second age, but
That's how
I'd
whole
be playing
Numenor.
for it.
Yeah, it's a continuation of the first age stuff. Just it becomes more mannish.
The quest for a better dwarf beard shampoo.
It might take a long time to know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Goldberry.
Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I do think it could be kind of cool. Because like after the first age, like the dwarves that are still in the Blue Mountains are kind of like largely left alone in the lore. Like we know they're still there. Like that's where like Thorin and company start from.
Mm-hmm.
But like they're not really mentioned specifically. So like tying that in somehow could be kind of cool.
You talking about the dwarves of Belagast?
Well, like
dwarves of the Erebor.
Yeah, well, because like Belagast and Nogrod were
right.
destroyed at the end of the first age, right? Like the ones, because like
with all
they go like Thorin and company, like they're, after
Descendants.
Erebor is sacked, they kind of found mines and stuff there. So like maybe if there are still dwarves there, or like looking at ruins of these ancient dwarvish cities or something. That could be kind of interesting.
So going back to the Ered Luin and going to the ruins.
A dwarvish archaeological dig.
That would be really cool.
The Moria
really.
expeditions were meant to be.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, so Ered Luin.
And they call it a line!
Okay.
I was thinking something involving the Easterlings with the Southrons.
Okay, alright.
And Moot, Polyphos.
Yeah, those are cool, yep.
We just like elephants.
Easterlings, by the way, is a really generic term for Tolkien. It was everybody east of the Anduin.
Yeah.
So for a while there, elves were Easterlings, men were
Hobbits.
Easterlings, hobbits were Easterlings.
Everything came from the
everybody east because everybody came from the east and migrated west.
Yeah.
So that's very broad. That's easily enough done. But the Mumakils and the Southrons and all that get you. I did do one adventure with that, and that may tie in. So that's good to know.
Yeah.
Katie, do you have a vote of what you would like for a theme?
I do not have a vote.
Probably something to do with hobbits in the Shire or something. Or that.
Yeah, or Ents.
Or Ents. Okay.
Ents were fun.
Yeah. Yep. I've done a couple of those. All right. So we got Tom Bombadil. First or second age. Dwarves of the Ered Luin. Ruins or explorations to that effect. Southronders, Easterlings, Mumakil, etc. And hobbits or Ents. John?
I want to see a return to your old modules that were in the second age.
Of the Numenorians.
The Numenorians, that 3-module series.
Okay. Danielle?
I would like to see the 3-module series maybe updated, but still being the heart of it, so that way we have material.
Okay, Brian?
I also would agree with my fellow GMs that I think that with some maybe with some tweaks and bringing in some interesting threads that without completely replacing and creating brand new content, but taking the second age, taking the fact that we have coming up the next 2 years, quite a bit of content that's going to be coming out about Numenor, about the second age,
because of the Amazon
on the Amazon Prime. It's a good time to help people, because that's part of our mission, I think, is not only have fun, not only role play, but it's also partly for people to be familiar, just like you guys learned a bit about the first age, and do the second thing with the second age, and help people to really understand in a deeper way kind of the roots of the greatness of the Numenorian, I'll call it empire.
OP characters.
And then, of course, how that eventually, that story arc leads towards corruption and, you know,
the reshaping of
the reshaping, and then
yeah.
and then how that then impinges on and why it's relevant, because of course of the
And
faithful.
why the Valar left the planet after that.
Yeah. So I just think
then the Valar are still part of the planet.
Yeah. So I think it's just it's a rich time.
Okay.
You can still bring in possibly
all of the above.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because all of the you've got dwarves, you've got Southrons and Easterlings of some sort. You've got Tom Bombadil. You know, if as long as you can include not just Numenor, but maybe something in Middle Earth, which there is, and that's the way you kind of originally wrote it.
I wrote, except for the one.
Yeah, but the Numenorians are actually sailing
everywhere.
Over to, they can't sail west, so they sail east to Middle Earth. They explore. They build colonies essentially.
So go ahead.
I do have one more suggestion.
Okay.
And that was that AIM has some really cool addings for some social interactions. And I'd like us, especially if we have other parts of it fleshed out, to add those into it.
Okay, so you're talking the journeys and the audiences?
I'm talking, well, audiences and maybe some of the journeying stuff, but that's not as important as I'm talking about, like, the social games, the little bit of downtime, giving that some flavor.
Oh, that's where you were talking about.
Yeah, the
things
games and activities. So like
the pipe thing,
and smoke rings, things that we already have mechanism
the
for,
riddle
that we can
games,
easily import
those,
into yours.
those things.
Lake Town has one of those.
We talked about
There's a Lake Town,
Like
like
having me sing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's like if you look at the Lake Town supplement, there's also this kind of fun thing that I've never really done, but it's all about how there's the it's like a dragon festival or something, and then basically it's a competition, you know, with archery, and it's fun, and everybody's taking part in it, but it's not like, okay, and your lives depend on this. It's just like, hey, doing a little bit of fun.
We're going somewhere and we're sitting in a cave for 4 hours, and instead of saying, okay, you sit in a cave for 4 hours and you sleep great because there's a thunderstorm outside. Oh, you're sitting in a cave for 4 hours. You're cooking your food. You're doing your smoke
Hobbit
rings.
Tales is fun that way too.
Yeah.
So the only thing I would say is we want to make sure that we do something that is system agnostic.
Yeah. Well, and we
That's
can. I think we
for all
can.
game systems that are.
I think we can strip it of some of its
Because
stuff.
right now Tor and AIM are popular, but I've been doing this long enough to see multiple systems come and go in popularity.
But a smoke ring competition can happen in
You
any
bet.
system.
As long as there's a generic way.
There's a way to do it.
Then that's
There's the core of what it is. We can rip it out.
Because it is part of having that nice immersive experience. Okay, well that's, so a little music, a little bit more games, mix in the games.
Yeah, like having this is the stuff that we can have as a GM in our book, and pick one of 6 or something.
Okay, all right.
Now, something to say for an advantage of doing the Numenor system with those 3.
You can see they've got a little bit of consensus here. Let you guys decide.
Please make the case, John.
The case is that my wife has volunteered to help make a better production value. So some of us had to draw maps, and some of them just took maps and said, okay, this map is close enough for what we need and put it there. We're talking making, him and her and my wife will make sets. So little 3D. Here's
purpose-built.
We have some downstairs that are purpose-built.
But we would have more time to actually get this already, and that's the advantage.
You'd have a better visual and auditory, and we'd be able to have these games and stuff like that.
Because we'd have months to prepare.
With the extra materials.
Because you've already got the bulk of it done.
Yeah.
Right.
Question though, was that trilogy geared towards a 1-day mood or a 3-day mood?
Yeah. So it was 3 moots worth of campaign material that I wrote. Each one was a 3-day moot. Actually, one was a 5-day moot.
Yikes.
So we're talking about multiple moots to cover the material. So
we're cutting some of it out, maybe.
Doing it in story chronological rather than written chronological order, so it doesn't get confusing for everybody else. We would start with the Gift Bringers of Numenor, which was a 5-part series. And so each part was a session. And it was snapshots of the Numenorians as they first came back to Middle. So Numenorians were part of the Edain who were rewarded for helping fight against Morgoth and all of that. So they were given an island as reward, their own island continent. And it's Tolkien's Atlantis mythology.
Yeah.
So they all go there and settle there, and nobody hears about them for a long time because it's blissful, the weather is perfect, it's wonderful, and they're content. But slowly over time, they start to build up their civilization, and they start to get curious and want to explore. So eventually, they make first contact back on Middle-earth hundreds of years later. So the first episode, the first module of that series is First Contacts. It's multiple because the journeys were big gaps. Like the first time and the next time was like 60 years or something. They didn't just come right back. And then slowly they increased in frequency. So when they came back, Middle-earth had been completely overrun by Sauron's evil creatures and such. It was a place of darkness and misery. And the elves had holed up, and the Manish races were all just living in primitive squalor or enslaved by Sauron, and the rest were trying to hide from being enslaved or killed. And here these Numenorians come with the high-end armor and these great ships, and they're tall, and it's like gods visiting on their shores. It was just quite remarkable. And they were benevolent and brought gifts and brought new forging techniques to make armor and weapons that could stand up to the beasts and things like that. So they came as gift bringers. That's the whole series, is the Gift Bringers of Numenor. Then we jump ahead another gap, and there's a generational connection that helps us still feel connected. Remember, Numenorians live about 4 to 8 times longer than normal humans. So their average lifespan was 200 to 400 years. So you would see back in Middle-earth, for the humans, multiple generations. You'd be like the great-grandfather would talk about the visit of the men of Western Hesse and such. So it's a few snapshots. So that is adjustable. So if we only have 3 or 4 sessions, we could consolidate that into something usable. It does end with anyway, I won't give that away.
It does end.
Yeah, it builds up to a big thing. And though it was meant for 5 or 6 sessions, we could totally tweak it to fit within 3 or 4 sessions.
It'd still give you these
But
other
this one's
things.
prep, we might even be able to push for a second day.
Well, the second day is yeah, I guess. I mean, the second day is more everybody else's schedule is problematic. So Fridays and Sundays were always a problem for attendance, unless we could promise all 3 days. Like when it's only 2 days, we couldn't do it. It's kind of 3 or 1. When we try to do 2, we're not able to get the numbers to warrant the extra day for people for their work schedule, because they'll do the block of time off from work, or it's not worth it to them.
So how many years did you try 2 days?
2 or 3 times, and it never worked. We ended up not doing anything on this, whether we did it on a Friday or Sunday, it didn't matter.
And then that's when you went to 1.
That's when we went to 1.
Okay.
Because we went from 3 to 2, and it was effectively 1. Volunteers showed up and we were there, but there weren't enough people to do maybe a table. So that was frustrating.
Especially if you started at different tables and you have different gaming systems and every just
Maybe we had more game systems then too. We had like 5 or 6. So anyway, so that would be the intro one. Then the next year would, if you want to continue that, would then be there's one I've never finished, which is the intermediary between the Gift Bringers and the Fall, which is actually I guess it is part of the First Contacts. So it is the conquerors, right? They first come as Gift Bringers, now they come as conquerors, because that's what happened. In so doing, they conquer Sauron, right? According to Tolkien, they showed up in such force with their arrows on the Golden that Sauron just his minions ran away, and Sauron, completely acquiesced, didn't put up a fight, and became the prisoner of our pharaohs on the Golden.
Because what could possibly go wrong with taking him back to Numenor?
And then there's the consequences. So then that leads up to the next one, which was the fall of Numenor, the Akalabath. And that is a fast-paced escape from New York type thing. It is intense, and it was meant for 3 days, but it could still be done in a full day thing. And that is a monumental event in the shaping. It's the last big catastrophic earth-shaping event on Middle-earth. And it's the one that makes the Valar leave the planet. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big
Important to
deal.
the lore.
All the other
Yeah.
battles and everything else that trashed the planet, the Valar still stuck around. This one, because of the hubris of the Numenorians, they went, that's it, we're leaving the planet. So so to live through that and understand it, because I fit in, even though it's fast paced, I fit in all the politics of what's going on about the Kingsmen and the faithful and even the Woses, because the premonitions, I fit in all of that. It really gives you a really good snapshot of what went on then. And man weighs equals, etc.
There's always eagles.
Yeah. And then it then jumps ahead to after the fall. The next year session would be after the fall, which is under Umbar, which is right at the edge of the Haradrim. Right, it's south of Gondor, and it is the fallout. Right, it's a year later, and the Black Numenorians, the Kingsmen, they control Umbar. The Numenorian ports were mostly wiped out because of the flood of the catastrophe of Numenor. What would become the Dunedain, the Numenorians in exile, are scattered. They're still being hunted by the Kingsmen because they're wrathful, the ones that weren't on their island, So it's the founding of Gondor and
Arnor.
Arnor, the two kingdoms in exile. It's the founding of that. It's the very first, bring in all the history of how those got started, and you get to be a part of that process.
See, and I just think there's so many ways. I would love also Tom Bombadil. I think
Tom Bombadil could fit into any of the
true,
except for maybe the escape from
right. But I think
you got decided to go.
You go ahead, Brian.
So a post Beleriand, right? A post First Age adventure that helps us to really grasp the significance of and kind of, in a way, the Second Age is the middle link between what we just did,
right,
and the Third Age in the events of the Rings of Power, right? And so, and like I said before, I think it would be very interesting to do this for a few years, or at least for one or two, and kind of see how it goes and how people like it, because that could be really an interesting situation and be very relevant to what's going on in terms of our culture. People talking to us, oh, there's this new Lord of the Rings thing, what do you think about it? And to have that fund of knowledge to be like, well,
and we would tie in our Tolkien Society meetings to replicate that much.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have a different view because we're not just consuming it.
So here's the practical aspect. The problem we've had with the last couple of modules, because of me being the bottleneck as usual, is the modules have been less complete than previous years. And that is squarely on my shoulders. Brian did an awesome job this year. He did the lion's share of the work. He did a wonderful job. I can't thank him enough. And I feel very guilty that so much was placed on him when he's got a full-time teaching job and a bunch of kids and everything else. I can't thank you enough, Brian.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it, but it wasn't fair to put that much on him. And so part of why they're suggesting this is these already exist, and they could use some tweaking and filling in, but they're ready to go, and they're much more complete than what we delivered the last few times, which has been hard on John and Danielle and others who don't know the Legendarium very well. So it makes it harder to have as many GMs and be prepared. With this being already ready, I can give them my current copies now, and they can spend a year preparing while I make minor tweaks and adjustments to fit it into a one-day thing.
but all the content is there. It's a lot easier for everybody to be prepared. They don't have to crunch
You
as
become
hard.
actual war masters.
They won't be as tired. If we were to do a 3-day thing, we wouldn't be the last 2 weeks, exhausting ourselves and then too tired to do the thing.
I was
So,
up till 1:30 yesterday, just
Yeah.
filling in the rest of the character sheets.
I've been averaging 2 hours of sleep a night for 3 weeks. So I'm baked. So that's the practical aspect. I want you guys to feel though that like you really are helping shape what we do, and I would want to suggest. So I had the other one to suggest, which I had written a lot of before you guys started suggesting this. I had in mind trying to bring back one we never got to finish, which again predates you guys, and that was the dragon one. Because people picked the theme of dragons. And so I wrote another 5-parter, because this is back during the 3 days. And it all builds up to dragons. And it was all the research I could do on dragons. Well, we didn't get to finish it because it was such a massive project. I way overwrote it. It has a ton of content. But we never got to finish it. And so it's kind of those, I wrote a lot, but each session got a little less detailed, because they were there's a lot of intrigue and, double dealing and trickery and all this, and you think you're working for the good guys, it turns out, blah, blah, blah. There's different things. So that was what I was going to suggest. However, it sounds like because of the Amazon Prime thing especially, it makes more sense because it's the second age. It will really make you guys feel connected with all the events of the second age. And we won't have to kill ourselves to do it, and it means potentially more tables, more, etc. We would go back to our normal July schedule. That's okay for everybody, right? That generally worked better for everybody.
Yeah.
His wife is talking about doing all kinds of visual enhancements for it. So
here's an interesting
I want
question.
to make things.
If that's what people decide that they would like to do, would part of it hinge on well, that sounds really good. Can we perhaps include a little this or that?
I definitely could. So I would love to do some tweaks that, because especially with the Gift Bringers Numenor coming back to Middle Earth, and it's wild, almost primordial again, except for taken over by Sauron, I can totally see how I could incorporate the landing of Numenor and Tom Bombadil.
Oh yeah.
Totally.
Absolutely.
Especially where they land and such.
Well, and at that time, the old forest, right?
Right.
The commentators
Because the Numenorians haven't stripped it yet.
Exactly. A squirrel could run basically
all the way from
Misty Mountains.
Mordor, all the way to the Grey Havens in the trees.
Yeah.
Really?
Because the Numenorians used all the rivers to strip all the trees to build all their ships and stuff and haul it back to the island.
Yep.
They're the ones who defoliated Middle Earth. Deforested, Middle Earth. Later. That came later as conquerors. But so
you've got Tom Bombadil, you've got
totally do Tom
Treebeard
Bombadil.
walking all over
We
the
could
place.
totally do the Ents.
I don't know about Goldberry. Is she immortal too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
She's
wasn't
the
sure.
river.
Okay, that makes sense. Right, River Spirit's daughter.
She's locally placed, so she wouldn't
she's a
be
local
elsewhere.
spirit. She may not be there, but you may get to hear about
Okay.
her or whatever.
Yeah.
Because he talks about her all the time.
Yeah.
We'll have to do research. But I would love to have Tom Bombadil inserted in. He wouldn't be the main theme. That's different than a whole moot about, which we could do a whole moot about Tom Bombadil, and I would love that. There's There's enough enough material.
quite satisfied if my character encountered him.
Okay.
You meet a small guy on the road. He says, "Hi, I'm Tom."
So first contact girl.
You go into a cave,
some
you're
really
gonna
shiny yellow
sit there, there's someone with shiny yellow boots, you guys play for the night, and then he goes off the other direction.
And that's the sort of thing that would happen with Tom Bombadil.
I'm gonna have to go soon,
Yes, so
so
Hooters contacts, I could totally incorporate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It meets your first or second age requirement. I don't know, we could, because one of the landings is near the Grey Havens, so it's possible we could tie in something to do with the area.
You could, but you don't have to. That also sounds really interesting.
Yeah, that one might be a little bit more of a stretch. Katie would get her Ents.
Yeah.
Not so much the hobbits, but the Ents. And what was the last one?
the games and the.
No.
He wanted the Easterlings.
The Easterlings. That is actually part of the First Contacts already.
So wonderful.
So,
I think that works.
Meets almost everybody's requirements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if we add Tom Bombadil, it's got my vote. Just because this sounds like a
Shall we have a
several
vote?
year thing, and you've been wanting that
Any
for so
more
long.
proposals, other arguments? As I said, it would meet some of the Haradrim requirements.
Doing second age stuff?
Well, definitely second age stuff, but this particular module series directly involves, especially if you get to Under Umbar, directly involves the Haradrim, the Mumakils.
It'd be the
all that.
regional
Part
politics
of
of the South.
Yeah.
Encountering the Southrons, the Easterlings, some of the other.
It's incorporated into the adventure series already.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it
Yeah,
meets
that's my fault.
every requirement except maybe the Dwarves of Belagos. That would be
that's
of
fine.
The Blue Mountains.
But they're there.
All right, but let's go ahead and go through the process. So, who would like to just do a
all the
full
good roads.
theme next year's Tolkien Moot of Tom Bombadil?
That means you have to write it.
I know. That's part of what I love to do with her. So that's 2 votes, right? Okay, that's fine. I didn't think it would happen, but I'm with Bill on that one.
We'll save it for a
And
second.
you're welcome to vote multiple times, by the way. So,
There you go, one shot.
who would like to this will help us narrow it down. Who would like to see another first or second age themed Moot next year?
I mean, that's
Second
second
age.
Okay.
Oh wait. What are you?
Second age.
Just any first or second age theme Moot next year.
So that's
Yeah,
very
that's not-
broad.
that's their
It's
proposal.
not super broad.
It's
Super broad. I think it's better for us to say
That'd be really cool.
something else in the first age, right? Because that was what was commented on as more in the first age. And then it was Dwarves of Blue Mountains, Ruins of Dwarvish Archaeology, and then it was Southrons and Easterlings, and then it was Numenor.
Why don't you go ahead and run the vote then?
Could we just
Go
all
ahead.
vote on Numenor?
Because you got notes. I don't have notes, so.
Right. So.
Mr. Secretary,
So
would you like to run the vote?
Well, but just
Please.
okay. So we have 2 votes for Tom Bombadil and Goldberry being
Okay.
the main thing. Another only in first age module.
Can we vote multiple times?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes,
Sure.
you can.
Only first age.
One, First aid two, to me three. seems like ancient history, though. It is. Because I'm so, I personally am so focused on the third age of, you know,
That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah,
No
we got
worries.
it.
You
So
don't
4
have
votes on that.
4 votes? Oh, okay. I didn't. I saw 3.5. I wasn't
Sorry,
sure. If I heard that. Okay. Yeah.
Somehow I ended up with 60 text messages. Sorry.
I'm
next
feeling
one.
to. So Dwarves of Blue. Just one on the Dwarves of the Blue Mountains.
I'll vote for that one. That was one.
We got 3.
Okay. Okay. One specifically on just the Southrons and Easterlings and the Haradrim.
Got 2.
Okay. Numenor.
I like that. All right.
Especially if Tom Bombadil.
Yeah, I got 8 for
You would do
Numenor.
3 through the year if you could.
Okay, Red Dragons.
I kind of like dragons.
Dragons.
Yeah, we don't mind dragons because it's partially.
3 for dragons.
Okay, so I kind of 4 actually.
4. Oh, okay. I missed the 4. Okay.
So founder, we have votes such as so the proposals were Tom Bombadil and Goldberry 2 votes. More on the first age, like what we did today, 4 votes. Dwarves of the Blue Mountains, Ruins, etc., 3 votes. Southrons or Easterlings or Haradrim, 2 votes. Numenor, kind of recycling and improving what you've done in the past and focusing on the second age, 8 votes, and Dragons 4 votes.
Okay, so what I proposed then, Numenor 1. So I would say for a specific theme, because that's a huge, broad thing, for next year's theme, it would be the Rise of Numenor.
Yep.
The initial rise of Numenor. Not in its glory yet. That would be its next year, is the glory of Numenor.
Yeah, chronological. Keep it chronological.
Right, and then the following year would be the fall of Numenor.
It's not that far off from what we actually did today, because
Right.
it is
Similar
because after the fall of Gondolin, you just basically have these elves, the last ones for the next 100 years, trying to stay alive. You've got Arendelle going and pleading for the Valar to help.
Right.
You've got the War of Wrath. You've got all that going on. Finally, it all resolves. Beleriand sunk, and then you have the gift of Andor, the land of gift. to these remnants of basically,
You guys
Hador and
that's
Bayor
where you were from.
and Haleth, you know,
And the Wozes.
Yep, and
But
all
they were
those
never
all those
corrupted.
humans, right? And then those people go there. So that's basically the next thing that happens a little while later. So the
And that
rise of Numenor would be a very appropriate.
Is there any agreement? We'll do
Yeah.
that. The whole theme will be the rise of Numenor, which
Yeah.
we'll start at Justice
Great,
Tolkien
great.
Society
Great.
topics to read more about that.
Third.
Yeah.
And then that will, as the Amazon things get closer, you guys will have a much more in-depth knowledge. Yes.
Do you know when the Amazon Prime TV series will be out?
Yes.
Next year or the year after.
I think it's 2021.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be the end of 2020 or sometime in 2020.
Exactly. Yeah.
It just depends.
Amazon likes to handle
And,
their
and
release date.
you realize with the knowledge will also come frustration when they do it wrong.
Great knowledge comes great.
You're like, no, that's not how it is. ah."
Great knowledge comes great irritation.
All right, well then that's a go then. And again, I would like to try to incorporate Tom Bombadil. The South stuff's already in it. And we already got the first Second Age thing, so that's taken care of. The dragons are not in it, but that's a whole other theme. So I think we're good. We're good to go. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Thanks for sticking it out. I know everybody's tired. The delirium will help add to that immersive feeling.
Yes.
So what do you need tonight? Because you have tomorrow some people coming to help. Like
I have
food.
one person coming tomorrow.
You need food to be put away.
Yeah,
One person
perishables
coming
put
and
away.
one person staying.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
So, yeah, so perishables put away. If you guys want to take your stuff back, you're welcome to. If you want to leave it as a gift for all the other volunteers.
I'm gonna split the difference.
So glad. Yeah, split the difference, that's fine too.
I wanna show you this.
Glad to have you. Appreciate it. Glad you had fun.
I'll chat with you another time.
Thank you for all your help, Brian.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you so much for our video.
You bet.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And that was great.
Good. Thanks for coming, guys.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Put the miniatures together.
Yeah, and then we can do the rest tomorrow.
I'm not tired.
All right. Have a good night.
Tired?
You too, Bill.
Asleep?
Good to see you again. Drive safely. Don't slip on the leaves and stuff. All right. Oops, sorry.
Sorry. Have a good night.
Bye. Have a good night. It's so good to have you here. Take care. Be careful of the leaves. They can be slippery.
I'm gonna grab your minis from up here.
I'm so glad you had a good time yet again. I'm so glad you came.
Thank you so much.
So, you too. Be careful on the leaves there. They can be slippery. All right. Have a safe drive home.
This is Atlas, and there should be like recycle. Now.
Yeah.
So your office. Research these
So,
online.
just for feedback, because you used to be insecure about it, you're doing an awesome job as a GM.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job with the voicing, you make the characters distinctive. You're doing a beautiful job with the narration, having a nice energy.
As long as I'm not too tired, right?
Well, but that didn't show up while you were actually GMing. That showed up between GMing.
That's very kind of you.
When you were GMing, your energy was good.
Yeah, thanks.
So you've come a long ways from where you started on that.
Yeah, long ways indeed.
Really glad to see that.
Well, again, I really enjoy the collaboration. You know, if we can reduce the fatigue, then it'll be even better.
There's a solution.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's my ruler.
There you go.
So, I don't want to write a bunch of stuff, but if it comes to pulling out the basics for the interactions for when you're just like sitting around and putting that in a document and then sending it to you guys,
Sure.
I would be willing to do that.
That's fine.
Well, it won't be to me because I'm not writing them anymore.
Yeah.
But that's something that I'm willing to do so that way you
Yep.
can have that.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna be content with running a table.
Yep.
Focus in on that. Right
It's a
now.
lot of work, isn't it?
It really is. Well, and other hands and other minds, it also includes us. That you know, it's like the more that can be spread out, so it's not You know, I mean, it's a tremendous amount. I really deeply respect, you know, although you put this in the past,
We've
because
tried to do
doing it,
GM
I understand how much work that is.
Yeah. But we tried it with several times, with every gym doing their own thing, writing their own thing.
No, I think it's
nobody felt
valuable.
connected,
Yeah, I do like that sense.
Yeah.
How far do you have to go tonight?
Not far. I live basically
No, wait.
by downtown.
Okay, good. So you
Well,
don't
not
go
that
far.
Not
I
that
thought he
far.
was going to Portland or something.
Oh no, I go to school. One second.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Hey, Remy, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah. Thank you for the
Rainy, sorry, not rain.
Yes.
I got it.
Oh, you're good. You do better than honestly a lot of people. A lot of my friends even. So that's.
Have a good night.
Yeah. Thanks for the invite again.
You bet.
You're driving, right? You're not
Yes.
walking. Okay. I just saw the backpack. I was a little concerned.
No,
Have a very safe drive.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Thanks
being
for
here.
hosting again. I
You
appreciate
bet. I'm really glad to have you. Watch the leaves; they can be slippery.
I will. Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
You know, I think the most satisfying part of all this is when players say at some point that they emotionally connect to the story. It's kind of sad because you're like, oh, these ones are especially like riveting when you're like, and there's thousands of people who are dying and you can't do anything about it. That's like, you know, I feel a little bad for us, like, but you know, this is we're not making this. This is somebody else's story that people can, you know.
I was feeling a little worried about my players.
Traumatizing them?
Yeah.
What?
Traumatizing them?
They looked absolutely devastated when I stopped. Like every little like good thing I could give them, I was.
Yeah, but Sheena and Sam really enjoyed it. I know they say that. You know, they.
I know they did. I was getting worried.
Okay, Hawk.
Yes.
I see